In the dim and ominous demon suppression prison, a stunningly beautiful woman was held captive. Her beauty was indescribable, as if she embodied the wonders of the world. Gu Qingfeng knew that such beauty was more terrifying than any weapon because it could make people willingly offer everything. "My lord, could you let me out?" the woman asked with a gentle smile, a smile that carried a strange magic, quietly seeping into Gu Qingfeng's mind. He wanted to say no, but found himself unable to speak. Unexpectedly, when Gu Qingfeng bit his tongue to regain his senses, the woman transformed into another figure, a powerful ice queen. "Man, I order you. Open the door for me immediately." Her haughty command sent shivers down Gu Qingfeng's spine. As someone who had only arrived here 3 days ago from the modern world, Gu Qingfeng was well aware that the demon suppression prison held man-eating demons. Even his current role as a prison guard was specifically to watch over these demons. He turned away, struggling to resist the temptation, breathing heavily. But the voice behind him seemed to carry a magical pull. "Man, how dare you defy my order? I will punish you severely." Reason told Gu Qingfeng not to look back, but a voice within whispered, "The prison is filled with magic seals. What harm is there in a glance?" In his moment of hesitation, the woman transformed again, this time into a little girl with pigtails. "Brother, will you let me out, please?" Her coquettish tone stirred Gu Qingfeng's heart, and the key in his hand involuntarily moved toward the cell door. At the crucial moment, he used his last bit of willpower to stop. Even when the little girl asked about the modern term "Heshue," Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but explain in detail. To his surprise, the little girl then transformed into a seductive woman in black stockings. "My dear, am I beautiful?" With a crash, Gu Qingfeng's rationality completely collapsed. At that moment, he had only one thought. Who could resist a girl who can change forms at will? With a click, the cell door opened. Gu Qingfeng staggered into the cell, each step seemingly guided by an unseen force. The woman inside flashed a dangerously seductive smile, her eyes locked onto him. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng resembled a puppet on strings, devoid of any will, mechanically approaching the woman. As she gazed at her prey so close, her true form suddenly emerged. A terrifying face with a blue complexion and sharp fangs replaced her alluring appearance. Her jaws opened wide, aiming her glistening fangs at Gu Qingfeng's neck. In this critical moment, a mechanical voice echoed in the depths of Gu Qingfeng's soul. "Detected imminent attack from a demon. System activated. Grow stronger through demon attacks." Ding. You are attacked by a corpse charm. Defense 1. The corpse charm bit down, only to feel as though it had struck a stone. Gu Qingfeng regained a sliver of clarity, faintly hearing the system's alert, but was quickly drawn back by the woman's allure, his remaining sanity slipping away. Unwilling to relent, the corpse charm bit again. Ding. You are attacked by a corpse charm. Defense 1. The incessant system alerts frustrated Gu Qingfeng, prompting him to look up for the source of the sound, only to be met with the ghastly visage of blue skin and fangs. "Ah, a ghost?" he shrieked, jumping back in terror, finally regaining his senses. The enraged corpse charm lunged at Gu Qingfeng, pinning him to the ground, its fangs sinking into his neck. Ding. You are attacked by a corpse charm. Defense 1. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes with delight and immediately called upon the system. Confirming its existence and function, he looked at the hideous corpse charm still gnawing at his neck, feeling a surge of anger. Smack. He slapped the corpse charm across the face. "Change back. Give me back the beautiful lady." Shocked and furious, the corpse charm lifted Gu Qingfeng and slammed him to the ground. The cell floor echoed with a loud crash, fortunately protected by a formation. Ding. You are attacked by a corpse charm. Defense 2. Oh. Gu Qingfeng smirked playfully. 2? Is the corpse charm getting upset? Seems like I need to rile her up even more. Didn't you eat? Put some effort into it. Gu Qingfeng shouted disdainfully. Then he seemed to realize something, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "Oh right, I guess I am your meal. You haven't eaten, so my bad for blaming you." Roar. The corpse demon let out a deafening roar, raising its fists like heavy hammers and slamming them onto Gu Qingfeng's chest. A system notification immediately sounded. Ding. You have been attacked by the corpse demon. Defense 3. It increased again? Gu Qingfeng was ecstatic, feeling a warm current continuously transforming his body, making his muscles, skin, and bones more resilient. The corpse demon didn't stop, its fists pounding on Gu Qingfeng's chest like a violent storm. The system notifications kept coming. Ding ding ding. 333 inch. Yes, yes, harder. Just like that. Gu Qingfeng shouted as he adjusted his position. "Come on, help me with my back. I've been sitting too long. My back is sore." The system notifications continued. Ding ding ding. 2211 inch. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you slacking? Use all your strength. Gu Qingfeng urged impatiently. The corpse demon roared again, its fists raining down. However, the system numbers kept decreasing. Ding ding ding. 0.5 0.5 0.5 inch. What's going on? Gu Qingfeng asked in confusion. The system explained. As the host's defense increases, the damage caused by the corpse demon decreases, so the bonus also decreases. So I can't become invincible with just one demon. I need to find something stronger?
Yes.
Annoyed, Gu Qingfeng turned and slapped the corpse demon. Useless thing. Then he shifted position again. Massage my legs. Lowly human. How dare you hit me? I will kill you. The corpse demon frenziedly pounded Gu Qingfeng's legs. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host's defense has reached its limit, granting the copper skin and iron bones talent. A strong warm current surged through Gu Qingfeng's body, a fleeting bronze glow flashing across his skin. From then on, the corpse demon's fists hitting him only produced a metallic clanging sound. Well, you're useless now. Gu Qingfeng stood up calmly, looking at the exhausted, panting corpse demon. Human, how are you so tough? The corpse demon asked incredulously. As a man, you have to be tough. Gu Qingfeng replied smugly, then asked, by the way, why haven't you changed back? Seeing the corpse demon still standing motionless, Gu Qingfeng's anger flared, and he subdued it with a flurry of punches and kicks. With his newfound strength from the copper skin and iron bones, he quickly beat the corpse demon into submission, forcing it to revert to its human female form. Gu Qingfeng looked with interest at the battered corpse demon. Though he had seen her true form and dared not have improper thoughts, he could still appreciate the view. Since you can't boost my defense anymore, how about a dance? Something a bit more exciting. A stick of incense later, Gu Qingfeng left the cell satisfied, locking the door behind him and reminding the corpse demon. Remember the moves I taught you. Practice them well. I'll be back to check. After leaving the prison of the corpse demon, Gu Qingfeng eagerly headed to the next cell. With the help of the system, this demon suppression prison was practically his training ground. The prison was divided into 3 levels, each clearly distinct. The first level held low-level demons and evil spirits, the second housed mid-level ones, and the third contained high-level threats. As an apprentice demon slayer, Gu Qingfeng was only allowed on the first level. To access the second level, one needed to be at least a yellow rank slayer, and the third level was reserved for those of mystic rank and above. In the hierarchy of the Demon Suppression Bureau of the Great Yin Dynasty, demon slayers were ranked into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, with Heaven being the strongest and Yellow the weakest. Currently, Gu Qingfeng's status as an apprentice wasn't even officially recognized. He was just a temporary worker. Only by becoming a yellow rank slayer could he obtain an official position. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to explore the next cell, he heard footsteps approaching, followed by a voice. Gu Qingfeng, it's time for a shift change. Damn! Gu Qingfeng cursed inwardly. Normally, he would be thrilled to hear about a shift change. But now this place felt like paradise to him. However, the rules of the Demon Suppression Bureau were strict, and staying any longer would raise suspicions about whether he was being influenced by demons. All right, I'm coming, he replied reluctantly. The system's rules were clear. He could only grow stronger if attacked by demons, not just by any attack. This subtle difference was significant. Gu Qingfeng planned to keep a low profile in front of others, but to be aggressive and bold when facing demons. By the time he and his colleague finished their shift change and left the prison, dawn was breaking. An entire night had passed without him realizing it. Thanks to his continuously improving defenses, Gu Qingfeng didn't feel tired at all. He headed straight to the Sutra Library, eager to verify an idea. The library was mostly empty in the early morning. After showing his identification token, Gu Qingfeng went directly to the first floor. As an apprentice demon slayer, he could only access this level, which mainly contained low-level techniques, demon catalogs, and miscellaneous records. Despite the abundance of books, Gu Qingfeng quickly found his way to the external martial arts section. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had a book in his hand, the cover boldly displaying the words iron cloth. The iron shirt technique is widely practiced in the martial arts world. From major sects to small factions, nearly every group has a version of it. This isn't because it's particularly mysterious. Quite the opposite, it's known for being simple and easy to learn, with minimal requirements for the practitioner's aptitude, allowing anyone to get started. However, truly skilled martial artists often show little interest in this technique. The reason is simple. Iron shirt is a straightforward but laborious skill. While it's easy to begin, mastering it requires over a decade of diligent effort with no shortcuts. This long training period deters most people, who at most, incorporate some of its body conditioning methods. Gu Qingfeng's choice to borrow the Iron Shirt manual was not without purpose. This technique specifically trains the muscles, bones, and skin, and when mastered, renders the practitioner impervious to blades and bullets, with sword strikes leaving only white marks and spear thrusts mere dots. His innate talent for copper skin and iron bones perfectly complements this training, making them an ideal match. Could my talent for copper skin and iron bones make me a genius in external martial arts? With this thought in mind, Gu Qingfeng headed straight to the training room. This place is where the demon hunters of the Demon Suppression Division practice daily, with soundproof arrays inscribed on the walls to ensure uninterrupted training. After selecting a room, Gu Qingfeng eagerly opened the manual. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had thoroughly memorized the training methods and secrets of Iron Shirt. This was thanks to his slightly enhanced soul strength since crossing over, which gave him a comprehension ability far beyond the ordinary. According to the manual, it takes an average person 3 days to get started, while those with exceptional talent need a day. Yet, after Gu Qingfeng began practicing, he was astonished to find himself reaching the entry level in just the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He activated his entire body, his muscles swelling instantly, and a layer of iron blue light appeared on his skin, the hallmark of having entered the Iron Shirt technique. Keep going, he encouraged himself. An hour later, he was even more shocked to discover that his Iron Shirt had already reached the minor accomplishment stage, with his skin taking on the sheen of black iron. Through this brief training, Gu Qingfeng gradually understood why he progressed so rapidly. For an ordinary person, training Iron Shirt is like forging a piece of raw iron into a sword, requiring repeated refinement to remove impurities. But for him, with his copper skin and iron bones talent, it was like sharpening an already formed sword. Glancing at the hourglass, he noted there were still 4 hours until the shift change. That's enough, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. This time is enough to train the Iron Shirt to perfection. Time flies when you're immersed in cultivation, and 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, Gu Qingfeng abruptly opened his eyes in the training room, his gaze sharp and bright like the brightest star in the night sky. Iron Shirt, mastered. Gu Qingfeng exhaled a deep breath, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. He rose with a powerful motion, stretching his arms wide, and his entire body followed suit, his joints cracking like popping beans. His skin took on a bluish-golden metallic sheen, and his muscles seemed as if they were forged from steel, doubling his defensive capabilities. Like a natural jade meticulously carved, the Iron Shirt training had refined his copper skin and iron bones, making them more subtle and less conspicuous. It's time to head to the demon suppression prison, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. I wonder what surprises those demons will bring today? He quickly made his way through layers of guards and sealed formations to the eerie demon suppression prison. Zhang Jing, I'm here to take over. His voice echoed in the dim prison. Moments later, Zhang Jing, a trainee demon slayer, hurried out, eager to leave. Why are you so early today? Aren't you usually half an hour late? I've turned over a new leaf lately, Gu Qingfeng chuckled. From now on, I'll come an hour early every day to relieve you. As a thank you for waiting for me all those times. Really? Zhang Jing eyed him suspiciously. This place was filled with the murmurs of demons, and if you weren't careful, you'd be tainted by their aura. Who would want to stay longer? After Gu Qingfeng confirmed it again, Zhang Jing was overjoyed. You're a good friend. I'll treat you to a drink sometime. With that, he quickly left. Once Zhang Jing's figure disappeared from view, Gu Qingfeng turned and stepped into the dark prison, a sly smile playing on his lips. Who should I pick today? Hehehe. Oh right, I should check on my lovely little corpse enchantress, see how her dancing lessons are going. He called out in a drawn-out voice, Little corpse enchantress, I'm here. He pushed open the cell door and then slammed it shut. Damn human, what are you doing here again? The corpse enchantress, with her green face and sharp teeth, recoiled into the corner, both frightened and furious. Little corpse enchantress, have you forgotten how to address me after just one day? Do you want to be punished? Gu Qingfeng said with a wicked grin. At the mention of punishment, the corpse enchantress seemed to recall some dreadful memory, and reluctantly, she whispered, Master. Ah, that's a good girl. Gu Qingfeng looked at the little corpse demon in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Come on, show your master how your dance practice is coming along. Reluctantly, the corpse demon transformed into the appearance of a young girl, her delicate face full of reluctance. Despite this, she began to dance. Watching her performance, Gu Qingfeng nodded repeatedly. Not bad, that's the feeling. Keep going. After half an hour, Gu Qingfeng reluctantly left the little corpse demon cell and turned to walk to the next one. The design of the demon suppression prison was quite ingenious, with a large gap between each cell to prevent the demons from colluding with each other. After walking for a while, Gu Qingfeng arrived at the next cell. It was a room completely sealed by an iron door, with a small window above it for observing the demons. These windows were usually closed to prevent the demons from using illusions. It was just like the corpse demon cell, except that out of curiosity, Gu Qingfeng had opened the window yesterday and fell into a trap. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Qingfeng politely knocked on the door first. Is there a demon in there? This was because not all cells in the demon suppression prison contain demons. Many were empty. After waiting for a moment without a response, Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself, "No demon? Or maybe it's asleep." As he spoke, he leaned closer to the small window in the iron door. With a click, as the window opened, a bloodshot eyeball, as large as an adult's fist, suddenly appeared in the window. The two were almost eye to eye due to the close distance. What the hell? Gu Qingfeng was so startled by the sudden sight that he took 2 steps back. Just as he was about to swear, the eerie eyeball emitted a strange wave, hitting his eyes like a radio wave. Gu Qingfeng's voice stopped abruptly, and his eyes, which had been filled with shock and anger, became vacant. A hint of triumph flashed in the bloodshot eyeball, followed by a hoarse voice. "My lowly servant, obey my command and open the cell door." Mechanically, Gu Qingfeng took the key from his waist and began to walk towards the cell door. Just then, a system prompt sounded. "Ding! You have been attacked by an eye demon. Soul power 1. Gu Qingfeng felt a chill in his mind, and then his clarity returned. Was that a pupil technique attack? He thought in alarm. The feeling of completely losing control of his body had left him deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, the eye demon in the cell noticed that Gu Qingfeng had reached the cell door but hadn't acted, and its gaze gradually turned cold. It hadn't realized that Gu Qingfeng had already broken free from its control. The blood-red eye of the eyeball demon emitted a strange wave once again, urging in a shrill voice, "My lowly servant, I command you, open the cell door." A chilling stream of air instantly invaded Gu Qingfeng's mind. Ding! The system notification sounded. "You have been attacked by the eyeball demon, soul power 1." At this moment, Gu Qingfeng felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, but he deliberately maintained a blank expression, trembling as he took out the key and slowly moved it toward the lock. Seeing this, the eyeball demon was almost trembling with excitement, urging repeatedly, "Lowly servant, quickly, open the cell door. I can finally leave the demon-suppressing prison." It reveled in the joy of impending escape, arrogantly shouting, "The scum of the demon suppression division. Once I'm out, you will taste my wrath." "Lowly servant, is it?" Gu Qingfeng, now within reach, smirked silently. His right hand grasped firmly under the cell door, then his index and middle fingers came together, a blue-golden light flickering at his fingertips. "I'll burst your eyeball," Gu Qingfeng suddenly shouted, his 2 fingers darting forward like a striking snake, aiming for the eyeball demon. Immersed in ecstasy, the eyeball demon was caught off guard, and by the time it reacted, those blue-golden glowing fingers were rapidly enlarging in its vision. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the cell as the eyeball demon frantically retreated to the corner. "My eye! Ah! My eye!" Only then did Gu Qingfeng see the eyeball demon's true form, a giant eyeball with bat wings. At this moment, it was using its wings to cover its bleeding eye, screaming wildly, "Lowly human! I will kill you! I will kill you!" Crack! The sound of the cell door opening. Bang! Gu Qingfeng stepped inside and slammed the cell door shut, mocking, "A mere creature without a pair of eyes dares to boast? I've come in now, try killing me." "You dare to come in?" The eyeball demon roared in rage. "I will make you regret being born into this world." With a snap, it suddenly spread its bat wings, revealing the massive blood-dripping eye. The eye burst forth with an evil crimson glow, instantly illuminating the entire cell. Gu Qingfeng's vision blurred as the surrounding scene transformed. The original cell disappeared, replaced by an endless sea of corpses and blood, a blood moon hanging high in the sky, and a path paved with white bones stretching into the distance. At the end of a path paved with bones, a massive throne woven from flesh and bones loomed ominously. Seated atop it was the eye demon, looking down imperiously at the scene before him. Behind him, an army of terrifying demons was wildly shouting and bowing down to their king. In this grand spectacle, the eye demon appeared godlike, coldly observing Gu Qingfeng, who seemed as insignificant as an ant. His deep voice thundered, "Kneel, you lowly human." Before his words faded, countless demons behind him roared in unison, "Kneel." The waves of sound seemed to engulf the world. Gu Qingfeng felt an invisible force pressing down on him, nearly overwhelming him. In this critical moment, a system notification sounded. "You are under attack by the eye demon. Soul power 10. Instantly, a cool sensation surged into Gu Qingfeng's mind, followed by another notification. "Soul power has exceeded the limit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the eye technique. Illusory vision." Illusory vision? Gu Qingfeng was elated, but the next moment, he felt a piercing cold in his eyes, as if they were filled with menthol. Once the strange sensation subsided, he noticed a subtle change in his vision. Without hesitation, Gu Qingfeng activated his newly acquired skill, and a flash of blood-red light passed through his eyes. In an instant, the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood was completely reversed. Gu Qingfeng now sat on the throne, while the eye demon crawled on the ground like an ant. This sudden shift left the eye demon in a panic. How? How is this possible? You actually broke? No. Took over my eye technique? Gu Qingfeng casually crossed his legs and commanded coldly, kneel. The chorus of a million demons forced the eye demon to prostrate entirely on the ground. Roll over here, Gu Qingfeng added. The eye demon folded his wings and involuntarily rolled to his feet. Facing the terrified eye demon, Gu Qingfeng smirked, mercilessly jabbing two fingers tinged with a blue-gold hue at him. Each jab was accompanied by mockery. Lowly servant, right? Want to kill me, right? Make me regret coming to this world, right? The eye demon's anguished screams echoed in the space. Finally, Gu Qingfeng landed a heavy punch on the large eyeball, leaving the eye demon barely alive. With a snap of Gu Qingfeng's fingers, the illusion dissipated, and the prison returned to its original state. The eye demon lay motionless on the ground, like a dead bat. Stretching lazily, Gu Qingfeng nonchalantly said, "Since you gave me a skill, I won't kill you. Rest well, I'll be back." Hearing this, the eye demon on the ground couldn't help but shudder. Gu Qingfeng turned away from the prison of the eye demon and paused in the corridor. He didn't rush to the next cell. Instead, he closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully experiencing the pupil technique he had just acquired, known as illusion vision. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of delight crossing them. This illusion vision was far more powerful than he had imagined. It not only allowed him to control the actions of its target, as demonstrated when the eye demon involuntarily knelt, but also enabled him to construct any illusion he desired, trapping the target within it. However, this powerful technique had a clear limitation: it required direct eye contact to activate, and the target's soul power could not exceed that of the user. Simply put, the greater the disparity in soul power between the user and the target, the stronger the effect of the illusion vision. Gu Qingfeng calculated silently. With his current level of cultivation at the third tier of the Qi-gathering realm, he should be able to handle opponents of the same realm with ease. However, facing experts in the inner Qi realm might be more challenging. This did not diminish his satisfaction with illusion vision, as it was a growth skill that would become more potent as his soul power increased, which was far superior to the fixed defensive capability of his steel-like body. He reflected on the martial arts system he knew. From low to high, it comprised the Qi-gathering realm, inner Qi realm, true Qi realm, Gang Qi realm, and the innate realm of masters, corresponding to the 5 levels of demon hunters in the Demon Suppressing Bureau. Each major realm was further divided into 9 tiers, and one had to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier to break through to the next. As a martial artist in the 3rd tier of the Qi-gathering realm, Gu Qingfeng understood its characteristics like a sponge absorbing water, continuously accumulating the world's energy until fully saturated, allowing for a breakthrough. Although his level wasn't high, with the dual protection of his steel-like body and perfected iron cloth, even a martial artist at the 9th tier of the Qi-gathering realm would struggle to breach his defense. After all, at this stage, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they were still bound by a mortal body, far inferior to his body, which was comparable to refined steel. With this in mind, even if he faced opponents a few minor realms above him, Gu Qingfeng was confident in his ability to remain undefeated. In addition to the formidable weapon known as Phantom Vision, which possesses considerable power, Gu Qingfeng views these enhancements as mere embellishments. What truly excites him is the presence of the system. In just 2 short days, the system has transformed him from a weakling at the 3rd level of Qi gathering to an invincible force among his peers. He can't help but imagine that if he continues at this pace, after clearing all 3 levels of the demon suppression prison, he might even be able to challenge the formidable heavenly exorcists. With dreams of a promising future, Gu Qingfeng steps toward the next cell. Just as he's about to knock, an elderly voice suddenly calls out from within, "Young man, come over here." "Well, that's forward," Gu Qingfeng mutters with a smirk, cautiously opening the small window. Drawing from previous experiences, he stays alert for any unusual occurrences at the window. However, this time there's no surprise. Before him stands an elderly man, his hair white as snow, and a kind smile on his face. "Young man, are you here for the talisman materials as well?" the old man inquires. "Talisman materials?" Gu Qingfeng is momentarily taken aback. The old man continues, "It seems your demon suppression squad is facing some tough battles lately. I recall the last time someone came for materials was just half a month ago, and now they're already depleted." As he speaks, he reaches into the folds of his wide robe, giving a tug with a hint of pain crossing his face. "Here you go, young man." The old man retrieves a dark object from his robe, preparing to toss it through the small window. Gu Qingfeng doesn't fully grasp the situation, but seeing a gift offered, he doesn't hesitate to extend his hand through the window to receive it. This action leaves the old man momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting anyone to be so bold. In all his 100 years of experience, he has never encountered an exorcist daring enough to reach into a demon's cell. It's akin to someone reaching into a tiger's cage to feed it by hand, practically inviting danger. Hey, are you going to give it or not? Gu Qingfeng impatiently stretched out his hand, his arm hanging in the air for quite a while. The old man seemed to wake from a dream, his gaze lingering on Gu Qingfeng's strong arm for a moment, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Without any unusual action, he calmly handed the item over. Gu Qingfeng took it and examined it closely, frowning. Seriously, this is just a piece of bark? He suddenly recalled the old man mentioning talismans earlier, and connecting it to the tearing motion, he quickly realized the old man was a tree demon. The bark could be used to make talismans, and evidently, the Demon Suppression Division often came to collect it. The Demon Suppression Division is really clever, Gu Qingfeng mused to himself. No wonder they established the Demon Suppression Prison. It's practically a living resource bank, but on second thought, creatures like corpse demons and eye demons didn't have renewable resources, so why keep them? Could it be that the higher-ups in the division, like him, enjoyed watching them dance? As soon as this thought arose, Gu Qingfeng quickly dismissed it. Delving deeper into it felt too bizarre, and might involve some bigwigs' private matters. Since the bark could make talismans, it must be worth some money, so he gladly accepted it. But having taken it, it didn't seem appropriate to beat the old man. Just as Gu Qingfeng hesitated about switching cells, the old man spoke up. Young man, if you're not in a hurry to return, could you keep this old man company for a chat? 10 years in prison, and I've barely spoken to anyone. My life is nearing its end, and I'd like to talk before I go, to ease my mind. Sure. What do you want to talk about? Gu Qingfeng agreed readily. To be honest, he was curious about demons too, as encounters between warriors and demons usually ended in life and death struggles, leaving little room for conversation. Seeing him agree, a gleam of joy flashed in the old man's eyes as he thought to himself, this naive young man is easy to fool. Let me tell you a story, the old man said, feigning sentimentality. Great, I love stories, Gu Qingfeng replied enthusiastically. 100 years ago, in a secluded village called Zhangjia Village in Ji County, where the people were simple and honest, there lived a little boy named Zhangheng. He accidentally planted a small locust tree. As the old man spoke, he secretly felt pleased. Today, I might finally escape. Let me slowly lure him into opening the door. Click. The cell door suddenly opened. The old man, in the middle of his story, was stunned, staring wide-eyed as Gu Qingfeng strolled in casually. You? How did you get in here? The old man stammered. I'm a demon. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? Gu Qingfeng sat down boldly next to the old man, patting his shoulder. I can tell you're a good demon. Besides, listening to a story through the door is no fun. The old man was completely bewildered, unsure whether to continue his storytelling trick or to take action. Keep going. I'd like to hear more, Gu Qingfeng said earnestly. What happened to the little locust tree? The little locust tree eventually grew up, the old man recounted slowly. Suddenly, his gentle and kind expression twisted into something sinister. It became a demon and devoured everyone in Zhangjia village. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. Is that the end of the story? Before he could finish speaking, the old man's body began to transform. Numerous thick branches erupted from within him, filling the entire cell in an instant. His human face shriveled rapidly, turning into a bark-like texture, and his voice became eerie and distorted. That's the end. What the hell kind of story was that? Gu Qingfeng shouted angrily, delivering a sharp slap to the old man's bark-like face. The slap left the old man stunned. Can't you show some professionalism? Gu Qingfeng continued to criticize. Couldn't you finish the story before attacking? How are you any different from those who leave stories unfinished? Human, you dare strike me even when you're at death's door. The old man roared furiously. I will make you my nourishment. In an instant, countless vine-like branches surged out like pythons, wrapping around Gu Qingfeng until only his head was visible. The vines tightened sharply, exerting immense pressure on his body. Ding! A system notification rang out. You are under attack by a century-old locust tree demon, strength 5. Feeling the surge of power within him, Gu Qingfeng excitedly said, Come on, put some muscle into it. I thrive under pressure. I'll see whether it's your bones or your mouth that's tougher. The old man seethed, tightening the vines further. The system notifications kept coming, with his strength continuing to rise. Suddenly, a special notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Your strength has exceeded the limit, gaining the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Gu Qingfeng was shocked. The power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. 1 bull's strength is 1,000 pounds, 9 bulls make 9,000 pounds. 1 tiger's strength is 8,000 pounds, 2 tigers add up to 16,000 pounds. Altogether, that's a massive 25,000 pounds of force. Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed, but before he could fully absorb the moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted within him. This force flooded his entire body like a torrent, compelling him to release a thunderous roar to the sky. With this shout, His muscles bulged, unleashing an unprecedented strength. With a series of sharp snaps, the vines binding him shattered instantly, scattering fragments all around. The demon of the locust tree stood frozen in place, eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Feels amazing. Gu Qingfeng could feel the surging power within him, eager to be unleashed. He fixed his gaze on the tree demon, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Don't come any closer. The tree demon sensed danger and retreated hastily. Scream all you want. No one will come to save you. Gu Qingfeng taunted as he advanced menacingly. An hour later, the scene inside the cell had changed dramatically. An elderly man, bruised and battered, was cautiously massaging the young man with vines while continuing his story. This peculiar pair was none other than the tree demon and Gu Qingfeng after their in-depth exchange. So you became a demon from an ordinary locust tree because of that spiritual weapon? Gu Qingfeng asked lazily. Yes, master. The tree demon replied cautiously. A wood-attributed spiritual weapon was buried beneath where I grew, and its nourishment allowed me to transform. What kind of spiritual weapon is so powerful? At least to Shin level, right? Master has sharp eyes. It was the Wood King Sword, originally an Earth-level high-grade spiritual weapon. However, due to damage, it lost its spiritual essence and has now fallen to a Shin-level low-grade. Heh, I doubt it's just damage. Over the years, you've absorbed quite a bit of its essence to transform, haven't you? Master sees everything. All right, enough flattery. Where's the Wood King Sword? The tree demon was about to elaborate when Gu Qingfeng interrupted him with a slap. I hate beating around the bush. Get to the point. Yes, it's buried beneath the mountain god temple behind Zhangjia village in Ji County. The tree demon trembled as he answered. You should have said that from the start. You really are a glutton for punishment. Gu Qingfeng stood up. No more massages. I have to move on to the next one. I'll be back tomorrow. Yes, master. Take care. You're always welcome back. The tree demon hastily opened the door to see him off. As Gu Qingfeng left, he glanced at the time and cursed under his breath. The tree demon's endless chatter and thick skin had wasted too much time, and dawn was approaching. It was too late to visit the next place, as he might have to switch shifts halfway through. He didn't want to be caught by Zhang Jiang while communicating with demons. So he had no choice but to return to the cell of the young corpse demon to rest a bit while waiting for his shift change. Gu Qingfeng slumped inside the cell, looking at the corpse demon who now appeared as a mature woman in professional attire. He directed her with satisfaction. Give me a good massage. As the corpse demon skillfully massaged him, Gu Qingfeng suddenly stood up. This unexpected move startled the corpse demon, who quickly crouched on the ground with her hands over her head, fearing she had upset him with too much force. No, something still feels off, Gu Qingfeng said as he glanced around the dark, damp cell, quickly identifying the issue. Wait here, I'll be right back. After a short while, he returned holding a bloodied eye demon. Its large eyeball was still oozing blood, looking utterly defeated. Before the corpse demon could react, Gu Qingfeng slapped the eye demon and commanded, Quick, set up the illusion as I told you. The eye demon reluctantly emitted a beam of blood-red light. Once the light faded, the cell was transformed. A hot spring pool emitted steam. A sauna room radiated warmth, the marble floor gleamed, crystal chandeliers sparkled, and a luxurious bed adorned the space. Perfect. Gu Qingfeng clapped his hands in delight. Now it feels right, almost makes me want to get a membership. Come on, little corpse demon, continue. Half an hour later, Zhang Jing arrived to take over the shift, and Gu Qingfeng reluctantly left. To his surprise, Zhang Jing was beaming with joy today. Hey, why so happy? Did you step in something lucky? Gu Qingfeng teased. Zhang Jing rolled his eyes but responded excitedly. Something big happened at the Demon Suppression Division. Lord Yang, a Shin-level demon hunter, led a team to the Withered Bone Forest to eliminate demons, and they were completely wiped out. Why are you so happy about a total wipeout? Do you have a grudge? Gu Qingfeng asked, puzzled. Zhang Jing explained, think about it. Our Wudong County's Demon Suppression Division lost 4 Huang-level demon hunters and 1 Shin-level demon hunter. Now there are plenty of vacancies. Gu Qingfeng finally understood but still questioned. Even with vacancies, you're only at the 4th level of Qi gathering. It wouldn't be your turn, right? I know it won't be my turn, Zhang Jing replied, annoyed. But you don't know. There are 4 apprentice demon hunters among us who have long reached the inner Qi stage, but never had the opportunity to be promoted. They're thrilled now, directly filling 4 vacancies. 1 vacancy remains because Lord Yang's Shin-level position will be filled by a Huang-level demon hunter. Gu Qingfeng suddenly realized what was going on, his mind racing through the possibilities. The situation was clear. All the apprentice demon slayers at the inner Qi stage had been officially promoted. The last remaining spot would be filled through a martial competition among the Qi condensation stage practitioners. The hall was buzzing with excitement as dozens of 9th-level Qi condensation apprentices eagerly prepared themselves for the competition. Surprisingly, even some 8th-level practitioners joined the fray. Most astonishing of all, even 7th-level practitioners dared to throw their hats in the ring, showing a blatant disregard for their own limitations. 3 days from now, Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself, a peculiar glint in his eyes. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Successfully advancing to the yellow-rank Demon Slayer would grant him access to the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Demon Suppression Persona goal he had long pursued. Following the conventional path of promotion might take forever. However, participating in the competition meant exposing his true abilities. Gu Qingfeng frowned at the thought. While demons were no threat to him, dealing with other warriors was a different story. Such a high-profile move was completely contrary to his usual low-key approach. But losing? Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, dismissing the notion entirely. He quietly assessed his assets, his copper skin and iron bones, the perfected iron shirt technique, illusionary vision, and the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Any one of these would be enough to crush a 9th-level Qi condensation opponent. In terms of sheer power, the limit for 9th-level Qi condensation was merely the strength of 9 bulls, or around 9,000 pounds. And him? He possessed a staggering 25,000 pounds of force. The disparity was simply overwhelming. After some contemplation, Gu Qingfeng finally decided to participate in the martial arts competition, believing that fortune favors the bold. Hey, why are you asking about this? Zhang Jing stared at the pensive Gu Qingfeng and suddenly realized, you're not thinking of entering the competition, are you? Gu Qingfeng nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Zhang Jing was taken aback at first, then burst into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha, how did I not realize you were so funny before? You, entering the competition? You're at Qi Gathering Stage Level 3. Even lower than me? Where do I sign up? Gu Qingfeng interrupted his laughter, asking directly. You're not serious, are you? Zhang Zheng's laughter stopped abruptly, and his expression turned serious. Gu, you're my brother. But are you really considering this? There's a practitioner at Qi Gathering Stage Level 7 who signed up, and everyone is calling him a fool behind his back for not knowing his limits. You're only at Level 3. If you sign up, won't people think you've lost your mind? As long as I win, everyone will shut up, Gu Qingfeng replied firmly. Now, where do I sign up? Seeing his persuasion was ineffective, Zhang Zheng gave Gu Qingfeng a complicated look. At the Hall of Righteousness. All right. Gu Qingfeng nodded and turned to leave. After watching him walk away, Zhang Zheng quickly pulled out the Demon Suppression Manual, turning to the chapter on Mind Bewitchment by Demons, carefully studying how to handle someone whose mind has been bewitched by demons. Meanwhile, the Hall of Righteousness was bustling with people. Besides the few who came to sign up for the competition, most were there to watch the spectacle. Although there were only a few hundred practitioners at Qi Gathering Stage Levels 8 and 9, the crowd had already exceeded 1,000. In this Demon Suppression division, where slaying demons is the main focus, a competition of this scale was rare. At the main entrance, a low-ranking officer was seated at a desk, registering participants. Name, cultivation level, position. My name is Hu Banqing. I'm at Qi Gathering Stage Level 9, an apprentice demon slayer of the 7th Squad. The crowd immediately started discussing. Is that Hu Banqing? I heard he single-handedly slew an iron armor zombie. Iron armor zombies are immune to weapons. Usually, only inner Qi stage experts can handle them. He managed it at Qi Gathering Level 9? This promotion to yellow rank demon slayer is definitely his. Don't forget by maiming. What? The heir of the White Horse Silver Spear is participating too. Indeed, I saw him sign up a few days ago with my own eyes. His silver spear still had fresh blood on it, exuding a murderous aura. This is going to be exciting. A real clash of titans. Brotherly, didn't you just reach Qi Gathering Level 8? Thinking of giving it a shot? No way. Look at who's participating. Qi Gathering Level 8 is just cannon fodder. If challenging higher levels were that easy, why would we even bother training? Next, called the steward in charge of registration, not even bothering to look up. A young man stepped forward from the crowd, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his face like a cold mask, holding a long sword in his arms. He stood in front of the steward and spoke in a clear, cool voice. Yi Xian, Qi Gathering 7th level, apprentice demon slayer of the 12th Squad. Qi Gathering 7th level? The steward looked up sharply, scrutinizing Yi Xian with surprise. Are you sure you want to register? Yes, Yi Xian replied succinctly. This statement was like a bomb going off in the crowd. A wave of astonishment and jeers erupted around him. With just a Qi Gathering 7th level, he dares to enter the tournament? This kid must be dreaming. Even I, at Qi Gathering 8th level, wouldn't dare sign up, and he thinks he can? Yi Xian frowned, turning towards the source of the voices. A bunch of frogs in a well. If victory were solely decided by cultivation level, why bother with a tournament? Just reveal your level and be done with it. It's ridiculous to mock others when you lack the courage to challenge yourself. These words angered the gathered martial artists, especially those at the chi gathering 8th level. If not for the steward maintaining order, a fight might have broken out. That's called knowing one's limits. Take a good look at yourself. Amidst the rising anger, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Well said, Brother Yi. I wholeheartedly agree. Everyone turned to see a handsome young man stepping forward with a smile. It was Gu Qingfeng. Unfazed by the angry glares, he continued, Brother Ye's courage is admirable and inspiring. I was hesitant because of my low cultivation level, but now I want to join the fun too. Yi Xian, though unfamiliar with Gu Qingfeng, felt a warmth at this support and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Your righteous words are commendable, my friend. What does low cultivation matter? As martial artists, we should have the heart to forge ahead against all odds. If we retreat at the sight of a powerful foe, would we ever dare to draw our swords? These words encouraged many Qi gathering 7th level martial artists present to also declare their intent to register. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, Gu Qingfeng suddenly added, Brother Yi, I'm still a bit hesitant because my cultivation level is even lower than yours. Qi gathering 6th level? The crowd murmured, surprised. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Actually, not even 6th level. Then it's 5th level? Someone blurted out. Not that either. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask directly. What is your cultivation level then? As everyone held their breath, Gu Qingfeng quietly replied. Qi gathering, 3rd level. The scene fell into a stunned silence. A Qi condensation stage 3? The crowd erupted in astonishment, as if they had just heard something beyond belief. Everyone present widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. A Qi condensation stage 3 daring to challenge a Qi condensation stage 9? It was unheard of. Typically, people only challenge 1 or 2 levels above their own. But this person was attempting to leap over 6 entire stages. Oh my god, did I hear that right? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. A Qi condensation stage 3 dares to sign up? Isn't that a death wish? Calling it hitting an egg against a rock doesn't even cover it. Another person shook their head. It's like smashing your own egg against a rock, truly a futile effort. Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Are you sure you're not joking, brother? No, I'm not. Gu Qingfeng replied calmly, then released his aura. See for yourself. Sure enough, a faint but unmistakable Qi condensation stage 3 aura emanated from him. This scene completely shattered Yi Xian's cool demeanor. He exclaimed in shock, brother. I suggest you go back and train more. Go back? Gu Qingfeng raised his voice. You just said. So what if my cultivation is low? If victory were solely determined by cultivation, why compete in martial arts at all? Brother. Yi Xian quickly interrupted. The problem is your cultivation level is really too low. Gu Qingfeng remained unfazed. So what if it's low? Can you guarantee that every enemy you encounter in your life will have a lower cultivation than you? Should we surrender when facing a strong enemy? Besides, a trainee demon slayer who doesn't aspire to be a yellow-ranked demon slayer isn't a good trainee. Participation is what counts. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Gu Qingfeng calmly walked up to the deacon. My name is Gu Qingfeng. I'm at Qi condensation stage 3, and I work as a jailer at the demon suppression prison. He then waved his hand and walked away, leaving behind a group of shocked onlookers. The news quickly spread through the crowd like wildfire. This is even more outrageous than a grade schooler claiming they'll top the college entrance exam, someone exclaimed. Gu Qingfeng's name was destined to spread throughout the demon suppression division, but he clearly didn't care. In his view, if he was going to be famous eventually, he might as well make a bold entrance. After registering, Gu Qingfeng headed straight to the demon suppression prison. This time, he didn't go to the cells, but instead found the warden on the 1st floor and requested a few days off, citing family matters. The jailers of the demon suppression prison have 1 day off each month, which they can accumulate. Gu Qingfeng calculated that he hadn't taken a break for nearly half a year, so he had a decent amount of leave saved up. After getting approval for his leave, he headed straight to the horse market in Wudong County. He spent all his savings to shiny silver ingots to buy a scrawny but spirited horse, then left the city, heading directly to Zhangjia village in Jixian. This trip was to retrieve the Xian-grade lower-tier spiritual weapon, the Mu Wang sword, mentioned by the locust tree spirit. Such a weapon is invaluable and rarely available. Even Xin-level demon hunters might not possess one. To avoid any mishaps, he needed to acquire the Mu Wang sword as soon as possible. Jixian is under the jurisdiction of Wudong County, and though it is far, a fast horse can reach it in a day. The horse quickly carried him onto the official road. This government-built main road is busy with travelers and relatively safe from demons. However, Gu Qingfeng pulled the reins and turned onto a rarely traveled path. This shortcut, although convenient and quick, passed through a forest inhabited by demons. It was relatively safe during the day, but at night, encountering demons was a matter of luck. Normally, no one would choose this path, but Gu Qingfeng hoped to encounter a few demons for excitement. As he galloped, the dense trees on either side quickly receded, and the surroundings fell silent, save for the occasional bird call. Surrounded by lush greenery, Gu Qingfeng was in high spirits. Though lacking poetic talent, he focused on the journey. Before he knew it, night had fallen. The darkness engulfed the world like a giant beast, but Gu Qingfeng was prepared. He cut down some branches, wrapped them in dry grass, kerosene, and special fabric, and lit them with a fire starter to make a torch. The demon suppression manual warns against lighting fires outdoors at night, as it might attract demons. However, Gu Qingfeng was bored and hoped a few demons would come his way. After walking with the torch for a while, he suddenly saw dozens of glowing round objects floating in the dense forest ahead, resembling countless eyes watching him. Thrilled, Gu Qingfeng leaped forward, only to find they were a swarm of fireflies. He couldn't help but curse, damn, the fireflies in this world look like ghost eyes. Frustrated, Gu Qingfeng continued his journey and, surprisingly, reached the mountain temple behind Zhangjia village without incident. Looking at the dilapidated temple, he sighed. Is this luck good or bad? Not encountering a single demon is as improbable as racing on a highway all day without getting hit. Following the locust tree spirit's instructions, Gu Qingfeng began digging. The spirit had buried it deep, but with his strength, it wasn't difficult. After an incense stick's time, he had dug 5 meters deep and finally touched something hard. Excited, he quickened his pace and soon, the full form of a sword emerged before him. A uniquely shaped wooden sword lay quietly in front of Gu Qingfeng. Its appearance brought back childhood memories when his family was poor, and his father, to save money on toys, would pick up a tree branch and carve it into a wooden sword for him to play with. Is this the wooden king sword? Gu Qingfeng's face turned dark immediately. He decided to test the power of this so-called wooden king sword and secretly vowed that if the locust tree demon dared to deceive him, he would cut it down and make a real sword out of it. With a clang, Gu Qingfeng drew his standard long knife from his waist and swung it with all his might at the wooden king sword. To his surprise, with a crisp crack, it was the wooden king sword that broke. You tree demon, you're done for. Gu Qingfeng was furious and was about to curse when he was stunned by the scene before him. The broken wooden king sword in his hand began to heal itself, and the other half of the blade on the ground burrowed into the earth like a living creature. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. From where the blade penetrated the ground, countless vines burst forth, each as thick as a grown man's arm, attacking him like octopus tentacles. Instinctively, Gu Qingfeng raised the wooden king sword in his hand, and the wild vines immediately ceased their attack, as if awaiting his command. A light dawned in Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he seemed to grasp the true use of the wooden king sword. He tentatively pointed the sword at a massive rock about a meter high nearby, and the vines shot out like arrows, wrapping around the rock. With a series of cracking sounds, the vines retreated, leaving the rock reduced to powder. What a treasure! I must hurry to bind it by blood. Excitedly, Gu Qingfeng tried to cut his finger with the wooden king sword, but it only left a shallow white mark. He then remembered that he had cultivated the skills of iron skin and iron shirt, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to harm him. As he pondered this dilemma, the wooden king's sword seemed to sense his predicament and suddenly sprouted several hair-thin vines that pierced his arm like needles. Ouch! Damn! Gu Qingfeng cried out, the sensation reminding him of the fear of having blood drawn by a nurse. As his blood flowed into the wooden king's sword, a strange feeling of connection surged through him, as if the sword and he were becoming one. However, before he could fully experience this mystical sensation, the wooden king's sword began to greedily consume his blood like a ravenous beast. Hey, what the hell? You're still sucking. Gu Qingfeng felt a growing panic as he sensed his blood continuously draining away. Before long, Gu Qingfeng felt a wave of dizziness, his vision darkened, and his body swayed as if about to fall. He quickly shouted, Stop! Stop immediately, or I'll bury you again. The Mu Wang's sword seemed intimidated by this threat and halted its blood-sucking. Gu Qingfeng took a deep, ragged breath, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Damn, this is really something sinister. In reality, the Mu Wang sword was far more dangerous than Gu Qingfeng had anticipated. The process of a spiritual weapon recognizing its master is no trivial matter. Warriors without the necessary strength who attempt it recklessly risk being drained dry. Generally, wielding a spiritual weapon requires at least the cultivation level of inner chi realm, as the abundant inner energy is needed to satisfy the weapon's demands. Although Gu Qingfeng was only at the chi-gathering realm, with sparse energy within, he was naturally gifted with extraordinary strength and a body as tough as iron, comparable to someone at the inner chi realm. This helped him barely endure the process. If it had been an ordinary person, they would likely have ended up as a dried-up corpse. Once he caught his breath, Gu Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. During the recognition process, The Mu Wang sword had transmitted a wealth of information to him. Although this once top-tier Earth-grade spiritual weapon had its grade downgraded and lost much of its power, it was still far superior to an ordinary lower-tier profound-grade weapon. The most exciting discovery was that the Mu Wang sword, much like a tree, had the ability to regenerate. Given enough nourishment, it could one day return to its peak Earth-grade status. The locust tree spirit wasn't lying. This Mu Wang sword is indeed formidable, Gu Qingfeng mused to himself. As a token of gratitude, I'll find a chance to free that old guy. Rather than let him suffer in the demon suppression prison, it's better to turn him into nourishment for the Mu Wang sword. That old thing siphoned off a lot of the sword's spirit back in the day. Killing him could significantly help the sword's recovery. The poor locust tree spirit believed that offering the Mu Wang sword would earn Gu Qingfeng's favor, unaware that Gu Qingfeng was already plotting to dispose of him once his usefulness was over. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to leave the mountain god temple, a cold raindrop landed on his head. He instinctively looked up, and more droplets hit his face. Unbeknownst to him, it had started to rain. Damn it! Gu Qingfeng cursed under his breath. Despite losing a lot of blood, his remarkable physical resilience meant the heavy rain posed no real threat to him. However, he glanced down at his only set of clothes, now soaked through, and decided against moving forward. The feeling of wet clothes clinging to him was too uncomfortable. The mountain god temple stood just ahead, its dilapidated doors swaying in the wind and rain. Gu Qingfeng pushed them open and entered. Inside, the temple was overgrown with weeds, and a headless statue of the mountain god stood out prominently. The statue, roughly human-sized, had once had a dignified appearance, but now the peeling paint made it look grotesque and distorted. The neck was jagged, as if savaged by some fierce beast. To ordinary people, such a scene would be enough to inspire fear. But Gu Qingfeng understood, according to the demon suppression manual, for a statue worshipped by the masses and capable of warding off evil to be destroyed like this, it must have been the work of a formidable demon. For him, this wasn't a warning. It was a welcome opportunity. He quickly tethered his horse and found a dry corner to sit down. Soon, a fire made from dried branches and grass warmed the air slightly. Just as he was about to roast some bread to stave off hunger, footsteps and voices came from outside. "Miss, the rain is heavy. How about we rest for the night in this mountain god temple?" A robust male voice suggested. "All right, let's stay here," replied a pleasant female voice. Gu Qingfeng felt a tinge of disappointment. Turns out it wasn't a demon, just some travelers. Before he could finish his thought, the temple door was pushed open, and 7 people entered. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed as a guard, followed by a woman in a light green gauze dress. Though her face was veiled, her eyes, as clear as autumn water, and her graceful demeanor unmistakably marked her as a lady of noble birth. Beside her, an impeccably dressed elderly man stood like a butler, never leaving her side. The other 4, armed with swords, bows, and crossbows, positioned themselves around her, providing tight protection. Except for the veiled woman, who seemed slightly surprised by Gu Qingfeng's presence, the others remained unfazed, clearly skilled fighters already aware of his presence. Gu Qingfeng curiously observed the group in front of him, his gaze involuntarily lingering on the veiled woman. Her partially hidden face evoked the imagery of a classical poem, akin to half hidden behind a pipa, stirring an urge to see more. However, he was not a frivolous person, so he politely glanced a few times before averting his eyes, though he couldn't help but compare her to Xiao Shimi in his mind. Xiao Shimi is still more beautiful. The leader of the guards scrutinized Gu Qingfeng from head to toe, furrowing his brow as he spoke in a condescending tone. "Kid, this mountain temple is too small to accommodate so many people. Here's 2 taels of silver, go find another place." This commanding tone displeased Gu Qingfeng. He looked at the pouring rain outside and the desolate surroundings, thinking, "Trying to dismiss me with a month's salary? Dream on. Not enough, you'll need to pay more," Gu Qingfeng replied calmly. The guard leader was evidently not expecting such a response and hesitated before asking, "How much do you want?" 24 taels. Gu Qingfeng demanded, naming a year's salary. 24 taels? The guard leader's face darkened. "That's nearly my monthly wage. Kid, don't be too greedy." As he spoke, he exuded an aura unique to martial artists. Gu Qingfeng was startled. True Qi realm? This could be troublesome. If the opponent were only in the inner Qi realm, he could still put up a fight and possibly retreat safely with his various tricks. But against a true Qi realm expert, 2 taels didn't seem so bad after all, considering it was a month's wage. Just as he was about to speak, the young lady suddenly intervened. "Uncle Li, he was here first. How can we do this?" She then turned to Gu Qingfeng and said apologetically, "My family acted rashly. I hope you can forgive us, sir." Gu Qingfeng looked at this elegantly mannered lady and nodded. "No problem. But, are you sure you won't reconsider the 24 taels? Even 20 would do." The young lady was momentarily stunned, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes before she couldn't help but laugh. "Sir, Please don't joke, she said. It's dark and raining heavily now, with monsters lurking outside. It's too dangerous. Please stay here and rest. With that, she turned to another part of the area, and the guards began setting up a fire. Gu Qingfeng sighed inwardly. What's so scary about monsters? If it weren't raining, I'd be camping in the wild, hoping to encounter them. Now, I didn't even get the two tails. Gu Qingfeng was indeed broke. At this moment, he was a bona fide pauper, having spent all his possessions on buying a horse. Now, he could only wait anxiously for next month's salary. Not far away, a group of people had set up a lively camp. As the fire crackled, they took various ingredients out of their packed jerky, game, and an array of colorful seasonings and began their outdoor barbecue. Miss, while traveling, conditions are limited. I hope you don't mind the simplicity, an old man said as he handed a skewer of golden roasted meat to the young lady, not forgetting to sprinkle it with cumin, which immediately filled the air with a delicious aroma. Gu Qingfeng stood nearby, swallowing hard, and cursed inwardly, damn rich people. They call this hardship? He looked down at the dry piece of bread in his hand, suddenly losing his appetite. The young lady seemed to notice Gu Qingfeng's gaze. After taking the skewer, she turned to him and said, Sir, since fate has brought us together, if you don't mind, you're welcome to join us for a meal. Her words instantly warmed Gu Qingfeng's heart. Clearly, she was a well-bred lady with a kind and gentle nature. However, her guard was not as accommodating. Miss, our food supply is limited. The head guard glared at Gu Qingfeng, his warning clear. This glare only sparked Gu Qingfeng's stubbornness. He could have politely declined, but the challenge piqued his interest. Without a word, he sat down by their fire, accepting the skewer from the young lady, casually brushing against her soft hand. As for the possibility of poison food, Gu Qingfeng didn't consider it. With a martial artist in their midst, harming him would hardly require such a method. Delicious, Gu Qingfeng declared as he devoured the food. Miss, you are as beautiful as you are kind. I won't forget this meal. By the way, may I know your name? I'm Siwei. And you, sir? Siwei asked, her curious eyes wide with interest, clearly someone sheltered and intrigued by the outside world. Siwei? A thoughtful name. I'm Gu Qingfeng, he replied, his mouth full of roasted meat. Gu Qingfeng? A name as poetic as the gentle breeze and bright moon. Siwei smiled. So, where are you headed? Gu Qingfeng asked casually. My father was recently appointed to Wudong County. Now that he's settled, I'm traveling to join him. Hearing appointed, Gu Qingfeng understood. Siwei must be the daughter of an official, and judging by the setup, her father was likely not a minor one. Coincidentally, he was also headed to Wudong County. At this point, the old man cleared his throat, and Siwei seemed to understand, nodding apologetically to him. Wudong County? Huh? What a coincidence. I'm from there, Gu Qingfeng said. Siwei's eyes lit up. Really? That's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect you, Mr. Gu, to be from Wudong County. Could you tell me about some of the interesting local customs and traditions there? You've asked the right person. Wudong County. Silence. Gu Qingfeng was about to speak when an old man beside him suddenly interrupted. He turned to see the old man's expression change drastically, his eyes like a hawk's, fixed on the door as if he saw something terrifying beyond it. The surrounding guards immediately became alert, drawing their long swords in unison and pointing them at the door. At that moment, a loud, rhythmic sound of footsteps approached from outside, as if hundreds of people were rushing towards them. The old man's face darkened. Protect the young lady. I'll go check it out. Before his words had fully left his mouth, he had already disappeared. Gu Qingfeng was secretly alarmed. The old man's speed was so fast that he couldn't even see his movements. The aura he had just briefly emitted was clearly of the Gangqi realm. In martial arts, there are 5 realms: gathering qi, inner qi, true qi, Gangqi, and innate. This old man was nearing the level of an innate grandmaster, equivalent to a high-ranking demon slayer. A sinister, eerie laugh suddenly echoed from outside the temple. Xing, you old ghost, you were hard to find along the way. Didn't expect you to take this risky path instead of the main road. You are the bone master of the blood demon sect? The old man's voice carried a hint of fear. Hehehe, you have some knowledge. I'm in a good mood today. Hand over Si Qingyun's daughter, and I'll spare your life. Humph, even if I die, I won't let you touch a single hair on the young lady. Siwei asked nervously, Uncle Li, what is the blood demon sect? Who is the bone master? Why does Elder Xing seem so wary of him? The head guard explained gravely, Miss, the blood demon sect is a cult of martial artists who worship demons. These lunatics seek great power and immortality by practicing demonic arts, trying to turn themselves into demons. They are neither human nor demon, committing all kinds of evil, even cannibalism. The Bone Master is one of their leaders, not only a Gangqi realm expert, but also a descendant of the corpse refinement lineage. See cannibalism? Siwei exclaimed, her face turning pale as she nearly collapsed. Gu Qingfeng quickly caught her. Realizing she was in contact with a stranger, Si Wei's face flushed under her veil, and she hurriedly pulled away from his arms. Uncle Li, why does the blood demon sect want to capture me? Is it because of my father? Exactly. Master Si recently became the governor of Wudong County after cracking a major blood demon sect case. They're probably trying to retaliate against him by capturing you. Gu Qingfeng listened from the side, raising an eyebrow slightly. It turned out that Si Wei's father was the governor of Wudong County, holding the highest authority there. However, these political standings meant nothing to him. He was only concerned about one issue. Excuse me, may I ask something? Gu Qingfeng suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to him. Are the people from the blood demon cult human or demon? The head guard frowned and asked, why do you ask? Dealing with demons and monsters is my specialty, so I need to confirm. Gu Qingfeng straightened his posture and said seriously, I, Gu Qingfeng, am an apprentice demon hunter from Wudong County's Demon Suppression Department. This statement instantly silenced the entire mountain temple. The head guard looked incredulous, while Si Wei naively cheered, that's great, young Master Gu. The demon hunters from the Demon Suppression Department are experts at slaying demons. Surely you can handle the White Bone Master outside. Miss, he's just an apprentice demon hunter, the lowest rank, and his cultivation is still at the chi gathering stage, the head guard pointed out bluntly. Si Wei was immediately disappointed. Oh, in that case, young Master Gu, perhaps you shouldn't go out. Let Uncle Li and the others protect you. Gu Qingfeng didn't bother to argue and continued to press. Is the White Bone Master human or demon? Most people from the blood demon cult are half human, half demon. They practice demonic arts and transplant demon organs, but it's not easy for humans to fully become demons, so they're generally referred to as half demons. Half demons? Gu Qingfeng pondered, simultaneously asking the system in his mind if it could handle half demons. The system's cold voice promptly responded, this system is called the Get Stronger When Attacked by Demon system, not the Get Stronger When Attacked by Half Demon system, understand? Useless system. Gu Qingfeng cursed inwardly, feeling a chill. If old Master Xing couldn't defeat the White Bone Master, wouldn't he be in trouble as well? At that moment, there was a violent banging on the door outside the mountain temple. Everyone's eyes turned to the door frame, which was on the verge of collapse. Boom. The door was blasted open, and a group of green-faced, sharp-toothed, ragged humanoid creatures swarmed in. They were the source of the previous footsteps. Seeing these zombie-like creatures, Gu Qingfeng actually smiled. Although he couldn't deal with the White Bone Master, he was confident he could handle these zombies, perhaps providing an opportunity to break through. Hundreds of zombies roared in unison, rushing towards the temple interior. The head guard reacted swiftly, shouting, protect the young lady, before positioning himself at the entrance. His body surged with true energy, and he swung his long blade at the nearest zombie. The zombie was fiercely struck by the sharp blade and sent flying, but it merely staggered before regaining its balance. A bronze-armored corpse, the head guard exclaimed, his face changing dramatically. In his understanding, zombies were categorized into 5 levels. Ordinary zombies, iron-armored corpses, bronze-armored corpses, silver-armored corpses, and gold-armored corpses. A bronze-armored corpse had the strength of a true energy realm martial artist and posed a deadly threat to them. Fortunately, most of the zombies present were iron-armored corpses, with only a few being bronze-armored. The narrow entrance worked to their advantage, as these mindless zombies couldn't tear down walls or climb through windows. The head guard alone could form an effective defense at the doorway. Any that slipped through were easily handled by the other 4 guards, all at the internal energy realm. The battle reached a stalemate. The zombies couldn't break through the defense line, and the guards couldn't break out of the siege. The real decider of victory lay in the confrontation outside between Old Xing and the Bone Master. Gu Qingfeng seized a moment to observe the fight outside. He saw Old Xing locked in a fierce battle with a man in a black robe, his features obscured. The duel between these strong martial artists left him trembling with fear. Each clash toppled swathes of trees, and the gusts from their blows tore up the ground. At this level of combat, even Gu Qingfeng's resilience wouldn't withstand a single hit. Die! Old Xing suddenly roared, his veins bulging as his muscles swelled, ripping his clothes apart. His scarred and knotted muscles were exposed, radiating fierce energy as he charged at the Bone Master. Trying to fight to the death? With just you? The Bone Master sneered, meeting him heat. Boom. 2 humanoid figures collided violently, producing a deafening explosion. After a momentary deadlock, Old Xing was blasted back like a cannonball, carving a long trench in the ground and crashing through dozens of trees before coming to a stop. The Bone Master remained unmoved, unharmed. Old Xing. Si Wei cried out in despair, as if she had lost her last hope. Old Xing's face was ashen, blood pouring from his mouth, his bones shattered. He stared in shock at his opponent, seeing the Bone Master's black robe shredded by the shockwave, revealing a dark silver, metallic body. You've turned yourself into a silver-armored corpse. Old Xing exclaimed in horror. The Bone Master laughed triumphantly. This is the perfection of a zombie. Invulnerable, immensely strong, and eternal life sustained by fresh blood. Quick, take the young lady and escape. Old Xing shouted in despair. But with the zombies surrounding them, there was nowhere to run. Tears welled in Si Wei's eyes, and she was on the verge of breaking down. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng smiled. System, zombies fall under the category of demons and monsters, right? He asked internally. Yes, the system replied succinctly. Gu Qingfeng's smile widened. He had thought he was doomed because the system was ineffective against half-human, half-demon beings. But since the Bone Master had turned himself into a pure zombie, this gave him an opportunity. Today, I shall reveal my power to the world. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. Si Wei, who was closest to Gu Qingfeng, caught his whisper and turned her head to look at his mysteriously smiling face. Young Master Gu, what did you just say? Something holy? Gu Qingfeng flashed a brilliant smile, his white teeth standing out in the dim light. Nothing special. I just wanted to say thank you for the grilled meat. It was really good. As a return favor, let me take care of this Bone Master. What? Si Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the young man before her. Miss, don't listen to this crazy boy's nonsense, the head guard quickly interrupted. He's obviously scared out of his wits. Gu Qingfeng did not argue. He simply stepped forward calmly, lightly patting the head guard on the shoulder as he passed by. Step aside, you little. Before the head guard could finish his sentence, Gu Qingfeng had already walked through the defensive circle, heading straight towards the dense horde of zombies. Everyone was stunned, watching in disbelief as this extraordinary scene unfolded. A young man of flesh and blood was leisurely walking towards hundreds of terrifying zombies. No one could imagine what would happen next, but they had already envisioned Gu Qingfeng being torn to pieces in their minds. The next moment, the swarm of zombies enveloped Gu Qingfeng like a swarm of bees, quickly engulfing him. Si Wei screamed in shock. But to everyone's astonishment, the living ball, formed by zombies, began to move slowly. In the center of the ball, Gu Qingfeng's face showed not pain but delight. In his mind, system notifications kept ringing. Ding. Attacked by iron-armored corpse, defense 20202020. Ding. Attacked by bronze-armored corpse, defense 30303030. Each notification was accompanied by a warm current flowing into his body. He could clearly feel his muscles, skin, and bones undergoing a transformation. The original blue-gold glow gradually faded, replaced by an increasingly brilliant pure golden hue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking the defense limit. Copper skin and iron bones evolved into diamond body. With the final notification, Gu Qingfeng's body transformed completely into a golden, statue-like presence. He continued walking forward, covered in frenziedly biting zombies, appearing from a distance like a massive, slowly moving living sphere. It's moving, it moved! The head guard watched the bizarre scene in shock. How are these zombies moving on their own? Could it be young Master Gu? Si Wei recalled Gu Qingfeng's earlier confident smile and suddenly realized that this young man might indeed have a plan. We can't worry about that now, let's retreat while we can, the head guard decided swiftly, leading his men to escort Si Wei out of the mountain temple. In the distance, the Bone Master frowned as he observed everything, puzzled as to why his zombie horde was letting these people go. However, the most shocking event was yet to come. A figure glowing with golden light slowly emerged from the horde of zombies. Gu Qingfeng walked with an unhurried grace, the golden light enveloping him like an invisible armor. Every zombie that lunged at him was repelled by this radiant aura, allowing him to stroll through the undead as if he were merely taking a leisurely walk. The guards were dumbfounded, never having witnessed such an astonishing scene. The head guard's mouth hung open, rendered speechless. Si Wei's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Qingfeng's figure. Despite being a formidable expert in the realm of Qi, Elder Xing, who lay on the ground, acknowledged that while he could handle the zombies, he could not so effortlessly ignore their attacks as Gu Qingfeng did. At that moment, everyone present realized Gu Qingfeng's extraordinary nature. Elder Xing calculated silently. This person must have disguised his true cultivation level, which far surpasses the third level of Qi gathering he previously displayed. Either his abilities are well beyond my own, or he possesses some unique secret technique. The Bone Master stared intently at Gu Qingfeng's dazzling golden light and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you, boy?" Gu Qingfeng slowly raised his eyes, his gaze calmly sweeping over the Bone Master, his tone serene yet undeniably commanding. "I am just an ordinary traveler. This young lady once treated me to roasted meat, and today, I have come to take your life as a token of my gratitude. If you choose to end your own life, it will save me some effort." His words left the scene in utter silence. Such audacious language and formidable confidence left everyone present deeply shaken. The head guard's face flickered with uncertainty, beginning to regret his earlier underestimation of Gu Qingfeng. Meanwhile, Siwei was particularly moved by Gu Qingfeng's mention of being grateful for her hospitality. Her heart stirred with an unusual emotion. Since ancient times, beauties have admired heroes, especially those who stand up for them. Do you want me to take my own life? Baigu Shangren retorted with a bitter laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you even know who you're speaking to? I am the foremost guardian of the blood demon sect, unmatched by anyone below the level of a grandmaster. And who do you think you are? His right hand suddenly rose, and a blinding ball of energy formed in his palm. The air within a 10-foot radius seemed to be sucked away, creating a terrifying vortex with a piercing howl. Baigu Shangren struck with his palm. With a deafening roar, the energy wave surged like a landslide, its overwhelming power changing the expressions of everyone present. Even Xing Lao, who was also at the energy level, couldn't help but feel a chill. This strike was perilously close to Grandmaster level, far surpassing their previous encounter. Yet Gu Qingfeng, standing directly in the path of the attack, remained completely still, his hands calmly behind his back, his expression almost indifferent. A flicker of malice crossed Baigu Shangren's eyes. Though the opponent's calm demeanor made him wary, the attack was already unleashed. Boom! The energy wave slammed into Gu Qingfeng, sending dust and debris flying high into the air, completely obscuring his figure. Ehehe! Baigu Shangren's triumphant cackle echoed through the night. Is that all? A calm voice emerged from the dust. Baigu Shangren's laughter abruptly stopped, his smug expression frozen in place. As the mountain breeze swept the dust away, Gu Qingfeng's figure stood unshaken, enveloped in a nearly tangible golden aura. Beneath him, the ground had caved in nearly 30 feet, littered with the remains of Baigu Shangren's zombie minions. Gu Qingfeng walked slowly out of the wreckage, his gaze steady on Baigu Shangren, and said calmly, "Is this all you've got?" The disappointment in his voice sent a chill down Baigu Shangren's spine. Impossible! The Bone Master let out a hysterical scream, his eyes wide with disbelief, his entire body trembling. Decades of arduous cultivation, even at the cost of becoming a demon for power. And yet the scene before him shattered his understanding. His full-force attack seemed as ineffective as striking an iron mountain. Who are you? The Bone Master's voice inadvertently carried a trace of fear. Gu Qingfeng's lips curled slightly. My name is Gu Qingfeng, an apprentice demon slayer from the Demon Suppression Division in Wudong County. This was the second time he had spoken these words, but the reaction was markedly different. No one dared to underestimate the term apprentice demon slayer anymore. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Siwei looked at the head of the guards in confusion, her gaze clearly questioning. Didn't you say apprentice demon slayers were weak? The head of the guards was too shocked to speak. This kind of strength? How can it be an apprentice demon slayer? It's clearly at the level of a heaven-ranked demon slayer. Are you kidding me? You think you've won? The Bone Master roared, clearly convinced that Gu Qingfeng was deliberately humiliating him. So what if you're an innate master? I will destroy a master today. Everyone present, except for Siwei, who was not versed in martial arts, regarded Gu Qingfeng as a master-level expert with exceptional youthful appearance. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he could take the Bone Master's full-force attack unscathed. Hearing that his opponent had more tricks up his sleeve, Gu Qingfeng became even more excited. The previous attack had already allowed his defensive power to break through 3 times in a row, and now he was just a little short of breaking through the limit again. Show me whatever moves you have left. I hope you can make this even more enjoyable for me. Fine. You asked for it, the Bone Master shouted. Bone Demon Fire. With his command, a bone-white flame appeared out of thin air in his hand. This flame was extraordinarily eerie, not only entirely pale like bone, but also vaguely showing a grotesque laughing skull. The intense heat instantly swept the surroundings, distorting the air with its high temperature, making the Bone Master's figure appear even more terrifying in the light of this dreadful flame. Prepare to die. Baigu Shangren roared fiercely, pushing his hands forward to unleash the Bone Demon Fire towards Gu Qingfeng. The pale flames screeched sharply, twisting and turning like a living creature, rushing straight at Gu Qingfeng. However, Gu Qingfeng stood still, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the nearby Elder Xing suddenly recognized the origin of the Bone Demon Fire, his face turning pale with shock. No, get out of the way. But it was too late. The pale flames had already engulfed Gu Qingfeng, shrouding him entirely. Seeing this, Baigu Shangren laughed maniacally. Haha, such arrogance. This Bone Demon Fire was forged over decades with tens of thousands of bones and hundreds of demon skeletons at the Qi condensation level. It's designed to corrupt both flesh and soul, even if you are a... Before he could finish, a comfortable sigh emanated from within the flames. Ah, so warm. A system notification rang out. Ding. You've been attacked by Bone Demon Fire. Fire attribute 100, 100100. Congratulations. Host has acquired the innate ability to control fire. Ding. You've been attacked by Bone Demon Fire. Fire attribute 100, 100100. Congratulations. Host's innate ability to control fire has evolved to Master Fire. Bai Gu Shangren was stunned, screaming hysterically, "Impossible. This must be an illusion. No one can survive the Bone Demon Fire." Gu Qingfeng's figure slowly emerged from the flames, surrounded by a white glow, resembling a super scion. He asked eagerly, "Is there more?" Facing the frantically muttering Bai Gu Shangrun, Gu Qingfeng sighed lightly. "If that's the case, then you can go die." With that, he activated his fire mastery ability, severing the mental connection between Bai Gu Shangren and the Bone Demon Fire. Bai Gu Shangren immediately suffered a mental backlash, spitting blood, his expression withering as he wailed, "No, my Bone Demon Fire. Give it back." "Sure, here you go." Gu Qingfeng agreed readily, then commanded the Bone Demon Fire to attack Bai Gu Shangren. The silver-armored corpse melted like a wax figure in an instant, unable to even scream, with its bones incinerated into nothingness, disappearing completely from the world. Finally, Gu Qingfeng casually inhaled, absorbing the entirety of the Bone Demon Fire into his body, gaining another trump card capable of threatening innate masters. He felt only a slight regret that Bai Gu Shangrun didn't help his defense break through the limit. "Ah, I was hoping to see what comes after the Vajra body." Gu Qingfeng felt a twinge of disappointment as he looked at the ashes of the once formidable Bai Gu Shangren, incinerated by the demonic flames. Regret gnawed at him. A storage ring belonging to a master at the pinnacle of the Qi realm would surely have been filled with rare treasures, mystical weapons, elixirs, secret techniques, and even gold and silver, all now reduced to nothing. He couldn't help but calculate the loss, estimating that the fire had consumed treasures worth millions of silver taels. The scene was silent, with Si Wei and the others staring blankly at the sighing Gu Qingfeng, too afraid to speak. Finally, Si Wei broke the silence, her voice soft and concerned. "Gu Gongzi, are you all right?" Hearing the gentle inquiry, Gu Qingfeng masked his disappointment and turned to her with a warm smile. "I'm fine." "Si Wei, are you hurt?" "No, I'm not," Si Wei replied, her cheeks suddenly flushing with a blush that was thankfully hidden by her veil. "Since everyone is okay, why don't we continue enjoying the roasted meat?" "It was quite delicious," Gu Qingfeng said nonchalantly, as if defeating a master of the Qi realm was just a minor task. The others were taken aback, surprised that he could still think about the roasted meat at such a moment. At this point, the injured Elder Xing approached, bowing respectfully to Gu Qingfeng. "Thank you for saving our lives, sir. I apologize for any offense earlier." Gu Qingfeng quickly helped Elder Xing up. "There's no need for such formality. I'm merely an apprentice demon hunter from the Demon Suppression Division. Saving people is my duty. Besides, Si Wei's roasted meat is indeed delicious." He playfully winked at Si Wei, causing her to lower her head, her face a shade of red. Elder Xing noticed this and thought to himself that the young lady might have developed feelings for this powerful young man. He then took out a token and respectfully handed it to Gu Qingfeng. "I am the steward of Si Qingyun, the newly appointed governor of Wudong County, and this is the young lady. Please accept this governor's token. Should you encounter any trouble in Wudong County, it will grant you access without hindrance." Gu Qingfeng's expression remained calm, but he was secretly pleased as he accepted the token, which bore the bold characters, "Governor's Token." Just as he was about to speak, the guard captain who had previously spoken rudely to him suddenly knelt and bowed. "Please punish me, sir. I was disrespectful earlier and deserve to be punished." Seeing the guard captain's remorseful expression, Gu Qingfeng's displeasure subsided. However, he still said calmly, "You indeed deserve to be punished. All right, I'll fine you 24 taels." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback. The tense atmosphere instantly melted away like snow, and a knowing smile appeared on everyone's face. The head guard's face turned red, and he quickly said, "Young master, it was my mistake. Forget 24 taels, even 200 inch. Nonsense." Xing Lao interrupted harshly, his voice filled with anger. "Do you think young Master Gu cares about your money? He's already shown great mercy, and you should be grateful." This reprimand jolted the head guard awake, and he regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself. How could a grandmaster possibly care about such a small amount of money? Mentioning money was an insult to the grandmaster. "I thank you, young master, thank you." The head guard quickly knelt and kowtowed, pulling out 24 taels of silver from his pocket and holding it high above his head. Gu Qingfeng looked at the silver, then glanced at the stern-faced Xing Lao, inwardly lamenting. "I really do care. That's 240 taels, enough to cover 10 years of my salary." But for the sake of his dignity, he silently accepted the silver. Seeing the matter resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully ushered Gu Qingfeng into the mountain god temple. The aroma of roasted meat soon filled the air, and the head guard even offered his treasured wine. During the meal, Gu Qingfeng relaxed and indulged heartily, eating meat and drinking wine. Everyone admired his approachable nature even more, and praises poured forth continuously. After eating and drinking his fill, while the others rested, Gu Qingfeng began to tally the spoils of the battle. First was the Vajra body, a talent that gave him defense far superior to iron skin, likely impenetrable below the Qi condensation realm. Next was the fire mastery talent, allowing him to control fire like the Flame Emperor, immune to fire attacks and capable of seizing control of an enemy's flames. Lastly, there was the bone demon fire left by the Bone Master, forged from the bones of thousands of creatures, immensely powerful and capable of threatening innate grandmasters, while compensating for his lack of offensive means. With the joy of his bounty, Gu Qingfeng slept soundly. The next morning, the group set off together, as they all headed to Wudong County. Due to having to accommodate Siwei, who traveled by sedan share, the journey that should have taken a day stretched into 2. Gu Qingfeng continued on his way unhurriedly, enjoying the time spent walking alongside Siwei. The most noticeable change during this journey was Siwei removing her veil. Her stunning beauty, once revealed, could almost rival the exceptional charm of Xiaoshimi. Xiaoshimi, known for her ability to alter her appearance at will, is considered the epitome of beauty in this world. Though Siwei's beauty did not reach such extremes, it possessed a unique charma, distinct aura. Unlike Xiaoshimi's innate allure, Siwei embodied the gentle elegance of a Jiangnan woman combined with the grace of a noble lady, truly a rare beauty in the world. 2 days passed swiftly, and upon arriving at Wudong County, the group went their separate ways due to individual commitments. Gu Qingfeng needed to head to the Demon Suppression Division to participate in a martial arts competition, while Siwei and her companions went to seek out Si Qingyun. At that moment, the martial arts arena of the Demon Suppression Division was bustling with noise, crowded with apprentice demon slayers eager to watch the matches. The official demon slayers, busy with their duties, were scarce in attendance. In front of the stage, a steward was announcing the rules of the competition. Behind him, 5 judges were seated at a long tablia, lead judge at the Xian level, accompanied by 4 judges at the Huang level. The first match, Yi Xian, Qi Gathering level 7, versus He Yi, Qi Gathering level 9, announced the steward, as the 2 contenders stepped onto the stage. The audience below immediately began to chatter. He is really lucky, going up against someone at Qi Gathering level 7. Isn't this a guaranteed win? This Yi Xian, didn't he say during registration that cultivation level doesn't matter, and that combat strength is king? Let's see how he begs for mercy later. The match began. After 3 moves, He's long blade was already at Yi Xian's neck. You've lost. To withstand 3 moves from me is commendable, but if you want to beat me, you'll need to train for another 2 years. Yi Xian gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man in poverty. Enough talk, get off the stage, he said, forcing Yi Xian back with his blade. The crowd erupted in laughter. Youngsters these days really don't know their limits. Do they think reading a few martial arts novels means they can challenge beyond their level? Never underestimate a young man in poverty? Should we then underestimate the strong and wealthy? Next match, Maji, Qi Gathering level 9, versus Yang Dong, Qi Gathering level 9. Finally, a match between equals. Time ticked away as the match progressed swiftly. On the judges' stand, Xuanji, the exorcist, yawned, appearing somewhat bored. After all, a competition at the Qi condensation stage wouldn't last long, nor would it result in a dramatic 3-day, 3-night battle. Next match, Gu Qingfeng at Qi condensation level 3 versus Lin Xiao at Qi condensation level 9, announced the steward. The moment the words were uttered, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Qi condensation level 3? Who is this Gu Qingfeng, a madman? Lin Zhao's luck has turned. He can win this lying down? Did the steward make a mistake? How dare someone at Qi condensation level 3 compete for the position of yellow rank exorcist? Someone in the crowd explained, it's no mistake. I was there when he registered. The kid believed Yi Xian's words, saying, if it's only about the level, just show your cultivation. Why bother with a match? So, he signed up? Ha ha ha, the Demon Suppression Bureau actually has such a reckless person? It's not just a case of being hit on the head. It's like having no brain at all. Amid the chatter, Lin Xiao nimbly flipped onto the stage, landing steadily. He feigned seriousness, yet inside, he was overjoyed. As a not particularly outstanding cultivator at Qi condensation level 9, he knew that the position of yellow rank exorcist was originally a long shot. But now, a match against a Qi condensation level 3 opponent was a godsend. After an easy victory, he'd face the next day in peak condition, while others would be exhausted from fierce battles. He was already envisioning his ultimate victory. However, after waiting for a long time, his opponent still hadn't appeared. Could he be too scared and just forfeited? Impatient murmurs echoed from the audience. The steward frowned and called out, "Gu Qingfeng, get on the stage quickly." There was still no response. Unable to contain himself, Lin Xiao said, "Steward, why not just announce the result? Whether he comes or not, the outcome will be the same, so why waste time?" The steward nodded and was about to declare. Contestant Gu Qingfeng failed to appear on time, thus forfeiting. "I declare the winner to be Lin." Wait, a voice suddenly interrupted the announcement. Hold on. Don't rush. There was traffic on the way, so I'm late." Everyone turned to see a boy with an apologetic smile. Hurrying over it was Gu Qingfeng. Wow, this kid actually dared to show up. A burst of laughter and chatter erupted from the crowd below. The area around the stage was packed with martial artists eager to watch the spectacle, their eyes full of mockery as they sized up the young challenger. Truly, the courage of youth. This kid is quite handsome. Who knew he was so foolish? How many moves do you think this kid can last on stage? At that moment, Gu Qingfeng pushed through the crowd and approached the stage. "Excuse me, everyone. Please make way. I've got a match to fight." The steward on the stage looked at him coldly and impatiently called out, "Gu Qingfeng, get on stage quickly." Gu Qingfeng leaped onto the stage, scratching his head as he faced Lin Xiao, who stood there with an air of arrogance. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Pointless," Lin Xiao sneered. "Why bother coming up? You're going to lose anyway." "My friend, that's not quite right." Gu Qingfeng shook his head. "We haven't fought yet, so the outcome is still uncertain." Senseless. Lin Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. "Don't say I bully the young. I'll give you a chance. Show your weapon." He didn't touch the long sword at his waist, clearly intending to fight barehanded. "You're not using a weapon? Against you? I don't need a sword." Gu Qingfeng put on a serious face. "That won't do. I'm a man of principle. I never bully someone unarmed. If I beat you using a weapon, you'll say I won unfairly." This made Lin Xiao chuckle. "Don't worry, use whatever weapon you like. I won't say you won unfairly, even if you can make me move a step." "You said it." Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly and then pulled out a wooden sword from behind his back. This scene immediately caused an even bigger commotion below. The judges from the Xin and Huang ranks snapped to attention, as they had never seen anyone use a wooden sword in a duel. "Holy crap, is that a wooden sword? It's just a piece of wood." No wonder this kid dared to compete with only 3 levels of qi gathering. He must be crazy. Amidst the laughter, Gu Qingfeng spoke earnestly. "This sword is 3 feet 3 inches long, 1 inch 8 wide, weighs 4 taels and 5 qian, made entirely of wood from the heart of a 1,000-year-old emperor willow from the extreme north, crafted over 18 years. It's called the Wooden King Sword, a lower-grade Xin-level spiritual weapon. Please, my friend, give it a try." The scene fell into an eerie silence before erupting into even louder laughter. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. By his logic, my iron sword must be a heaven-grade spiritual weapon." Lin Xiao stood on the stage, feeling awkward enough to want to dig a hole and hide. "My friend, I'm using a Xin-level spiritual weapon. You won't say I won unfairly, right?" "No, I won't. Go ahead." "Great. You're truly magnanimous. Then I'll make my move. Prepare yourself." Gu Qingfeng dashed forward like an arrow, the wooden sword aimed straight at Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao stood still, thinking, should I make a move or not? Never mind, the wooden sword will break on its own. However, in the next second, the wooden sword struck directly at his chest. What happened next was completely unexpected. The moment the wooden sword touched Lin Xiao's chest, it suddenly burst forth with astonishing vitality. Countless vine-like tendrils, thick as an arm, erupted like giant serpents, swiftly wrapping around Lin Xiao. He had no time to react before he was completely entangled, like a tightly wrapped parcel. "Wow!" The crowd erupted instantly. Spectators stared in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary wooden lump in Gu Qingfeng's hand, their faces filled with shock. Even the Xin-level exorcist judge stood up abruptly, a trace of incredulity flashing in his eyes, and exclaimed, "A Xin-level spiritual weapon." This exclamation was like a bombshell. The power unleashed by the wooden king's sword was clearly perceived by the Xin-level exorcist, causing a commotion in the audience. Only then did everyone realize that Gu Qingfeng's earlier words were true. This ordinary wooden piece was indeed a Xin-level spiritual weapon. Finally coming to his senses, Lin Xiao struggled frantically, trying to free himself from the vine's grip. However, with his mere 9th-level body tempering cultivation, how could he break free from the power of a Xin-level spiritual weapon? Gu Qingfeng gently placed the wooden sword against Lin Xiao's neck, maintaining an apologetic demeanor, scratching his head as he said, "I concede." Lin Xiao's expression shifted unpredictably as he roared, "Gu Qingfeng, your victory is dishonorable." "My friend, that's not quite accurate." Gu Qingfeng shook his head. You were the one who allowed me to use a Shin-level spiritual weapon. So how can you say my victory is unfair? That's nonsense. Who would have thought a wooden sword could be a Shin-level spiritual weapon? Lin Xiao retorted, his face flushed with frustration. Gu Qingfeng turned to the steward. Sir, are there any rules in the competition that prohibit the use of spiritual weapons? The steward's mouth twitched. There are indeed no such restrictions. He thought to himself. Spiritual weapons are so rare, even I don't have one. Who would impose such a restriction on a trainee exorcist? In that case, please announce the result of the match. Ahem. The winner of this match is Gu Qingfeng. Only then did Gu Qingfeng release Lin Xiao from his binds. Once free, Lin Xiao immediately pointed at Gu Qingfeng and shouted, Gu Qingfeng, don't leave, let's fight again. Before Gu Qingfeng could respond, the Shin-level exorcist intervened. Enough, Lin Xiao. A loss is a loss. Step down. Faced with the exorcist's words, Lin Xiao dared not act out and left reluctantly. As Gu Qingfeng was about to leave the stage, the Shin-level exorcist called out to him. Gu Qingfeng, I am He Fenghua, and I would like to propose a deal with you, He Fenghua said kindly. Gu Qingfeng's heart stirred, having already guessed He Fenghua's intentions. Master He, are you interested in buying my Muwang sword? He Fenghua directly offered a price of 2,000 taels of gold, emphasizing that this was already far beyond the market price for a lower-grade Shin-level spiritual weapon. Gu Qingfeng inwardly scoffed. Indeed, the market price for a lower-grade Shin-level spiritual weapon is around 1,000 taels of gold, but such treasures are seldom available for sale. People are willing to pay as much as 3,000 taels and still cannot find one. Not to mention that the Mu Wang sword was once a D-level spiritual weapon, making its value immeasurable. To be honest, Master He, this Mu Wang sword is a family heirloom, and no amount of money will make me sell it, Gu Qingfeng firmly replied. Oh, if that's the case, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish. Let's drop the matter, He Fenghua said with a smile, though a shadow briefly flickered in his eyes. Gu Qingfeng was well aware of the potential covetousness the Mu Wang sword might attract. His boldness in displaying the sword openly was because they were in the Zhenemo Xi'an official institution with strict regulations. By using it openly here, he was effectively declaring ownership. Even a Shin-level demon hunter would have to engage in a fair transaction to acquire it. Anyone daring to seize it would face capital punishment. Moreover, a stolen Shin-level spiritual weapon couldn't be openly used. Keeping it hidden would be riskier if no one knew he possessed a Shin-level weapon. Potential thieves might be emboldened to kill and steal. Additionally, with the white-bone demon fire in his possession, Gu Qingfeng felt even more confident. After leaving the martial arts arena, Gu Qingfeng returned to his quarters to cultivate. Despite having a system, cultivation remained essential. It was a matter of longevity. A martial artist at the inner chi stage could live to 100, while an innate grandmaster could extend their life by another century. For the sake of longevity, cultivation was imperative. He practiced the Zhenemo Si's fundamental technique, pure yang technique. This technique, with its strong yang attributes, was particularly effective against inattribute demons and was mandatory training for demon hunters. Seated cross-legged with his palms facing upward, Gu Qingfeng began to circulate the technique, absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth. Gradually, a warm current emerged from his dantian, flowing through his limbs and body, completing a cycle before returning to the dantian. Throughout this process, he could clearly feel his body slightly warming from the absorbed vital energy. Time flies when you're cultivating, and before he knew it, a day had passed. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in his starlight gaze, much like a student startled awake by an alarm. He paused for a moment, realizing he'd fallen asleep while cultivating. Feeling the slight increase in his internal energy just a hair's breadth, more than before, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. As a modern person, spending the entire night in meditation, merely breathing in and out, was incredibly tedious, especially when the results were so minimal. System, why can't you just directly boost my cultivation? Gu Qingfeng complained. You always give me attributes like strength and defense. Are you trying to turn me into a muscle-bound warrior? The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Because the host has no cultivation, this system cannot enhance it. What? Are you looking down on me? Gu Qingfeng retorted. What's wrong with being at the third level of qi gathering? Isn't that cultivation? Qi gathering merely stores the world's energy, not true cultivation, the system explained. Only when you reach the internal energy stage, refining energy into your own, will it count as cultivation. Then the system can help increase it. Can't you make an exception? No. Gu Qingfeng shook his head in disappointment. With his aptitude, reaching the internal energy stage seemed a distant goal. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, his strength didn't rely solely on his cultivation level. Arriving at the martial arts arena, Gu Qingfeng was taken aback by the scene. The place was even more crowded than the day before, with official yellow-rank demon hunters present to watch. Just as he was wondering why, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Gu Qingfeng is here. Where? Is that him? Look at the wooden sword on his back. It's the legendary Xian rank spiritual weapon. Can you feel that ancient and profound aura? Gu Qingfeng was amused and exasperated. Were these people drawn here because of the Mu Wang sword? Yesterday, they called it a piece of scrap wood. In fact, he didn't fully understand the true value of a Xian rank spiritual weapon. In the demon suppression department, ordinary yellow rank demon hunters used regular weapons, while Xian rank hunters might possess yellow rank spiritual weapons. As for Xian rank spiritual weapons, only D rank hunters were worthy of them. In the D rank weapon, there was only one in the entire department, held by the Tian rank demon hunter Li Qianren. Heavenly weapons? Merely the stuff of legends, much like Lovey very once heard of them, but no one has ever truly seen them. Amidst a crowd of onlookers, Gu Qingfeng stood with a Xin-level spiritual weapon, the Mu Wang sword, strapped to his back. Having such a treasure as a novice demon hunter was as eye-catching as a schoolboy arriving in a Ferrari. Brother Gu, someone from the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Wudong County, squeezed forward. Name your price for the Mu Wang sword. Don't listen to him. Another person interjected. Sell it to me, and whatever he offers, I'll double it. Brother Gu, just let me touch the Mu Wang sword, just once. Hands reached out from the crowd. Surrounded by men, Gu Qingfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. As the hands kept reaching for him, his fists clenched involuntarily. Fortunately, the steward intervened just in time, guiding Gu Qingfeng to the stage for a martial contest. Grateful for the reprieve, he hurried onto the platform. His opponent this time was a 9th-level Qi-gathering martial artist named Li Hu. As soon as Li Hu stepped onto the stage, his gaze was fixed on the Mu Wang sword on Gu Qingfeng's back, his eyes filled with apprehension. He knew that his only chance against a Xin-level weapon was to end the fight before the sword was drawn. Let the match begin. At the steward's command, Li Hu charged forward like a fierce tiger, raising his long blade to strike Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden assault, not even reaching for his Mu Wang sword. A fleeting smile of triumph crossed Li Hu's face as his blade aimed for Gu Qingfeng's chest, but just before it struck, something unexpected happened. The Mu Wang sword seemed to come alive, with countless vines sprouting from its blade to weave into a wooden shield before Gu Qingfeng. The long blade clashed against the shield, sparking but leaving no mark. Even more astonishing to Li Hu was that tiny branches emerged from the shield, snaking around his long blade like living serpents. As he struggled to free his weapon, the branches tightened their grip, creeping towards the hilt. Li Hu made a swift decision, abandoning his sword and retreating. Gu Qingfeng retracted the shield, smiling as he returned the long blade. Brother Li, your sword. This composure enraged Li Hu, who charged barehanded. Gu Qingfeng remained unmoved, with vines surging from his back, making him appear like a creature of tendrils. Dozens of vines lashed out at Li Hu, forcing him into a desperate, evasive dance. Gu Qingfeng steadily closed in, shrinking Li Hu's space until he was cornered at the edge of the platform. Brother Li, will you step down yourself, or shall I assist you? Glancing around, Li Hu finally gave Gu Qingfeng a resentful look before jumping off the platform. Hey, Brother Li, your sword. Gu Qingfeng tossed the long blade to Li Hu below. Li Hu caught it, bowed, and left. The winner is Gu Qingfeng, the steward announced weakly, clearly having anticipated this outcome. After his match, Gu Qingfeng returned to his dormitory and immediately immersed himself in cultivation. Although it was still the holiday, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the demon suppression prison. After his confrontation with the Bone Master, the demons on the first level seemed ordinary to him, with only the little corpse demon leaving a slight sense of nostalgia. His Vajra body was on the verge of a breakthrough, just one step away from advancing to the next level. However, with his current defense capabilities, the demons on the first level could hardly inflict any effective damage on him. Instead of wasting time there, it would be better to wait until he became a yellow rank demon slayer and head straight to the second level for training. Moreover, the system had clearly indicated that once he broke through to the inner Qi realm, the demon's attacks could further enhance his inner Qi cultivation. Qi gathering stage level 3, breakthrough for me? Gu Qingfeng resolved with determination. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and feeling the newly formed thread-like strand of internal energy within him, Gu Qingfeng fell into contemplation. He recalled the famous story of the twins told by the seniors when he first joined the Demon Suppression Division. 2 brothers with the same talent, practice, and master, yet they diverged due to different training methods. The elder brother practiced tirelessly for 8 hours a day, while the younger brother trained for only 7 hours, using the remaining time for leisure. In the end, the younger brother's progress was faster, illustrating the cultivation world's famous principle of 71 is greater than 8. Understanding this principle, Gu Qingfeng simply lay down to sleep, embracing the concept of scientific cultivation. The next day at the arena, his opponent taunted, Gu Qingfeng, if you're so capable, don't use your spiritual weapon. What's the point of relying on a weapon's advantage? Gu Qingfeng calmly drew his Wood King sword and retorted, "You're mistaken. A weapon is also part of one's strength. Are you going to fight demons barehanded in the future? That's nonsense. How can a duel be the same as facing demons? Why not? Aren't duels meant to select stronger yellow-rank demon slayers to better combat demons? If I let you win today, how will you face demons tomorrow? Do you think demons will go easy on you? You? You're just being unreasonable. My friend, let me give you some advice. The stakes in this duel are too high for you to handle. It might be better to step down voluntarily." The man grumbled as he jumped off the platform, and the official announced with a blank expression, "The winner is Gu Qingfeng." The next day, another challenger stepped onto the stage. "Gu Qingfeng, let's make a deal. You don't use your spiritual weapon, and I'll suppress my cultivation to Qi gathering stage level 3. Let's have a fair fight. How about it?" "Not interested," Gu Qingfeng replied decisively. "All right, Gu Qingfeng, you shameless scoundrel," one contestant cursed angrily, staggering off the martial arts stage. The steward announced emotionlessly, "Congratulations, Gu Qingfeng, for making it to the top 4. The finals are tomorrow." "Ha ha ha, thank you, Gu Qingfeng replied with a laugh. Before the competition began the next day, a group of dissatisfied contestants gathered in front of He Fenghua, the Shin-level demon slayer. "Master He, you must do something about Gu Qingfeng. He's blatantly cheating, only winning because of his spiritual weapon." "Exactly. Letting him use a Shin-level spiritual weapon makes the competition meaningless. Even a dog on stage could win." He Fenghua looked thoughtful as he addressed the crowd. "Gu Qingfeng has indeed gone too far. I will consult with the judges on this matter and get back to you." After sending the group away, He Fenghua immediately summoned a trusted aide and whispered a few words. Soon, this aide found Gu Qingfeng. "Brother Gu, let's speak frankly," the aide said directly. "Master He suggests that if you're willing to sell the Mu Wang sword to him, you can continue using it in the competition. Once you secure the position of Huang-level demon slayer, you can hand the sword over to Master He. This way, you gain a substantial sum, secure the demon slayer position, and earn Master He's favor." He paused, then added, "But if you refuse, you'll be banned from using the Mu Wang sword in the competition, stopping at the top 4, missing the Huang-level position, and displeasing Master He." This coercive offer might have tempted many, but Gu Qingfeng's true strength far surpassed his apparent third level of Qi gathering. Even without the Mu Wang sword, he was confident in claiming first place. Moreover, the Mu Wang sword was no ordinary inferior Shin-level spiritual weapon. "Please inform Master He that the Mu Wang sword is a family heirloom and is not for sale." Gu Qingfeng firmly refused. The aide gave Gu Qingfeng a long look, as if seeing an unwise fool, before turning to leave. In the next match, Gu Qingfeng, at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, faced Hu Banqing at the 9th level. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the audience began to buzz with discussion. What a pity for Hu Banqing. He was the top contender for the championship. With his 9th level of Qi gathering, he's capable of slaying iron-armored corpses, almost reaching the inner Qi stage. Too bad he encountered Gu Qingfeng. "Let the match begin," the steward was about to announce. "Wait a minute." Hu Banqing suddenly interrupted, drawing all eyes to him. "Master He, honorable judges, I have something to say." With He Fenghua's permission, Hu Banqing turned to point at Gu Qingfeng. This man exploits the advantage of his spiritual weapon, shamelessly exploiting loopholes in the competition rules, openly cheating, which is disgraceful. This competition is meant to select the strongest to assume the position of Huang-level demon slayer, but Gu Qingfeng relies solely on his weapon, lacking any real strength, and is utterly shameless, unable to convince the public. I request Master He and the judges to revoke his qualification to use the spiritual weapon and restore fairness to the competition. The moment he finished speaking, the audience erupted. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Well said. I support you. Yes, I've long had enough of Gu Qingfeng. Revoke his spiritual weapon qualification." The scene became chaotic, filled with outrage and noise. Gu Qingfeng watched the scene unfold with calm indifference. He understood human nature too well to be surprised by their reactions, which were not solely due to instigation but also stemmed from jealousy of his possession of a spiritual weapon and his rise to the position of a yellow-rank demon slayer because of it. In their eyes, Gu Qingfeng was nothing without his spiritual weapon. "Enough," He Fenghua commanded, raising a hand to silence the crowd. He looked down at Gu Qingfeng with obvious disdain in his eyes. "Gu Qingfeng, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Gu Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. "You all think I rely solely on my spiritual weapon for victory, but you fail to realize I just didn't want to crush your spirits too much. With the weapon in hand, you can excuse your losses. But if you lose to me, a mere 3rd-level Qi gatherer, without it, your pride might not recover." His audacious words stirred a wave of uproar among the crowd. A 9th-level Qi gatherer losing to a 3rd level? What a joke. Winning a few matches with a spiritual weapon, and now he's got his head in the clouds. What are you without your weapon? Gu Qingfeng sighed softly. I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person and was met with coldness and ridicule. Fine. No more pretense. I've already reached the invincible stage of qi gathering. The scene fell silent for a few seconds, only to erupt in louder laughter. He Fenghua spoke coldly. So, are you agreeing to fight without your spiritual weapon? That's right. Gu Qingfeng's gaze swept over everyone present. Frankly, each and every one of you here is trash. I can win without my spiritual weapon. His words completely enraged the crowd, and shouts filled the air, with some calling for Hu Banqing to teach this arrogant person a lesson. The steward quickly intervened. Quiet. The match begins now. Hu Banqing stood on the platform, a mocking smile on his face. Seems like your arrogance has stirred up quite the anger. Arrogance? I'm merely stating facts. Good. Hu Banqing laughed in anger. Today, we'll see if your words are tougher than my fists. Oh, I heard you're best with a blade. Why switch to fists? Using a blade on you would dirty it. Hu Banqing said no more, his arm drawing back with force, coiled like a spring ready to unleash. Boom. Hu Banqing's fist shot forward like a spring, carrying the force to shatter stones and aiming straight at Gu Qingfeng. The wind from his punch roared with power, making it clear he was serious and intended to severely injure Gu Qingfeng. Faced with this formidable blow, Gu Qingfeng neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stood firm, ready to take the hit. Cold light flashed in Hu Banqing's eyes. He believed no one at the body-tempering stage could withstand his punch without defense. Bang! The fist landed heavily on Gu Qingfeng's chest, the impact echoing throughout the arena. Yet, to everyone's surprise, it was followed by Hu Banqing's piercing scream. Ah, my hand! My hand! This scene shocked the entire audience. Gu Qingfeng had taken the full force of the punch with his chest, remaining completely unscathed. Meanwhile, Hu Banqing was clutching his right hand in agony. In the judges' stand, He Fenghua abruptly stood up. Seeing the blue-gold light emanating from Gu Qingfeng's chest, he exclaimed, Iron Shirt Mastery. Having practiced Iron Shirt himself, he knew it required decades of diligent training to master. Yet this teenager had already reached such a level. The crowd erupted in disbelief. A young man at the 3rd level of Qi gathering had taken a full force strike from a 9th level expert and even broken the opponent's fist. When they learned it was due to mastering Iron Shirt, the astonishment only grew. Is Iron Shirt really that powerful, allowing someone to challenge 6 levels higher? Don't even think about it. This skill can't be mastered without decades of hard work. Then how did Gu Qingfeng achieve it? On stage, Gu Qingfeng calmly watched Hu Banqing, who was still screaming in pain, and said lightly, Desperate? Hu Banqing's face was pale, cold sweat pouring down. Impossible. You're only at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. How can you be so tough? It's just Iron Shirt Mastery. Want to learn? I could teach you, Gu Qingfeng replied casually. In truth, he hadn't even used his Vajra body. The mastery of Iron Shirt alone was enough to ensure his invincibility. Damn it, bastard. I'll kill you. Hu Banqing, enduring the pain, drew the long knife from his waist with his left hand. You think you're tougher than my blade? Hu Banqing roared with a ferocious expression. Prepare to die. 5 tigers gate-crashing blade. His roar was accompanied by a tiger-like growl, and his long sword swung with the speed of the wind, demonstrating his mastery of the 5 tigers gate-crashing blade technique. Gu Qingfeng looked at his frenzied opponent like a trapped beast and shook his head gently. Overestimating yourself, he raised his fair and slender hand, intending to catch the fierce strike barehanded. It wasn't to show off, but simply to avoid ruining his clothes. As the blade met his palm, a piercing metallic screech echoed throughout the venue. Sparks flew where Hu Banqing's sword met Gu Qingfeng's hand. Then, with a slight bend and a gentle twist of his fingers, Gu Qingfeng snapped the sword. Clang! The sword broke in two. Hu Banqing stood frozen, stunned by the broken sword in his hand, forgetting the pain. The hundreds of spectators were equally shocked, leaving the vast square in utter silence. Do you recognize the difference now? Gu Qingfeng's voice was calm and clear. Hu Banqing opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. I didn't want to use my true strength because I didn't want to crush your spirits, Gu Qingfeng continued. Now, you've been defeated barehanded by a mere Qi condensation stage 3 martial artist. What excuse do you have? Will you leave on your own? Or do I have to help you? Hu Banqing's expression shifted erratically before he sneered. I didn't lose. You were just tough physically, but to truly defeat me, you still... Before he could finish, Gu Qingfeng had already moved forward, gripping his face with one hand. Through the gaps in his fingers, Hu Banqing met Gu Qingfeng's calm eyes, sending a shiver through his heart. Bang! Gu Qingfeng slammed him into the ground. Do you concede? No. Boom. Hu Banqing's head was smashed into the ground, his face distorted, leaving a shallow crater. Do you concede? Blood trickled from Hu Banqing's mouth as his consciousness faded, finally succumbing to fear. I con. He passed out before finishing. Gu Qingfeng released him and stood up, turning to the stunned official. Official, please announce the result. The official snapped out of his daze, checked to confirm Hu Banqing was merely unconscious, and declared, the winner is Gu Qingfeng. There was no cheering, no applause, only eyes filled with awe and complex emotions. At that moment, no one dared to say Gu Qingfeng's victory was undeserved. Instead, looking at Hu Banqing's miserable state, an absurd thought arose collectively in their minds. Maybe he should use the spirit weapon after all? Gu Qingfeng slowly stepped down from the platform, and the spectators instinctively parted to create an invisible path for him. Their eyes were filled with awe, as if they were facing a fierce beast that could attack at any moment. It wasn't until Gu Qingfeng completely disappeared from sight that suppressed murmurs began to rise among the crowd. He's too powerful. Is he really only at the third level of qi gathering? I said bad things about him earlier. I hope he doesn't remember. He Fenghua stood among the crowd, watching Gu Qingfeng's departing figure, a shadow crossing his eyes as he fell into thought. Once the scene calmed down, the steward announced the start of the next match. This time, it was Bema Ming, a fighter as renowned as Hu Banqing, against an unknown warrior at the 9th level of qi gathering. Although their match was quite entertaining, the audience's enthusiasm was noticeably low, as they were still discussing Gu Qingfeng's earlier performance. In the end, Bema Ming won without any suspense. In the eyes of many, Hu Banqing and Bema Ming were originally the top contenders for the championship. Both of them had almost reached the threshold of the inner qi stage, their strength rivaling some newly promoted inner qi experts. However, Gu Qingfeng's unexpected emergence had completely disrupted everyone's expectations. Even though Bema Ming won the match, he couldn't bring himself to smile. He looked down at his prized white horse silver spear, feeling a sense of despair. This weapon, which he took pride in, probably couldn't even scratch Gu Qingfeng. As night fell, Fenghua approached Bema Ming. Do you have confidence in tomorrow's match against Gu Qingfeng? Bema Ming shook his head, his spirit dwindling. As a spearman, the most crucial trait was an indomitable spirit, but Gu Qingfeng's iron shirt technique had shattered his courage. A perfected iron shirt could withstand attacks from ordinary inner qi warriors, and though he was nearly at that stage, he was still missing that crucial step. Suddenly, Fenghua produced a long spear and handed it to Bema Ming. What about with this? Bema Ming took the spear and examined it closely, his eyes widening in shock. Is this a spirit weapon? Indeed, Fenghua replied with a smile, stroking his beard. This spear is called Chaofeng, a lower-grade yellow-level spirit weapon I acquired by chance in my early years. It's never been shown to anyone. What does Lord He mean by this? Gu Qingfeng is unruly by nature. If he were to become a yellow-rank demon slayer, he would surely bring harm to the people. I'm here to lend you a hand. No matter how confident he is, his mere perfected iron shirt can't withstand the sharpness of a spirit weapon. Tomorrow, all you need is surprise, and you'll surely win with one strike. Bema Ming was initially excited, but soon hesitated. But sir, isn't it against the rules to use a spirit weapon in the match? Fenghua shook his head. Who said it's forbidden? That's just Gu Qingfeng's promise not to use one, not yours. Bema Ming fell into a fierce internal struggle, his expression shifting. He understood Fenghua's intention to have him cheat. As long as the referee, Fenghua, agreed, the match could proceed smoothly, at the cost of bearing some infamy. After a moment, a determined look flashed in Bema Ming's eyes. What is reputation worth anyway? The day of the finals arrived. The expansive martial arts arena was packed with people, far more than usual. Almost everyone was there to witness the prowess of Gu Qingfeng. The previous night's battle had spread like wildfire throughout the entire demon suppression department. Gu Qingfeng, with his third-level qi gathering, had defeated Hu Banqing, who was at the 9th level. Although Gu Qingfeng was previously known for the infamy of the Mu Wang sword, it was mostly negative. However, that astonishing battle had completely changed everyone's perception of him. Even without the support of a Shin-level spiritual weapon, he demonstrated a formidable strength that struck fear into others. In the martial arts world, challenging someone just one level above is considered genius. 2 levels is an extraordinary genius. Gu Qingfeng, however, had surpassed 6 levels to achieve victory, which defied everyone's understanding and could only be described as monstrous. Throughout the history of the Great Yin dynasty, such an exceptionally gifted individual had never been seen. The impact of this battle was immediate. A wave of interest in learning the iron shirt technique swept through the demon suppression department, with the iron shirt manuals in the library being quickly snatched up. Some even spent a fortune to purchase them from outside sources. Look, Gu Qingfeng is here. A voice suddenly exclaimed from the crowd. A young man with a sunny smile approached slowly. It was Gu Qingfeng. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for him. The bloody victory from the previous day made everyone look at him with awe and respect. Bai Maiming appeared shortly after, but at this moment, no one paid attention to the former focal point. Seeing this, a trace of malice flashed in Bai Maiming's eyes, but when he looked down at the spear in his hand, he regained his confidence. Enjoy your moment of triumph while you can. The contestants took the stage, and the steward briefly announced the start of the match. Standing in place, Gu Qingfeng asked with a smile, Brother Bai, do you want to go through the motions before conceding? Or would you like to concede now? A cold glint flashed in Bai Maiming's eyes. Gu Qingfeng, don't be arrogant. I know you pride yourself on your unparalleled defense, but I have a self-created spear technique with incredible power. If you can withstand this strike, I will concede. How about it? Gu Qingfeng shrugged, unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his solid chest, causing the female demon slayers on the sidelines to cover their faces and sneak a peek. Aim here. I'm afraid you'll tear my clothes. This arrogance infuriated Bai Maiming, but inwardly, he was secretly pleased. Everything was going as Master Fenghua had predicted. Gu Qingfeng's confidence in his iron shirt had reached a blind level, to the point of abandoning any chance of counterattack. Bai Maiming was secretly pleased, as his plan was about to succeed. All he needed to do was use the Huang-level inferior spiritual weapon, Chaofeng, to catch his opponent off guard and easily pierce through the defense they prided themselves on. Then, he could become a Huang-level exorcist and reach the peak of his life. However, just as he was lost in his delightful fantasy, Gu Qingfeng's voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, you don't have some kind of weird fetish, do you? You've been staring at my chest for ages without attacking, and you look all excited. This statement felt like a plunge into an icy abyss for Bai Maiming, leaving his face a mix of pale and flushed. What made it worse was the audience's gaze, now filled with curiosity, especially the women, whose eyes gleamed with unsettling interest. Furious and embarrassed, Bai Maiming swiftly drew his spear, flicking his wrist to make it dance like a silver snake, and pointed it directly at Gu Qingfeng's bare chest. Take my thunder strike spear. The spear tore through the air with a sharp whistle, as fast as lightning and as precise as a venomous snake, carrying immense power. The crowd gasped in amazement, not because they believed Bai Maiming would win, but because his spear technique was indeed impressive. The distance of several steps vanished in an instant, and just as the spear was about to reach Gu Qingfeng, something unexpected happened. Bai Maiming's spear suddenly erupted with a brilliant fiery red light from its shaft. A spiritual weapon. Despicable. The audience erupted in an uproar, shocked that Bai Maiming would use a spiritual tool when his opponent was restricted from doing so. The Huang-level exorcists on the judging panel frowned, but the attack was already in motion, too late to intervene. The fiery red light formed into a massive firebird. The spear tip transformed into a sharp beak, striking fiercely at Gu Qingfeng's chest. Bai Maiming's face twisted into a victorious grin, but in the next moment, a clear metallic clash echoed through the arena. When the flames dissipated, Gu Qingfeng remained smiling and unscathed. Bai Maiming's spear rested quietly against his chest, unable to pierce even the skin. Impossible! Bai Maiming exclaimed in disbelief. This is a spiritual weapon. How can your body be harder than a spiritual weapon? This scene not only stunned Bai Maiming but also left He Fenghua, a Shin-level exorcist, in disbelief. Even as a strong true Qi practitioner, he couldn't withstand a spiritual weapon barehanded. Yet Gu Qingfeng managed to do so with his physical body, which was beyond comprehension. So this is your so-called self-created spear technique? Holding a spiritual weapon and claiming it's self-created? You're quite the character, Gu Qingfeng continued with his smile, though now it carried a trace of chill. I don't believe it. Bai Maiming roared, raising his spear once more. The phantom of a giant flaming bird formed around the spear, charging straight towards Gu Qingfeng's chest with the force of a wildfire. Clang! The metallic clash echoed again, yet the spear remained unmoved. This time, everyone could see clearly that the light emanating from Gu Qingfeng's chest was not the previous azure hue but a dazzling golden glow. It's the Golden Bell Shield, an expert in external martial arts exclaimed from the crowd. That golden light is the sign of mastering the Golden Bell Shield. The statement caused a stir among the spectators. Not only has he mastered the iron cloth, but he also knows the Golden Bell Shield? No wonder he can withstand a spiritual weapon. People whispered among themselves. With the perfected Golden Bell Shield and iron cloth, his body is as strong as a low-grade yellow-level spiritual weapon. Listening to the discussions below, Gu Qingfeng felt relieved. His Vajra body was mistaken for the Golden Bell Shield, saving him the trouble of explaining. Although the two techniques shared similarities, the Vajra body's defense far surpassed the Golden Bell Shield. The iron cloth could resist attacks from those in the inner Qi stage. The Golden Bell Shield could block true Qi attacks, and the Vajra body could withstand even the powerful Gang Qi stage. This system-granted physique was difficult to explain, and the Golden Bell Shield, being a well-known technique, served as the perfect cover. Bastard! Bai Maiming raged like a madman. This is a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon. He frantically struck again and again, the clanging sound of metal resounding non-stop. Yet after each hit, Gu Qingfeng's chest remained unscathed, while Bai Meiming's face grew paler. Enjoy stabbing me? Gu Qingfeng asked calmly, though he immediately sensed something was off with his words. Bai Meiming, staring at his undefeated opponent, suddenly realized, it must be something with your chest. I'll stab somewhere else, he said, aiming his spear at Gu Qingfeng's abdomen, the flaming bird appearing once more. Gu Qingfeng, now furious, finally made his move. He extended his glowing right hand, accurately grasping the throat of the flaming bird phantom. The illusion dissipated instantly, revealing the spear's true form, with Gu Qingfeng's hand firmly holding its tip. I knew it. Bai Meiming, seeing his spear captured, instead showed a crazed delight. So it was your chest. No wonder you let me stab your chest but not your stomach. Infuriated by the remark, Gu Qingfeng slapped him hard. Smack! The crisp sound echoed across the arena, sending two of Bai Meiming's teeth flying. What's your problem, damn it? Didn't I tell you before the fight not to tear my clothes? What are you trying to do? My clothes are expensive, you know? Gu Qingfeng's furious shout echoed across the arena. This statement was like a heavy blow, instantly shattering Bai Meiming's psychological defenses. He finally grasped a despairing truth. The opponent's insistence on not being stabbed wasn't out of fear of injury, but simply to avoid damaging his clothes. Meanwhile, Bai Meiming's prized spiritual weapon couldn't even pierce his opponent's skin. This realization completely broke him, had sacrificed his reputation for today's victory, only to face such a mocking outcome. Gu Qingfeng gave him no time to ponder further, delivering a fierce kick to Bai Meiming's abdomen. With a loud bang, Bai Meiming flew backward like a kite with a broken string, a trail of blood arcing through the air from his mouth. Gripping the seized spiritual weapon spear, Gu Qingfeng felt a twinge of temptation. The spiritual weapon was indeed alluring, but the Demon Suppression Division strictly forbade the seizure of others' belongings. Holding the spear in one hand, he assumed a throwing stance and hurled the spear into the distance. It sliced through the air, quickly vanishing from sight. Go pick it up yourself, Gu Qingfeng said coldly, though Bai Meiming, now unconscious, couldn't hear him. This scene left He Fenghua, a Shin-level demon hunter, uneasy. That was his spiritual weapon, yet he dared not retrieve it, fearing exposure of the hidden truth. Steward Huang, hurry and announce the fight's outcome, He Fenghua urged anxiously. Steward Huang snapped back to reality and promptly declared, the final winner of this match is Gu Qingfeng. The audience erupted in applause. Although Gu Qingfeng initially faced skepticism, his honorable fighting style and overwhelming strength had earned everyone's respect. Steward Huang, you handle the awarding of the token and official position to Gu Qingfeng. I have urgent matters to attend to, He Fenghua said hastily before leaving. His main concern now was his spiritual weapon, Chaofeng. Having failed to obtain the Wood King sword, losing Chaofeng would be a significant loss. Gu Qingfeng watched He Fenghua's hasty departure with amusement. Then, under Steward Huang's guidance, he officially received the Xian Fish Robe, Yanling Saber, and Demon Extermination Token, becoming a Huang-level demon hunter. The Xian Fish Robe was a finely crafted black official robe adorned with mystical patterns and Xian fish, containing defensive and purification enchantments. The Yanling Saber, though not a spiritual weapon, was forged from refined steel and inscribed with demon restraining formations. The Demon Extermination Token was not only a symbol of status, but also a magical device for recording achievements, capable of sensing and documenting the holder's demon-slaying feats. After the competition concluded, Steward Huang led Gu Qingfeng to the registration office. As an official position in the Dian dynasty, the appointment of a Huang-level demon slayer was not as simple as a verbal promise. It required a strict process of registration, reporting to the court, and other formalities. An entire hour later, all procedures were finally completed. Congratulations, Master Gu, Steward Huang managed a forced smile. Being aligned with He Fenghua's faction, he was well aware of the history between Gu Qingfeng and He Fenghua, making it difficult for him to offer a genuine smile. However, Gu Qingfeng, immersed in the joy of his first official appointment, paid no mind to Huang's demeanor and cheerfully replied, "Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. By the way, Steward Huang, I heard there are some benefits for Huang-level demon slayers that haven't been issued yet." Indeed, Huang replied, unable to defy the regulations despite his displeasure. Huang-level demon slayers are entitled to receive a Peiyuan pill and can also select a martial skill from the library. Please follow me, Master Gu. He first took Gu Qingfeng to the pill room to collect the Peiyuan pill, and then to the library. Unlike the first floor, which Gu Qingfeng had access to before, the second floor was more spacious but contained fewer books. This was because the second floor housed valuable martial skill manuals, typically only accessible to martial artists of the internal energy realm. If not for his achievement of becoming a Huang-level demon slayer with the Qi condensation level 3 cultivation, Gu Qingfeng would have had no chance to enter this place. Master Gu, you have 1 hour to make your selection and must leave on time. Steward Huang reminded him, adding, to be honest, you might as well pick at random. Without reaching the internal energy realm, you can't use these skills anyway. You might not even know when you'll be able to use them. Though his words carried a hint of disdain, they were indeed true. Without internal energy, martial skills couldn't be executed. Combat at the Qi condensation stage relied primarily on techniques, like Hu Banqing's Five Tigers Gate-Crashing Saber or Bai Meiming's White Horse Silver Spear, which fell under the category of techniques. But given Gu Qingfeng's opportunistic nature, he intended to choose the best available, even if he couldn't use it immediately. He began to carefully browse through the options. Huang-level low-grade martial skill 8 Desolation Palm. Known for its expansive and powerful strikes, capable of breaking mountains and stones when mastered. Weak, Gu Qingfeng muttered, setting it aside. Huang-level mid-grade martial skill Demon Vanquishing Fist. Created specifically for slaying demons, with explosive and masculine fist intent, claiming to eradicate all demons with one punch. Ridiculous. What exaggeration. Anyone would think it's a heaven-level skill. Besides, if it could kill demons in one punch, where would I get my attributes? After going through several Huang-level high-grade martial skills like Shadowless Sword, Scorching Sun Slash, and Demon Breaking Finger, Gu Qingfeng remained unimpressed. Finally, he reached the bookshelf at the very back. This corner shelf was particularly eye-catching, displaying only 3 martial techniques, with a wooden plaque beside it inscribed with the words, Xian-level martial techniques. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up as he quickly approached to carefully examine these 3 precious Xian-level techniques. The first was a lower Xian-level technique called Falling Star Fist, said to be inspired by the sight of a meteor falling. Its punches were as forceful as meteors from the sky, swift as thunder, and unstoppable. The second was also a lower Xian-level technique, Swastika Seal, originating from Buddhist scriptures. Its solemn aura was said to subdue all evil, making it an effective tool for exorcism. The third was a mid-Xian-level technique, Single-Word Sunburning Sword, created by an anonymous swordsman. It was characterized by gathering the sun's fiery energy, channeling one's own bloodline to incinerate enemies completely. Each of these techniques was incredibly tempting to Gu Qingfeng, but the rules allowed him to choose only one. After careful consideration, he first eliminated the Swastika Seal. Though extremely effective against demons, it was something he didn't particularly need. Next, he dismissed the Falling Star Fist. Despite its impressive power, seeking out meteors to comprehend its essence was too challenging. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the single-word Sunburning Sword. This was a highly risky sword technique, requiring the user to absorb the sun's fiery energy into their body, with the slightest mistake resulting in self-immolation. However, for Gu Qingfeng, who possessed a remarkable physique and fire manipulation talent, it seemed the ideal choice. His fire manipulation talent not only promised efficient cultivation, but also significantly enhanced power. The presence of these 3 Xian-level techniques on the second floor had a hidden reason. The Swastika Seal was placed by the high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Department to provide low-level exorcists with means to combat demons. The Falling Star Fist required the rare condition of meteor comprehension, and the single-word Sunburning Sword, despite being mid-level, had high cultivation risks and low cost-effectiveness, hence its placement on the second floor. At this moment, although Gu Qingfeng had not yet reached the internal energy stage and couldn't fully utilize the martial techniques, a sudden inspiration struck him. Perhaps he could find an alternative path by leveraging his fire manipulation talent and the white-bone demon fire within him. This idea thrilled him. If successful, it would become a powerful trump card. Noticing the time, with less than a stick of incense remaining, Gu Qingfeng initially intended to leave, but then remembered something. He turned and went down to the first floor, finding the Golden Bell Shield in the external skills section. Since others claimed his Golden Bell Shield had reached mastery, he decided it was worth truly practicing it to maintain appearances. 2 books. Steward Huang frowned. Didn't I say you could only choose one? Gu Qingfeng calmly opened the book in his hand and waved it in front of Steward Huang. I picked the Easy Fin Yangjian from the second floor, and this Golden Bell Shield from the first floor. There shouldn't be any restrictions on the first floor, right? There are indeed no restrictions on the first floor, Steward Huang replied, puzzled. But haven't you already mastered the Golden Bell Shield? Why choose it again? Reviewing the old to understand the new? Don't you get it? Gu Qingfeng smirked. How do you think I mastered it? Reviewing the old to understand the new? The words struck Steward Huang like a revelation, causing a ripple of insight. By the time he snapped back to reality, Gu Qingfeng had already left. This moment of enlightenment prompted Steward Huang to rush back to the library and reopen the 8 Wilderness Palm he had been practicing for years. This time, he discovered new insights within the familiar techniques, breaking through his bottleneck and mastering the skill. Any hostility towards Gu Qingfeng dissolved, replaced by genuine admiration. Steward Huang realized that Gu Qingfeng's ability to master both the Iron Shirt and Golden Bell Shield was not just due to his exceptional talent, but also his fundamental approach to practice. Suddenly, he remembered the other technique Gu Qingfeng had chosen. Wait, he chose the easy Jian? This skill was notoriously difficult and dangerous. But then again, someone who understood the martial truth of reviewing the old to understand the new surely recognized the risks. Besides, Gu Qingfeng was only at the third level of qi gathering and couldn't practice such advanced techniques yet, likely just seeking inspiration. With this understanding, Steward Huang went to report back to He Fenghua. However, as soon as he entered the guard station, he was hit by a terrible stench that nearly made him vomit. Lord He, what happened here? He Fenghua's face was dark. Someone accidentally knocked over the night soil bucket. Of course, this was a lie. The truth was that Gu Qingfeng had thrown the spirit weapon, Chao Feng, into the latrine pit, and the sharp weapon had pierced straight to the bottom. To save face, He Fenghua had to retrieve it himself. What do you have to report? He Fenghua asked, suppressing his nausea. Gu Qingfeng has completed the procedures and selected Ezi Fenyang Jin from the library. Upon hearing this, a cold smile flickered in He Fenghua's eyes. He thought, those who practice Ezi Fenyang Jin often end up burning themselves to death, and those who don't suffer destroyed meridians. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng isn't at the inner qi realm yet and can't practice this deadly technique. Well done, you may leave now, He Fenghua said with a dismissive wave, sending Steward Huang scurrying out of the room as if fleeing. After he left, He Fenghua went to shower again. But no amount of scrubbing could rid him of the unsettling slick feeling clinging to his skin. Meanwhile, in the training room, Gu Qingfeng focused on mastering the Golden Bell technique. He initially intended to practice the Flaming Sun Sword, but considering the limited indoor space and the potential risk of setting the place ablaze, he decided to postpone that practice until nighttime in the open fields. He carefully studied the Golden Bell manual, spending the time of burning 2 incense sticks to memorize its key points. Thanks to his strong foundational skills, this external technique came easily to him, and he mastered it in just 4 hours. As night fell, Gu Qingfeng quietly left the training room. At this hour, only the patrol teams were diligently on duty within the Demon Suppression Bureau. Under the cover of darkness, he made his way to a secluded rocky area on the outskirts of Wudong County. This remote spot, largely deserted due to rampant demons, was ideal for training. Once settled, Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes and contemplated the steps of the Flaming Sun Sword. The first step involves prolonged exposure to sunlight to absorb its fiery energy, altering the nature of one's inner energy. This process causes intense pain in the meridians, but Gu Qingfeng, lacking inner energy, could skip this. The second step requires compressing and condensing the sun-infused inner energy until it bursts into flames. This is highly dangerous, akin to handling explosives, but once again, Gu Qingfeng could bypass it. The third step is crucial, infusing the explosive fiery energy into the sword and releasing it through specific techniques to trigger an explosion. This demands precise control, or it could backfire. Gu Qingfeng planned to use the more powerful White-Bone Demon Fire instead of inner energy, following the sword technique's path, which would undoubtedly amplify its power. After an incense stick's time, Gu Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, drew the wooden king sword, and swung it out as instructed by the manual. Apart from the sound of slicing through the air, there was no spectacle. This was expected, as he hadn't yet harnessed the White-Bone Demon Fire, merely familiarizing himself with the sword's basic movements. He continued to practice, swinging the sword repeatedly, mentally simulating the path of the sun's fiery energy, and contemplating the feelings of compression, condensation, ignition, and explosion. After an hour, Gu Qingfeng finally felt that the timing was right. He focused his energy and slowly raised his sword, each movement charged with his full strength. As the sword's momentum built, the spectral white flames within him surged, coalescing into a blinding white light on the blade. Swish! Gu Qingfeng suddenly accelerated, unleashing a slash. With a thunderous explosion, the spectral flames erupted, engulfing him in a pale inferno. When the flames receded back into his body, his face emerged, wearing a wry smile. This failure was not unexpected for him. After all, mastering the single-character Scorching Sun Sword, a mid-tier profound martial skill, was no easy feat, even with his innate fire manipulation talent. However, this talent at least accelerated his training speed by dozens of times, and more importantly, he didn't have to worry about the flames turning against him. Again. Undeterred, Gu Qingfeng swung his sword once more. Amidst the roaring sound, the flames consumed him again. He continued this cycle of attempts and failures repeatedly. The spectral flames were showing signs of fatigue from being summoned so frequently. When his failures exceeded 100 times, Gu Qingfeng decided on one last attempt. If he failed again, it would mean the sword technique and the spectral flames were incompatible. This final strike was executed with a remarkable calmness. Perhaps due to the accumulated practice, he suddenly experienced an unprecedented insight. As the spectral flames condensed on the sword's edge, a terrifying wave radiated out, distorting the air with its heat. This is it. A gleam of understanding flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. Single character, Scorching Sun Sword. As he slashed, a narrow, pale sword light ripped through the night sky like a blazing white thread. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was torn apart. Grass withered instantly, trees snapped in half, and rocks were sliced cleanly like tofu. The power of this strike was like a beam traversing the heavens and earth, illuminating the night as if it were daylight. The sword energy soared higher and farther, eventually vanishing into the distant horizon. In its wake, the top half of a small mountain slid down from a mirror-smooth cut, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Witnessing the astonishing destruction, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but gasp in awe. Gu Qingfeng's words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous explosion that echoed across the sky in the distance. Boom! This earth-shattering sound, like a bolt from the blue, jolted the entire Wudong County. Countless residents were startled awake, and some even fell out of their beds in fright. What followed was even more astonishing. A dazzling burst of fire suddenly illuminated the night sky, resembling an unexpected sun that turned the entire county as bright as day. Gu Qingfeng stood frozen, staring in shock at the horizon. He realized that this explosion was caused by the Baigu Fenyang sword energy that had soared into the sky moments before. The characteristic of the Ez Fenyang sword is to explode after highly compressed condensation, but he hadn't anticipated such a tremendous impact. As the daylight-like brilliance gradually faded, Gu Qingfeng suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed drastically. Without a second thought, he turned and ran, quickly vanishing into the night. Shortly after Gu Qingfeng left, a mysterious figure appeared out of nowhere at the scene. It was a formidable man dressed in black, his eyes dark and focused intently on the mountain that had been cleaved in half, his expression solemn. If Gu Qingfeng had been there, he would have been shocked to recognize this man as his superior Li Qianren, the only heaven-ranked demon slayer of the Wudong County's Demon Suppression Division and an innate grandmaster. Before long, several more figures appeared. Though their faces were obscured by the night, the terrifying aura they exuded made it clear that they were all grandmasters. In an instant, several innate grandmasters of Wudong County gathered at the scene. What an astounding demonic aura! It must be an innate-level demon, one grandmaster said gravely. No, Li Qianren interrupted. It's not a demon, but a heretic from the Blood Demon sect. This is the scent of Baigu Demon Fire, without a doubt. The method to refine Baigu Demon Fire is unique to the Blood Demon sect. Baigu Demon Fire, the other grandmasters exclaimed in shock. Could it be that the Baigu Shangrun has advanced to grandmaster level? It's not Baigu Shangrun, Li Qianren explained coldly. This is the result of Baigu Demon Fire combined with swordsmanship, and Baigu Shangrun does not wield swords. Baigu Demon Fire fused with swordsmanship, one grandmaster exclaimed. How could such an extremely sinister fire merge with swordsmanship? That would require extraordinary control over fire. Li Qianren affirmed, my judgment is not wrong. This person must be a Blood Demon sect grandmaster skilled in both swordsmanship and fire control. Moreover, the swordsmanship used should be the Ez Fenyang sword of the Demon Suppression Division. What? Does that mean the person has infiltrated the Demon Suppression Division? Or is there a traitor within the division? Li Qianren nodded. Indeed. Li, what do you think this Blood Demon sect grandmaster's intention is, coming here in the dead of night? A cold smile appeared on Li Qianren's lips. I have a rough idea of his intentions. What are they? I can't say. With that, Li Qianren disappeared into the night. The remaining grandmasters exchanged glances, and after a long silence, one finally chuckled wryly. Li's character is still as. The sentence was left unfinished, perhaps out of fear that Li Qianren hadn't gone far. Li Qianren stood alone by the window at the Demon Suppression Division, lost in thought. The night was deep, and his gaze pierced through the darkness outside, but his mind was preoccupied with analyzing the earlier events. His brow furrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped unconsciously on the window frame. The sword strike by the innate master on the outskirts of Wudong County, though it only destroyed a mountain without taking any lives, held significant meaning. It was more than just sword practice. It was a carefully designed signal. As an important figure in the Demon Suppression Division, Li Qianren knew well that demonic cults like the Blood Demon sect were mortal enemies of the division. This signal was undoubtedly directed at the Demon Suppression Division, and more specifically at him, the innate grandmaster. The most thought-provoking aspect was the use of the Ez Fenyang sword. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Li Qianren's mouth. The fact that someone from the Blood Demon sect used the division's exclusive martial skill clearly implied that there was an insider within the division. But what was even more intriguing was why they chose the Ez Fenyang sword. So that's it, Li Qianren muttered to himself. The Ez Fenyang sword was far from as simple as it seemed. This mid-grade Shin-level martial skill was actually just a fragment, paired with another mid-grade to level martial skill, the Ez Zhuyin sword. According to ancient texts, both sword techniques originated from a legendary Tian-level martial skill, the Cross Underworld Flame Sword. Theoretically, combining these two sword techniques could recreate the Tian-level martial skill. However, Li Qianren had long studied these techniques and knew that even when combined, they still lacked a crucial part, making it impossible to fully restore the cross-underworld flame sword. This move by the opponent was undoubtedly a demonstration. They had obtained the missing piece. Their real target must be the Demon Suppression Division's treasured-to-level martial skill, the Zhuyin sword. Such high-level martial skills have always been under the custody of successive heaven-level demon suppression envoys, and clearly, the opponent hadn't acquired it yet. A trace of mockery flickered in Li Qianren's eyes. On the surface, the opponent seemed extremely arrogant, openly declaring their intent to seize the martial skill. But there had to be a trap behind this. It's like a thief brazenly announcing a plan to steal something, which would inevitably lead the Guardians to check the treasure, thus exposing its location. Heh. Li Qianren let out a cold laugh. You want me to verify the hiding place of the Zhuyin sword? I refuse. By using such a method, you've actually informed me that the hiding place is secure, with no need for relocation. Slowly, Li Qianren's thoughts began to wander, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He was contemplating using the Zhuyin sword as bait to lure the master from the Blood Demon sect. By setting a perfect trap, he could eliminate a Grandmaster-level enemy and acquire the remaining pieces to complete a celestial martial skill. It was truly a plan that could kill two birds with one stone. However, recalling the opponent's earth-shattering sword strike, Li Qianren couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This matter required careful planning. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng, who had returned to the Demon Suppression Department, was immersed in the euphoria of a successful experiment. Although his earlier actions were somewhat reckless, he couldn't care less. The combination of the Finyang sword and the Whitebone Demon Fire was far more powerful than expected. If the Whitebone Demon Fire was like a cannonball, previously he had been throwing lead balls by hand, but now with the Finyang sword as a cannon, their power complemented each other and was not simply additive. However, Gu Qingfeng quickly realized a problem. The stunning sword strike was a flash of inspiration, like a lucky shot after missing 99 times. To truly master it, he needed a lot of practice. But with such tremendous power, where could he find a place to practice? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not use ordinary flames instead of the Whitebone Demon Fire? With his fire control abilities, manipulating any flame was easy for him. This way, he could practice freely without causing too much commotion. Back in his dormitory, Gu Qingfeng tossed and turned on his bed, unable to sleep as his excitement lingered. Suddenly, he remembered the unconsumed Peiyuan pill he had with him. Thinking of his pitifully low cultivation level, he sat up immediately. Though taking a Peiyuan pill at the Qi gathering stage might be wasteful, with his talent, he feared he would never reach the inner Qi stage without the aid of pills. This reminded him of a story told by a senior when he first joined the Demon Suppression Department. Two twin brothers with identical talent and techniques, having the same master. The elder brother practiced diligently for 8 hours a day, yet he always lagged slightly behind his younger brother. It turned out that the younger brother spent an hour each day playing chess and watering flowers with their master, earning the master's favor and secretly receiving many pills. This story vividly illustrated the importance of pills. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the translucent Peiyuan pill in his hand, took a sniff of its medicinal aroma, and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a strong bitterness exploded in his mouth, causing his handsome face to scrunch up. The Peiyuan pill was indeed enticing in fragrance, yet its taste was unbearably bitter. However, he reminded himself that for a pill, tasting good would be unusual. Just as the bitterness began to fade, a surge of pure energy, like boiling water, erupted in his dantian. This energy was so overwhelming it nearly burst his dantian. This was because his cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Yet he had consumed a pill meant for inner energy realm martial artists, making it hard for his body to withstand such potent medicinal power. As the excess energy started to spill out of his body, Gu Qingfeng became anxious. Wasting such a precious pill was not an option. He immediately activated his pure yang technique, frantically circulating his energy to absorb the pill's power with all his might. Bolstered by the pill, his internal energy grew rapidly, his cultivation speed increasing dozens of times over. An hour later, Gu Qingfeng felt his meridians stretch to their limits. At this critical moment, he heard a subtle crack from within, and the barrier of his realm shattered. His aura surged instantly, breaking through to the 4th level of Qi gathering. However, his joy was short-lived as the remaining medicinal power surged like a tidal wave. The pill meant for inner energy realm martial artists was far more potent than he had imagined. Though inner energy realm martial artists couldn't even break his defense, the pill's efficacy was astonishing. Determined not to waste the energy, Gu Qingfeng steadied his mind and continued his intense cultivation. By the time the morning sun streamed through the window, Gu Qingfeng was still in his meditative pose, unmoving. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which were now shining brightly. A stronger aura erupted from him, had reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi gathering, just a step away from the 5th. This progress filled Gu Qingfeng with exhilaration, making him eager for more Peiyuan pills. Such rapid advancement completely changed his attitude towards pills, even making their bitterness seem endearing. Compared to ordinary cultivation, which was like waiting for a sponge to absorb moisture from the air, taking pills was like pouring water directly onto the spongy world of difference and efficiency. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. The Demon Suppression Division was too stingy, only issuing Peiyuan pills once. If a yellow-ranked demon slayer wanted more pills, they had to keep completing tasks to earn merit for exchange. The approach of the Demon Suppression Office was crystal clear to Gu Qingfeng. Distributing a free pill was merely a way to entice people, encouraging practitioners to abandon their tedious cultivation and instead rely on the pills. Consequently, people would end up working tirelessly, struggling to earn merit points. Oh no! The thought of working tirelessly jolted Gu Qingfeng awake. Today was, after all, his first day reporting as a yellow-ranked demon eliminator. He hurriedly dressed up. His Xian fish uniform was neat, his Yen Ling sword was securely in place, and his demon elimination token glimmered faintly. He jogged towards the office, only to come to a sudden halt at the entrance. He saw He Fenghua standing in the courtyard, delivering a speech to 4 newly appointed yellow-ranked demon eliminators who stood respectfully before him. This scene made Gu Qingfeng instantly realize that He Fenghua had taken over the position of the late Master Yang, becoming the direct superior of the 5 of them. The rule of the Demon Suppression Office was that one Xian-ranked demon eliminator would lead 5 yellow-rank ones, and they, the 5 newcomers, perfectly filled the vacancies under He Fenghua. It's over. Gu Qingfeng's heart sank. The 2 previous instances of refusing He Fenghua flashed before his eyes, and now he feared he was in for trouble. As he hesitated about whether to enter, He Fenghua had already noticed him. Gu Qingfeng, late on your first day of roll call, showing no discipline. You're fined a month's salary. Let this serve as a warning. He Fenghua's voice was icy. A month's salary? Gu Qingfeng was instantly furious. If he hadn't recently won 24 taels, he'd be starving this month. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed the sundial in the courtyard and a smile crept onto his face. Master He, I'm not late. Look at the sundial. Gu Qingfeng pointed at the shadow cast by the sun. He Fenghua stared silently at the sundial. Just as Gu Qingfeng thought he had gained the upper hand, He Fenghua suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife. It's already the hour of the rabbit, and you still haven't entered, so you're late. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng felt like spitting blood. This sly old fox had deliberately waited until the time was up to speak. Such a display of authority. Master He, Gu Qingfeng scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The other 4 newcomers turned pale, clearly not expecting someone to dare confront their superior like this. He Fenghua remained unfazed, calmly saying, I am merely enforcing the law impartially. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingfeng laughed aloud. Impartial enforcement? More like abusing power to suppress dissent. He Fenghua furrowed his brow, his voice cold and sharp. Gu Qingfeng, do you realize the crime of slandering a superior? Gu Qingfeng grinned, revealing his sharp, white teeth. He Fenghua, do you understand the crime of framing a subordinate, coercing and manipulating competitions? This direct provocation made He Fenghua's expression change dramatically. As someone well-versed in the ways of the officialdom, he knew Gu Qingfeng was hinting at his covetousness for the Mu Wang sword. However, showing weakness in front of his subordinates would undermine his authority in the future. Gu Qingfeng, how dare you? He Fenghua slammed the table. In broad daylight, you dare to spout nonsense? Do you really think I won't take action against you? Gu Qingfeng's expression was one of disdain. Since successfully testing the combination of the white bone demonic flame and the Yi Fen Yang sword the previous night, his confidence had only grown. It seems, Lord, he is quite forgetful. Allow me to remind you, on the night before the final, someone came to me and said, Silence! He Fenghua interrupted harshly, his face livid. Such a rebellious character was rare in the strictly hierarchical Demon Suppression Division. Do not speak recklessly. I am a Xian-rank Demon Suppression Officer. How dare you accuse your superior and defy authority? Don't think that just because you're a Huang-rank officer, you can do as you please. Today, I will punish you severely. He sneered. I hear you come from the Demon Suppression Prison? Such insolence must be the result of demonic influence. I will send you back to the prison to be a warden for life. This, however, made Gu Qingfeng's eyes light up. He had been looking for an opportunity to return to the Demon Suppression Prison, and this was a golden opportunity. As a Huang-rank officer, he would have direct access to guard the powerful demons on the 2nd level. With this thought, his gaze toward He Fenghua softened. He Fenghua, seeing this, felt secretly pleased, thinking that Gu Qingfeng was intimidated by the threat of the Demon Suppression Prison. In reality, as a newly appointed Xian-rank officer, he had no authority over personnel decisions, especially since his team consisted of only 5 low-ranking Huang-rank officers. If Gu Qingfeng actually went to the prison, his team would become the weakest in the division. Moreover, Gu Qingfeng was like a mad dog, and if he complained to higher-ups, it could cause trouble, even if it wouldn't topple him. With this in mind, Fenghua decided to issue only a warning. What? Are you scared now? Fenghua's tone softened. I'm not entirely heartless. Since this is your first offense, I'll let you off this time. No way. I don't need your mercy. Just send me to the demon suppression prison already. Gu Qingfeng interrupted urgently. Fenghua was taken aback, his face turning from red to pale. He never expected that his attempt to show leniency would be met with sarcasm and a request to go to the prison. At that moment, he wished he could immediately weaken Gu Qingfeng's team, but unfortunately, he couldn't do that. Nonsense. I'm done with you. Fenghua suppressed his anger. Deacon Huang, take them to select their people. I have paperwork to attend to. With that, he turned and left, his sleeves swaying. Hey, don't go. Gu Qingfeng called out, watching Fenghua's retreating figure with frustration. Ahem. Deacon Huang appeared at the right moment, breaking the awkward silence. Stop standing around. Follow me. The group arrived at the square, where dozens of apprentice demon slayers stood scattered around. They were all warriors of at least the 7th level of Qi condensation. According to the Demon Suppression Division's regulations, only warriors with such cultivation levels were eligible to join the ranks of the yellow rank demon slayers, as this was the minimum strength required to protect oneself against demons. Quiet, Deacon Huang commanded, silencing the chatter in the square. He then began introducing the 5 newly promoted yellow rank demon slayers. Wang Shu, a kind-looking young man in his 20s with a cultivation of the 2nd level of internal Qi. Cui Zimo, an early 20s prodigy with the 3rd level of internal Qi, who carried himself with an air of arrogance. Li Shangnan, a female demon slayer under 20, with the 2nd level of internal Qi, whose skin was slightly dark but had a pretty face. Zhou Xiong, a burly, honest man in his 20s, with the 1st level of internal Qi. When Deacon Huang introduced Gu Qingfeng, he hesitated when it came to mentioning his cultivation level, as if he found it difficult to speak. His cultivation level is at Qi gathering stage 3. As soon as Steward Huang finished speaking, a commotion erupted in the crowd. The apprentice demon slayers began whispering to each other. So, he's Gu Qingfeng? I heard he only won the martial arts contest because of his spiritual weapon and his mastery of the golden bell shield and iron cloth technique. Can someone at Qi gathering stage 3 really become a yellow rank demon slayer? I thought my stage 7 cultivation was the lowest here. A burly apprentice demon slayer scoffed, shaking his head. You guys didn't watch his matches. Even though he's only at stage 3, those at the half-step inner Qi level like Hu Banqing and Bai Meiming couldn't last a single round against him. So what if he defeated a half-step inner Qi with external techniques? Another person retorted. Can he beat someone truly at the inner Qi level? There's a world of difference between inner Qi and Qi gathering. His fists might not break their defense, but can he withstand their inner Qi attacks? Exactly, someone chimed in. External techniques are easy to start with but have low ceilings. They might be effective with low cultivation, but once the opponent's level rises, external technique practitioners become easy targets. Gu Qingfeng is definitely the weakest. Don't choose him, or you'll drag the whole team down. Listening to the chatter, Gu Qingfeng chuckled to himself. A bunch of fools. After a night of intense practice, he had reached Qi gathering stage 4, but he chose to keep it low-key. Outwardly appearing at stage 3, he concealed his true stage 4 strength, embodying the strategy of hiding one's abilities. All right, quiet. Steward Huang's stern voice silenced the scene. Though everyone pretended to listen intently, their eyes darted around, evaluating which yellow-rank demon slayer to choose as their leader. Steward Huang briefly explained, you all know the process, so I won't elaborate. Each yellow-rank demon slayer can take up to 5 people, with no minimum. Once you've decided, line up in front of your chosen leader. Begin. As soon as he finished, the apprentice demon slayers rushed forward, most heading straight for the highest ranked, Cui Zimo. In no time, a long line of over 10 people formed in front of him. Steward Huang reminded them, for overfilled teams, the yellow-rank demon slayer will select 5 people. Cui Zimo scanned the line coldly. I don't want any weaklings here. Anyone below Qi gathering stage 8, leave. Several stage 7 apprentices left reluctantly, opting for Li Chao, Li Shangnan, or Wang Shu instead. Cui Zimo then eliminated a few at stage 8 before finalizing his choices. Gu Qingfeng looked at his empty line with envy. He understood why Cui Zimo was so popular, young, skilled, and a promising path to success. These apprentice demon slayers weren't fools. They naturally wanted to cling to such an opportunity. Exorcism missions are usually dangerous, and having a powerful leader can significantly enhance the safety factor. As Cui Zimo's team quickly filled up, the remaining apprentice exorcists began to shift their attention between Wang Shu and Li Shangnan. Li Shangnan was undoubtedly the next popular choice after Cui Zimo. In the predominantly male demon suppression division, she stood out with her striking features, tall stature, and impressive cultivation at the 2nd level of internal energy, despite her darker complexion, which naturally attracted many admirers. Who should we choose, Li Shengnan or Wang Shu? Of course, Li Shengnan. She might be a bit dark, but those long legs are something. Besides, once the lights are out, it doesn't matter. Maybe over time, feelings will develop and things will turn around. As the two men whispered to each other and approached Li Shengnan, she, with her keen hearing, caught their conversation. Her eyebrows arched in anger, and she sternly shouted, "Get lost, both of you. I don't want lechers like you in my team." The two men quickly retreated, frightened. At this moment, Wang Shu began to showcase his charm. Speaking in a gentle tone, he skillfully deployed his conversational tactics. "Join my team, and we are all brothers sharing the same pot. If I have a bite to eat, you won't miss out. During missions, as your leader, I will ensure everyone's safety and won't let any demons harm you." His words were well received, and many people joined his team. Gu Qingfeng stood nearby, his expression growing increasingly grim as he found himself alone. Worse yet, with only 21 apprentice exorcists in total, and each team needing 5 members, someone was bound to be left without a full team. Though he could handle demons alone, having no subordinates was quite humiliating. Having traveled to this world, was he really going to miss out on being a commanding leader? Initially, Gu Qingfeng felt some comfort seeing that no one was joining Zhou Xiong either. After all, Zhou Xiong had a simple appearance and only the first level of internal energy. However, soon even the two rejected by Li Shengnan joined Zhou Xiong, who welcomed everyone, taking in those left by other teams. Gu Qingfeng was anxious, knowing that at this rate, he would end up with only the most unwanted member. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a solution. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hear me out," Gu Qingfeng urgently called out. Gu Qingfeng's voice rang out, immediately drawing the attention of everyone around. Scanning the crowd, he continued, "I understand why you didn't choose Mimi. Cultivation level is low. It's true that as demon slayers, our main task is to fight demons, and following a strong leader naturally offers more safety." He paused, his tone becoming serious. "But have you ever considered that the demons you encounter during missions won't always be weaker than your leader? What will you do if you face a powerful demon?" This question left everyone stunned. Someone in the crowd responded with a wry smile, "Sir Gu, if we encounter a demon that even our leader can't defeat, wouldn't we just have to run for our lives?" Gu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. "Exactly. So let me ask you, in such a situation, who in the team is most likely to survive?" "Of course, it would be the strongest leader," someone blurted out. "That's right." Gu Qingfeng's lips curved into a slight smile. "But if you join my team, I can guarantee that your chances of survival will be much higher than mine." His words were met with a chorus of scoffs. "Sir Gu, are you saying you'd sacrifice yourself for us in danger?" "Exactly. Anyone can talk big, but who knows what would really happen in a crisis?" Unfazed by the skepticism, Gu Qingfeng smiled even more brightly. "You're right, anyone can talk big. I might indeed abandon you and run in a critical moment." But he paused deliberately. "Don't forget a simple logic." "What logic?" someone asked, intrigued. "I am only at the 4th level of qi condensation," Gu Qingfeng revealed slowly. The crowd was momentarily puzzled. What does that have to do with having a low cultivation level? "Everyone knows my golden bell shield iron cloth technique is fully mastered, and my defense is unmatched here, right?" Gu Qingfeng looked around, and even those with higher cultivation had to admit it. "But don't forget," he continued, "I am only at the 4th level of qi condensation, and anyone who practices external martial arts knows that the higher the level, the heavier the body becomes. You should be able to figure out what that means." The crowd fell into thought. Suddenly, a chubby man lit up with realization and quickly approached Gu Qingfeng. "Sir Gu, I want to join your team." Seeing that others were still confused, the chubby man couldn't help but explain. "Why are you so dense?" "Sir Gu's cultivation is low, and his external martial arts make him heavy. Doesn't that mean the slowest runner?" With that, the crowd erupted in voices of sudden understanding. Gu Qingfeng seized the moment to conclude, "When facing a powerful demon, you don't need to outrun the demon. You just need to outrun me. As I said, anyone can talk big, but there's little self-sacrifice in reality. Let's stick to the facts. The fact is, if you join my team, with your latest stage Qi gathering cultivation, there's no way you won't outrun a warrior at the 4th stage of Qi gathering," Gu Qingfeng declared, standing at the center of the group, his gaze sweeping over the apprentice demon hunters around him. "Your safety will be greatly enhanced. Plus, with my iron shirt and golden bell shield mastered, even if we encounter powerful demons, I won't be killed instantly. I can buy us time to escape. It's simple logic. That's why my team is the safest." His words struck like a hammer, resonating with all the apprentice demon hunters present. Their eyes lit up. This was an undeniable truth. Others might promise to protect them with their lives, but who could really believe that? However, a leader with strong defense but slow speed would undoubtedly put himself in harm's way, as he simply couldn't outrun his team. The atmosphere became lively, with many casting eager looks at Gu Qingfeng's team. Some who had already joined other teams even considered switching. Gu Qingfeng felt secretly pleased. In truth, he had told a white lie. His speed was not slow at all. In fact, it was astonishingly fast, surpassing even typical inner Qi realm warriors. This was due to his unique diamond physique, which not only fortified defense but also enhanced strength, durability, and speed across the board. While defense was his most notable enhancement, the other improvements were significant too. Coupled with his innate superhuman strength, his powerful muscles naturally granted him incredible speed. Despite his omission about speed, Gu Qingfeng's claim that his team was the safest was genuine. When facing formidable demons, while others might rush to flee, he would willingly stay behind to cover their retreat. The other yellow-ranked demon hunters looked at Gu Qingfeng with surprise. It was the first time they'd seen someone so shamelessly recruit subordinates. While others spoke loftily of slaying demons and upholding justice, he was openly discussing strategies for retreat. The most astonishing part was that his argument was so logical and compelling that it was hard to refute. Wang Shu's expression darkened, as Gu Qingfeng's words inadvertently undermined his own earlier bold declarations. Seeing some of his team members wavering, tempted to join Gu Qingfeng, Cui Zimo snorted. As demon hunters of the Demon Suppression Division, instead of thinking about slaying demons and achieving glory, you're thinking of running away. You're all just cowards. With this remark, the previously eager crowd came to a halt. No one wanted to bear the label of coward, and the enticing prospect of achieving glory made some ambitious apprentice demon hunters realize that joining Gu Qingfeng's team, while safe, might not lead to accolades. Watching his nearly full team disperse, leaving only the initially joined chubby one, Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of frustration. After all the effort I put into recruiting these members, why did you have to mess it up? Achieving great deeds is indeed important, but life is even more so. Gu Qingfeng stood before the crowd, watching as most people chose to leave, and couldn't help but reflect on this truth. He understood well that without life, everything else is meaningless. As long as there's life, there's hope. In the end, only two people stayed behind. One was a burly man named Wang Shan, who resembled a 300-pound mountain of flesh and was the first to join the group, exhibiting a thickness of skin that was truly remarkable. The other was a thin man named Su Fan, who wore glasses and had the appearance of a naive scholar. Observing this pair of opposites, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wasn't this the legendary duo of the fat and thin monk? After the recruitment was complete, Steward Huang led everyone back to the guard post to meet He Fenghua. He Fenghua put on a display of authority, delivering a lengthy speech that was devoid of substance before finally beginning to assign responsibilities to each person. Just as He Fenghua was about to assign tasks, Gu Qingfeng heard Wang Shan muttering quietly behind him, "Heavens, please don't let it be Blackwater Village." "What's wrong with Blackwater Village?" Gu Qingfeng turned to ask. Wang Shan was taken aback, his round face filled with surprise. "Master Gu, you don't even know about this? Recently, Lord Yang died in Blackwater Village." This news gave Gu Qingfeng a jolt. He was aware of Lord Yang's death, but had thought it occurred in the Withered Bones Forest. Wang Shan hurriedly explained. The Withered Bones Forest is right behind Blackwater Village. It used to be a burial ground, and later trees grew there, earning its name because of the frequent sightings of bones. He lowered his voice and continued. Lord Yang was a profound-level demon hunter, a master of the true Qi realm. He went there with 4 yellow-level demon hunters, and they were all wiped out. Didn't the Demon Suppression Bureau send stronger people to investigate? Gu Qingfeng asked further. Of course they did. Wang Shan's flesh quivered slightly as he spoke. Lord Li Qianren, the heaven-level demon hunter, was furious and sent an earth-level demon hunter, along with 3 profound-level demon hunters, to investigate. But after several days in the village, they couldn't even find a trace of the demon. In the end, they could only conclude that it might have been a wandering demon that had already left. What are you still afraid of after the demons have left? Gu Qingfeng asked in confusion. Wang Pongzi forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Oh, Master Gu, do you really believe those comforting words? Demons, like dogs, have their own territories and rarely wander about. Especially in a place like the Withered Bone Forest, which is heavy with negative energites, an ideal habitat for them. In my opinion, that demon must be quite intelligent and is simply hiding now that the Earth-level demon slayer has arrived. Once they leave, it'll surely strike again. Couldn't the Earth-level demon slayer see through this? Why didn't they stay to keep watch? Gu Qingfeng frowned. Because there's no need, Wang Pongzi replied, looking at Gu Qingfeng with meaning. Master Gu, do you think the poor villagers are more important, or the dignitaries in a city? These words sent a chill through Gu Qingfeng. He quickly grasped the harsh reality. Earth-level demon slayers are responsible for guarding a city. If demons caused trouble within the city, alarming the dignitaries, and the slayer was absent, those in power would surely report it to the court. In contrast, even if an entire village perished, It would never reach the ears of the authorities and could be easily suppressed. This stark reality made Gu Qingfeng confront the darker side of the world for the first time. He began to ponder whether the Demon Suppression Division was truly established to protect the people or merely a tool for the rulers to maintain their own interests. Master Gu, do you understand now? Wang Pengzi said urgently. We mustn't go to Heshue village. By the way, how's your relationship with Master He? Can you ask him to take care of us and not assign us to Heshue village? Gu Qingfeng smiled knowingly. My relationship with Master He is quite good. He'll certainly give me special attention. He emphasized the word attention. Wang Pengzi, missing the sarcasm, breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, that's great. It seems choosing to be your subordinate was indeed wise. Gu Qingfeng said nothing, but he was calculating in his mind. A demon capable of killing an Earth-level demon slayer must be formidable, certainly surpassing the first level of the demon suppression prison. With his relationship with Master He, this opportunity was sure to fall on him. Indeed, when tasks were assigned, He Fenghua casually said, Gu Qingfeng, you'll be responsible for Heshue village from now on? Gu Qingfeng glanced around at the mocking look in He Fenghua's eyes and the gloating expressions of his colleagues, and he silently smiled. This was set in stone. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi turned pale with fright and stammered, Master Gu, didn't you say you had a good relationship with Master He? After assigning tasks, He Fenghua offered a few motivational words before announcing the meeting's end. Rest for 3 days. In 3 days, all yellow-ranked demon slayers must arrive at their assigned villages and towns. That's all for today. You may leave. Yes, Master He, everyone responded in unison, filing out of the room. He Fenghua stood in place, watching Gu Qingfeng's departing figure with a cold smile. Assigning Gu Qingfeng to the perilous Heshue village was a deliberate move. Ever since Gu Qingfeng refused to sell the Mu Wang sword, He Fenghua had harbored resentment toward him. Being publicly contradicted by Gu Qingfeng only fueled his desire to eliminate him. However, the strict rules of the Demon Subjugation Bureau prevented He Fenghua from openly targeting Gu Qingfeng, so he planned to use the demons of Heshue village to get rid of this thorn in his side. On the way back, Wang Fadi was sweating profusely, anxiously trying to persuade him. Master Gu, please listen to me. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him. What do you want to say? Why don't you ask Master He to assign you to another village? If it's a matter of money, I have some savings. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand to interrupt him. To be honest, there's bad blood between He Fenghua and me. No amount of money will change his mind. Hearing this, Wang Fadi's face turned pale. He realized he was in trouble. He had followed Gu Qingfeng for safety, but now he found himself in a dire situation because Gu Qingfeng had offended their superior. Wang Fadi's eyes darted around as he suggested, how about we just patrol the outskirts of Heshue village in 3 days without going inside? That would still count as completing the task. Seeing Wang Fadi's anxious and hopeful expression, Gu Qingfeng secretly smiled but maintained a serious demeanor. How can that be right? As demon slayers, it's our duty to protect the people by slaying demons. Knowing that Heshue village suffers from demon attacks and doing nothing would be deceitful. How could we face the world with such dishonesty? This left Wang Fadi speechless, making him question if this was the same person who had previously said, run if you encounter demons. Wang Fadi, say something. Persuade Master Gu. Wang Fadi turned to Su Fan, who had been silent. Huh. Oh. Su Fan snapped out of his daze and said, Master Gu is right. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng chuckled and patted Su Fan on the shoulder in encouragement. Wang Fadi was so frustrated his whole body shook. Pointing at Su Fan, he exclaimed, Su dullard. I asked you to persuade Master Gu, and this is what you say? But I think Master Gu is right. As demon slayers of the Demon Subjugation Bureau, it's our duty to slay demons. We can't shirk our responsibilities, Su Fan replied earnestly. Wang Fadi, if you're so wise, why did you join Master Gu's team after his speech? Su Fan scratched his head. The book says a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Master Gu's team is the safest, so I joined. If a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, why insist on going to Heshue village? The book says it's not gentlemanly to ignore those in peril. You. Wang Pengzi was so exasperated that his eyes rolled up, unable to form a complete sentence. His round face flushed red, and his hands waved wildly in the air, much like a toppled spinning top. Gu Qingfeng watched the pair with an amused smile tugging at his lips. Their antics reassured him that he had made the right choice. At least the days ahead wouldn't be dull. To calm their nerves, Gu Qingfeng spoke in a steady voice, rest assured. With me here, mere demons are nothing to worry about. This statement only made Wang Pengzi spiral into further despair. Internally, he ranted. What kind of bizarre team is this? The captain is already boasting beyond measure with just 4 levels of chi gathering, and the only teammate is a bookworm. How is a normal person supposed to cope with this? After they parted ways, Gu Qingfeng found a training room to practice. With 3 days left before heading to Heshue village, he decided to make use of the time by practicing the Yitzi Finyang sword. He opted to start with ordinary fire. Though its power was limited, it was sufficient within the protected confines of the training room. Taking out the prepared fire striker, Gu Qingfeng lit it with a flint and began manipulating the fire. This process made him realize a crucial problem. In real combat, he couldn't always rely on lighting a fire on the spot. Although he had a talent for fire manipulation, it only allowed him to control fire, not create it from nothing. Using the white bone demon fire would be too conspicuous, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not design the sword like a lighter? Construct the blade with special flint materials, fill the sheath with a special fire oil, and add a clever latch mechanism. This way, drawing the sword would ignite the fire oil through friction, instantly creating a flaming sword. Any excess fire oil wouldn't be a problem, as he could control it with his fire manipulation talent. This idea excited Gu Qingfeng so much that he jumped up. That's the brain of a modern person for you, he thought proudly, and immediately rushed out of the training room, heading straight to the armory. With his yellow rank Demon Slayer badge, he easily found a highly reputed old blacksmith. When he shared his innovative idea, the seasoned blacksmith, who had spent a lifetime forging metal, widened his eyes in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Master Gu, there's something I've been hesitant to say, the old blacksmith said, rubbing his rough hands with a troubled expression. Speak freely, whatever it is. Gu Qingfeng encouraged him to continue. According to your design, it is indeed possible to forge such a fire sword. However, being made from flint, the sword will be extremely fragile and won't withstand any clashes. It will shatter at the slightest impact. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. No matter, just forge it as I instructed. He knew in his heart that the sword wasn't meant for combat. He only needed it to perform the Yitzi Finyang sword technique. Very well, let's give it a try. You can pick up the sword in 5 days. 5 days? Gu Qingfeng frowned. He was set to leave for Heshue village in 3 days and couldn't wait that long. No, 3 days at the most. The old blacksmith looked troubled, but when Gu Qingfeng took out a few taels of silver, his face lit up with a smile. No problem, Master Gu. The sword will be ready in 3 days. After leaving the weapons shop, Gu Qingfeng returned to his training room and began practicing the Yitzi Finyang sword using a fire starter. With his fire manipulation skills, the small flame on the fire starter instantly grew several times larger. Under his control, the flame touched the Mu Wang's sword, and the blade was engulfed in a fierce blaze. Through repeated use, Gu Qingfeng had mastered the characteristics of the Mu Wang sword. It could change its hardness and material at will, from a simple wooden sword to one as hard as metal. More importantly, it had the ability to regenerate indefinitely. By making the blade flammable, he could sustain the fire for a long time. As the fire sword appeared, the temperature in the training room began to rise. Gu Qingfeng assumed his stance and started practicing the Yitzi Finyang sword. With the first strike, the firelight condensed into a 1-meter-long crescent sword energy, but it dissipated after flying only half a meter. This failure didn't discourage him. He had succeeded before, and with diligent practice, he was confident he could replicate the power he once wielded. 3 days flew by. When Gu Qingfeng emerged from the training room, his proficiency with the Yitzi Finyang sword had significantly improved. He could successfully execute it 8 out of 10 times, no longer as inconsistent as before. Although he had used up a lot of fire starters, further depleting his already meager savings, the investment was worthwhile. During these 3 days, besides practicing the sword, he also found time to train in the Golden Bell Shield. Compared to the challenging Yitzi Finyang sword, mastering the Golden Bell Shield was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He quickly achieved success. When he exerted his full strength into a defensive stance, he could conjure an invisible golden shield around him, marking the mastery of the Golden Bell Shield technique. A golden energy shield enveloped his entire body like a translucent bell, aptly named the Golden Bell Shield. After completing his training, Gu Qingfeng tidied up his clothes and headed straight to the weaponry department. The old blacksmith had indeed lived up to his promise. The fire sword was ready. Gu Qingfeng couldn't put down the sleek, black, and long-bladed fire sword. The sword's design was ancient yet steady, and when gently shaken, the soft sound of oil flowing inside the scabbard could be heard. He suddenly drew the sword with a swoosh, the blade scraping against the scabbard's fastener. Instantly, the blade, soaked in special fire oil, burst into fierce flames, as if this sword had never been extinguished. Looking at the blazing weapon in his hand, Gu Qingfeng immediately named it Yanma, a name as formidable as himself. After securing the Yanma sword, Gu Qingfeng met up with Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi, only to be stunned by what he saw. In just 3 days, Wang Pengzi seemed to have gained an entire circle of weight, going from 300 to 400 pounds. Wang Pengzi, even if you drank nothing but lard for 3 days, you couldn't have gained that much weight. Master Gu, don't joke. Wang Pengzi grinned, pulling aside his clothes to reveal the thick chainmail underneath. It's inner armor. Gu Qingfeng shook his head at this talent, who could still be so lively under heavy armor. Did you not get your inner armor? It's a free benefit for demon hunters from the Demon Suppression Division, Wang Pongzi reminded him. I have the diamond body, I don't need it, then I'll take it for you. I can wear 2 sets. Wang Pongzi's eyes lit up. Suit yourself. Wang Pongzi then informed Gu Qingfeng that as a yellow-rank demon hunter, he could also receive monthly supplies like chi-nourishing pills, demon slayer swords, evil-repelling talismans, and sunfire talismans. This shocked Gu Qingfeng, who quickly followed Wang Pongzi to collect the gear. Half an hour later, Gu Qingfeng was fully equipped with weapons hanging from his waist. A wood king sword of lower black rank, the fire sword Yanma, a copper coin sword engraved with spells, and 100 refined steel Yinling knife with an evil-repelling formation. Along with 7 talismans and a bottle of chi-nourishing pills, his fully armed appearance drew glances from many colleagues. He then joined He Fenghua's team and set off for Yinshan County. Upon arriving in Yinshan County, the group led by He Fenghua quickly dispersed to their designated areas to familiarize themselves with the environment. Gu Qingfeng, accompanied by Wang Pongzi and Su Daizi, headed straight for Heshue village on horseback, with Gu Qingfeng leading the way. The clinking of the 4 weapons at Gu Qingfeng's waist echoed with the horse's movements, prompting Wang Pongzi to ask, Master Gu, isn't it tiring to carry 4 weapons? Gu Qingfeng retorted without turning back, then isn't wearing 2 sets of armor heavy for you? Wang Pongzi was left speechless, then suggested, Sir, we're almost at the outskirts of Heshue village. How about we take a look around here and then report back? Less talk, if you don't want to go, you can return first. Gu Qingfeng snapped, leaving Wang Pongzi at a loss for words. Despite his reluctance, he wouldn't dare desert his post, especially without seeing any demons. Running away now would cost him his place in the Demon Suppression Bureau. 2 hours later, as the sun dipped low and the light faded, the forest shadows grew longer, and the rustling leaves seemed to hide something sinister. Wang Pongzi, drenched in sweat beneath his armor, was visibly tense. Emerging from the woods, Heshue village appeared before them. Contrary to their expectations of a desolate and eerie place, the village was orderly with smoke rising from chimneys, children playing in the fields, and distant sounds of roosters and dogs, resembling a picturesque haven. Gu Qingfeng paused in surprise. Is there really a demon in Heshue village? Wang Pongzi breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps, as the earth-level demon slayer suggested, the demon is a wanderer? Let's go and see, Gu Qingfeng said, leading the way, drawing curious stares from the children in the fields. The villagers they encountered showed signs of awe upon seeing Gu Qingfeng's official attire. Gu Qingfeng stopped a villager to ask for the village chief, who hurried off to fetch him. Soon, an elderly man with a cane approached. I am Hu Liang at your service, sirs. Gu Qingfeng presented his official badge and documents, then directly inquired about the demon. Hu Liang shared everything he knew as they walked and talked. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Gu Qingfeng pieced together the story. A month ago, children started disappearing from the village. Initially, the villagers thought it was the work of wild animals and didn't give it much thought. In the following days, a series of unsettling events occurred in Heshue village. Several children disappeared without a trace, and disturbingly, some even vanished from their homes. Witnesses described a mysterious black wind that appeared before each disappearance, so strong that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Once the wind passed, the children were gone. The village chief, using his experience from traveling far and wide in his youth, immediately suspected that demons were responsible. He quickly reported the incidents to the Huang-level demon slayer who oversaw Heshue village. After investigating, the Huang-level demon slayer escalated the matter to the Xin-level demon slayer, Master Yang. However, when Master Yang led a team to track the demons, they met with disaster in the bone forest behind the village, and the entire team was lost. Later, a D-level demon slayer came personally to investigate. Despite searching the bone forest for several days, they found no trace of the demons or the bodies of Master Yang and his team. Strangely, after the demise of Master Yang's team, no more children disappeared from the village, seemingly confirming the D-level demon slayer's theory that the demons had left the area. After listening to the village chief Hu Liang's account, Gu Qingfeng gestured for him to go home for dinner. He planned to investigate the bone forest alone, as such a yin-filled place was not suitable for an elderly companion. At this point, Wang Pongzi, having heard that the village had been peaceful for days, visibly relaxed and even began to remove his armor. Great, Master Gu, since the demons are gone, why don't we return and report back? Shut up. If you want to leave, go ahead. I'm staying in Heshue village tonight, Gu Qingfeng replied irritably. For him, the greatest concern was not encountering the demons but failing to find them. Considering that demons preferred to be active at night, he decided to spend the night in the village. Wang Pongzi, seeing Gu Qingfeng's anger, dared not say more. Although he was at the 8th level of Qi Gathering, he held great respect for this superior officer, who, despite being only at the 4th level of Qi Gathering, could easily defeat a near-internal Qi realm expert. As the three headed toward the bone forest, Gu Qingfeng carefully observed every corner of the village. Suddenly, a vendor's call caught his attention. Candied hawthorns? Cheap and delicious candied hawthorns. Gu Qingfeng's attention was drawn to the vendor. In the sunset, the figure of the vendor was somewhat blurred against the light. Not far away, a few children, around 5 or 6 years old, were playing and laughing by the wall. Wang Pongzi swallowed hard. The golden, sugar-coated candied hawthorns were indeed tempting. Master, would you like a stick? Seeing Gu Qingfeng nod, he turned to Su Fan, but stopped himself mid-sentence. The book says eating sugar. All right, forget I asked. The vendor seemed to be packing up, unaware of Gu Qingfeng and the others watching from a distance, and turned to walk into an alley. Wang Pongzi couldn't resist the temptation and, calling out, "Wait a minute," chased after him. With his 8th level body refinement strength, he quickly reached the alley entrance. Gu Qingfeng was about to comment on how quickly this glutton ran at the sight of food when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the alley. Ah! Wang Pongzi's scream was high-pitched and echoed through the narrow alleyway. Upon hearing it, Gu Qingfeng's previously calm face lit up with excitement, and in a flash, he dashed towards the alley. This left Su Fan stunned. Master Gu said he was slow, and that all he needed was to run faster than him when encountering demons? But this speed was astonishingly fast. There was no time to think. Su Fan quickly followed. Turning into the alley, he saw that Gu Qingfeng had already reached Wang Pongzi. At this moment, Wang Pongzi was slumped on the ground, his face pale, with beads of cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. What happened? Gu Qingfeng asked urgently. Wang Pongzi shakily raised his hand, pointing to the end of the alley, his voice trembling. The candied haw cellar. He's gone. This is a dead end. Gu Qingfeng squinted, carefully examining the alley, which was less than 10 meters long. The walls of gray-black houses lined the sides, and a dilapidated wall sealed the end, leaving no one else in sight. He quickly checked the entire alley. There were no hidden doors or traces of any mechanisms. Considering Wang Pongzi and the vendor had entered the alley one after the other, Gu Qingfeng analyzed in his mind. Either it was a highly skilled expert who escaped in a flash, or it was a demon encounter. With Wang Pongzi's strength at the 8th level of Qi gathering, for someone to disappear under his nose, the opponent would have to be at least at the true Qi realm. The possibility of encountering a true Qi realm expert selling candied haw in such a small village was incredibly slim. However, to be cautious, Gu Qingfeng decided to first verify the vendor's identity. He noticed 3 children playing nearby, positioned directly opposite the alley. They should have seen the whole process. He approached the children with a friendly smile. Hey there, kids. Did you see where the candied haw vendor went? The 3 children looked a bit shy, and after a moment of silence, a little boy with a high ponytail spoke up. Do you have money? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, but then pulled out 2 copper coins and handed them to the boy. The boy, now with the coins, blinked his innocent eyes and said, I didn't see any candied haw vendor. At this point, Wang Pongzi and Su Fan also caught up. Gu Qingfeng continued to patiently coax, little brother, lying is not a good habit. The vendor was right next to you selling candied haw, and then went into this alley. If you tell the truth, there will be a great reward. Yes, Wang Pongzi, still shaken, chimed in, little guy, we are from the demon suppression division. If you lie, we'll have to spank you. The little boy wasn't scared at all. Instead, his round face flushed with indignation because he didn't understand what the demon suppression department was. I'm not lying. I, Go Shang, never lie, he exclaimed. His eyes were clear, and his tone was firm, with even his anger showing a touch of innocence, making it seem genuine. At that moment, a smaller girl beside him interjected, seemingly uninterested in the conversation but fixated on candy. Where are the candied haws? Nini wants some. This remark suddenly alerted Gu Qingfeng. He realized a crucial detail he'd overlooked. The allure of candied haws is almost irresistible to children. If there were indeed a vendor nearby selling them, these 3 wouldn't be quietly playing. They'd be swarming the vendor. This detail confirmed that the boy wasn't lying. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Gu Qingfeng's lips. The situation was becoming more intriguing. Clearly, the demon they encountered was quite cunning, not some reclusive master, since a recluse isn't invisible, and even children should be able to see them. Beside him, Wang Pongzi and Su Fan also grasped the situation. Wang Pongzi shuddered, hurriedly scrambling to put his armor back on. A demon! Sir, we should hurry before it gets dark. Before he could finish, the last rays of the sunset vanished. Oh no, it's dark. Sir, we must run while we still can. Just then, a voice came from behind. Master Gu. They turned to see the village chief, Hu Liang, approaching with a lantern, its dim light flickering over his wrinkled face as he walked. My humble home has prepared a meal. I hope you esteemed gentlemen won't mind joining us. Very well, we would be honored. Gu Qingfeng replied with a smile. Wang Pengzi stamped his feet anxiously. Sir, don't eat. I think this village is eerie. We should leave as soon as possible. If you want to leave, go ahead. I won't stop you. Staring at the pitch-black sky, Wang Pengzi didn't dare leave alone and reluctantly gave up. Gu Qingfeng turned to bid farewell to the children, but at that moment, his expression changed dramatically. The three children had vanished into thin air. Ah! Wang Pengzi screamed. Shut up! Gu Qingfeng snapped. A surge of frustration built inside him, realizing he might have been toyed with by demons. The vendor was suspicious, and so were the children. With his martial artist's keen hearing, it was impossible for even an expert to disappear silently beside him, let alone a few children. Just then, village chief Hu Liang approached, looking worried. Master Gu, what's the matter? Clearly, he was startled by Wang Pengzi's scream. Gu Qingfeng calmly looked at the village chief. Chief Hu, did you see the three children behind us just now? Children? The chief looked puzzled. I only saw you three gentlemen. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression carrying an indescribable meaning, and his sharp gaze fixed on the village chief, Hu Liang. Chief Hu, I really detest being lied to. Upon hearing this, Hu Liang's face immediately changed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Master Gu, what are you saying? I wouldn't dare deceive you even if I had 100 lives. Besides, it's already dark, and our village recently experienced a demon disturbance. What parent would dare let their children play outside at this hour? Gu Qingfeng did not respond, simply watching Hu Liang in silence. This quiet atmosphere sent shivers down the spines of Wang Pengzi and Su Daizhi, who stood nearby. They realized a terrifying possibility. If the village chief was telling the truth, then the peddlers and children they encountered earlier must have been demons in disguise. This thought chilled them to the core, making them question the village chief and the entire village. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interesting, your village is truly fascinating. First, the peddler disappears in a blink. Then the three kids vanish the moment I turn my head. His laughter carried a hint of menace. Chief Hu, I'm curious, if I were to turn around now and look away from you, would you disappear too? Master Gu, what do you mean? I really don't understand. Hu Liang's voice was filled with fear. Don't understand? No problem. Let's conduct a little experiment. Gu Qingfeng turned to Wang Pengzi and Su Daizhi. You two, stand behind me and then turn around. With that, he turned first. Seeing their hesitation, Gu Qingfeng impatiently urged them. Hurry up, do as I say. Wang Pengzi and Su Daizhi had no choice but to comply, standing in a line with their backs to Hu Liang. 1, 2, 3. Turn around. Following Gu Qingfeng's command, the three turned around simultaneously, only to find the space behind them empty. Hu Liang had vanished into thin air. Ah! Wang Pengzi screamed and collapsed to the ground, his large body hitting the earth with a thud. The village chief is gone. His voice was distorted by fear. In his panic, Wang Pengzi grabbed Su Fan's pant leg. Su Daizhi, did you see where the chief went? But Su Fan was too frightened to speak. His face pale, body trembling, cold sweat pouring down, and eyes rolling back as if he might faint at any moment. Wang Pengzi, unable to mock Su Fan's cowardice, quickly looked to Gu Qingfeng for reassurance. Gu Qingfeng stood with his head lowered, his face shadowed and expression unreadable. Master Gu, are you all right? Gu Qingfeng suddenly lifted his head, revealing a face twisted like a fierce demon, his expression so dark and ominous it was like a volcano on the brink of eruption. This expression startled Wang Pengzi, who stared at Gu Qingfeng as if seeing a stranger. Gu Darren? The next second, Gu Qingfeng's furious roar exploded in the silent night. Damn you, you old trickster. I hate being lied to the most. Are you all treating me like a fool? Don't let me find you, or I'll tear you to pieces. This sudden outburst left Wang Pengzi and Su Daizhi frozen in place, momentarily forgetting their fear. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering. In such a bizarre and terrifying atmosphere, Gu Qingfeng wasn't scared but furious about being deceived. His temper was truly something else. The more Gu Qingfeng thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling the rage boiling inside. He just wanted to buy some candied haws, but ended up with the vendor mysteriously disappearing. He asked three kids who played dumb and tricked him out of 2 copper coins. Those little rascals were quite the actors, especially with the line "I, Go Shengzi, never lie," which was simply laughable. Even more infuriating was the village chief, who put on a trembling act, saying, I wouldn't dare deceive you, even if I had 100 lives. His expression, actions, and tone were worthy of an award-winning performance. Wang Pengzi, Su Daizhi, follow me and search every house. Find that old trickster, the 3 little tricksters, and the middle one too. Gu Qingfeng drew his demon-slaying sword and charged into the darkness. At this moment, Heshue village was eerily silent. Not even a dog's bark could be heard. Every household was pitch black, as if uninhabited. The three of them held torches, searching house by house. Bang! Gu Qingfeng kicked open a door, finding no one inside. Bang! The next house, still no one. From the village's entrance to its end, the vast Heshue village was devoid of a single person, contrasting eerily with the peaceful scene of the daytime. Sir, this village is too strange. Maybe we should go back and seek reinforcements? Wang Pengzi suggested, trembling. Gu Qingfeng ignored him, silently calling upon the system. He suspected he was under an illusion but was puzzled why there was no feedback indicating he was getting stronger. The system coldly responded, I will repeat, this system is called the Get Stronger When Attacked by Demon system. Please understand on your own. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned grim. This implied two possibilities. Either this wasn't a demonic illusion but man-made, or it was a non-harmful illusion like a trick of the eye, not triggering the system because it caused no real harm. Unlike the aggressive illusions of the eye demon in the demon suppression prison, this time there was no actual damage. But regardless of which possibility it was, Gu Qingfeng was determined to get to the bottom of it. With the burning sun sword in hand, he was ready to fight even a master of innate strength. Let's go. To the withered bone forest. Sir, it's really unwise to venture into the withered bones forest at night. Wang Pengzi's face was pale, his voice trembling. Even the esteemed demon slayer, Master Yang of the Xian rank, perished there. Wouldn't we just be walking to our deaths? Can you just shut up? Gu Qingfeng didn't even turn his head as he strode confidently towards the forest. If you're too scared, then just stay behind in Heshue village. Wang Shan and Su Fan exchanged a glance and reluctantly followed. In this eerie village, Gu Qingfeng was undeniably the strongest among them, their only pillar of support. The Withered Bones forest lay just behind Heshue village, and they reached it in the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense. The night was deep, with thick clouds covering the moon, plunging the forest into darkness. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, the sound like whispers from lurking beasts in the shadows. Gu Qingfeng held a torch high to light the path. The flickering light cast twisted, eerie shadows among the trees, adding to the sinister atmosphere. Wang Pengzi nervously swallowed, sticking close to Gu Qingfeng, not daring to glance at the trees on either side for fear of seeing a ghostly face. Hu Liang! Gu Qingfeng suddenly shouted, making Wang Pengzi and Su Fan jump. Get out here! Only the rustling leaves answered him in the silence. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng let out a chilling laugh. Hee hee, Hu Liang. And those 3 little brats, you think staying silent means I can't find you? Playing hide and seek with me? You better hide well, because once I find you... His voice was menacing, echoing through the forest with a terrifying edge. Wang Shan and Su Fan exchanged shocked looks. At that moment, a ridiculous thought crossed their minds. Who was the real demon here? Why did Master Gu seem more like a demon than the actual demons? Usually, when the Demon Suppression Division went on missions, every team was cautious, fearing an unexpected defeat. Yet Master Gu not only showed no fear but actively sought out the demons, all because of a deception. Silently, they vowed never to deceive Master Gu. His wrath was truly terrifying. Deep within the Withered Bones forest, a pair of blood-red eyes watched Gu Qingfeng intently, filled with confusion. Was this really a human? Why was he so fearless? The creature had intended to scare the 3 away, hoping to draw out the new Xian rank demon slayer. These 3 insignificant practitioners were hardly worth its time. But Gu Qingfeng's unexpected behavior, his lack of fear and overwhelming anger, was truly baffling. Any normal demon hunter would turn and run when faced with such a bizarre situation, especially in a place where a high-level demon hunter had died. However, Gu Qingfeng not only refused to retreat, but insisted on venturing into the Withered Bones forest at night to find the person who was mocking him. The owner of those blood-red eyes was watching everything from the shadows. He wanted to eliminate this reckless newcomer immediately, but was concerned that killing the newly appointed high-level demon hunter would cause a commotion. If the Demon Suppression Division was alerted and sent an even higher-level hunter, it would be more trouble than it was worth. Although he could continue to hide, the blood god's patience was running thin. After weighing his options, he decided to stay put and wait for the newcomer to leave in frustration. Gu Qingfeng, along with his 2 subordinates, ventured deeper into the Withered Bones forest. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a clearing filled with densely packed tombstones. Wang Shan and Su Fan were terrified by the eerie sight, but Gu Qingfeng charged towards the graveyard as if he had discovered a new world. Wang Peng forced himself to stay calm, muttering, "The Withered Bones forest is just an old burial ground. It's normal to see tombstones, it's normal." He kept reassuring himself. Gu Qingfeng weaved through the tombstones, seemingly searching for clues. Based on his gaming experience, places like this often triggered a boss battle. Yet, after almost exploring the entire graveyard, and even nearly dancing on the graves, nothing happened. Seeing Gu Qingfeng unharmed, Wang Shan and Su Fan mustered the courage to enter the graveyard. As they encountered no danger, Wang Peng's confidence grew, and he began to casually examine the tombstones. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on one particular tombstone. His entire body went rigid, his pupils contracted, his heart nearly stopped, and a chill shot from his feet to the top of his head. Ah! An ear-piercing scream shattered the night. Startled by the sudden noise, Gu Qingfeng turned around angrily. Wang Peng, what's wrong with you? Can you act like a man and stop screaming at every little thing? Wang Peng seemed not to hear him, trembling as he pointed at the tombstone. Gu Qingfeng impatiently pushed him aside and took a closer look, his face changing instantly. The tombstone read, Grave of Hu Liang, village chief of Heshue village. Chief Hu is dead? Then who spoke to us today? Su Fan's face turned pale. Wang Peng quickly hid behind Gu Qingfeng. It must be his ghost. Su Fan's face grew even paler. Besides Chief Hu, could these tombstones all belong to the villagers of Heshue village? No wonder the village was empty. They must have. His voice twisted with fear. Wang Peng's legs wobbled. Master Gu, please, let's leave. I'll even beg you. Before he could finish, Gu Qingfeng suddenly shouted, You old trickster. I finally found you. Still pretending to be dead? In the terrified eyes of Wang Peng and Su Fan, Gu Qingfeng lifted his right foot, his large mud-covered shoe, and kicked Hu Liang's tombstone with all his might. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. Hu Liang's tombstone was instantly reduced to dust, with fragments scattering in all directions. Deep within the withered forest, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then grew grave. Sensing the disturbance underground, he immediately cast a secret spell. An invisible wave emanated from his eyes, silently enveloping the entire graveyard, forcibly suppressing the turmoil below. Although he managed to quell the anomaly, his anger towards Gu Qingfeng had already ignited. He hadn't intended to kill them, yet this young man was so reckless. Now, he was just one blood sample short of completing his grand plan. Failure was not an option. Just as he reminded himself to be patient, Gu Qingfeng's provocative voice rang out. You cowardly bastard, scared to come out after I smashed your tombstone? Wang Fatty, Su Fool, start digging. Unearth his grave. The expression in the blood-red eyes fluctuated, caught in indecision. Meanwhile, on Gu Qingfeng's side, Wang Fatty and Su Fool began to wail. Master Gu, let the dead rest in peace. No way. Gu Qingfeng interrupted sharply. I gave him a chance before, and he dared to deceive me. Today, I'll tear him apart. Master, how about I apologize on his behalf? Gu Qingfeng raised his demon-slaying sword, eyes wide with anger. Will you dig or not? Dig, dig, we'll dig right away. The two hurriedly set to work, soon unearthing a wooden coffin. Gu Qingfeng kicked open the coffin lid, revealing Hu Liang's body inside. Though slightly decayed and crawling with maggots, it was still recognizable. Think you can fool me? I can recognize you even as a corpse. No sooner had he spoken than Hu Liang's corpse suddenly sat up straight, eyes bursting with rage and malice, glaring at them. It's alive. Wang Fatty hid behind Gu Qingfeng, but his bulk left much of him exposed. Su Fan calmly analyzed. Strange. The body seems recently dead, yet the corpse energy is so strong it turned into a zombie? Stop analyzing, it's a zombie. Wang Fatty exclaimed. Just a low-level zombie, equivalent to the 4th level of Qi gathering. Su Fan shook his head. Nothing to fear? Hearing 4th level of Qi gathering, Wang Fatty suddenly felt emboldened, no longer hiding. Gu Qingfeng, however, paid no heed, grinning at Hu Liang. Old fool, you were hard to find. Having lost all reason, Hu Liang resembled a bloodthirsty beast, ignoring Gu Qingfeng's words, letting out a roar as he lunged directly at them. Gu Qingfeng frowned and swiftly kicked Hu Liang, sending him flying. He turned to Su Daizi, eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? He had some sense when he tricked me earlier, but now he seems completely out of it. After spending some time with him, Gu Qingfeng had realized that Su Fan was quite knowledgeable. The kid had read extensively and knew a lot of peculiar things, so Gu Qingfeng sought his advice at this moment. Su Fan explained seriously, Master Gu, if I'm not mistaken, the one who tricked you was Hu Liang's ghost, and what we have now is his corpse turned zombie. Zombies have no consciousness. Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened upon hearing this. So this isn't even the real deal? By then, the zombie Hu Liang had gotten up and charged at Gu Qingfeng again, showing no fear. Originally intending to take his time, Gu Qingfeng lost his patience upon learning that it was just a mindless zombie, and he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Wang Pengzi suddenly jumped in. Master Gu, this trash at the 4th level of energy gathering isn't worth your effort. Leave it to me. Eager to show off in front of Gu Qingfeng, Wang Pengzi didn't realize his flattery had backfired. Who are you calling trash? Gu Qingfeng's voice was icy. Wang Pengzi realized his mistake and panicked, thinking, oh no, I forgot Master Gu is also at the 4th level of energy gathering. Considering how Gu Qingfeng holds grudges even against being tricked by demons, this might spell disaster for me. Master, please calm down. I was talking about Hu Liang, not you. Before he could finish, Hu Liang was already upon them. Wang Pengzi glared angrily. Damn it, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have misspoken. He lifted his leg, as thick as an adult man's waist, channeling the strength of his 8th level energy gathering and his 300-pound weight into a powerful kick at Hu Liang. Hu Liang was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a row of tombstones, his tough zombie body nearly falling apart. Still not dead? Wang Pengzi noticed Hu Liang was still struggling and strode over. But suddenly, Hu Liang let out an ear-splitting zombie roar. Just as Wang Pengzi was about to make a snide remark, the ground began to shake violently. To his horror, cracks appeared among the tombstones and decayed. Withered arms started emerging from the earth. One after another, hundreds of zombies crawled out, filling the entire graveyard, and their numbers kept increasing. All of them had blood-red eyes, full of a frenzied bloodlust. Hundreds of zombies roared in unison, the sound almost dispersing the clouds above, while the cold moonlight illuminated the terrifying scene. After the roar, every zombie's blood-red eyes turned simultaneously towards the closest target, Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi suddenly felt his blood freeze and his muscles turn to stone, causing him to stumble and collapse onto the ground. A sharp rock jabbed into his backside, the intense pain jolting him back to his senses. Without wasting a moment to stand, he scurried backwards with an astonishing speed, using both hands and feet. His swift retreat even made Gu Qingfeng raise an eyebrow in surprise, thinking that Wang Pengzi might be faster crawling than running. Wang Pengzi quickly crawled behind Gu Qingfeng, his voice trembling as he said, Master Gu, maybe you should handle this. Though he could deal with dozens of low-level zombies, facing a horde of hundreds was daunting enough just by their sheer number. Gu Qingfeng surveyed the dense crowd of zombies in front of him, a sinister grin forming on his lips. He had been looking for an outlet for his frustration, and this was like a gift from above. He glanced at the pale-faced Su Fan and asked, how many villagers are there in Heshue village? There should be over 500, Su Fan replied, trembling. Just enough to vent a little. Gu Qingfeng cracked his neck and suddenly exerted his strength. With a loud bang, the ground beneath him cracked, and he shot towards the horde like a cannonball. His charge was like a bowling ball crashing into pins, causing zombies to explode wherever he passed. Empowered by his invincible body and immense strength, each punch created a sonic boom, shattering zombie skulls. This is exhilarating. Gu Qingfeng laughed, relishing the satisfaction of taking down zombies with a single punch. The zombie horde swarmed him fearlessly, claws and fangs attacking from all directions. Gu Qingfeng stood his ground, his muscles tensing as a translucent golden bell emerged from his body, his protective shield. With a resonating chime, the zombies near him were thrown back by the force, as if pulled by invisible ropes, soaring over 5 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. As the battle intensified, Gu Qingfeng's moves became increasingly flamboyant. He unleashed a sweeping kick, his waist twisting like a tightly wound spring, sending his leg flying through the air, tearing through the zombies on his right. He then grabbed a zombie by the head with one hand, using it as a weapon to plow through the horde, until the human weapon was left in tatters after several rounds. Su Fan and Wang Pengzi, who initially intended to help, were stunned by Gu Qingfeng's ferocious combat style, reminiscent of a demon from hell, and could only gasp in shock from their spot. As the battle raged on, Gu Qingfeng even began to use moves from video games, delivering an uppercut that sent a zombie's jaw flying, the wind howling with the force. According to Gu Qingfeng's plan, his punch should have sent the zombie flying, allowing him to leap into the air and follow up with a stylish downward strike. However, things didn't go as expected. The punch was so powerful and fast that it decapitated the zombie, sending its ugly head, with bits of flesh and sinew, spinning into the night sky, where it disappeared from sight. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head, realizing he needed a different move. By this point, he had already killed over 200 zombies, leaving the graveyard less crowded with the remaining few. Just then, he noticed through the gaps in the thinning zombie horde 3 small figures at the back. These 3 little zombies, due to their small size, had been unable to squeeze into the main fray and were left hopping around the perimeter. 3 little brats, give me back my coins. Gu Qingfeng chuckled at the sight. Ignoring the surrounding zombies, he dashed over the scattered limbs and wreckage to confront the 3 small zombies. He grabbed one with a ponytail, took a few running steps, and then released it. As the little zombie fell to waist height, he lifted his right leg high and kicked with force. Off you go, he shouted, sending the little zombie flying into the horde like a soccer ball. The impact shattered several zombies, releasing bursts of blood mist. Gu Qingfeng repeated the process with the other 2 small zombies, kicking them into the crowd as well. With only about 100 zombies remaining, Gu Qingfeng decided to stop using brute force and instead test the treasures given by the Demon Suppression Bureau. He first activated an exorcism talisman, which only managed to eliminate one zombie, leaving him dissatisfied. Next, he used a precious Yang Fire talisman, which proved much more effective, instantly incinerating over 50 zombies with its mini-sun explosion. Finally, he tried the Demon Slayer sword, which instantly carbonized a zombie with a single flash of its blade. Not bad, he remarked. With the testing complete, Gu Qingfeng swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies in a matter of breaths. At this moment, Wang Pongzi and Su Daizi ran over, showering him with praise. Master Gu, you're incredible. Our admiration for you is as endless as the flowing river. All right, enough flattery, Gu Qingfeng interrupted. We've dealt with the bodies, but we still haven't found the ghosts. Huh, sir, we still have to look. Wang Pongzi groaned. Why don't we head back and report first? Taking care of over 500 zombies is already a huge accomplishment. I won't go back until I find the one who tricked me. As they conversed, none of them noticed a pair of blood-red eyes watching Gu Qingfeng with strange delight from deep within the forest of bones. He, such a powerful physique, and he's trained in iron shirt and golden bell techniques. His blood quality might even surpass that of an average true chi practitioner, surely enough to satisfy the blood god's requirements. No need to lure a higher-level demon hunter here. This young man will suffice. Just then, Gu Qingfeng's ear twitched and he frowned. What's that sound? Wang Pongzi and Su Daizi also listened intently. Suddenly, Wang Pongzi's face turned pale as he looked behind Gu Qingfeng. When Gu Qingfeng saw Wang Pongzi's expression, he immediately turned around to look, and was taken aback by the bizarre scene before him. In the graveyard, severed limbs, shattered skulls, and chunks of flesh began to writhe under the influence of a mysterious force. They moved as if alive, converging rapidly towards a central point like countless slimy creatures. The broken bodies piled up continuously, quickly forming a mountain of corpses that kept expanding 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, it surged to 10 meters high. Over 500 corpses, manipulated by that eerie force, melded together like dough, eventually forming a monstrous entity the size of a building. The creature's form was grotesque. Its lower half consisted of hundreds of densely packed legs. Its torso was covered with twisted arms, and over 500 heads were haphazardly embedded in its surface, with the remaining parts being nothing but writhing flesh. Gu Qingfeng immediately recognized Hu Liang's head on the monster, prominently embedded in the center. Suddenly, over 500 eyes snapped open simultaneously, their blood-red pupils filled with a murderous intent, covering the creature's entire body. A deafening roar echoed all around, and the terrifying aura enveloped the scene instantly. Wang Pongzi and Su Fan stood frozen in place, as if prey caught in the gaze of a top predator. The corpse monster suddenly erupted into motion, hundreds of legs pushing off the ground, causing it to tremble violently, and sending countless stones and dust half a meter into the air. Like a frenzied beast, it charged madly towards the three of them. Seeing Wang Pongzi and Su Fan too scared to move, Gu Qingfeng, however, stepped forward excitedly, blocking their path. It looks pretty scary, but I wonder how strong it really is. Let's test it out first. With that, he pulled out his last Yang Fire talisman and activated it. A small sun formed instantly, and though it was only a fraction of the size of the corpse mountain, it shot straight at the monster. With a loud explosion, the small sun burst, and the searing flames instantly consumed a tenth of the corpse mountain, burning a massive hole. The air filled with the acrid smell of charred flesh. Seriously? This monster is that weak? Just one Yang Fire talisman did this? Gu Qingfeng remarked with disappointment. He had hoped to use this corpse mountain to break through his own body's limits, but it seemed the monster wasn't up to the task. Just then, the hundreds of mouths on the corpse mountain roared in unison, and a strange scene unfolded. The dark red flesh began to wriggle rapidly, healing the massive hole at a visible speed. In just 2 seconds, the wound was completely gone, and the corpse mountain was restored to its original state. Gu Qingfeng's interest was piqued, his eyes lighting up. Now that's interesting. At that moment, Su Fan urgently spoke up, Master Gu, these composite creatures have a specific trait: they all possess a core. Only by destroying the core can they truly die. Otherwise, they will regenerate no matter how much you attack them. A core? Gu Qingfeng stared at the 10-meter-high monstrosity, formed from countless corpses, his brow furrowed. Su Fan quickly explained, it's made up of zombies, so the core must be one of the heads among those 500 or so. Gu Qingfeng looked up at the densely packed heads, each face twisted and terrifying, making it impossible to distinguish. Impatiently, he interrupted Su Fan, who was about to continue analyzing. Enough, that's too troublesome. I don't have time to find the difference. It's just a matter of one sword. You two, step back. From the 4 weapons at his waist, Gu Qingfeng drew out Yanma, holding the sheath in his left hand and the hilt in his right, positioning the long sword across his chest in a draw stance, calmly waiting for the corpse mountain to approach. Wang Shan and Su Fan thought Gu Qingfeng was crazy. A sword just over a meter long seemed like a toothpick against such a giant, not even long enough to pick teeth. Master Gu, run. Why play with a sword now? Wang, the fat one, shouted in panic. Su Fan was also anxious, stomping his feet. Master Gu, without finding the core, any attack is futile. Gu Qingfeng's lips curved into a slight smile. The core is just hidden somewhere on its body. If I destroy its entire flesh with one strike, won't that do it? One strike. Wang Shan's small eyes widened, darting between Gu Qingfeng's short sword and the massive corpse mountain, convinced that Gu Qingfeng had lost his mind. As the corpse mountain reached the designated position, a cold gleam flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. He coldly uttered 5 words, single stroke, sun blaze sword. Before his words faded, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal scraping as Yanma was unsheathed. A brilliant blaze illuminated the entire area. Wang Shan and Su Fan felt the temperature around them soar, and the blinding light filled their vision. A thread-thin sword aura sliced through the air, like a sudden horizontal line drawn across the sky. The sword aura sliced through the corpse mountain's body in a flash and disappeared in an instant. The light faded, darkness returned, as if it had all been an illusion. Wang Shan and Su Fan stood there in a daze, looking at the seemingly unharmed corpse mountain and Gu Qingfeng, who had already sheathed his sword, their faces puzzled. Gu Qingfeng turned and walked towards them, speaking calmly, "Don't worry, let the sword aura take its time." Just as they were about to speak, a thunderous explosion erupted. A towering flame burst from within the corpse mountain, consuming it in an instant before it could even scream. It turned into a massive 10-meter-high fireball, like a sun fallen to earth, illuminating the entire forest of bones. Darkness was banished, and the eternal night turned to day. At that moment, the sky brightened. The massive pile of corpses collapsed with a thunderous crash under the astonished gaze of Su Fan and Wang Shan. Gu Qingfeng's words, "If I can destroy all its bodies with one sword, isn't it over?" still echoed in their ears. It turned out he indeed only needed one sword strike. Su Fan and Wang Shan found themselves re-evaluating the chi-gathering 4th-level martial artist before them. They had initially thought Gu Qingfeng was just a brute relying on sheer strength, but now they realized how laughable their judgment had been. Even the demon slayers under He Fenghua, who were at the internal energy level, couldn't perform such an impressive sword move. "All right, you two stop standing there in a daze. We haven't found the person who tricked me yet, so let's keep looking," Gu Qingfeng urged. His grudge-bearing tone quickly dispelled much of the awe they had just felt, and with a resigned look at each other, they followed his lead. In truth, even Gu Qingfeng was surprised by the power of the Yanma sword this time. It was all thanks to the special fire oil secretly crafted by the old blacksmith of the Demon Suppression Division. It could burn at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, far surpassing ordinary fire. As the three ventured deeper into the forest of bones, the owner of the blood-red eyes watched them with interest. He had originally thought the corpse mountain would be enough to deal with Gu Qingfeng, but this young man had hidden talents. This only made him more excited. The stronger the opponent, the better the quality of blood. "Looks like I'll have to show some real skills," he murmured to himself. "Sir, we've almost searched the entire forest of bones, and there's no sign of any spirits. How about we?" Wang Fatty's complaint was cut off by Gu Qingfeng. "Stop. Don't let me hear the words, go back again." As they continued searching, Gu Qingfeng asked, "Su Dullard, you've read a lot of books. Do you think there's some hidden mystery in this forest of bones that's preventing us from finding Hu Liang's spirit?" After waiting a couple of seconds with no response, Wang Fatty turned to remind Su Fan, only to be horrified that he was gone. Just like the candy seller, the con artist's children, and the village chief Hu Liang, Su Fan had vanished as if he had evaporated into thin air. Gu Qingfeng frowned deeply. The demons here had such bizarre methods, able to make people disappear right under his nose, which was truly alarming. "Sir, could it be that Su Dullard got lost? Should we go back and look for him?" Wang Fatty asked, his teeth chattering. "Do you believe what you're saying?" Gu Qingfeng glanced at him. Wang Fatty's mental defenses completely crumbled, and he said with a tearful face, "Sir, maybe we should." "Shut up. Su Dullard is my subordinate. Since I brought him here, I have to take him back." This statement should have moved Wang Fatty, but Gu Qingfeng's next words chilled him to the bone. "Wang Pongzi, do you think if I turn around and stop looking at you, you might disappear too?" Gu Qingfeng asked Wang Pongzi with a serious expression. This question sent a shiver down Wang Pongzi's spine, as he immediately recalled the scene of the village chief, Hu Liang, disappearing. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and grabbed Gu Qingfeng's arm. "Sir, my most respected sir, I beg you, please don't turn around." Gu Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he patted Wang Pongzi's shoulder. "Don't worry. I've figured out the pattern. I'll just turn around briefly and then look back. It'll be fine. Only this way can we find out where Su Fan and those who deceived me have gone. Master Gu, please no. Wang Pengzi's face turned pale as he clung tightly to Gu Qingfeng. Please don't turn around. I'm scared. Before he could finish, Gu Qingfeng had already broken free from his grip and swiftly turned around. Strangely, Wang Pengzi's voice abruptly stopped. Gu Qingfeng quickly turned back, and the scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. Wang Pengzi's body had become semi-transparent, as if being pulled by some invisible force. The air behind him warped like water, and he struggled silently as if drowning, his face filled with terror, slowly being consumed by the eerie waves. Gu Qingfeng, known for his courage and skill, never backed down from monsters or demons. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, following Wang Pengzi into the distorted space. As he passed through the watery air, the scene before him rapidly shifted, as if traversing through time and space. When his vision cleared, Gu Qingfeng found himself no longer in the desolate forest, but in a completely different world. The sun was shining brightly, the scenery was beautiful, and birds sang amidst the fragrance of flowers. In the distance, a village lay sprawled, with houses scattered harmoniously and smoke gently rising from chimneys. The laughter of children playing in the fields mingled with the occasional crow of roosters and barking of dogs. This idyllic scene was exactly what they had seen when they first arrived at Heshue village earlier that day. Even more surprising was that the previously missing Su Daisy and Wang Pengzi were standing not far away, staring dumbfounded at the village. The three of them quickly gathered together. Su Daisy, have you been here ever since you disappeared? Gu Qingfeng asked as he approached. Su Fan was about to answer when Wang Pengzi interrupted cautiously. Master Gu, be careful. Who knows if he's really Su Fan? You think I'm a monster in disguise? Su Fan asked incredulously, pointing to himself. Wang Pengzi replied smugly. I came here with Master Gu, and we've never been apart. He can vouch for me. You say I'm a monster, but I could say the same about you. Su Fan retorted. Enough. Gu Qingfeng intervened, unable to watch any longer. How about this? Each of you can take a swing at me. Swing at you. Both of them exclaimed in shock. Hurry up. Each of you give me a cut. I have my own way to tell if you're demons or not, Gu Qingfeng said as he briskly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined arms. He planned to use the system to distinguish the truth. Any attack from a demon would trigger a response from the system, even if it couldn't provide a tribute enhancement. The two exchanged glances, their eyes lingering on Gu Qingfeng's exposed arm, clearly hesitant. What are you waiting for? Gu Qingfeng impatiently shook his arm. I've mastered the golden bell shield and iron cloth. Do you really think you can hurt me? This statement seemed to dispel their doubts. They both drew long knives from their waists, the blades glinting coldly as they swung at Gu Qingfeng's arm. Clang, clang. Two crisp metallic sounds rang out, and Gu Qingfeng's arm remained unscathed, not even a white mark left behind. System, was it humans or demons that just attacked me? Gu Qingfeng asked internally. Humans, the system responded coldly. Relieved, Gu Qingfeng said, all right, neither of you are demons, that's settled. He then turned to Su Fan for information. As a knowledgeable person, Su Fan indeed provided an unexpected answer. Sir, in my opinion, this place should be a Yin domain, Su Fan said gravely. Yin domain? The unfamiliar term piqued Gu Qingfeng's interest. Su Fan explained in detail, certain exceptionally gifted demons can distort reality to create their own domains, known as Yin domains. It's a separate dimension from reality. That powerful? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Even innate grandmasters can't do that. How strong must these demons be? Su Fan shook his head, explaining, it's not about strength, but inherent talent. These demons can resonate with the rules of the world, thus forming a Yin domain. So what's the purpose of a Yin domain? Just to trap us here? Gu Qingfeng continued to ask. Not entirely, Su Fan replied. Each Yin domain has its own special rules. While it may appear similar to the real world, the rules are distorted. To leave, one must first comprehend these rules. Instead of being worried, Gu Qingfeng became excited. Wasn't this like a room escape game? Moreover, this special kind of demon might drop valuable talent skills. Just what I need. Haven't played an escape room in ages, Gu Qingfeng said, striding towards Heshue village. Su Fan and Wang Shan wanted to dissuade him, but knowing their lord's fearless nature, they could only stay alert and follow closely. The three of them entered the village, and Wang Pengzi turned nervously to Su Fan. Hey, Su Days, does the book say anything about how to escape once we're in the shadow domain? Su Fan shook his head and explained seriously, each shadow domain has its own set of rules, and the methods of escape vary. However, the book emphasizes one thing. The rules of the shadow domain are completely different from reality, and many unimaginable things might happen. So, the most important thing is not to act rashly. Even the smallest action can have serious consequences. Hey, old Biden, I finally found you. Gu Qingfeng's shout interrupted their conversation. Following the voice, they saw an old man with a smile on his face standing on the dirt road in the villagite was the village chief, Hu Liang. Officer Gu, long time no see. Hu Liang maintained his smile. Gu Qingfeng instantly flew into a rage and, without a word, rolled up his sleeves and charged at Hu Liang. Wipe that smile off your face. Sir, don't. Wang Pongzi frantically tried to stop him, but it was too late. Gu Qingfeng's fist, as large as a cooking pot, carried a fierce force and struck Hu Liang's head heavily with a loud bang. Yet what followed was the sound of shattering glass. A bizarre scene unfolded. Hu Liang, who took the heavy punch, still wore a smile, but his body cracked like a shattered mirror, covered in cobweb-like fractures. Then, with a crack, Hu Liang shattered into countless puzzle-like pieces. More chilling was that these pieces quickly lost their human color and turned into ordinary mirror fragments. How did Hu Liang turn into a mirror? Is this the rule of the shadow domain, that people become mirrors after they die? Wang Pongzi asked, trembling. Su Fan stared at the fragments on the ground. His face suddenly changed. I remember now, it's the mirror demon. But that's impossible. The mirror demon was supposed to have died 200 years ago. Before he could finish, Su Fan saw Gu Qingfeng's action, and his pupils contracted sharply. Officer Gu, don't look. But it was too late. Gu Qingfeng had already picked up a piece of the mirror fragment. Admiring his reflection, don't look at what? As soon as he spoke, the fragment in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding light, engulfing Gu Qingfeng in an instant. When the light faded, Gu Qingfeng had vanished without a trace. Don't look at the mirror. Officer Gu, it's over. We're doomed. Su Fan lamented, pounding his chest in despair. Wang Pongzi cowered behind Su Fan, his voice trembling. Su Days, what on earth is going on? Su Fan replied grimly, we're done for this time. Don't jinx it. What are you saying? That's not helpful. Wang Pongzi interjected nervously. How are we doomed? Explain it clearly. Su Fan explained with a pale face. I know where we are now. This is the mirror demon's domain, its unique shadow realm. Mirror domain? Mirror demon? Wang Fatty looked utterly confused, clearly not much of a reader. Seeing this, Su Fan continued, you might not know the mirror demon, but you must have heard of the 7 demon generals, right? The 7 demon generals? The mention of these words seemed to trigger something in Wang Fatty, making his plump body visibly tremble and his voice sharpen with fear. The 7 demon generals under the blood demon 200 years ago? Su Fan nodded in confirmation. Yes, exactly those 7 demon generals. 200 years ago, the blood demon emerged and founded the blood demon sect, gathering demonic creatures from all over. The 7 strongest among them were known as the 7 demon generals. The mirror demon was ranked 3rd among them. Impossible. Wang Fatty refuted excitedly. The legends say that the blood demon and the 7 demon generals were quickly eliminated by the Demon Suppression Bureau. Countless masters died in that battle. In legends, they did die, Su Fan said gravely. But at their level, their methods are unfathomable. Plus, everything here matches the descriptions in the Blood Demon Sect Chronicles. Although the Blood Demon Sect went underground after the Blood Demon's death, its power has been building for over 200 years. This is mandatory knowledge for demon hunters. Haven't you heard of it? I fell asleep in that class. Wang Fatty interrupted impatiently. What's important now is, where is Lord Gu gone? What should we do? Su Fan explained. Lord Gu has likely entered the mirror space. There's a strict rule in the mirror domain. Never look into a mirror, or you'll be drawn into the mirror space. What's in the mirror space? Yourself, more precisely, 2 of yourself, Su Fan continued. The mirror space creates an exact duplicate of you. To escape, you must defeat this duplicate. The problem is, the duplicate has the same strength, weapons, and combat experience as you, so if they're the same, wouldn't it end in a draw? Su Fan shook his head. No, the duplicate will ultimately win. It doesn't tire, doesn't fear, has no emotions, and is entirely rational, so it never makes mistakes. Humans, however, always do. 200 years ago, the mirror demon left a famous saying. The only one who can defeat you is yourself. This refers to the mirror space. Meanwhile, inside the mirror space, Gu Qingfeng was curiously examining his duplicate. It was an exact replica, from appearance to height, from clothing to the 4 weapons at his waist, everything was identical. Although he was in the mirror space, he could hear Wang Fatty and Su Fan's conversation outside clearly, though they couldn't hear him. Okay, so you're my duplicate? The other Gu Qingfeng repeated like a broken record. The 2 identical Gu Qingfengs stood facing each other. One paused and asked, are you mimicking me? The other also paused and asked, are you mimicking me? Damn, we really are exactly the same? Damn, we really are exactly the same? Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but scrutinize his duplicate, thinking to himself, seeing myself from this angle for the first time, I realize I'm really quite handsome, flawlessly handsome from every angle. Can you have a little shame? The duplicate suddenly spoke, his tone mocking. Huh, you can actually talk? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. The duplicate smirked coldly. I am an independent version of you. Of course I can talk. This remark completely infuriated Gu Qingfeng. Then why are you copying what I say? Are you messing with me? He was already beyond angry, having been tricked countless times by the mirror demon since arriving at Heshue village. He vowed to himself that he would make the mirror demon regret ever crossing him. But for now, the most pressing issue was dealing with this annoying duplicate. Before taking action, Gu Qingfeng needed to confirm something. System, can this mirror space copy you? This system is unique and cannot be duplicated. With this response, Gu Qingfeng felt reassured. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The duplicate's strength is equal to his own, and since he gets stronger when he takes a hit, the duplicate, being his mirror image, would also get stronger. Isn't this a perfect loophole? With this realization, Gu Qingfeng's gaze towards the duplicate turned intense. The duplicate, feeling a chill from this look, assumed the other was being extremely narcissistic and launched an attack. His right arm coiled like a compressed spring, then unleashed a punch, the force whistling through the air. Gu Qingfeng didn't dodge, instead meeting the punch with one of his own. The clash of their fists rang out like clashing metal, both stepping back 3 paces, their bodies glowing with the faint golden light of the Vajra body, nullifying any damage. Seeing that the duplicate also possessed the Vajra body, Gu Qingfeng immediately drew the Mu Wang sword and thrust it into the ground. 1,000 trees become a forest. 10,000 trees create a grove. The entire universe is filled. With his shout, the Mu Wang sword disappeared, replaced by a sprawling mass of plants. Towering trees, thick vines, lush grasses, carnivorous flowers. Tens of thousands of plants grew wildly, instantly forming a forest that continued to spread, as if intending to fill the entire mirror space. This was the ultimate move the Mu Wang sword could perform even after being downgraded from an Earth-grade spiritual weapon. Though its power was diminished, it was more than sufficient for the current situation. Gu Qingfeng had finally found an opponent who could push him to his limits, his own duplicate. As the clone was about to be engulfed by the endless trees, he remained calm. A cold smile played on his lips as he flipped his wrist and drew a wooden sword identical to Gu Qingfeng's from his waist. Thousands of trees make a forest. Countless woods create a grove. The universe of trees. With a loud shout, the clone unleashed a dazzling green light from the wooden sword. Instantly, countless trees sprang up around him, clashing with Gu Qingfeng's forest-like power. The two forces were evenly matched, quickly turning the entire space into a sea of green. Trees grew, squeezed, and shattered at the center, forming 2 distinct camps. The mirror demon truly deserves to be one of the 7 demon generals, Gu Qingfeng remarked with mild surprise. Even a mystic-grade spiritual weapon can be replicated. What about a master-level white-bone demon flame? Before he finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng swung the wooden sword fiercely, simultaneously activating his fire control talent. The white-bone demon flame instantly enveloped the sword, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. Nearby trees were scorched by the intense heat, igniting without a spark. Mystic-grade martial skill, single word scorching sun sword. A blindingly hot, pale line cut across the space, incinerating everything in its path. This was Gu Qingfeng's most powerful strike, combining his own strength, the wooden sword, the single word scorching sun sword, and the white-bone demon flame, reaching a master level. Astonishingly, the clone mirrored Gu Qingfeng's actions perfectly. He also unleashed the white-bone demon flame and performed the single word scorching sun sword. The 2 pale lines collided in midair, locked in a stalemate, with the intense heat distorting the space at their intersection. With a thunderous explosion, both forces collapsed. The entire space shook violently as blinding white flames shot skyward, like an atomic blast. The extreme heat wave instantly reduced the forest to ashes. When the flames subsided, the 2 identical Gu Qingfengs stood facing each other, unharmed. You have the fire control talent too? Gu Qingfeng asked, slightly surprised. The clone sneered. Do you feel despair? Yes, I do. Gu Qingfeng nodded, then lay down on the ground, accepting his fate. Go ahead. The clone was taken aback. What trick are you trying to pull? Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes, relaxed. You can do everything I can. So what trick could I possibly pull? Just get on with it. Don't waste time. You're giving up? Not going to try anymore. The clone frowned, staring intently at him. I'll try your banana peel. Stop talking nonsense, Gu Qingfeng cursed. He had no intention of doing anything futile, preferring to wait and grow stronger. The clone's frown deepened, but he decided to act. Even if Gu Qingfeng was plotting something, with their equal strength, he had nothing to fear. Out of caution, the duplicate initiated the Mu Wang sword technique. Qingmu prisoner dragon. With a low shout, dozens of vine chains emitting an eerie black light burst from the ground, tightly binding Gu Qingfeng. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng showed no intention of resisting, the duplicate felt slightly relieved and immediately activated the Vajra body, channeling immense strength to launch a fierce attack on Gu Qingfeng. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp metallic sounds rang out. Suddenly, a layer of golden light appeared around Gu Qingfeng, effortlessly neutralizing all of the duplicate's attacks. He glanced at the duplicate with impatience and mocked, "Are you brainless? How could such a weak attack possibly break through my defenses? Only a Grandmaster level attack using the Easy Fin Yang sword, combined with the Bone Demon Fire, might stand a chance." Just as the duplicate was about to comply, a blood-red figure suddenly attached itself to him. In an instant, although the duplicate retained Gu Qingfeng's exact appearance, his entire aura changed dramatically, becoming sinister and terrifying, with his eyes turning into blood-red pupils. "Oh, the real deal is here?" Gu Qingfeng asked with a grin. "That's right, I am the Mirror Demon," the duplicate sneered. "I know. Aren't you the third among the 7 demon generals?" This reference to being the third seemed to hit a sore spot for the Mirror Demon, who angrily retorted, "I am the second." The second? When Gu Qingfeng mentioned that people often referred to him as the third, the Mirror Demon was even more agitated as he rebutted, "That's because people are blind. How could I possibly be inferior to that fool in terms of strength and talent? I am the second under the Blood Demon Lord." Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like there's some internal conflict among the 7 demon generals. So, what brings the third who wants to be the second here?" "Shut up. I am the second," the Mirror Demon fumed, but then suppressed his anger. "Gu Qingfeng, considering your young age and Grandmaster level strength, I offer you a chance to live. Submit to me and assist in resurrecting the Blood Demon Lord, and I will spare your life." Gu Qingfeng quickly pieced together the situation. "So you slaughtered the villagers of Heshue village and lured the demon slayers here to resurrect the Blood Demon?" The Mirror Demon showed approval. "Correct, you're quite clever. I intended to use you as a blood sacrifice for the Blood God Child, but seeing your extraordinary strength, I've taken a liking to your talent. Our Blood Demon sect is in need of capable people. Will you submit?" "Wait," Gu Qingfeng interrupted. "Haven't you already created a duplicate of me? Why do you need my submission?" The duplicate cannot leave the mirror space, just like a person in a mirror is forever trapped. Moreover, if the original dies, the duplicate will also perish. Gu Qingfeng realized. No wonder the Mirror Demon had so many limitations. Otherwise, with his duplication ability, he wouldn't be limited to being third. "So, will you submit?" "What if I say no?" The Mirror Demon sneered. "You won't refuse. You conceded so quickly to the duplicate, proving you're a sensible person. Your life is in my hands now. Do you really think you have a choice?" Gu Qingfeng's smile grew brighter. "So that's how you interpreted my actions. Well, I can only say go to hell." "You scoundrel!" The Mirror Demon erupted in fury. "You're asking for death. Do you really think I won't kill you? Do you know what it means for a villain to talk themselves to death?" Gu Qingfeng sneered. "I didn't ask anything, yet you revealed the entire plan to resurrect the Blood Demon. Do you really think you're clever?" He shook his head and sighed. "What is there to hide from a dead man? No wonder you're ranked third among them. I'm second." "Second?" The Mirror Demon roared in fury, its face twisted in rage. "Die, you pathetic insect." With a furious gesture, it swung its hands, unleashing a pale, thin-lined Yitzi burning sun sword straight at Gu Qingfeng. Finally making a move, Gu Qingfeng thought, a gleam in his eyes and a hint of excitement in his heart. "Let's see if this strike can push the limits of my Vajra body." He suppressed the fire-controlling talent within himself, choosing to endure the lethal blow. Bang! Amidst the deafening explosion, the system notifications chimed in. Ding! Host attacked by Mirror Demon, defense 1000 inch. Ding! Congratulations, host. Defense has exceeded the limit. Vajra body has evolved into indestructible Vajra body. Blinding golden light erupted from Gu Qingfeng's body, making him appear like a war god cast in gold, shining brilliantly. The Mirror Demon stood frozen, unable to believe what it was witnessing. Gu Qingfeng stretched his body, feeling the surge of power within. "Beneath a master, all are ants. How about another strike?" Gu Qingfeng taunted. "Third? Ah." The Mirror Demon lost control completely, wildly swinging the Wood King's sword. Over a dozen Yitzi burning sun sword energies intertwined into a net, crashing down on Gu Qingfeng. Continuous booming sounds filled the air as flames engulfed Gu Qingfeng's figure. The system notifications rang out repeatedly. Ding ding ding. Host attacked by Mirror Demon. Defense 10001008000500. Tisk. Having too strong a defense is a hassle. To evolve the indestructible Vajra body, I'll need to find an even stronger move, Gu Qingfeng pondered. Watching his unharmed opponent, the Mirror Demon stared wide-eyed, still mechanically swinging the Yitzi burning sun sword. Gu Qingfeng mused, Old Third, besides copying my moves, what else can you do? Seeing the mirror demon focused solely on its relentless attack, he realized the truth: it could only replicate abilities. Defeating his own copy was equivalent to defeating the mirror demon itself. Who can claim to easily defeat an identical version of themselves? Faced with this tireless, machine-like opponent, Gu Qingfeng found that his repeated attacks were ineffective. The mirror demon finally showed a look of despair and incredulously asked, "What kind of constitution do you have? Why are Grandmaster-level attacks ineffective against you?" This question left Gu Qingfeng stunned. "You're my duplicate, yet you don't know my constitution? Haven't you evolved along with me?" "Evolve? What do you mean?" In that moment, Gu Qingfeng had an epiphany and discovered the mirror demon's fatal weakness. It turned out that the mirror demon's duplicating ability was based on the moment of entering the mirror space. This meant that as long as one made a breakthrough in the mirror space, the duplicate could not follow and become stronger. No wonder someone was able to defeat such an abnormal ability 200 years ago, Gu Qingfeng realized. A breakthrough in battle is the greatest nemesis of the mirror demon. Ordinary grandmasters are doomed against the mirror demon, but only those brilliant talents who can continuously surpass themselves in battle can restrain it completely. He silently added to himself, "Like me." Having understood this, Gu Qingfeng stood up and calmly looked at the mirror demon. This gaze made the mirror demon involuntarily step back 2 steps. What are you going to do?" "I'll give you one last chance," Gu Qingfeng said calmly. "If you have any powerful moves left, you better use them now." Although he didn't finish the sentence, the threat was clear. "Kid, I am one of the 7 demon generals. I have a fondness for talent like yours, which is why I don't want to kill you. But you—" "It seems I was right," Gu Qingfeng interrupted coldly. "Apart from copying, you truly have nothing else." "So what if that's true?" the mirror demon shouted, trying to sound fierce but clearly feeling insecure. "I can't kill you, but can you kill me? Your Yeetsi burning sun sword is fire-based. It can't hurt me at all." In reality, this was just the mirror demon bluffing. Although the Yeetsi burning sun sword had fire attributes, it was fundamentally a sword technique with grandmaster-level power. Against such an attack, fire resistance could at most reduce damage, but not completely negate it. Gu Qingfeng didn't plan to use the Yeetsi burning sun sword. Instead, he intended to use the diamond invincible body. This technique, while not as destructive as the Yeetsi burning sun sword, was particularly effective against the diamond body. The harder the body, the more easily it shatters when encountering something even harder. The diamond invincible body, both hard and flexible, was tougher than the diamond body and possessed unbreakable properties. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as he slowly approached the mirror demon. The mirror demon was clearly panicking. Thought he understood Gu Qingfeng inside out. Yet he couldn't comprehend the recent transformation, and this lack of control left him at a loss. The mirror demon would never know that Gu Qingfeng had a system within him that was impossible to replicate. "You've got a duplication hack?" "Sorry, I've got a system hack. You think I can't kill you? Well, I'm eager to give it a try." Before Gu Qingfeng's words had fully settled, he vanished from his spot. The all-encompassing enhancement from his invincible body had elevated his speed to its peak, allowing him to appear before the mirror demon as if by teleportation. The mirror demon's pupils shrank to pinpoints, instinctively summoning the golden bell shield. Yet, just as the translucent golden bell took shape, Gu Qingfeng's fist crashed into it. The sound of the sonic boom echoed, waves of air surged, and with a single punch, the golden bell shield shattered into pieces. Before the mirror demon could recover, that powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Though he managed to activate his diamond body, causing a faint golden glow to emanate from his head, it was no match for the even stronger golden light exploding from Gu Qingfeng's fist. With a resounding crash, the mirror demon's face caved in, twisted, and became covered with cracks like a shattered mirror. The mirror demon's body was sent flying, but Gu Qingfeng had already flashed behind him. With a powerful stomp on the ground and a twist of his waist, he delivered another unstoppable punch straight to the mirror demon's back. Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, the mirror demon was launched into the air like a ball. Gu Qingfeng's relentless assault continued, his form becoming a series of afterimages in the mirrored space. It was as if he was playing a brutal game, each appearance delivering a heavy blow to the mirror demon, kicking him in a new direction, then flashing over to continue the onslaught. Against the higher level of the invincible body, the mirror demon became nothing more than a punching bag for Gu Qingfeng's fury. Finally, Gu Qingfeng decided to end this one-sided massacre. With a powerful rising uppercut, he launched the mirror demon into the air, then propelled himself upward, spinning twice in midair, channeling all his strength into his right leg for a devastating strike. With a tremendous crash, the mirror demon's body plummeted to the ground like a downed fighter jet. Boom! The entire mirrored space shook violently. Gu Qingfeng began a free fall from high above, aiming directly at the mirror demon below. With the force of gravity accelerating him, he landed precisely on the creature's midsection. The mirror demon spat out blood instantly, its waist caving in, causing its body to curl up like a shrimp, its head and legs lifting simultaneously. Gu Qingfeng leaped off lightly, coldly assessing his battered opponent. At this moment, the mirror demon's body was covered in countless cracks, resembling a shattered and reassembled porcelain doll, a picture of something resurrected from the dead. Despite being severely injured, due to the nature of its duplicative form, it remained conscious. Any last words? Gu Qingfeng asked calmly. The mirror demon's eyes widened in disbelief, its voice trembling. Why is your original form so much stronger than the duplicate? If that's all you have to say, then goodbye. Gu Qingfeng raised his foot, ready to stomp on the demon's face. Wait! The mirror demon cried out in terror. You can't kill me. Gu Qingfeng crouched down with interest, looking down at him. Ah, my favorite part, the begging for mercy. Go ahead, show me what you've got. I'm the most favored subordinate of the blood demon. The mirror demon said urgently. I bear the mark left by the master. If you kill me, the mark will be imprinted on you. The blood demon is immortal and will eventually come to settle the score with you. Wow, is that a bonus? Buy one, get one free? Then I definitely have to kill you, Gu Qingfeng replied, his foot moving towards the demon's face again. The mirror demon quickly added, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have the power of a master. The blood demon is beyond a master. Killing you would be effortless. Gu Qingfeng became more excited. Beyond a master? Wonderful. I've been looking for powerful demons to challenge. This is practically a service delivered to my door. But first, confirm for me, can you really leave a mark on me? I wouldn't want to be chasing ghosts if it turns out the mark doesn't stick after you're dead. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's delight, the mirror demon for the first time doubted whether it had become outdated. In just 200 years, the once feared blood demon, who could stop children from crying at night, had its reputation fallen this far? Do you really intend to kill me? The mirror demon's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, Gu Qingfeng replied coldly. I despise being deceived. You used the souls of the villagers from Heshue village to trick me repeatedly. You cannot escape death. I didn't mean to deceive you, the mirror demon hurriedly explained. I just wanted to scare you away. Who would have thought you would? Enough with the excuses, Gu Qingfeng interrupted. You deceived me and even stole 2 of my coins. The mirror demon widened his eyes. That wasn't my doing. It was Goshang's mischievous nature when he was alive. His spirit merely followed its instinct. Enough, time to die. Wait, I have one last thing to say. Speak. I think you said something very true. What was it? The villain dies because they talk too much. Before the words were fully spoken, the mirror demon suddenly burst into a blinding white light, his entire body becoming almost transparent. It turned out he was stalling for time to gather strength. In Gu Qingfeng's astonished gaze, the mirror demon transformed into a beam of light, instantaneously breaching his invincible defense and entering his body. Ha ha, Gu Qingfeng, your body is mine now. Become my mirror slave. The mirror demon's maniacal laughter echoed inside Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng, however, also laughed. It seems you still don't get it. The hero triumphs through cleverness, while the villain dies from talking too much. Unfortunately for you, I'm the hero, so you're done. A system notification chimed. You are under attack by the mirror demon. Mirror clone incubation in progress. Ah! The mirror demon screamed in terror from within Gu Qingfeng. How can this be? What is this power? My body is dissolving. Facing the mirror demon's futile struggle, Gu Qingfeng calmly sat down, waiting for the system's power to completely eradicate him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mirror realm, Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi were huddled in a rundown thatched hut. Ever since Gu Qingfeng disappeared, they had been on the run. First, they were chased by over 500 villagers holding mirrors. They couldn't harm the villagers because killing one would result in the corpse turning into dangerous mirror shards. They barely escaped into a small forest, only to find the leaves had become mirrors. Fleeing to an open space, they discovered the sky itself was a giant mirror. Ultimately, they had no choice but to hide in the thatched hut in Heshue village. Su Daizi, what do we do now? What does the book say? Wang Pengzi whispered. The book says, as heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. Su Daizi whispered back. What does that mean? Rely on ourselves. Just as Wang Pengzi was about to pinch Su Daizi's waist, a sudden flurry of footsteps outside signaled the villagers were searching for them. The two were extremely tense, exchanging a glance and deciding they couldn't just sit and wait for their fate. At most, they would fight. Almost simultaneously, they drew their standard-issue long knives from their waists, the blades gleaming like mirrors in the dim light. These long knives, crafted by the skilled hands of the Demon Suppression Bureau, were standard equipment yet incredibly sharp. At that moment, the voice of the mirror demon grew weaker, and it began to cry out desperately for help. Blood god, save me! Save me! Its voice was filled with fear and despair. Gu Qingfeng was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, who is the blood god? He vaguely recalled the mirror demon mentioning this name before, but before he could ponder further, an unexpected change occurred. A cold, chilling voice suddenly echoed from within Gu Qingfeng. Useless. My awakening is near, yet I have to waste power on someone like you. After this, I need a blood sacrifice of 10,000 people. Gu Qingfeng was just about to figure out why there was a demon within him when he quickly realized that the voice was actually coming from within the mirror demon. Seriously, it's like a set of Russian dolls, he thought to himself. The mirror demon quickly flattered. Yes, yes, as long as you save me, I am willing to offer the blood of 100,000 people. The blood god was delighted by this, immediately emerging from the mirror demon, revealing its true form, a drop of crystal clear blood, as brilliant as a ruby. But beneath this beautiful exterior lurked an aura of extreme evil, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood. The blood god scrutinized Gu Qingfeng and spoke disdainfully, This boy's physical body is not bad. It might barely be qualified to serve as a vessel for me. As soon as the words fell, the drop of blood shattered, transforming into countless tiny droplets that began to invade Gu Qingfeng's entire body. A system notification sounded. Ding! You are under attack by the blood god. Bloodline concentration, 101010. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted within Gu Qingfeng. How can this be? What is this power? My body is dissolving. It was the once arrogant blood god. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head in bewilderment, thinking, is this thing here just to be a joke? Ding! Accompanied by the system notification, Gu Qingfeng acquired the skill of mirror image clone. At this moment, the blood demon child was still letting out its final screams, while the mirror demon had already perished. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up as information about the mirror image clone flooded his mind. It was an ability that allowed him to create a clone identical to himself, with matching strength, capable of even replicating his weapons. The duration of its existence depended on his cultivation level and could currently last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Though it could only replicate himself without the limitations of a mirror space, he was quite satisfied. The duration was short, but it would naturally extend as his cultivation improved. Just as he was feeling pleased, the system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your bloodline concentration has reached the critical value, enabling a bloodline awakening. Before Gu Qingfeng could ponder what a bloodline awakening entailed, he suddenly felt a chill surge to his head, as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water over him. The system immediately alerted him that he was under attack by the remnants of the blood demon soul, followed by a continuous surge in his soul power. 100, 100, 100. An angry voice echoed in his mind. Boy, there's something strange about your body. You managed to destroy my essence blood. I will extract your soul and refine it. But the voice quickly turned into screams of agony. This mysterious power again. How is it possible? Even my soul power? No. I've been planning for 200 years, on the verge of revival. I cannot die now. The voice abruptly stopped. Gu Qingfeng cautiously probed. Hello? Anyone there? There was no response. The system then began a series of notifications, informing him that he had gained talents such as acute hearing and vision, photographic memory, mental clarity, internal sight, and spiritual perception. Whoa, I've struck it rich overnight. With the enhancement of his soul power, he started receiving memory fragments left behind by the mirror demon and the remnants of the blood demon soul. Through these fragments, he finally pieced together the whole story. 200 years ago, in the decisive battle between the blood demon and the demon suppression division along with the righteous army, although the blood demon was killed, it left behind 36 indestructible drops of essence blood, each harboring a fragment of the blood demon soul, known as the blood demon child. Although the righteous side won, they suffered heavy losses and could only watch as these blood demon children scattered and escaped. Since then, a prophecy circulated in the martial world. When the 36 blood demon children reunite, it will mark the resurrection of the blood demon. Through the memories of the blood demon, Gu Qingfeng finally uncovered the truth. The legend of the blood demon's resurrection was nothing but a myth. The reality was far more complex. The blood demon had been severely injured and his essence damaged. To revive, he needed to restore his essence, and the key to that lay in blood. Each drop of the blood god seed needed to absorb enough blood to awaken. Only when all 36 drops were awakened and united could the blood demon fully return to the world. Although Gu Qingfeng had absorbed one drop, the blood demon could still be revived. In fact, as long as one drop of the blood god seed existed and was awakened, the blood demon could be reborn, though his power would be reduced by 1/36 for each missing drop. The blood demon chose to wait until all the blood god's seeds were awakened before reappearing, aiming to restore his peak power in one stroke. After all, he had been defeated even at his full strength before, so reviving with incomplete power would be a path to destruction. Instead, he let the blood god's seeds spread out to secretly gather strength. This explains why the blood demon cult had been searching for the blood god's seeds and conducting blood sacrifices for 200 years. Their ultimate goal was to restore the blood demon to his former glory. As for the mirror demon, his story was equally gripping. 200 years ago, during a great battle, the Righteous Alliance carefully selected 10 exceptionally talented half-step masters. These individuals could have easily broken through to the master level, but deliberately suppressed their cultivation to break through in the mirror space to combat the mirror demon. However, facing an identical replica, even a slight mistake could lead to death, let alone breaking through during battle. In the end, 9 out of the 10 perished, with only one managing to break through and defeat the mirror demon. Why use half-step masters? Because the mirror demon had a special technique called mirror image invasion, which he used against Gu Qingfeng. Only martial artists who had reached the master level or touched the master's intent could resist this soul-stealing technique. After that battle, the mirror demon's true forma mirror was shattered, leaving only a wisp of his soul wandering the world. Fortunately, he found a drop of the blood god seed, and the two became interdependent. The blood god seed provided him with life force, and he supplied it with blood. After nearly 2 centuries of recuperation, the mirror demon finally regained his strength, but, still wary, he avoided provoking the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division and only bullied the weak, eventually encountering Gu Qingfeng in Heshue village. After sorting through these past events, Gu Qingfeng turned his attention to his gains. Besides acquiring the godlike mirror image clone technique, he also experienced a bloodline awakening. This was due to the blood god seed's attack, which increased his bloodline concentration and activated his hidden ancestral bloodline. The specific nature of this bloodline will only be revealed once it is fully awakened. Gu Qingfeng decided to return to the Demon Suppression Division to undergo his bloodline awakening later, and first focus on assessing his recent gains. Despite being a mere remnant, the blood demon's soul fragment, once a formidable master, had bestowed upon him a series of astounding soul abilities. First were the sensory abilities. Enhanced hearing and vision greatly improved his auditory and visual senses, while photographic memory allowed him to absorb the knowledge in the Demon Suppression Division's library with ease. The talent of mental clarity not only enhanced his resistance to illusions but also defended against external threats, maintaining a clear mind, enhancing comprehension, and reducing the risk of spiritual deviation. The ability of introspection proved particularly useful. Gu Qingfeng could now clearly see his internal organs, meridians, and dantian. This significantly boosted his cultivation efficiency. Previously, navigating his energy pathways was like groping in the dark, but now he could see the flow of every meridian, making his cultivation efforts far more effective. What pleased him most was his spiritual sense, a special perception beyond the 5 senses that could warn him of danger, detect malice, and sense prying eyes. Unlike the unreliable intuition of ordinary people, this spiritual sense never failed him. Taking stock of his gains, Gu Qingfeng could hardly contain his excitement. An indestructible body, mirror clone, bloodline awakening, plus 5 soul abilities, 8 abilities in total. This was undoubtedly his greatest acquisition since his transmigration. Just as he was reveling in his fortune, he suddenly remembered the blood demon's generous contribution. The 36 blood divine seeds were not only crucial for the blood demon's rebirth, but also contained his 36 ultimate techniques, the blood demon's 36 arts. Upon carefully sensing the inheritance within his bloodline, Gu Qingfeng was nearly moved to tears with joy. He had gained the most powerful ability, blood rebirth. This divine skill was the key reason the blood demon had the potential to resurrect even 200 years after being slain. As long as one drop of his original blood essence remained, he could be reborn even if his body was destroyed. Of course, this divine skill had its limitations. It required the precious original blood essence. The essence must remain undamaged, and rebirth would leave him extremely weakened. But none of this diminished its value in a world fraught with danger. What could be more important than having an extra life? As Gu Qingfeng immersed himself in his hopeful visions, the scene before him suddenly shifted, and he returned from the mirror space to the shadow realm. The sight before him was shocking. The world was riddled with bottomless cracks, as if it were on the verge of collapse. This was evidently because the mirror demon was dead, and its shadow realm was disintegrating. But what worried Gu Qingfeng even more was, where were Wang Pengzi and Su Daizhi? As soon as Gu Qingfeng had the thought, he saw Wang Fatty and Su Fu clumsily tumble out of the mirror space. Their clothes were in tatters, and they were covered in cuts and bruises, looking as if they had just been through a fierce battle. How did you two end up in the mirror space? Gu Qingfeng frowned, thinking that these two knew they shouldn't look into mirrors yet still fell for it. Seeing Gu Qingfeng unharmed, Both men immediately looked relieved. Master Gu, you're alive. Wang Fatty blurted out, then quickly realized his slip and forced a smile. Forgive my clumsy mouth. By the way, Master Gu, what's going on? Why has the shadow domain changed like this? Where's the mirror demon? Has someone come to rescue us? Can you ask your questions one at a time? Gu Qingfeng replied calmly. The mirror demon is dead. Dead? Wang Fatty's eyes widened. No wonder we could escape the mirror space. Who saved us? No one rescued us. I killed it. At this, Wang Fatty's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You? You killed the mirror demon? That's one of the 7 demon generals. Even masters wouldn't dare claim they could kill it. Su Fan, standing nearby, analyzed. The mirror demon must indeed be dead. Otherwise the shadow domain wouldn't be collapsing, and we wouldn't have been able to escape the mirror space. And since it's just the 3 of us here, there clearly wasn't any outside help. Though Wang Fatty had seen it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. In his view, no matter how strong Gu Qingfeng was, he was only at the gathering chi stage, while the mirror demon was one of the 7 demon generals who had killed multiple masters in the past. It seemed as improbable as an ant killing an elephant. Could it be that you are actually a hidden master, disguising yourself at the gathering chi level, but truly at the master level? Wang Fatty speculated excitedly. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and calmly recounted the explanation he had prepared. The mirror demon could replicate realms, weapons, techniques, and even combat experience, but it couldn't replicate external skills. My golden bell shield and iron cloth have reached perfection, so dealing with a gathering chi level replica was naturally easy. So external skills counter the mirror demon. Wang Fatty wanted to ask more, but at that moment, the cracks in the sky widened, and the ground began to shake violently. Su Fan's face changed suddenly. Run? The shadow domain is collapsing. If we don't leave now, we'll be torn to pieces by the spatial forces. Where do we run to? Wang Fatty asked in a panic. To the village entrance. That's the exit of the shadow domain. Now that it's collapsing, the exit will surely open. Just as they were about to move, a group of sinister spirits suddenly emerged from not far away. They were the villagers of Heshue village, now howling as they charged toward the 3 of them. Don't worry about them, run. Su Fan shouted. The mirror demon is dead, and these restless spirits are out of control. The 3 of them immediately turned and sprinted away. At that moment, a thought struck Gu Qingfeng. Since this shadowy realm was the mirror demon's doing, wouldn't the damage caused by its collapse also count as the demon's attack? He quickly sought confirmation from the system and, upon receiving an affirmative response, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. The collapse of the shadowy realm would lead to a spatial breakdown. If he stayed here, he would inevitably be caught in the destructive force of space. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With that thought, Gu Qingfeng abruptly stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi also halted, looking at him in confusion. Master Gu, what are you doing? Wang Pengzi called out anxiously. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Gu Qingfeng slowly shook his head, feigning a profound demeanor. Do you remember what I said when you joined the team? Sir, now's really not the time for talking. Yet Gu Qingfeng stood firm. I said that if we encountered danger, I would cover your retreat and buy you time to escape. With that, he turned around, assuming a stance of noble sacrifice. You go ahead. I'll hold back these spirits. As he presented his heroic back to them, Gu Qingfeng secretly reveled in his cleverness. This Oscar-worthy performance not only allowed him to experience the attack of spatial forces, but also helped him establish an image of selflessness in front of his subordinates, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master Gu. Wang Pengzi called again. Gu Qingfeng maintained his grand posture and waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up. This is the duty of a captain. However, Wang Pengzi's next words left him frozen in place. No, Master Gu. These spirits were just ordinary people in life. Even as spirits, they're not strong. With our speed, they can't catch us at all. There's no need to cover our retreat. Gu Qingfeng's hand, still raised in midair, froze awkwardly. Gu Qingfeng stood there awkwardly for a few seconds before turning to glare at Wang Pengzi. So you're the only one with a mouth, huh? Think you're the only one who can talk? I just want to cover the rear, can't I? But nothing. You 2 better get the hell out of here. Seeing their hesitation, Gu Qingfeng roared again. Go? The thunderous shout finally scared them off. Once they were gone, Gu Qingfeng stood alone, his chest heaving with anger, muttering curses between heavy breaths. Damn Wang Pengzi, when I get back, I'll make your life miserable. He turned to face the mindless spirits, his eyes blazing with fury. It's all your fault. Why are you so weak? Before he finished speaking, he charged into the group of spirits, each punch carrying the force of a storm, shattering them one by one. The shadowy realm was already crumbling, with countless cracks spreading like a web across the space. In the distance, a pitch-black void silently expanded, consuming everything in Heshue village houses, trees, sky, ground, all turning to fragments and falling into the endless darkness. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open in front of Gu Qingfeng, like the air itself being ripped apart. The rift widened rapidly, soon enveloping him, causing an excruciating pain as if he were being torn in two. Ding! You've been attacked by a mirror demon. Space attribute 100 and 1010 inch. The system notification rang out, and the tearing sensation eased, his body gradually stabilizing. However, as he waited, his space attribute continued to increase, but no new skills appeared. Unable to hold back any longer, Gu Qingfeng sprinted toward the distant void and dove right in. Ding! You've been attacked by a mirror demon. Space attribute 100, 100 inch. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've acquired an alternate dimension. Upon examining the newly acquired alternate dimension, Gu Qingfeng discovered it was a portable mini-world similar to the shadowy realm, capable of storing items, housing living beings, and even farming. The only difference was that the rules were more stable, and the space was only half the size of Heshue village. However, as the space continued to fracture and cause damage, his space attribute kept increasing, and the alternate dimension expanded accordingly. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi, who had already escaped, anxiously awaited Gu Qingfeng. They debated his intentions and finally concluded that Gu Qingfeng was seeking revenge on Hu Liang. Master Gu mentioned hating being deceived the most. Wang Pengzi analyzed. Now that the shadowy realm is breaking apart, those spirits can finally be killed for good. The two exchanged glances, suddenly realizing a stunning truth. Their Master Gu was holding such a grudge over a lie that he was willing to risk his life for revenge. That shouldn't be the case, right? Su Fan whispered, uncertainty lacing his voice. Shouldn't? That's nonsense. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, waving his hands animatedly. Today's massacre in Heshue village was caused by nothing but a lie. Think about it. We were patrolling just fine until those 3 kids and Hu Liang deceived Lord Gu, and everything spiraled out of control. He began counting on his fingers. Lord Gu got so angry that he wouldn't rest until he found the culprit. He ended up storming the skeleton forest at night, smashing tombstones, digging up graves, desecrating corpses, and even killed the mirror demon, one of the 7 demon generals. Now he's desperately fighting off vengeful spirits. Isn't this all because of a lie? Su Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, that's true. See. Wang Pengzi continued triumphantly, Lord Gu's temper is too big, and he's too narrow-minded. Working with a superior like that, you must never lie. Look, just because of a lie, not only were the graves desecrated and bodies incomplete, but now even the spirits are about to be annihilated. Seeing Su Fan silent, Wang Pengzi patted his shoulder. Su Fan snapped back to attention and said seriously, it's our duty as subordinates not to deceive our superiors. Besides, Lord Gu isn't narrow-minded. He just hates evil and is dedicated to his duty. Ha ha ha, Wang Pengzi scoffed. Have you read too much, Su Fan? You're such a fool. Wang Pengzi, who are you calling narrow-minded? A chilling voice suddenly sounded from behind Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi froze, cold sweat soaking his back. Turning around, he saw Gu Qingfeng smiling at him, nearly causing his legs to give way. Su Fan, when did Lord Gu come out? Wang Pengzi asked tremulously. Just when you were calling him narrow-minded, Su Fan replied quietly. Only then did Wang Pengzi realize why Su Fan had suddenly become so upright, regretting that he called him a fool when the real fool was himself. Lord Gu. Wang Pengzi immediately switched tactics, wailing and hugging Gu Qingfeng's leg. You're finally safe. I thought I'd never see you again. Gu Qingfeng kicked him away. Get lost. I'm in a good mood today, but I'll deal with you later. Indeed, Gu Qingfeng was in high spirits. His alternate dimension had expanded to match the mirror demon's shadow domain, encompassing an area as vast as the entire Heshue village. From now on, he wouldn't need to carry his 4 weapons around conspicuously. He could even keep some demon slaves in the space, having them farm and summoning countless demon minions when needed. Let's go back to the demon suppression department to claim our reward, Gu Qingfeng said with high spirits. Upon hearing, claim our reward, smiles appeared on the faces of Wang Pengzi and Su Fan as well. They managed to kill the mirror demon. That's an incredible achievement. The 3 of them set off on their journey back. Along the way, Wang Pengzi, like a storyteller, kept praising Gu Qingfeng. Master Gu is wise and mighty, unparalleled in martial arts, punching the 7 demon generals, trampling the blood demon sect. Gu Qingfeng was secretly delighted by the flattery, planning to only make things difficult for Wang Pengzi 10 times upon their return. During their casual conversation, Gu Qingfeng learned about the 2 men's experiences after he entered the mirror space. It was ironic they had evaded the villagers' pursuit, the eerie forest's attacks, and threats from the sky, only to fall victim to their own swords. The swords were polished so brightly that their blades reflected like mirrors, drawing them into the mirror space as soon as they were unsheathed. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't dealt with the mirror demon in time, they might have already been defeated by their own duplicates. Several hours later, as daylight broke, the three finally returned to Yinshan County. Due to Gu Qingfeng's lower official rank, they first reported the matter to He Fenghua. In the hall, they vividly recounted their experiences in Heshue village, leaving He Fenghua stunned, as if hearing a fantastical tale. Initially, He Fenghua was skeptical until Gu Qingfeng presented the demon exorcism token, which immediately changed his expression. The token was not only a symbol of identity but also contained a formation that could capture the death aura of demons, serving as an infallible record of accomplishments. He Fenghua sensed the dense death aura of numerous demons within the token, and although most were only at the 4th level of body refinement, the sheer number was staggering. When he detected the aura of a great demon, he was so shocked that he trembled. "You really killed the 7 demon generals?" He Fenghua asked, his face flushed with excitement. Upon confirmation, He Fenghua paced the room. "Good. This is an incredible achievement. Leave the demon exorcism token with me for now. You 3 go back and rest. I will report to the demon suppression department and request rewards for you." Wang Pongzi and Su Daizi were overjoyed at the news, but Gu Qingfeng only furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After the 3 took their leave, He Fenghua remained alone in the hall, unable to contain himself, laughing maniacally at the token in his hand. "Ha ha ha, it's mine. All mine." He laughed so hard he nearly lost his balance. "Master He, what are you laughing about?" The sudden voice startled He Fenghua. "Who is it?" Turning around, he saw Gu Qingfeng standing quietly at the door, watching him with a meaningful smile. He Fenghua paused for a moment, quickly adjusted his facial expression, and forced a smile, saying, "I'm just happy for you. You've achieved such a great accomplishment, which also brings honor to me as your superior." Gu Qingfeng slightly smirked. "I see. I was worried you might be trying to take credit for my achievements." He Fenghua's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a perfect smile. "Take credit? The demon-slaying token that records the aura of slain demons is yours, and it's all registered with the demon suppression department. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't take it. Rest assured. Besides, I am upright and honest, and I certainly wouldn't engage in such petty behavior. In that case, I'm relieved." Gu Qingfeng's smile remained unchanged. "Ahem," He Fenghua cleared his throat. "Do you have anything else to discuss?" Gu Qingfeng shook his head. "Then you may leave. You've had a long journey. Go and rest." "Understood. I'll take my leave." Gu Qingfeng turned and left. He Fenghua stood frozen in place for a long time, then quickly rushed to the door to ensure Gu Qingfeng had indeed left before heaving a heavy sigh of relief. He hurriedly closed the door and laughed loudly to himself in the hall. "Haha, what a fool. He actually believed me. The demon-slaying token may be his, but the aura within it can be transferred by a formation master. Once I find one, I can transfer it all to my token. Then, all the credit will be mine." The more He Fenghua thought about it, the more excited he became, pacing back and forth in the hall with greed shining in his eyes. "Once I secure the credit and it's officially recognized, no matter how much he struggles, he's too insignificant for anyone to believe him. Ha ha ha, my promotion to Earth-rank Demon Slayer is just around the corner." Just as he was lost in his dreams, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Lord He, what are you laughing about again?" He Fenghua shuddered and turned abruptly to see a silhouette crouched at the window. It was Gu Qingfeng. You, what are you doing back here?" He Fenghua's heart raced, both from the fright and the fear that his mutterings had been overheard. Gu Qingfeng still wore that enigmatic smile. "I forgot something and came back for it." "What is it?" "I forgot to take my demon-slaying token." He Fenghua's face turned pale as he tried to maintain his composure. "If you take the token, how can I report your achievements? This concerns the 7 demon generals and requires a direct report to Master Li, the celestial rank demon slayer. At your rank, you can't meet Master Li." "No worries, you can take me with you to see Master Li, can't you?" "Nonsense." He Fenghua barked, though his voice lacked conviction. "With your status, how dare you meet Master Li? Leave at once. I need to report to the demon suppression department now. If I'm delayed, can you bear the consequences?" "Lord He, are you sure you won't return my demon-slaying token?" He Fenghua's face turned ashen. "You heard everything just now?" "Yes, I heard it all, and I also heard you're about to become an Earth-rank demon slayer." "Congratulations." Gu Qingfeng's smile grew even brighter, which made He Fenghua's expression darken instantly, like a Sichuan opera mask changing faces. He stared intently at Gu Qingfeng, his voice filled with malice. "So what if you heard? I'm going to claim your achievements as my own, and what can you do about it? With your insignificant status, no one will listen to you, no matter how loudly you shout." "Oh, is that so?" Gu Qingfeng murmured softly. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! Somebody come quick!" His voice was so loud it seemed to make the rafters shake. He Fenghua is trying to steal. Before he could finish, He Fenghua, panicked, lunged forward to cover his mouth. But Gu Qingfeng was prepared and nimbly stepped back to avoid the dirty hand, ready to continue shouting. Stop yelling. Stop. He Fenghua quickly conceded. Fine. You win. Take it all. He had no choice but to give in, as the aura of death from the demons hadn't yet dissipated. If this incident came to light now, with undeniable evidence, he wouldn't just lose his position as a high-ranking demon slayer, but might also be stripped of his current title. Gu Qingfeng cheerfully accepted the demon-slaying token, saying, See, if you just done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to be so difficult. Get out. Just get out of here. He Fenghua shouted like a scorned woman. Unfazed, Gu Qingfeng extended his right hand. Rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, hush money, He Fenghua was instantly enraged, clenching his fists so tightly they cracked, as if he might pounce at any moment. But with so many eyes on them at the Yinshan Demon Subjugation Division, he had to swallow his anger. You dare ask for hush money? You're out of your mind. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng took another deep breath. Help? Somebody. Stop. How much do you want? He Fenghua hurriedly interrupted. Gu Qingfeng smiled, holding up one finger. 100 taels. He Fenghua gritted his teeth and pulled out a banknote, but Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Gold? 100 taels of gold. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. What do you think I'm doing? He Fenghua felt like his lungs were about to burst with rage. The detestable Gu Qingfeng in front of him made him wish he could drop dead on the spot. Suppressing his anger, he shakily pulled out 10 silver notes worth 1,000 each from his pocket, practically gritting his teeth as he handed them over. Take your money and leave. All right, Lord He, please continue enjoying yourself. I won't disturb you any further, Gu Qingfeng replied with an infuriating smile as he took the silver notes and leisurely walked out of the hall. He Fenghua glared at the receding figure, veins bulging on his forehead. The position of earth-ranked demon slayer was within his grasp, yet this bastard snatched it away. He clenched his fist, yearning to chase after Gu Qingfeng and tear him apart, but reason told him that there were too many eyes around. He couldn't act rashly. Once he confirmed no one else was around, He Fenghua could no longer contain his fury. He rushed to a large tree behind the hall to vent. Gu Qingfeng, you bastard! He shouted, furiously pounding the tree trunk until wood chips flew. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from above. Lord He, what are you doing now? He Fenghua froze, slowly looking up to see Gu Qingfeng casually sitting on the roof, smiling down at him. The sight was too much for He Fenghua. His blood pressure skyrocketed. You. Before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Gu Qingfeng quickly jumped down from the roof, shouting, Lord He has fainted. Someone come quick. Meanwhile, he deftly reached into He Fenghua's pocket and retrieved the remaining silver notes. After counting, he found over 20,000. Gu Qingfeng was secretly delighted. This had been quite the profitable venture. The next day, He Fenghua awoke to find all his savings gone and fainted again on the spot. Meanwhile, news spread from the Demon Suppression Division of Yinshan County. Yellow-ranked demon slayer Gu Qingfeng had slain one of the 7 demon generals, the Mirror Demon, and Lord He had fainted multiple times from excitement. This news quickly spread throughout Yinshan County, even reaching Li Qianren of the Wudong County Demon Suppression Division. As an organization with an intelligence network spanning the land, the Demon Suppression Division was divided into 2 systems, overt and covert. The overt demon slayers were responsible for eliminating demons, while the covert operatives gathered intelligence, monitored suspicious individuals, and prevented infiltrators or demon slayers from being bewitched by demons. Such a significant event naturally reached Li Qianren's ears through the covert division's channels. Upon receiving the news, Li Qianren immediately dispatched members of the secret division to meet Gu Qingfeng and his 2 companions, demanding a face-to-face report of the details. Without hesitation, Gu Qingfeng, along with Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi, set off with the secret division, not waiting for He Fenghua to regain consciousness. In fact, Gu Qingfeng had secretly spread these messages while He Fenghua was unconscious. He did this to firmly establish his achievements and prevent He Fenghua from pulling any tricks to claim the credit. When He Fenghua regained consciousness, the first thing he did was demand from his subordinates, "Where has that bastard Gu Qingfeng gone?" "Sir, Gu Qingfeng has already been taken by the secret division to see Master Li," the subordinate reported truthfully. What? He Fenghua was instantly furious, his eyes wide open. That little bastard is trying to take all the credit. How dare he bypass me? Quick, help me up, I need to see Li. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a wave of dizziness, a metallic taste in his throat, and spat out a mouthful of blood before blacking out again. Oh no, Master, he has passed out again. Quick, call the doctor. His subordinates were thrown into a panic. Meanwhile, in the Demon Suppression Division of Wudong County, in a dimly lit hall, Li Qianren was intently observing a demon-slaying order in his hand, carefully sensing the aura it emitted. Surrounding him were several earth-ranked demon slayers, usually hard to encounter, yet gathered here because of the matter involving Gu Qingfeng. Below the hall, Gu Qingfeng and his two companions stood respectfully. Wang Pengzi and Su Daizhi were intimidated by the oppressive atmosphere, not daring to lift their heads or even breathe loudly. These high-ranking officials not only held significant power but were also exceptionally strong, with the weakest being at the qi condensation level, and some even on the verge of becoming grandmasters, not to mention Li Qianren himself, a grandmaster-level heaven-ranked demon slayer. However, this sense of awe was only present in the hearts of Wang Pengzi and Su Daizhi. Gu Qingfeng appeared calm and unruffled, even showing interest in observing these prominent figures. After all, he had slain qi condensation level experts and even defeated the master level 7 demon generals. Especially after returning from Heshue village with newfound abilities, his confidence had soared. Gu Qingfeng carefully observed the prominent figures in the room, especially Li Qianren, the celestial exorcist. This nearly 40-year-old man had a face chiseled like stone, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, yet he looked like a young man in his 20s. However, his shadowy eyes resembled a lurking viper in the jungle, adding an air of gloom to his demeanor. What do you all think of this matter? Li Qianren suddenly broke the silence in the room. A ground-level exorcist pondered briefly. This aura, without a doubt, belongs to the mirror demon. Exactly. Another ground-level exorcist chimed in excitedly. Who would have thought it survived 200 years ago, only to fall into the hands of our demon suppression department in Wudong County now? Reporting this to the court will certainly make our department famous. Famous? A third ground-level exorcist sneered. I think it's more of a disgrace. How do we report this? By telling the court that the mirror demon, one of the 7 demon generals who killed several grandmasters, was defeated by a mere 4th-level qi condensation martial artist? Do you think the court will believe us? Wouldn't they accuse us of deceiving the emperor? But it's the truth. Who would have thought that external martial arts would be the key to defeating the mirror demon? He claims it's external martial arts, and you believe him? 200 years ago, several grandmasters skilled in external martial arts fell to the mirror demon. If they couldn't defeat it, how could a 4th-level qi condensation martial artist? Gu Qingfeng's heart tightened, sensing trouble, as if his lie was about to be exposed on the spot. At that moment, Li Qianren raised a hand to stop the argument, his snake-like eyes fixed on Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng, what do you have to say? Everything I've said is true. It was indeed external martial arts that subdued the mirror demon. Gu Qingfeng replied with a stiff resolve, ready to defend himself. If things went south, he was prepared to rely on his invulnerable body and other abilities to escape, hoping it would be enough to save his life even if he couldn't overpower a grandmaster. Li Qianren didn't immediately question him, but instead studied Gu Qingfeng intently. After a moment, he turned to the side. You, the chubby one, speak? Huh. Wang Pengzi was startled, looking around to confirm that Lord Li was indeed addressing him. He stood up nervously yet excitedly, secretly pleased. Could it be that Lord Li found something special in me and particularly appreciates me? Meanwhile, Li Qianren calculated silently. Among these 3, the chubby one is the most timid, making him the easiest to trip up when recounting the story. Yesterday marked Lord Gu's first day in office, and we were assigned to Heshue village. Wang Pengzi began recounting the events, stammering a bit at first, but soon he found his stride. Understanding Gu Qingfeng's personality well, Wang cleverly embellished the entire incident. In his narrative, the original story of Gu Qingfeng being deceived and destroying the village turned into a tale of a heroic exorcist, clever and brave, who worked tirelessly for the people. After our investigation yielded no results during the day, Lord Gu insisted on spending the night in the village. Wang Pengzi narrated vividly. Once night fell, strange things started happening. First, a candy seller vanished into thin air, followed by 3 playing children and the village chief, all disappearing before our eyes. Lord Gu immediately led us to search every house, but the entire village was empty. He declared, "This is my jurisdiction. I must find the living or the dead." With that, he led us straight to the forest of bones. Wang Pengzi continued to embellish the story. In the forest, we discovered that the villagers had all turned into zombies. Lord Gu led us in battle for several hours to eliminate them all. Later, we were drawn into the shadow realm by the mirror demon. At this point, Wang Pengzi skillfully skipped over the embarrassing incident of Gu Qingfeng looking into the mirror, instead describing, in the shadow realm, over 500 villagers pursued us with mirrors. To protect us, Lord Gu stepped forward and was trapped in the mirror space. Not only did he defeat his own duplicate, but he also killed the mirror demon and saved us. The most thrilling part was when the shadow realm began to collapse, and those over 500 spirits chased us. Once again, Lord Gu insisted on staying behind to cover our escape, even scolding us to make us leave first. Thanks to Lord Gu's heroic leadership, We managed to escape unscathed. Gu Qingfeng listened, blushing, secretly amazed at his own prowess. His impression of Wang Pengzi improved instantly, and he decided to go easier on him in the future. Li Qianren and the others, though suspecting some exaggeration, still considered Gu Qingfeng a competent exorcist. However, just as they were probing for more details, a prefecture-level exorcist scoffed. No matter how well you spin it, I refuse to believe a Qi condensation stage 4 martial artist could defeat the mirror demon with just physical skills. If that were true, the grandmasters who practiced both inner and outer skills 200 years ago would have died in vain. The other prefecture-level exorcists agreed, acknowledging the apparent contradiction. If even dual-skilled grandmasters couldn't defeat the mirror demon, how could a mere Qi condensation stage 4 martial artist possibly succeed? An official spoke coldly. In my opinion, this could very well be a conspiracy between the mirror demon and Gu Qingfeng, planning to plot against our demon suppression division. I suggest we first examine Gu Qingfeng's body to see if he is a demon from the blood demon cult. Indeed, I second that. Other officials agreed, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. Gu Qingfeng sighed inwardly. Let them examine his body? Absolutely not. He had too many secrets, and if they were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed he couldn't stay at the demon suppression division any longer. Poor little corpse charm, left alone. He was already considering the timing to take action. At that moment, Li Qianren, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. What Gu Qingfeng said should be true. This statement left Gu Qingfeng stunned. Why would Li Qianren speak up for him? They weren't friends or anything. Master Li, an earth-ranked demon hunter said urgently, how could such an obvious matter be true? My judgment is never wrong. Li Qianren replied coldly. Then how do you explain that a grandmaster who practices external martial arts couldn't kill the mirror demon, yet he could? Li Qianren confidently explained. It's simple. First, the mirror demon indeed cannot replicate external martial arts. The physical body is yang, the soul is yin. External martial arts that focus on the body are methods of extreme yang, making the body strong and full of yang energy. The demon's domain is yin and yang clash, so the mirror demon cannot fully replicate Gu Qingfeng's external martial arts. That's why he could defeat the replica with external martial arts and then defeat the mirror demon. Gu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would have believed Li Qianren's explanation. But Master Li, the earth-ranked demon hunter still had doubts. According to you, a grandmaster who practices external martial arts wouldn't be completely replicated by the mirror demon. So why couldn't they defeat the mirror demon with external martial arts? Li Qianren snorted. Foolish. As a half-step grandmaster, can't you see such a simple truth? The person fell silent, intimidated. Let me ask you, Li Qianren continued, if you now master Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt, would it enhance your strength? After pondering, the person replied, at my half-step grandmaster level, mastering Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt wouldn't enhance my strength. Their defense isn't as good as my protective chi. So do you understand now? Li Qianren's gaze was sharp. Even you are like this, and it is even more so for innate grandmasters. Those who practice external martial arts merely did so in their youth. No one becomes a grandmaster solely through external martial arts. So the enhancement from external martial arts is minimal, and against a replica, this advantage is negligible. The earth-ranked demon hunter finally understood. Gu Qingfeng also realized, but he was more amazed by Li Qianren's logic. It was like a modern-day gunfight between two people, one wearing a t-shirt and the other a down jacket. Holding a gun was akin to a grandmaster's strength. The one in the t-shirt was the replica, and the one in the down jacket was the original who practiced external martial arts. In such a case, how much advantage does the one in the down jacket have? The answer is obvious. For a low-level martial artist like Gu Qingfeng, the situation was entirely different, like a fight between a fully armed warrior and someone completely unarmed. The outcome was obvious. Gu Qingfeng sighed inwardly, having planned to defect from the demon suppression division, only to be saved by the clever mind of Li Qianren. Li Qianren was indeed smart, but his intelligence led him into a common pitfall: cognitive bias. He tried to understand the unknown using the knowledge he already had, like looking at the sky through leaves, inevitably missing the bigger picture. The information about the mirror demon had developed gaps over 200 years, and Li Qianren could only use his deductions to fill these blanks, forcing logical consistency where there might be none. So, are you saying Gu Qingfeng killed the mirror demon? Someone asked. Li Qianren shook his head. What I mean is, Gu Qingfeng can defeat his own duplicate, but that doesn't necessarily mean he killed the mirror demon. Gu Qingfeng was baffled. Brother, what are you imagining now? From what I know, besides its replication ability, the mirror demon has a move called mirror invasion. Li Qianren explained seriously. This is similar to possession, turning someone into a mirror slave. Only martial artists of grandmaster level or those nearing that realm can resist it, as their souls are highly consolidated. That's why the Demon Suppression Division sent 10 half-step Grandmaster talents to deal with the Mirror Demon back then. So, does this mean Gu Qingfeng might already be a mirror slave? A ground-level demon hunter suddenly asked, his expression turning serious. As soon as he said this, everyone present became tense, warily eyeing Gu Qingfeng, with some already reaching for their weapons. After all, the Mirror Demon was a notorious name 200 years ago, and if Gu Qingfeng had indeed become a mirror slave, their concerns were justified. Facing the hostile stares from the crowd, Gu Qingfeng felt like he was on an emotional roller coaster. Just a moment ago, he was grateful to Li Qianren for resolving his crisis, and now he felt like shouting in frustration, "What a mess." "Gu Qingfeng, how do you explain this?" Li Qianren's voice was as cold as ice, and his gaze pierced like a dagger. Gu Qingfeng sighed inwardly. The question indeed put him in a difficult position. He couldn't reveal the existence of the system, but the situation was dire, and the lives of these influential figures depended on his explanation. He quickly weighed his options. If his explanation didn't hold, a fight would surely break out. With his lack of speed, escape was nearly impossible. That would leave only one choice to eliminate everyone present. Thanks to his invincible body, no one below the level of a Grandmaster could harm him. If it came to a fight, he would only need to deal with Li Qianren. Although this Grandmaster's speed was troublesome and might avoid the Yitzi Fenyang sword, Gu Qingfeng's soul strength had become comparable to a Grandmaster's since being attacked by the Blood Demon Remnant. By using the eye technique, illusion vision, he could at least stall Li Qianren, creating an opportunity for a fatal strike. As he calculated this perfect plan, a sudden realization struck him: his soul strength comparable to a Grandmaster's was the most reasonable explanation. In the oppressive atmosphere, Gu Qingfeng slowly spoke, "Masterly, though I don't understand what mirror invasion is, the mirror demon did launch a strange attack on me before dying. He possessed my duplicate and transformed into a stream of light that entered my body." Before he finished speaking, several Earth-level demon hunters began gathering their energy, ready to act at any moment. Gu Qingfeng ignored them and continued, "But once inside me, he died." "Died?" Someone scoffed. "That was one of the 7 demon generals. Just died like that? Do you think we'll believe that?" "The mirror demon tried to devour my soul and take over my body. I had to fight back, and with a slip of my soul power, I killed him." The statement plunged the crowd into an eerie silence. Moments later, an Earth-level demon hunter burst into laughter. "Kid, do you know what you're saying? Killing the mirror demon with soul power? Do you take us for fools?" The mirror demon, though fighting with replication abilities, was a genuine innate demon with soul strength that only a Grandmaster could withstand. "Are you trying to tell us that you, a mere 4th-stage chi condensation martial artist, have soul strength comparable to a Grandmaster?" The crowd ridiculed, waiting for Gu Qingfeng's response. "Yes," Gu Qingfeng replied with just a single word, his tone casual and indifferent. This response instantly infuriated the Earth-level demon hunter. He turned to Li Qianren, struggling to hide his anger. "Masterly, this kid is spouting nonsense. I suggest we arrest him and interrogate him thoroughly." Li Qianren frowned, his gaze sharp as a knife as it swept over Gu Qingfeng's face. Surprisingly, the young man showed no trace of fear despite the threat. Could it be that what he's saying is true? This thought flashed through his mind. Whether it's true or not, we can find out. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying wave of soul energy erupted from Li Qianren, like a hurricane aimed directly at Gu Qingfeng. It carried the overwhelming pressure typical of a Grandmaster, like a beast opening its jaws to devour its prey. The atmosphere became instantly tense. The weakest among them, Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi, collapsed to the ground, their faces as pale as paper. The others, though still standing, were visibly shaken, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. And this was just the aftershock. If Li Qianren had targeted them directly, the situation would have been far worse. Yet, in the eye of this soul storm, Gu Qingfeng stood straight and composed. In the next moment, an equally formidable soul force erupted from within him. Boom! The two soul forces collided in the air, and the resulting shockwave filled the entire hall. Everyone present felt an intense pressure, as if a heavy weight was bearing down on them. The stone floor beneath them cracked under the invisible force, with web-like fissures spreading rapidly. This scene left everyone speechless with shock. Soul power is supposed to be intangible, yet it was now affecting the physical world, indicating that the soul strength of the two individuals had reached an astonishing level. Everyone looked in disbelief at the still calm Gu Qingfeng, as a stunning realization dawned on them: this young man truly possessed soul strength comparable to that of a Grandmaster. This kid, he possesses such formidable soul power. Li Qianren was astounded, a rare expression of shock appearing on his usually impassive face. The surrounding Earth-tier exorcists widened their eyes in disbelief. Their worldview shattered in an instant. A mere youth with only a 4th-level chi condensation cultivation, possessing soul power, comparable to that of a grandmaster. It was simply unheard of. Gu Qingfeng and Li Qianren's soul powers clashed in the air for a brief moment before both instinctively withdrew. Continuing further could have led to unimaginable consequences. On the ground, Wang Fati and Su Fu had already fainted, their eyes rolling back. Any further exposure to such soul pressure could have shattered their souls. The room fell into a dead silence as Li Qianren stared intently at Gu Qingfeng, as if trying to see through his very essence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Your soul power is not inferior to mine. Your aura is calm and balanced, without a trace of evil. It seems you were telling the truth. These words essentially sealed the matter. The other earthier exorcists snapped back to reality, their faces gradually lighting up with joy. Not only had the mirror demon case been resolved, but they had also discovered such a prodigy, truly a double blessing for the demon suppression division of Wudong County. I've heard of people with extraordinary talent, but someone with soul power akin to a grandmaster's is a first, one earthier exorcist remarked, and the others nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Gu Qingfeng noticeably softer. Who wouldn't appreciate a subordinate who is both brave and exceptionally gifted? Gu Qingfeng inwardly scoffed at their quick change of attitude, but understood that it was part of their duty. Since everything is confirmed, let's proceed with the rewards, Li Qianren announced. A promotion, 1,000 taels of gold, and 1,000,000 merit points. The Earth-tier exorcists collectively gasped. A promotion and 1,000 taels of gold were expected, but 1,000,000 merit points were truly astonishing. Within the Demon Suppression Division, merit points functioned like a universal currency, exchangeable for any resources one might need at the contribution hall. Backed by the abundant resources of the Great Yin Dynasty, the division stores were well stocked with everything imaginable. At the Demon Suppression Division in Wudong County, anything you can't find can be requested from headquarters if you have enough merit points. Rare resources that money can't usually buy can be exchanged for these points. For demon slayers, merit points are far more valuable than money. The figure of 1,000,000 merit points made Gu Qingfeng gasp. To put it in perspective, slaying a single innate level demon only earns 10,000 merit points, so 1,000,000 points is equivalent to killing 10 such demons. Promotion by 1 rank. Gu Qingfeng blinked in disbelief at Li Qianren. He had only been a yellow-rank demon slayer for a few days, and now he was about to be promoted directly to the profound rank? 1,000 taels of gold. That's equivalent to a fortune of 10,000 taels of silver, an amount that an average demon slayer might not accumulate in a lifetime. But the most enticing reward was the 1,000,000 merit points, a sum that even an Earth-ranked demon slayer might not accumulate. Gu Qingfeng realized that the mirror demon he had easily dispatched was incredibly valuable. Looking back, the mirror demon was indeed notorious among the 7 demon generals. Each of these generals was a top-notch master, and the mirror demon's eerie abilities had claimed the lives of no less than 10 masters. For an ordinary master, encountering the mirror demon would likely result in death. Only someone like Gu Qingfeng, with his exceptional abilities, could make killing the mirror demon seem as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Just as Gu Qingfeng was secretly rejoicing, Li Qianren added, "This is just the internal reward from the Demon Suppression Division. Once reported to the court, there will be additional honors." What? There's more? Gu Qingfeng was ecstatic, eager to find the other 7 demon generals to slay. Calming his excitement, he respectfully said, "Thank you, Lord Li. This is what you deserve," Li Qianren responded calmly. At that moment, an Earth-ranked demon slayer interjected, "Lord Li, I have no objection to the rank promotion and the 1,000 taels of gold, but isn't 1,000,000 merit points too much? He's only at the 4th level of Qi gathering and can't possibly use that many points." Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng glared angrily. Li Qianren shot the man a cold glance and said, "If you can slay a demon at the 7 demon general level, the reward would be even greater." The man fell silent immediately. As someone not even at the master level, surviving an encounter with a 7 demon general would be considered lucky. His words were born out of jealousy. A young man at the 4th level of Qi gathering received such rich rewards, while he, a Gang Qi realm expert, didn't even have 10,000 points. How could he accept this? In his view, Gu Qingfeng was simply lucky, coincidentally able to counter the mirror demon. Even if the young man had talents in external and soul skills, his cultivation was only at the 4th level of Qi gathering, which was practically useless. In martial arts cultivation, Qi practice is fundamental. Without advancing one's realm, everything else is meaningless. No matter how strong external skills are, they can't surpass the protection of Gang Qi. No matter how powerful the soul is, it might only be able to crush a few bricks. With such qualifications, even with the help of elixirs, he would only reach the internal Qi realm in this lifetime. The reward is based on results, not cultivation level. Anyone who contributes will receive a corresponding reward, Li Qianren said impassively, with a sharp glint in his eyes. Gu Qingfeng nodded to himself. This stoic man, though unsmiling, was at least fair and principled in his approach. "All right, everyone else may leave. Gu Qingfeng, you stay." Li Qianren's voice echoed through the hall. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Unsure of Li Qianren's intentions, the others departed, and a kind-hearted Earth-ranked demon slayer even helped drag Wang Fatty and Su Simpleton out. The vast hall was left with just the two of them. After a moment of silence, Li Qianren spoke. Gu Qingfeng, do you realize that after today, your name will be known throughout the entire Dian dynasty? Indeed, killing the 7 demon generals at the 4th level of Qi gathering is enough to cause a sensation, Gu Qingfeng replied calmly. Fame often brings trouble, Li Qianren said, looking directly at Gu Qingfeng. Especially when you are only at the 4th level of Qi gathering. People will envy and be jealous of you, but they will not respect you. Gu Qingfeng grinned. A genius who is not envied is not a true genius. Li Qianren gave him a slightly surprised look and continued. You have remarkable talent in body refining and soul strength, but your Qi cultivation talent is lacking. Do you know what this means? It means the future is uncertain. Li Qianren nodded and explained. Body refining cannot make you a grandmaster. At its peak, it still cannot compare to the protective energy of the Gang Qi realm. Your soul may rival a grandmaster, but its primary use is not in combat. With your Qi cultivation talent, even with ample elixirs, you might never break through to the true Qi realm in this lifetime. So my potential is that poor? Gu Qingfeng maintained a cheerful smile, though he secretly pondered the power of his system. Seeing his calm demeanor, Li Qianren admired his temperament even more and suggested, there are paths beyond martial arts, such as alchemy, talismans, and formations. All these require strong soul power. With your soul strength comparable to a grandmaster's, you could achieve extraordinary success in other fields. Which path does Lordly suggest I take? Alchemy, Li Qianren answered without hesitation. May I ask why? Because of a mission, Li Qianren's eyes were bright with purpose, a mission that could bring you immense success. Completing it means that even if you never become a grandmaster, you will gain a status and wealth far beyond that of a grandmaster. What mission is so significant? Please enlighten me, Lord, Gu Qingfeng asked, intrigued. Li Qianren didn't answer immediately. Instead, he squinted his eyes and asked, do you know who is the #1 alchemist of the Dian dynasty? Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he answered without hesitation. That would be the alchemy king, Xiao Yulong. Although he wasn't skilled in alchemy, he had heard of this renowned figure. That's right, Xiao Yulong. Li Qianren nodded slightly. He is recognized as the foremost alchemist in the history of the Dian dynasty. But do you know why he holds that title? Why? Gu Qingfeng shrugged. Isn't it obvious? It's because his alchemy skills are unparalleled. Li Qianren shook his head gently, his expression serious. Since ancient times, there's been a saying. There is no first in alchemy and no second in martial arts. A martial artist can be ranked through competitions, but alchemy is different. Each master has their own strengths. Some excel in antidotes, others in enhancement elixirs. The value of these elixirs is hard to measure. For someone seeking a breakthrough, an enhancement elixir is invaluable. For someone poisoned, an antidote is a treasure. Therefore, there is no absolute #1 in alchemy. Gu Qingfeng listened intently and couldn't help but ask, then why is alchemy king Xiao Yulong considered the best? Because he created an elixir that everyone desires. Everyone desires it? What kind of elixir is that? The elixir of youth. The elixir of youth? Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened. Does it grant immortality? Li Qianren replied solemnly. Not immortality that belongs to the realm of the gods. But the elixir of youth can extend life and rejuvenate the body. Human lifespan is dictated by fate, and even reaching the innate state only grants about 200 years. The elixir of youth defies fate, offering the possibility of greater achievements, and perhaps even reaching realms beyond mastery. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qianren noticed Gu Qingfeng looking at him with a peculiar expression. What's wrong? Li Qianren frowned slightly. Master Li, are you dying? This almost made Li Qianren lose his composure. I'm not dying. Then why bring up the elixir of youth? Gu Qingfeng suddenly had a realization. Is the mission about this elixir of youth? But alchemy king Xiao Yulong has been dead for a century. Where would we find it? Wait, do you have the recipe and want me to make it? But I haven't even. Stop guessing wildly and listen to me. Li Qianren interrupted with a stern face. All right, you're the boss, I'll listen. Gu Qingfeng muttered, pouting. Li Qianren furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself, have I been too approachable? Why does this kid seem a little disrespectful? 100 years ago, although Xiao Yulong was a master alchemist, there were many others who were equally renowned, and a few even surpassed him in fame. It wasn't until he dedicated over a decade to developing the divine alchemy method and successfully created the rare elixir of immortality that he truly established his position as the foremost alchemy king. Divine alchemy method? Isn't that name a bit too arrogant? Is he comparing himself to a god? Gu Qingfeng frowned. Li Qianren explained, creating the elixir of immortality is indeed an act against nature, touching upon the forbidden realms of the divine. Calling his method the divine alchemy method is quite fitting. These words reminded Gu Qingfeng of the legendary poet Li Bai, who was also known for his arrogance. People did not find it excessive. Instead, they believed that without his boldness, Li Bai wouldn't be the Li Bai they revered. Qiu Yulong's status in the field of alchemy was comparable to Li Bai's in poetry. Both had the right to their arrogance. Lordly, after saying all this, what exactly do you want me to do? Li Qianren replied solemnly. Although Qiu Yulong had many disciples during his lifetime, none could inherit the divine alchemy method. To prevent its loss, he left behind the Yulong's secret realm, which contains his lifetime's knowledge of alchemy and the divine alchemy method. It's rumored to possibly hold the elixir of immortality as well. The secret realm opens every 5 years, with numerous formations and alchemy challenges, and prohibits anyone above the true Qi level from entering. This is to select young alchemy talents. The next opening is in a year, and I want you to enter the realm and inherit the divine alchemy method and the elixir of immortality. Hold on, I have a few questions, Gu Qingfeng interrupted. First, if Qiu Yulong could create the elixir of immortality, why did he still die? Do you think the elixir of immortality is an ordinary potion? Qiu Yulong managed to create only a few in his lifetime. Besides, reversing aging defies natural law, and its effects diminish with repeated use. My second question. Over the last 100 years, the secret realm has opened 20 times. Has no one obtained the inheritance? Li Qianren shook his head. Indeed. No one has passed the tests? Then why do you think I can succeed? Gu Qingfeng smiled wryly. I'm good at dealing with demons, but alchemy. You can't become a master alchemist just because you have strong spiritual power, right? I can't be certain, but you possess spiritual power comparable to a grandmaster at the 4th level of Qi gathering, which is unprecedented. Alchemy requires exceptional spiritual talent, which is innate. Everything else can be learned later. One last question, Lordly. You are in your prime. Why do you need the elixir of immortality? It's not for me. It's for the Emperor. The Emperor? Gu Qingfeng was shocked. The current Emperor's life is nearing its end. In the past decade, he has issued 3 edicts. The first promised that anyone who presented the elixir of immortality would be granted a marquisate. The second raised the reward to making them a king of a different surname. And the third promised the title of a peer king, a prince with equal status to the Emperor. Gu Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. The meaning of this title couldn't be clearer. It signifies standing shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor, on equal footing. Beyond that, the only path left would be rebellion. Through these 3 imperial decrees, Gu Qingfeng keenly sensed the Emperor's urgency. It seemed the Emperor truly didn't have much time left. You understand now, don't you? Li Qianren said, his gaze intense as he looked at Gu Qingfeng. As long as you can obtain the elixir of immortality, even if you don't become a grandmaster, you can achieve a status even higher than that. Think it over carefully. Only then did Gu Qingfeng fully grasp Li Qianren's intentions. As his superior and sponsor, if Gu Qingfeng succeeded, Li Qianren would surely benefit as well. This was much more worthwhile than hunting a few innate-level great demons. Why not try being a prince for fun? Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. The proposal indeed tempted him. More importantly, the success of this mission didn't matter. There was no punishment for failure, and success meant becoming a prince. Besides, since the Jade Dragon's secret realm was designed to select an heir and restricted entry to those above the true energy realm, he wouldn't be in danger with his abilities. Having thought it through, Gu Qingfeng made his decision. In his past life, he had read many online novels where protagonists constantly trained and leveled up but never knew how to enjoy life. The ultimate goal of cultivation was to enjoy life, wasn't it? So why not start enjoying it now? After all, with the system at hand, becoming an immortal was just a matter of time. I'll take on this task, Gu Qingfeng said decisively. Li Qianren nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to explain the essential factors for alchemy: soul talent and control over the fire element. Just as he was about to prepare pills to enhance Gu Qingfeng's fire element, Gu Qingfeng waved him off. Masterly, these pills aren't necessary, Gu Qingfeng said, drawing the Yanma sword from his waist. With the sound of metal scraping, the blade erupted in fierce flames. Utilizing his fire manipulation talent, the flames transformed into a vividly lifelike giant serpent, coiling and swirling around the sword. My fire element is at max. Li Qianren stared in stunned silence at the lifelike fire serpent, unable to speak for a long time. This mastery of the fire element was truly unparalleled. Li Qianren stared at Gu Qingfeng for a long time, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Body refinement talent, soul talent, fire control talent. I find that aside from cultivation, you're quite adept at everything else. Masterly, speaking like that might ruin the cool image I have of you. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but retort. Li Qianren gave him a deep look, waved his hand and said, all right, you may leave. Then, I take my leave. As Gu Qingfeng turned to go, he added, by the way, Masterly, my reward will be delivered to you. Li Qianren didn't respond, merely returned to his seat and focused intently on an ancient book. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to leave, he remembered something and spoke up again. Master Li, there's one more thing. Speak. Can I have the locust tree demon on the first level of the demon suppression prison? You may, Li Qianren replied without looking up, his tone indifferent, showing no interest in Gu Qingfeng's request for the tree demon. Gu Qingfeng was quietly amazed, swallowing back the explanations he had prepared. This Master Li was always so enigmatic, yet unexpectedly agreeable. Thank you, Master. I take my leave. Once Gu Qingfeng's footsteps faded from the hall, a strange voice emerged from the shadows in the corner. He noticed me? Li Qianren remained absorbed in the ancient book. His soul is strong. It's not surprising he noticed you. It wasn't through soul power that he discovered me. If he had used soul power to scan the entire hall, he would have sensed me, but he didn't. Li Qianren frowned slightly. Oh? Then how did he notice you? I don't know. While I observed him from the shadows, his expression became slightly unnatural. Although he didn't look at me, I knew he sensed my presence. It seems he harbors many secrets, probably more than just secrets. It's very likely that his body now houses another soul. I've never heard of anyone with a soul talent this formidable. It feels less like a talent and more like he's been possessed by a powerful master. As long as he's not a demon, it doesn't matter, Li Qianren said calmly. When he matched soul powers with you, there was indeed no demonic aura. Whoever possessed him must be a human master. Li Qianren appeared completely engrossed in the ancient book. With so many secrets, aren't you worried? If he truly has been possessed by a master, then his chances of succeeding will be higher. Nothing else matters. I only want the elixir of immortality. That's why you defended him, helped clear suspicions, and gradually enticed him to accept this task. From the first moment you saw him, you sensed the powerful soul within him. Such a low cultivation level with such a strong soul made him the perfect candidate. Indeed, though I didn't expect him to also possess such a powerful fire control talent, which further increases our chances. The voice in the shadows was silent for a long time before quietly asking, is it worth it? Li Qianren did not answer. Do you realize that by doing this, you will be making enemies of the entire world? Is it truly worth it? The voice from the shadows continued. You are so young and already a master, with limitless potential. In the future, you might even surpass the level of a master. But you are willing to risk it all for... Shut up. Li Qianren, who had remained calm until now, suddenly erupted in anger, slamming the ancient book in his hand onto the table with a sharp thud. He stood up abruptly, his eyes piercing the shadows like knives, as he coldly declared, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? A faint sigh emerged from the shadows, followed by silence, as if the voice had never existed. Li Qianren lost interest in continuing his reading, his expression icy as he pushed the door open and vanished from the hall. Just then, a gentle breeze slipped through the open door, softly rustling the pages of the book. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, until the ancient book was completely closed, revealing the 2 bold characters on its cover, Dan Jing. After returning to his residence, Gu Qingfeng kept replaying the conversation in his mind. He sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. Particularly, the person hidden in the shadows of the hall's corner was also an innate master. With his spiritual sense, Gu Qingfeng had already detected the person's presence when he entered the hall. Yet, he chose not to reveal it. After all, Li Qianren, as the head of the demon subduing division in Wudong County, leading both the public and secret divisions, naturally had skilled protectors from the secret division by his side. Sitting on the bed and pondering for a long time, a sudden realization struck Gu Qingfeng it was his spiritual sense. This sixth sense-alike ability was warning him. Besides sensing others' surveillance, it could also foresee potential danger. This realization prompted him to reassess Li Qianren's behavior, his overly friendly attitude upon their first meeting, his lack of skepticism about Gu Qingfeng's astonishing feat of slaying 7 demon generals with a mere 4th-level qi condensation cultivation, instead offering his own analysis, his skillful diversion of topics when others suggested a physical examination, and after doubts were cleared, his deliberate steering of the conversation towards soul talents, ultimately pointing to the immortality elixir and the Jade-Dragon's secret realm. What seemed like a natural conversation was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated progression leading events toward a predetermined direction. This meticulously designed dialogue made Gu Qingfeng increasingly certain that something was amiss. Gu Qingfeng fell into deep thought, trying to understand Li Qianren's true intentions. Was it merely for power and wealth, or was he hoping to benefit from the elixir of immortality? Neither seemed to fit, as Li Qianren never struck him as someone who lusted for power. Forget it. No point in overthinking. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled slightly. Whatever his purpose, it's all for the Yulong's secret realm a year from now. A year is enough time to change many things. Reflecting on how he had advanced from the 3rd level of qi gathering to a level comparable to a grandmaster in less than a month, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel excited about the bright future ahead. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, followed by a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in official attire entered, carrying a large box. Are you Lord Gu Qingfeng? The official placed the box down and bowed respectfully. Gu Qingfeng deliberately put on an official demeanor and replied calmly, Yes, that is I. The official opened the box, and a dazzling golden light burst forth, making Gu Qingfeng's eyes widen in amazement, nearly causing him to drool. Here are your new official robes, waist badge, documents, and 1,000 taels of gold. Your million merits have been recorded on the badge, the official explained in detail. Good, good. Gu Qingfeng quickly wiped away tears of excitement. Thank you. Just leave them here. The official added, Lordly instructed me to inform you that although you have been promoted to the position of Shinrank Demon Slayer, it is currently a nominal post due to a lack of vacancies. You are to continue assisting Lord He Fenghua in Inxian County until a position becomes available. A nominal post? Does the salary match that of an actual position? Exactly the same. That's fine then. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself that as soon as He Fenghua unexpectedly passed away, the issue would resolve itself. After the official left, Gu Qingfeng could no longer contain himself. He lunged at the pile of gold, greedily caressing it and laughing. It's all mine. I'm rich. As someone who had been poor in both his lives, this was the first time he had ever seen such a fortune. Once he calmed down, Gu Qingfeng stored the gold in a different dimension and donned the new Shinrank Demon Slayer robe, embroidered with mysterious golden patterns. He tidied his attire and headed straight to the demon suppression prison, where he boasted to his former colleagues for a whole hour. The once lofty warden, Li, had now become just old Li in his conversations. Gu Qingfeng arranged for everyone to have dinner at Tianxianglu in the evening. This lavish establishment, the biggest in Wudong County, is usually out of reach for ordinary prison guards. Hearing that someone was treating, everyone eagerly agreed, except for the unlucky ones who had to stay on duty. With Li Qianren's official document in hand, Gu Qingfeng effortlessly made his way to the first level of the demon suppression prison. The eerie corridors, dim lighting, and the stench of decay all felt comfortingly familiar to him. Ah, this is the home I know, he thought, taking a deep breath with a look of bliss on his face. Little corpse demon, I'm here. Gu Qingfeng hurried towards the cell of the corpse demon. With a click, the cell door opened. The sudden noise startled the corpse demon, but upon recognizing Gu Qingfeng, it instinctively transformed into a charming young girl in a maid outfit. Master, you're finally back, the corpse demon said with a sweet smile. Where have you been all this time? I've missed you so much. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng felt delighted. Good, I've missed you too. Have you been practicing diligently? I've been practicing every day. My feet hurt so much, the corpse demon whined. Don't be silly, you're a corpse. How can you feel pain? Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Show me what you've been practicing. Just as the corpse demon was about to put on her shoes, Gu Qingfeng stopped her. Wait, let me get something. He turned and went to the eye demon's cell. Upon seeing Gu Qingfeng, the eye demon shrank into a corner, covering its eyes with its wings like a fool trying to hide. Without a word, Gu Qingfeng picked it up. The eye demon flapped its wings frantically. Where are you taking me? Gu Qingfeng didn't answer. Instead, he inspected the eye demon's eyes. Your eyes have healed? No more blood? That's not right. Demons should be bloodied for that fierce look. With that, he pressed his index and middle fingers into the eye demon's eyes. My eyes. My eyes. An incense stick later, the eye demon, eyes bloodied again, was reluctantly serving as a projector in the corpse demon's cell. In the light it projected, the entire cell transformed into a grand stage, with countless lights shining on the dancing little corpse demon. An hour later, Gu Qingfeng staggered out of the cell of the little corpse demon. He steadied himself against the wall, rubbing his temples, and suddenly froze. What was his purpose for coming to the demon suppression prison today? A moment later, he clapped his hands abruptly. Oh, I almost forgot the main task. I came to kill the locust tree demon. Gu Qingfeng quickly made his way to the locust tree demon cell and pushed the door open. The locust tree demon, who had been feigning sleep, was startled awake by the sudden noise. Upon seeing Gu Qingfeng, especially noticing the wooden king's sword at his waist, the demon quickly put on a smiling face. Master, you're here. Congratulations on obtaining the wooden king's sword. Congratulations to you too, Gu Qingfeng replied with a gentle smile. I'm here today to congratulate you as well. Congratulate me? The locust tree demon looked puzzled. Congratulate me on what? Congratulate you on leaving this dreadful place. I'll be sending you somewhere nice. Upon hearing this, the locust tree demon was initially stunned, then overjoyed. Master, are you letting me leave the demon suppression prison? Seeing Gu Qingfeng nod, he became even more excited. Where will you send me, master? To the western paradise. With a flash of cold light, the wooden king's sword pierced the locust tree demon's chest. The smile on the demon's face froze, looking at Gu Qingfeng's still gentle expression in disbelief, then down at the blade in his chest. Why are you killing me? I've served you, told you stories, even given you massages. You can't. Before he could finish, the wooden king's sword suddenly emitted a burst of emerald green light. A powerful suction force surged from the sword, greedily absorbing the locust tree demon's power. Under this force, the demon reverted to its true form, human skin turning into bark, the body becoming a trunk. You have the nerve to speak? Gu Qingfeng said with a cold smile, looking at the now tree-like demon. The wooden king sword was retrieved by me, not given by you. So it doesn't count as credit. As for telling stories? You call those stories? And your massages were terrible, not even close to Black SI, much worse than the little corpse demon. So if not you, then who? He continued, actually, this isn't really death. You're just merging with the wooden king sword in another form, forever by my side. Isn't that touching? One incense stick later, the locust tree demon's power was fully absorbed by the wooden king sword. The sword emitted a strong wave of energy, upgrading from lower grade to mid-grade in the Shin level. Done. Gu Qingfeng looked at the significantly enhanced wooden king sword with satisfaction, then collected the dried bark the locust tree demon had turned into, storing it in a different dimension. These barks can be used on the talisman production line. They should make quite a few talismans. Having completed everything, Gu Qingfeng dusted himself off and left the demon suppression prison, heading straight for the contribution hall. He was already planning how to spend the 1,000,000 merits, wondering how many pills he could exchange them for. After being stuck at the peak of the 4th level of body tempering for several days, Gu Qingfeng decided it was time to break through. As he contemplated the materials needed for his bloodline awakening, he quickly made his way to the contribution hall. Inside the hall, a steward was idly flipping through a ledger, looking utterly bored. Noticing that the newcomer was only at the chi gathering stage, he didn't even bother to look up and casually tossed a thin booklet over. This is the catalog for low-level items. Have a look yourself. Gu Qingfeng didn't argue. Instead, he placed a Shin-level demon-slaying token on the table. The crisp sound of the token hitting the table made the steward look up to rebuke him, but when he saw the token clearly, his pupils contracted sharply. A Shin-level demon-slaying token? The steward couldn't believe his eyes. The young man in front of him, though only at the chi gathering stage, was dressed in the official attire of a Shin-level demon slayer. As a steward of the inner chi stage, his status was equivalent to a Huang-level demon slayer, making this situation hard to accept. The steward cautiously picked up the token to verify it. Seeing the 1,000,000 merit points displayed on it, he was thunderstruck. 1,000,000 merit points? In all his years at the contribution hall, he had never encountered such a staggering number. Before the steward could recover, Gu Qingfeng presented an appointment document. Upon seeing Li Qianren's official seal, the steward finally believed everything was real. As he read the document, his breath quickened. Gu Qingfeng had been unusually promoted to a Shin-level demon slayer for slaying the 7 demon generals. You really killed the 7 demon generals? How is that possible? You're only at the 4th level of chi gathering. The steward was incredulous. Come on, it's not that hard, Gu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. Stop dawdling and bring me the high-level item catalog. I want to make an exchange. The steward wanted to ask more questions, but seeing Gu Qingfeng's impatience, he suppressed his curiosity and brought out 7 high-level item catalogs. These catalogs covered pills, spiritual weapons, talismans, formations, materials, techniques, and martial skills. Though each was thin, every item listed was extraordinarily precious. Gu Qingfeng eagerly opened the pill catalog, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the numerous rare pills. Gu Qingfeng opened the hefty catalog, and the names of precious elixirs immediately caught his eye. 5 Revolutions Rejuvenation Pill, Dust Purification and Spirit Connection Pill, 100 Refined Blood Coagulation Pill, 3 Striped Green Spirit Pill, 7 Treasures Soul Revival Pill, Heavenly Fragrance Life Extension Pill, 9 Refinements Return to Origin Pill, White Bone Flesh Growth Pill. The names of dozens of high-grade elixirs dazzled him. Master Gu, which elixir would you like? The steward beside him asked respectfully, adopting a humble posture in front of the Shin-level exorcist who outranked him. Gu Qingfeng snapped the catalog shut and tossed it to the steward with a proud air. Get me one of each. One of each? The steward's eyes widened, and he stammered. You're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Gu Qingfeng shot him a cold glance. I want all the elixirs in this catalog. Go get them. But your merits aren't enough, the steward replied. What? 1,000,000 merits aren't enough? Are you joking with me? Gu Qingfeng asked incredulously. The steward quickly explained, Master Gu, I wouldn't dare joke about this. The elixirs you're looking at are high-grade, mostly stored at headquarters, and extremely valuable. Take the Heavenly Fragrance Life Extension Pill, for example. One costs 100,000 merits. Your 1,000,000 merits aren't enough to buy everything in the catalog. However, if you want a few, I can contact headquarters to arrange for them. My goodness, these elixirs are that expensive. Gu Qingfeng finally realized that his million merits weren't nearly enough to clear out the entire inventory of the De Yin dynasty's demon suppression division. After some negotiation, the steward brought him the mid-grade elixir catalog. Upon opening it, he saw a list of elixirs such as Essence Cultivation Pill, True Essence Pill, Ascension Pill, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Jade Flower Pill, Five Elements Pill, Elephant Strength Pill, Earth Spirit Pill, and Calamity Breaking Pill. This time, Gu Qingfeng was wiser and checked the prices first. Essence Cultivation Pill was 200 merits, True Essence Pill was 500 merits, Ascension Pill was 1,000 merits. After reviewing the prices, he closed the catalog again and threw it to the steward. Get me one of each. Again, one of each? The steward was utterly shocked. He'd never seen such a lavish purchasing style. Finally, after 2 incense sticks' time of calculations, the steward reported the total cost. Master Gu, the total is 333,980 merits. This figure included the cost of 2 bottles of each available elixir. Could you round it down to 330,000? Gu Qingfeng asked. The steward quickly put on a flattering smile. Master Gu, you're joking? Here at the Demon Suppression Division, we don't do rounding like regular shops. Besides, that's a reduction of 9,800, which is quite a lot. Do you think someone like me is short on money? Gu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. It's not about the money. It's about the principle. Master Gu, this really isn't possible, the steward said, rubbing his hands awkwardly. All right, if it's not possible, let's move on to the next one. The steward promptly handed over the catalog of spiritual weapons. Gu Qingfeng carefully browsed through it, his gaze passing over each item. The yellow-grade top-tier tortoise pattern armor, the yellow-grade mid-ear red sun sword, the profound-grade low-ear purple gold hammer, and the profound-grade mid-ear dragon binding rope. Gu Qingfeng showed little interest in these spiritual weapons. His own body was already the best spiritual weapon, with defensive capabilities far surpassing those of profound-grade defensive spiritual weapons, comparable only to earth-grade ones. As for offensive spiritual weapons, none could match his Wood King sword, which was once earth-grade. After a thorough search, Gu Qingfeng finally found a suitable spiritual weapon, a profound-grade low-tier swift wind boots. This wind attribute auxiliary spiritual weapon not only provided agility, speed, and wind-riding capabilities, but also allowed for brief flight. Speed was Gu Qingfeng's current weak point, making these boots a perfect fit. He then purchased hundreds of talismans, focusing on those designed for human targets rather than those for demons. He also acquired a large number of formation discs and would attribute heavenly materials. As for martial skills, he was already satisfied with his current one-word burning sun sword and did not buy anything else. Lastly, Gu Qingfeng selected a book on Pure Yang Infinite Technique. This was the complete version of the Pure Yang technique he was currently practicing, known for its high difficulty and suitability only for geniuses. For ordinary people, practicing this technique would be 10 times less efficient than the simplified Pure Yang technique, which is why the Demon Suppression Division promoted the latter. However, for a genius like Gu Qingfeng, the Pure Yang Infinite technique was the best choice. An hour later, Gu Qingfeng stepped out of the contribution hall, looking at the less than 100,000 merit points left in his Qinkuan ring without a hint of regret. To him, as long as he could hunt down a congenital demon, he could earn those 100,000 merit points back. It was a worthwhile deal. The only challenge was that demons of this level were hard to find. Upon returning home, he immediately began sorting through the day's acquisitions. He transferred most of the precious treasures into an alternate dimension, leaving only a few items in the Qinkuan ring. This ring was something he had specifically purchased to mislead others since the alternate dimension was significantly safer. Once everything was in order, Gu Qingfeng realized that the time for the celebratory feast was approaching. He changed into a brand new official uniform and remembered that his 2 subordinates, Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi, should also attend. So, he made his way to their residence. To his surprise, both were still unconscious. Gu Qingfeng had to slap them awake, and then he dragged the still groggy pair along to Tianxiang Tower. Under the night sky, Tianxiang Tower was dazzlingly bright. The entire building was grand in scale, with a lantern hanging every meter along the street, roughly estimated to be at least 10,000 in total, decorating the street in a riot of colors. Gu Qingfeng, along with Wang Pengzi, Su Daizi, and more than a dozen other demon prison guards, made their way into the building in a grand procession. As soon as they entered, a young girl in a strapless dress approached them. She held a fan, her skirt fragrant and her smile sweet as she greeted them. Honored guests, please come in. Would you prefer the main hall or a private room? Gu Qingfeng, without a sideways glance, replied. Find me the largest private room. The girl's smile broadened, and she deliberately puffed out her chest before instructing a servant. Take these esteemed guests to Sleeping Moon and Resting Clouds. The group followed the servant, and as they passed through the main hall, Wang Pengzi and the others were stunned by the scene before them. The large hall was packed, with heavily made-up girls weaving through the crowd, amidst the clinking of glasses and bursts of laughter. On a red-clothed stage in the center, someone was playing music and dancing, with cheers rising from the audience below. It wasn't until the servant reminded them to head to the second floor that they snapped out of their daze. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng snorted, "Look at all of you, acting like you've never seen the world. Upstairs." Only then did they sheepishly follow along. However, near the stairs, the servant suddenly stopped. Gu Qingfeng, puzzled, asked why, and the servant pointed to a platform filled with red lacquered wooden plaques. Upon closer inspection, the plaques bore names like Yuer, Madanhua, Hongxiu, Xiaotsue, and Ruhua. "Please, distinguished guests, select a plaque first," the servant said with a smile. Gu Qingfeng was secretly impressed, thinking that Tianxiang Tower truly knew how to do business. "How do you choose these cards?" Gu Qingfeng asked. The attendant eagerly explained, "Sir, please take a look. The red cards are divided into 3 rows. The top is for the Huakue or top courtesans, the middle 4 Huaji or second-tier courtesans, and the bottom 4 Huanu or third-tier. The price and quality decrease accordingly. If you fancy someone, just flip her card over, indicating you've chosen her." Gu Qingfeng examined the cards carefully and noticed that most had already been flipped. Each card had a name on the front and a blooming flower on the back. The attendant added, "The flower on the back means she's already taken. You can only choose cards that haven't been flipped." "Impressive, quite the setup," Gu Qingfeng remarked with interest. He wasted no time reaching for the top row of Huakue, flipping over the cards for Ruhua and Siyu. The attendant's eyes lit up. "Excellent choice, sir. Ruhua and Siyu are our rare sister flowers at Tianxianglu. Is that all there is to it? When will they come? Please wait in the private room, and they will be with you shortly." Gu Qingfeng nodded and turned to his companions. "Don't just stand there, make your selections too." Only then did the others start choosing, mostly picking from the Hua Nu tier, except for Wang Pengzi who chose a Huaji. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Wang Pengzi before heading upstairs. The door to the private room bore the words, "Lying Moon, Sleeping Clouds." Gu Qingfeng appreciated the apt description and entered. The spacious room had a small table arranged in a rectangular shape with a space left in the center for performances. He took the main seat, and soon the food and drinks arrived, followed by a dozen girls who filled the room with lively chatter. The dancers, dressed in light attire, performed enchantingly while the guests raised their glasses, enjoying this delightful evening under the moonlight. Meanwhile, in a secret underground palace hundreds of meters deep in the northwest, green ghostly flames illuminated the eerie hall. A man in a black robe was in a secretive conversation with a stunning woman in red. "The mirror demon is dead," the man rasped. The woman was initially surprised, then laughed. "It's just as well that fool is dead, always trying to claim the second spot. The issue is, the blood god seed on him is missing." "Missing?" The woman's expression changed. "Can't you sense it? The blood god seeds can detect each other." The man shook his head. "It might have been shielded by some means. Go investigate." The one who killed the mirror demon is Gu Qingfeng from the Demon Suppression Department in Wudong County, with a cultivation level of Qi Gathering Stage 4. "Qi Gathering Stage 4? The woman chuckled. "Interesting. Don't you have an avatar in Tianxianglu? Why not probe him a little?" "Sure. It's a good opportunity to thank him in person for eliminating the mirror demon. Go now." The mark left by the mirror demon before he died indicates he's at Tianxianglu. "The red carp girl is out." A sudden exclamation erupted from the first-floor hall of Tianxiang Pavilion. Gu Qingfeng, who was upstairs reading the fortunes of 2 beautiful girls, paused at the sound. "Who is the red carp girl?" "She's the star performer of Tianxiang Pavilion," Ru Hua explained in a sweet voice. "The star performer?" Gu Qingfeng's interest was piqued. He quickly withdrew his hands from the girl's wrists and hurried to the window to look below. "Sir," Ru Hua stamped her foot in mock annoyance. "Didn't you say I have an ominous sign and you would help me avoid disaster?" "Exactly," added Siyu, complaining as well. "We're giving you such a warm welcome, and you're off to see another girl." In a moment, Gu Qingfeng replied absent-mindedly, not turning away from the window, which only increased the girl's displeasure. The others with him also crowded around the window, eager to catch a glimpse of the red carp. In the center of the hall, a bright red silk draped diagonally from the second floor, resembling a crimson slide. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a woman in red, barefoot and graceful, leaped lightly, her toes brushing the silk as she descended with the elegance of a celestial maiden. Though her face was veiled, her graceful figure and eyes like flowing water were captivating enough. As the music began, the woman in red danced with a grace that was both lively like a fluttering butterfly and delicate like a willow swaying in the breeze. At times as light as a swallow darting into the forest, at others as agile as a startled magpie spreading its wings. Silver anklets jingled on her slender ankles, harmonizing with the music. Suddenly, with a flick of her sleeves, countless petals floated down, accompanied by wafts of incense, transforming the hall into a sea of flowers. The guests eagerly reached out to catch the falling petals, entranced by the spectacle. Gu Qingfeng, however, frowned. With his soul power comparable to a grandmaster, he instantly recognized this as an illusion art blended with charm. Although the technique was exquisite, it was still shallow in mastery, easily discernible by anyone with a bit of concentration. Ha ha ha, mine, all mine. Someone downstairs laughed maniacally. Wang Pengzi's excited voice interrupted Gu Qingfeng's thoughts. He was dancing around like a child, trying to catch the falling petals, holding a handful and eagerly burying his face in them to take a deep breath. Watching this comical scene, Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched slightly as he quietly stepped 2 paces to the side. He turned to share a laugh with Su Daisy at Wang Pengzi's expense, only to find Su was in a similar state, his cheeks flushed, eyes glazed, lightly pinching a petal between his fingers while muttering to himself. Listening closely, Gu realized Su was composing a spontaneous poem. With a sigh, Gu Qingfeng took another 2 steps aside, silently questioning why he had chosen these 2 oddballs as subordinates. Wang Pengzi. Gu Qingfeng's sharp call snapped Wang out of his trance. Wang Pengzi blinked back to reality and looked at Gu Qingfeng in confusion. What's the matter, Master Gu? Wipe your mouth, don't embarrass me. Gu Qingfeng replied with a hint of exasperation. Wang Pengzi chuckled sheepishly, wiping the corner of his mouth before asking, Master Gu, why aren't you getting into it? Get into what? You fell for such a simple illusion? Gu Qingfeng retorted irritably. Wang Pengzi gave him a surprised look and explained, You don't understand, Master. Hongli girl in Wudong County is known for her unparalleled illusions and charms. Many people come here just to experience her magic. We're here to have fun, right? Her illusions are harmless, meant only to entertain. Why resist? Is that so? Gu Qingfeng looked around and noticed that even the martial artists present were entranced, their faces showing blissful expressions. Of course, Master, Wang Pengzi said earnestly. Everyone knows illusions are fake, but it's this very falseness that offers rare satisfaction in reality. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng seemed enlightened. It's like watching a play or a movie knowing it's not real, yet willing to immerse oneself in the unique emotions it evokes. Then, should I give it a try? Gu Qingfeng said hesitantly. 2 breaths later, his voice suddenly turned excited. Ha ha ha, they're mine, all mine. Wang Pengzi, stop trying to snatch them. After a stick of incense burned away, the crowd's eyes regained clarity, yet they continued to gaze fervently at the stage, clearly captivated by Hongli's allure. However, when they looked back at the stage, the mesmerizing red figure had vanished. Where is Miss Hongli? Voices erupted from the audience. Don't leave. I've ridden from Dongwu County for 5 days and nights just to catch a glimpse of Miss Hongli's beauty. Miss Hongli, I want to buy your freedom. As the crowd clamored, a mature woman in her 30s gracefully ascended the stage. Her face was as radiant as a ripe peach, and she held a fan delicately, moving with an elegant demeanor, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Dear guests, our Miss Hongli has finished her dance and gone to rest, she said with a gentle wave of her round fan and a smile. The audience erupted in discontent. Seeing this, the woman quickly reassured them. Please, don't worry. There will be another opportunity to meet Miss Hongli. What opportunity? Someone in the crowd immediately inquired eagerly. Miss Hongli has posed a challenge. Whoever can answer it will have the chance to join her in the garden for a drink and a candlelit conversation. The crowd buzzed with excitement, urging her to present the challenge. The woman then instructed a servant to bring forth the challenge. Shortly, the servant approached the stage, carrying a wooden tray with a scroll on it. From the second floor, Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up at the sight of the scroll. Having read countless online novels, he was all too familiar with this scenario where the protagonist dazzles everyone at a brothel with knowledge of ancient poetry, ultimately winning the favor of the courtesan. He was secretly delighted, confident in his grasp of Tang poetry. Amid the audience's urging, the mature woman slowly unfurled the scroll. It was adorned with various flowers, peonies, roses, plum blossoms, peach blossoms, crabapple each depicted with distinct beauty, competing to outshine the others. Just as Gu Qingfeng was mentally selecting which poem to recite, the woman gave the scroll a sudden shake. In an instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. The flowers in the painting seemed to come to life, leaping from the scroll and transforming the entire stage into a splendid garden. Flowers bloomed in profusion, butterflies fluttered, and bees buzzed, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, leaving everyone in awe. Another illusion? Gu Qingfeng was stunned, thinking to himself how complex it was just to compose a poem. On stage, a mature woman introduced to the crowd, esteemed guests, this is a painting of blooming flowers personally created by Miss Hongli. Although it appears as an illusion, 3 real flowers are hidden within. The challenge is to find these 3 real flowers among the thousands. Each person can pick 1 flower. Those who find a real flower will be granted an audience with Miss Hongli in the backyard. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily at a low. She had thought it would be about writing poetry, but it had suddenly turned into identifying illusions. However, he quickly realized that this was a fantasy martial arts world where warriors were revered, unlike ancient China where scholars were highly valued. He had been misled by novels. The scenes where time travelers impressed everyone by reciting poetry in a fantasy world seemed unrealistic. In a world where strength is paramount, who cares about poetry and literature? But when it came to identifying illusions, Gu Qingfeng was confident. With his soul power comparable to a grandmaster's, mere illusions were trivial. Wang Pengzi, Su Daizi, come with me, Gu Qingfeng called to his companions. But Su Daizi replied, Sir, Wang Pengzi already went down. Gu Qingfeng frowned and looked down to see the over 300-pound man already among the crowd, searching for flowers. He quickly descended as well, noticing many people already picking flowers. Unfortunately, as they walked away with their chosen flowers, the blooms vanished like mirages, leaving them frustrated. Calm and collected, Gu Qingfeng used his soul power to scan the area and immediately located the real flowers. He strode forward, picked a flower, and handed it to the mature woman. Her eyes widened in surprise. Then she announced to the crowd, Let's congratulate this gentleman for being the first to find a real flower. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, especially the warriors who could tell Gu Qingfeng was only at the 4th level of qi gathering. Yet, they quickly resumed their search, knowing only 2 real flowers remained. As a maid was about to lead Gu Qingfeng to the backyard, Wang Pengzi squeezed through, sweating profusely, and flattered, Sir, you truly have skill. Could you help me find one too? You want my help? That'll be 100 taels, Gu Qingfeng replied with a smile. 100 taels? Wang Pengzi's face fell. I don't have that much money. No money, and you dare to choose a flower courtesan? A session with a flower courtesan costs 100 taels. You'll be thrown out of Tianxiang Tower. Wang Pengzi quickly chuckled, Sir, don't joke around. Didn't you say you treat us today? Gu Qingfeng glared. Knowing I'm treating and you still dare to choose a flower courtesan? That's an additional offense, just wait and see. Gu Qingfeng followed the maid to the backyard, leaving the pale-faced Wang Pengzi standing alone, dumbfounded. Wang Pengzi turned to Su Daizi and chuckled dryly, Brother Su. I'm always up for a drink, but don't even think about borrowing money. The backyard of Tianxiang Pavilion was a hidden gem. Pavilions and terraces were artfully arranged, rock gardens and green bamboo created a picturesque scene, and shaded paths wound through the landscape. A pond filled with clear water hosted swimming red carp. The entire layout of the backyard displayed the owner's unique taste, contrasting sharply with the bustling front hall, and exuded an air of serene elegance. The maid led Gu Qingfeng through the shaded paths, past the pond, and finally stopped in front of a house. Young master, please rest in room 1 for a moment. Once the other 2 guests find the real flower, my lady will come personally, she said. Gu Qingfeng glanced around and noticed 2 more houses behind him, each with a number on the door, 1, 2, and 3. Inside room 1, Gu Qingfeng observed the room's fresh and elegant decor. Although there wasn't much furniture, each piece reflected a unique style. Just as he settled on the bed, he heard footsteps and voices outside. Gentlemen, please rest in rooms 2 and 3, respectively, came the maid's voice. Wait, why are the rooms numbered? A cold, arrogant male voice asked. The maid explained. The room numbers correspond to the order in which you found the real flower and also represent the order for answering questions later. My lady has set up 3 challenges. Finding the flower is just the first. There are 2 more to go, and ultimately, 1 guest will be chosen to join her. Listening inside the room, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but mutter to himself, What the heck? 2 more challenges? This won't be over until dawn. Just as he was grumbling, the door burst open with a loud bang. A swordsman in white stood proudly, his sword gleaming coldly in his hand. He looked down at Gu Qingfeng with disdain. A mere martial artist at the 4th level of qi gathering, yet you found the real flower first. Not bad luck, but if you want to keep room 1, you'll have to get past me first. Before he finished speaking, the man in white struck. His palm as light as butterfly wings yet filled with lethal intent, charged with the powerful aura of someone at the peak of inner qi. Thud. A dull sound echoed as a golden, translucent shield suddenly appeared around Gu Qingfeng, firmly blocking the seemingly unstoppable strike. The man withdrew his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He sneered. Golden Bell Shield? So, you've trained in external martial arts too. You barely qualify to sit here, but you're still not quite ready to compete with me for the position of a distinguished guest. With that, he turned to leave. Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened instantly. He had been in a decent mood until this uninvited guest barged in without a word, kicked open the door, and tried to leave after striking a blow. It was the epitome of arrogance. Stop, Gu Qingfeng said coldly. Oh. The man paused, frowning as he asked, What is it? You think you can just leave after hitting me for no reason? I was merely testing if someone at the 4th level of qi gathering, like you, has the right to sit in the first room, the man sneered. Gu Qingfeng's face grew even more somber. Testing? Do you realize the consequences if I were just an ordinary 4th level qi gatherer without external martial arts training? You would die, the man replied bluntly. So you think it's acceptable to strike a stranger with lethal intent for a test? The man smirked mockingly. The weak should stay hidden and train instead of flaunting themselves in places like this. If they lack the self-awareness of their weakness, they deserve to die. These words completely infuriated Gu Qingfeng, who for the first time felt such intense murderous intent toward someone. He didn't oppose seeking revenge, but this disregard for life was nauseating. Such a fine statement. Lack the self-awareness of their weakness. In that case, as a weakling yourself, you should die too. Gu Qingfeng slowly stood up and approached him step by step. The man leaned against the doorframe, observing him with interest. Just you? Yes, just me, Gu Qingfeng replied, his tone calm as water. As Gu Qingfeng drew near, the man suddenly drew his sword, the cold blade slicing toward Gu Qingfeng's neck. Then die. Clang. The sword struck Gu Qingfeng's fair neck, yet it sounded like clashing metal. Gu Qingfeng remained unscathed, while the sword shattered. The man's face changed dramatically, shock and disbelief mingling. He abandoned the sword and struck with his palm, internal energy gathering. But before he could reach his target, Gu Qingfeng had already seized his wrist with lightning speed. With a crack, the man's internal energy dissipated instantly. My hand. The man grimaced in pain, struggling desperately, attempting to kick. Gu Qingfeng was prepared, kicking his shin. Another bone cracked, and the man fell to his knees, howling in agony. Gu Qingfeng twisted his arm effortlessly, like wringing a towel, distorting it grotesquely. Bones pierced through the skin, blood flowing freely, and the man's screams filled the room. So noisy, Gu Qingfeng remarked coldly, gripping the man's throat and lifting him. The man's eyes bulged, terror filling them as he struggled in vain. Oxygen slipped away, and an unprecedented fear consumed him. Please, don't kill me, he managed to gasp out. Gu Qingfeng brought their eyes level, meeting his gaze. In Gu Qingfeng's calm eyes, the man saw a trace of puzzlement. Aren't you indifferent to life? Then why not be indifferent to your own? Gu Qingfeng asked calmly. Please, please. The voice of the proud man trembled with fear, his usually arrogant face now filled with terror. Gu Qingfeng's hand remained steady, gripping the man's neck like an iron vice. Under his hold, the man's face quickly turned from red to purple, and his breathing became increasingly labored. Weaklings should hide away and train in corners, not flaunt themselves in places like this. If you don't understand your place as a weakling, then dying is just what happens, Gu Qingfeng stated calmly, as if merely stating a simple fact. Weren't those your words? Now that the roles are reversed, you refuse to accept them. As the man's eyes began to roll back, Gu Qingfeng suddenly released his grip. The body fell heavily to the ground, and fresh air rushed into his lungs, triggering a violent coughing fit. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Gu Qingfeng said, looking down at the pitiful figure on the ground. If I killed you, I would be no different from you. Your twisted worldview won't change with your death, so I need you alive, to spend your life correcting your mistakes. Cough. What are you going to do? I am. The man's words were cut short as Gu Qingfeng gently placed his hand on the man's dantian. I will destroy your dantian, sever your meridians. Gu Qingfeng's voice remained calm. I'll make you a weakling for life, condemned to endless pain and regret. Every night as you fall asleep, you'll remember today. Remember your mistakes. This memory will haunt you forever. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to strike, a desperate female voice called out from afar. Stop. It was the maid who had led them earlier, running quickly toward them. Gu Qingfeng ignored her, his right hand striking the man's dantian with force. No. The man's scream was cut short as his eyes bulged, blood mixed with shattered pieces of his organs spewed out, and he lost consciousness. The maid arrived, staring at the scene in horror, glaring at Gu Qingfeng. Why did you hit him so hard? Gu Qingfeng looked at her calmly. He attacked me first. He must face the consequences. You're not injured, are you? So why did you beat him so severely? The maid in front of him asked indignantly. Gu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, amused. This familiar argument reminded him of the self-righteous moralists from another world. I'm not injured because I'm capable. He's severely injured because he's not. Just because I'm unharmed. Does that mean I can't defend myself? Gu Qingfeng replied calmly. Of course, peace is the most valuable thing, the maid immediately retorted. He already acknowledges your strength and doesn't intend to fight over the first room. There was no need for you to act. Wouldn't it be better if everyone took a step back and made peace? Gu Qingfeng squinted his eyes and looked at the maid calmly. Do you know he started by trying to deliver a fatal blow to me? If I weren't skilled, I'd be dead by now. The maid rolled her eyes. That's just an excuse. The fact is, you're unscathed, while this young man is left crippled. Seeing the maid's self-righteous demeanor, Gu Qingfeng suddenly laughed. He realized some arguments are simply futile. These self-proclaimed moralists always stand on a high moral ground, favoring the weak without principle, and are moved by their own so-called kindness. They never understand empathy, only urging others to be magnanimous as if being weak automatically makes one right. Since that's the case, Gu Qingfeng suddenly struck, delivering a loud slap across the maid's face. Smack! A bright red handprint immediately appeared on the maid's fair cheek. She was stunned for a few seconds before reacting, screaming, "You hit me? How dare you hit me? I'm my mistress' favorite maid, and she knows all the influential people in Wudong County. You." Shoo! Gu Qingfeng interrupted her with a smile. "Please, value peace." The maid erupted in anger. "You slap me and then tell me to value peace? Just wait. I'll tell my mistress and you're finished." Before she could finish, Gu Qingfeng grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. The maid struggled in terror, only able to make muffled whimpering sounds. "It seems you misunderstand me," Gu Qingfeng said with a smile, patting her face. "When I talk to you nicely, you think I'm easy to deal with. Do you think I'm giving you too much face? Didn't you say peace is valuable? Why get mad when it's your turn?" The maid looked at the man before her, smiling yet terrifying, struggling desperately but unable to break free from his iron grip. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Gu Qingfeng said. "You and that guy have distorted worldviews, and that's a sickness that needs curing. Luckily, I'm good at treating this kind of ailment, and since I'm in a good mood today, I won't charge you." With that, a flash of blood appeared in Gu Qingfeng's eyes as an illusionary technique was activated. The maid fainted upon meeting his gaze, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Enjoy the illusion. Gu Qingfeng had crafted a special illusion for her. In it, she would constantly face bullying. Every time she tried to resist, someone would urge her to be magnanimous and tell her to value peace. If she didn't heed the advice, she would be punished by others. This scenario would repeat until her worldview was completely changed. This illusion wasn't a one-time thing but was imprinted within the maid. Every time she slept, she would enter the illusion until her perspective was corrected. Ever since his spiritual power had increased, Gu Qingfeng found it easy to cast such illusions on ordinary people. A series of crisp claps echoed from not far away. Gu Qingfeng turned towards the sound and saw a woman in red gracefully approaching Hongli. As she moved with a gentle, lotus-like step, a sweet, intoxicating fragrance filled the air around her. "Your illusion skills are truly impressive, sir." "Hongli is thoroughly amazed," she said elegantly. "You're too kind, Miss Hongli," Gu Qingfeng replied calmly. Hongli shook her head with a smile. "I'm not just being polite. People say my illusions and charms are unparalleled, but they don't realize that in the presence of a master like you, my skills are mere child's play. It's a privilege for my maid to experience such advanced illusions." "I must thank you." Gu Qingfeng was curious. "You're not upset with me, but rather grateful?" "My maid is used to men's flattery and has lost her ability to discern right from wrong. She's too self-centered, imposing her ideas on others without realizing how laughable they are. Your help in correcting her is something I should thank you for." "It seems Miss Hongli is quite sensible," Gu Qingfeng praised. Hongli smiled slightly. "I understand one simple truth: the strong prey on the weak. The powerful should not be easily offended, and if they provoke someone they shouldn't, they must pay the price." She paused. "Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters, sir. It's a long night. We can't just stand here chatting. I've prepared food and wine in my chamber. Please come." "Wait, aren't there 2 more challenges? The gentleman in room 2 was knocked out by you, and the one in room 3 was scared away. If there were more tests and you didn't pass, I'd be left alone," Hongli said with a light laugh, turning away before Gu Qingfeng could respond. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the empty room 3 and couldn't help but smile, then followed Hongli. In Hongli's chamber, Gu Qingfeng sat at a table laden with exquisite dishes. Hongli stood before him, gracefully asking, "May I know your name, sir?" "Gu Qingfeng." "So it's Mr. Gu. I'm honored." "Don't call me Mr. Gu. It's too formal. Just call me dear brother." Hongli was momentarily surprised. Then she smiled lightly and glanced at him with eyes like autumn water. "Dear brother." "Sister," Gu Qingfeng replied with a smile. "My maid was rude earlier. To apologize, I'll perform a dance for you, dear brother. I hope you won't be offended." "That's fine, but I prefer a cooler dance style." "Is that possible?" "You're teasing me," Hongli said with a playful laugh as she moved behind a screen. In the candlelight, her graceful silhouette was visible through the screen, each movement clear. Her perfect form stirred Gu Qingfeng's imagination. After a short while, Hongli emerged in a new outfit, her eyes filled with allure, and began to dance gracefully. Her dance was bold and unrestrained, flowing with grace, showcasing the unique, delicate beauty of femininity to the fullest. After finishing her dance, Hongli gracefully sat beside Gu Qingfeng, bringing with her a waft of fragrance. Dear brother, was my dance refreshing enough? Hong Li asked coquettishly, her eyes glistening. Refreshing indeed. But the night is as cool as water. Be careful not to catch a chill. Gu Qingfeng replied casually. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit cold, Hong Li said with a charming smile. How about we warm up with a drink? With delicate hands, she poured wine for Gu Qingfeng. The aroma was rich as the wine filled the cup. Gu Qingfeng noticed the liquid was a pale purple and exclaimed, Whoa, why is this wine purple? Is it poisoned? Hong Li rolled her eyes and explained. This is Ziyang wine, a rare delicacy from the far east of the Dian dynasty. It's made using bamboo from a forest nourished by the eastern purple aura, hence the color. A single jar is worth 1,000 taels of silver, and it's not something money can easily buy. How could you suspect such fine wine of being poisoned? 1,000 taels for one jar? Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened. Then this small cup must be worth dozens of taels? Naturally, here, allow me to offer you a toast, Hong Li said. Gu Qingfeng took the cup, pondering how best to appreciate such esteemed wine. Should he sip it slowly or drink it all at once? Seeing his hesitation, Hong Li felt a jolt of panic. Blood Linglong was a poison even masters found hard to detect. Had she given something away? But then, Gu Qingfeng's expression was so natural. If he was pretending, it was too convincing. Why won't you drink it, dear brother? Are you really afraid I poisoned it? Hong Li teased with a playful laugh. Even if a beauty pours the drink, I'd still drink it, poison or not. Gu Qingfeng responded boldly, tilting his head back to drink. Wow! As the wine hit his throat, Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. What a wine! It starts cool, then warms like the sun, truly smooth at first, then a line of warmth follows, cool in the body, warmth in the heart. Seeing him drink it all, Hong Li's smile grew brighter, though she did not raise her own cup. Just then, a notification rang in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Ding! Host has been attacked by a shadow demon. Poison resistance 1000. Congratulations on acquiring the immunity to all poisons. Gu Qingfeng was stunned, staring at the empty cup in his hand, blurting out, Whoa, it really was poisoned? A gleam of triumph flashed in Hong Li's eyes, though she feigned alarm. Dear brother, don't scare me like that. To her surprise, Gu Qingfeng snatched her cup, saying, This wine is poisoned. You shouldn't drink it. Then he downed it in one gulp. This action left Hong Li utterly shocked, her mind going blank. Ding! The host is under attack by the shadow demon. Poison resistance 1000. As the poisoned wine slid down his throat, the system's pleasant notification chimed again. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his status panel. Although his poison resistance had increased, he still seemed a bit short of achieving complete immunity. What are you standing there for? Pour the wine. Gu Qingfeng demanded impatiently. Only then did Hong Li snap out of her daze, hurriedly refilling his glass. Gu Qingfeng lifted the cup, watching the slightly swirling liquid with excitement. Let me tell you, back home we have a saying, if you don't drink to your fill, you might as well get a beating. If you don't let me drink to my heart's content today, you won't be able to leave. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go. Refreshing. Ding. The host is under attack by the shadow demon. Poison resistance 1000. Poison resistance has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent of complete poison immunity. Hearing the system's notification of his advancement, Gu Qingfeng became even more enthusiastic, his mood brightened further by the beautiful female demon in front of him. Hong Li finally came to her senses, staring in disbelief at Gu Qingfeng's continuous drinking. She even doubted if she remembered correctly. Did she really add the lethal poison to the wine? She wanted to taste it herself to verify, but Gu Qingfeng was already drinking straight from the bottle. Drinking from a cup is not satisfying enough. Let me show you the dragon's water suction trick. Gu Qingfeng picked up the wine jug, aimed it at his mouth, and with a tilt of his head, the wine spun as it was sucked into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The system notifications rang out one after another. Ding! The host is under attack by the shadow demon. Poison resistance 1000, 1000, 1000. Poison resistance has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent of supreme poison immunity. Bang! Gu Qingfeng slammed the empty wine jug onto the ground. The remaining liquid splashed to the floor, immediately making a harsh corrosive sound as it etched marks into the surface. Hong Li was stunned. She was certain she hadn't made a mistake. The wine was indeed laced with enough poison to kill a master, yet this man was unharmed. Is there more, sister? Gu Qingfeng asked, still unsatisfied. Yes, there is. Hong Li nodded with difficulty, fetching another bottle of Ziyang wine under his urging. Gu Qingfeng took a sip and immediately frowned. Why doesn't this wine have any poison? There's only wine left. The poison is all used up. Smack! Gu Qingfeng slapped the table angrily. Wine without poison is like cooking without salt. Hurry up and bring more poison. Don't be ignorant. Hongli was completely bewildered. She had poisoned countless people. Some died in fury, others refused to drink, and some who thought they could detoxify were left helpless. But she had never seen anyone like Gu Qingfeng, who drank it all and still wanted more. This is one of the deadliest poisons in the world, blood ling long. Even a master can't withstand it. So how can he, at the 4th level of qi gathering? Hongli exclaimed urgently, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Hey, brother, I'm talking to you. Hurry up and use the antidote. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng showed no signs of poisoning, disbelief was written all over Hongli's face. Why aren't you poisoned? Feigning urgency, Gu Qingfeng replied, I'm about to be poisoned, just a tiny bit more. Hurry up and give me another dose. We're out. There was only one bottle, and you drank it all. Before Hongli could finish speaking, a deafening sonic boom exploded in the air. Gu Qingfeng's fist shot out like lightning, striking Hongli's beautiful face with force. With a bang, her head exploded instantly, leaving only her delicate body sitting upright, seemingly unaware. What a buzzkill! Gu Qingfeng sneered coldly, storing the remaining Ziyang wine into a different space. Not even a proper welcome, and I can't even enjoy a drink. What's the point of you? 1,000 taels of silver per jar. Can't let it go to waste. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Thick, inky black mist poured out from Hongli's severed neck, swirling and reforming her head. Her cold eyes fixed on Gu Qingfeng, but suddenly a seductive smile appeared on her face. Dear brother really doesn't know how to cherish. Before she could finish, Gu Qingfeng's fist struck again. No poison wine, and you dare call me brother? Do you deserve it? The black mist coalesced once more, and Hongli shrieked sharply, You uncouth man! How dare you strike me twice? 3 times? Gu Qingfeng casually corrected as he withdrew his 3rd punch. This time, Hongli finally wised up. Her headless body swiftly dodged, creating a safe distance before her head reformed. She remained silent, but with a wave of her delicate hand, dense black mist surged from her body, enveloping the entire area in an instant. Gu Qingfeng looked around in surprise, noting that the familiar room was now shrouded in a subtle shadow, giving him the distinct impression that he had entered the shadow realm. This made him ponder why the 7 demonic generals would so readily use such a precious realm. When the system alerted him to an attack by the shadow demon, he immediately recognized the true identity of Hong Lin, one other than the 3rd-rank shadow demon among the 7 demonic generals, whose power even surpassed that of the mirror demon, known for its replication abilities. This realization heightened Gu Qingfeng's fighting spirit, and recalling the bountiful rewards from Heshue village, he eagerly anticipated the battle. Before he could think further, the shadow demon acted. Hong Li's figure vanished in an instant, leaving not even a trace. Gu Qingfeng's pupils contracted as he quickly scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. Just then, a sharp killing intent surged from behind. Instinctively, he drew his Yinling knife, thrusting it backward from under his arm. The blade sliced through the air without the sensation of striking flesh. Suddenly, a heavy blow landed on his back. However, protected by his invincible golden body, a golden light erupted, leaving Gu Qingfeng unharmed. The system's cold notification sounded. Ding! Host has been attacked by the shadow demon. Shadow attribute 100. This unfamiliar attribute made Gu Qingfeng furrow his brow. He immediately turned to counterattack, aiming the knife directly at Hong Li's throat. The shadow demon deftly tapped the ground, retreating several steps to narrowly avoid the lethal strike. Gu Qingfeng pressed forward, his Yinling knife slicing down fiercely, his whole being like a pouncing leopard, muscles taut and momentum unstoppable. Facing this deadly assault, Hong Li remained unflustered, retreating swiftly as if her feet were on wheels. In a relentless chase, her speed stayed just ahead, maintaining a mere centimeter's distance from the blade. As Hong Li was about to evade the strike perfectly, Gu Qingfeng suddenly slapped the knife's hilt with his left hand, causing the blade to extend forward with unstoppable force. This unexpected maneuver made Hong Li's pupils contract, and at the peak of her exhaustion, she could no longer retreat. The Yinling knife struck with precision, slicing through the center of Hong Li's nose, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound, splitting her nose in 2. There was no trace of blood in the knife marks, only endless rolling black shadows. Gu Qingfeng frowned as he scrutinized Hong Li, a hint of disdain in his voice. Did you get to be number 2 through some underhanded means? You seem even less competent than the mirror demon. Hong Li grinned, her split nose making her smile particularly unsettling. Oh dear, my dear brother looks down on me. In that case, let me show you some real skills. Before she finished speaking, she raised her hands, her slender fingers pinching the sides of her split nose. With a forceful pull, her beautiful skin tore apart like a zipper. Beneath the skin was a humanoid form made entirely of shadows, with faint outlines of facial features, but no distinct characteristics. This sight immediately triggered Gu Qingfeng's childhood fears, those shadowy figures of murderers from unsolved cases in detective stories. So, my dear brother, do you like my new look? The shadow demon's voice suddenly altered, no longer soft and sweet, but a bizarre, overlapping sound of both male and female shouting hysterically. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned extremely grim. Are you male or female? My dear brother, do you think shadows have a gender? The shadow demon's words made Gu Qingfeng gag. All those cherished memories, conversations under the moonlight, joyful drinking songs, and those refreshing dances now seemed utterly nauseating. You're dead, shadow demon. Gu Qingfeng was furious, not even bothering to enhance his attributes. He drew the Mu Wang sword, now a mid-grade Shin-level spiritual weapon, and unleashed the flaming sun sword technique. The pale sword energy sliced through the air, sweeping towards the motionless shadow demon. The sword light cut through, severing the shadow demon in half, yet astonishingly, the cut was enveloped in black mist and healed instantly. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. His most powerful attack had no effect. Not only could the sword energy not harm it, but even the highly concentrated bone devil fire within the sword energy couldn't scorch it at all. At this moment, he finally understood why the mirror demon referred to the shadow demon as a fool rather than a slut. If the shadow demon were truly a female demon, the mirror demon would never use such a term. Heh, it's useless. You can't harm a shadow with a sword, the shadow demon taunted, its voice echoing through the air. Gu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed as the word elementalization flashed through his mind. Refusing to accept defeat, he pointed his sword at the shadow demon and shouted, "Greenwood dragon trap." Instantly, countless black glossed vine chains shot out, sweeping towards the shadow demon. However, they passed right through as if through thin air. Don't you get it? The shadow demon laughed triumphantly, its voice brimming with confidence. I am a shadow. What in this world can harm a shadow? Gu Qingfeng frowned deeply. The shadow demon's words made sense. Being a pure shadow with no physical form, how could it be injured? Weapons were ineffective, and so was fire. Its ability was even more troublesome than the mirror demon's replication, which explained why the mirror demon was defeated. Against an opponent immune to any attack, what use was replicating another shadow? As thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but think of the most powerful of the 7 demon generals. The mirror demon, with its arrogant nature, only dared to vie for the second position, indicating there was someone stronger above. Not to mention the blood demon, the master of the 7 demon generals, whose power surpassed that of a grandmaster. How strong must they be? Dear brother, the shadow demon suddenly giggled. I advise you to give up. No one in this world has been born who can kill me. Why not tell your sister how you are immune to the deadly crimson linglong? Maybe if I'm pleased, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Gu Qingfeng chuckled at this. Isn't that a coincidence? No demon or monster has been born that can kill me either. Oh, still talking tough on the brink of death? The shadow demon sneered. Just then, a bizarre change occurred. Gu Qingfeng sensed a sharp killing intent from behind. He spun around to find his own shadow coming to life, wielding a shadowy wood king's sword aimed at his chest. Clang. Host attacked by shadow demon. Shadow attribute 100. Is that all? Gu Qingfeng scoffed, letting the shadow hack at him while system notifications kept popping up. Such a strong physique? Is this your confidence? The shadow demon remarked with surprise in its eyes. Then, take this move. The shadow demon vanished in an instant, moving so fast that even Gu Qingfeng's eyes couldn't track it, as if it had teleported. In the next moment, an eerie voice sounded from behind Gu Qingfeng. Shadow blade. Ding. A dagger formed from shadows struck Gu Qingfeng's back with a crisp metallic clash. A system notification immediately followed. Host has been attacked by a shadow fiend. Shadow attribute 1000. Congratulations, host's shadow attribute has surpassed its limit, granting the ability Shadow Step. A surge of information flooded into Gu Qingfeng's mind. He quickly understood this newly acquired ability. Shadow Step allowed the user to instantly move between connected shadows. This explained how the shadow fiend had appeared so swiftly behind him. It had used Gu Qingfeng's own shadow. However, this realization quickly led Gu Qingfeng to a question. The distance between him and the shadow fiend wasn't close, so their shadows shouldn't have been connected. How did the shadow fiend manage to teleport? Looking around, when he saw the entire room engulfed in shadows, the truth became clear. This was the shadow fiend's domain Ruli, in which all space was covered by shadows, allowing the shadow fiend to teleport freely within the domain. This is too overpowered, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Not only could it ignore attacks, but it could also teleport infinitely within its own domain, making it a perfect escape artist. Even more astonishing, if all darkness was considered a shadow, wouldn't it be able to teleport indefinitely at night? As Gu Qingfeng pondered, the shadow fiend spoke in surprise. Your body can withstand my shadow blade, which is as powerful as a grandmaster strike. As a being with maxed out escape abilities but limited attack power, the Shadow Blade was the Shadow Fiend's strongest offensive move. Seeing that even this move couldn't harm Gu Qingfeng, it began to consider retreating. Maintaining the Shadow Domain required constant energy, and being near the Demon Suppression Division in Wudong County, such fluctuations could easily attract Grandmaster-level experts. Despite the nighttime advantage, the Shadow Fiend remained wary. It knew that both Shadow Transformation and Shadow Step had critical weaknesses. Although nearly everyone who knew this secret had died over the past 200 years, it wasn't willing to risk repeating past mistakes. Sensing the Shadow Fiend's intent to flee, Gu Qingfeng's heart raced. Having just obtained the Shadow Step ability, how could he let the opponent escape so easily? Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng clutched his chest, feigning pain as he half-kneeled on the ground, his face pale and sweat pouring down. What a swift blade! Gu Qingfeng's sudden dramatic performance left the Shadow Demon momentarily stunned. It stared at Gu Qingfeng with a complex look that seemed to say, "Are you insulting my intelligence?" The fact that the knife hadn't even scratched its skin was all too clear to it. "I have no quarrel with you, so why treat me like a fool?" the Shadow Demon thought to itself. "Truly deserving of being the second-ranked among the 7 demon generals, your strength is unparalleled. Today, I, Gu Qingfeng, am willing to call you the strongest." Gu Qingfeng continued his impromptu act. Feeling a wave of awkwardness, the Shadow Demon turned and fled without a word. It used its shadow-shifting technique and instantly vanished from Gu Qingfeng's sight. With the Shadow Demon's departure, the shadowy domain that had engulfed the room quickly dissipated, and the colors inside became vivid once more. "Don't you know how to act?" Gu Qingfeng fumed, not because the Shadow Demon had escaped, but because it had completely ignored his Oscar-worthy performance. "If I let you get away today, my surname isn't Gu." With a fierce expression, he leaped out of the window, merging into the darkness outside. Using his Grandmaster-level soul power and spiritual sense, he locked onto the Shadow Demon's rapidly shifting position, employing the same shadow-shifting technique to relentlessly pursue it. The Shadow Demon darted through Wudong County, using the shadows under the eaves, by the roadside trees, and of passers-by as stepping stones, escaping the city in mere breaths. In the forested wilderness, the faint moonlight provided it with even more room to maneuver. It swiftly teleported from one shadow to another, quickly distancing itself by 100 miles. Feeling safe, this shadow clone paused to rest. The continuous use of shadow shifting had not only depleted much of its shadow power, but also consumed a significant amount of soul power needed for positioning. As it took a moment to recuperate, familiar shadow power waves suddenly emanated nearby. "How is this possible?" The Shadow Demon was shocked, wondering if there were other survivors of its kind. A mass of shadows appeared out of nowhere, receding like a tide to reveal Gu Qingfeng's grinning face. "Who are you really? How can you use shadow shifting? Are you a member of the Shadow Clan too?" The Shadow Demon fired off questions in rapid succession. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. What's important is, I was badly injured by you just now. Why didn't you finish me off and instead turn to run?" Seeing the Shadow Demon dodge the question, Gu Qingfeng's anger flared. Even Murray despised 2 types of people: those who talked too much, and those who thought he talked too much. "When I talk to you and you just turn around and leave without a word, what does that mean? You look down on me?" Gu Qingfeng shouted angrily, immediately using his teleportation technique. With his master-level soul power, his teleportation range far exceeded the Shadow Demon's shadow clones, allowing him to intercept the Shadow Demon in just a few blinks. The Shadow Demon, undeterred, flickered swiftly through the shadows of the forest. In a second, it shifted directions over 100 times, moving so quickly that it was dizzying. Even with Gu Qingfeng's keen senses, it was difficult to lock onto the target accurately. It felt like trying to swat a mosquito at home, watching the target drift around you in 360 degrees, yet always missing by a hair. After all, the Shadow Demon had honed its teleportation skill for a century, making it far superior to a newcomer like Gu Qingfeng. Suddenly, all traces of shadow energy vanished without a trace. Gu Qingfeng knew that the Shadow Demon must be hiding somewhere in the shadows of the forest. It was clever, understanding that relying solely on teleportation to escape would eventually lead to being caught by Gu Qingfeng, whose soul power was stronger. Moreover, the energy fluctuations during teleportation were too obvious, making it impossible to completely evade tracking. Thus, the Shadow Demon changed tactics, continuously altering its direction before concealing itself. In this pitch-black environment, it was indeed a master of hiding. "Enjoy playing hide and seek, do you, my dear sister?" Gu Qingfeng stood in the forest, a sinister smile on his face. "Then you better hide well, and don't let me find you." His eerie laughter echoed through the night forest, adding an unsettling aura to the surroundings. The Shadow Demon, hiding in the shadows of a nearby tree, watched Gu Qingfeng, who now seemed like a demon himself, and couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Although it was just a shadow clone, The main body had infused a significant amount of its essence into it to test Gu Qingfeng. If the clone were destroyed, the main body would undoubtedly suffer serious injuries. What worried the shadow demon most was that Gu Qingfeng had also mastered the power of shadows. It recalled its past experience competing for the second position against the mirror demon powers of the same origin counteract each other, and if not for the advantage of the shadow realm's duration, it would have already lost to the mirror demon's replica. Is it here? Gu Qingfeng suddenly lifted a patch of grass, but found nothing. He turned to search elsewhere. Come out. Still, he found nothing. The shadow demon watched as Gu Qingfeng got closer and closer, its non-existent heart nearly leaping into its throat. Finally, Gu Qingfeng arrived at the shadow where the shadow demon was hiding. Beneath the tree's shade, the demon's dark form was as solid as ink. Just as Gu Qingfeng reached out to move the branches, a faint noise came from nearby. Instinctively, he turned and swiftly shifted his position, heading towards the source of the sound. The shadow demon watched Gu Qingfeng's retreating figure and breathed a sigh of relief. The noise was a backup plan it had set up in advance while escaping. It had tampered with a rabbit's shadow to create a distraction at a crucial moment. It seemed the plan had worked. To ensure Gu Qingfeng wouldn't return, the shadow demon forced itself to wait in place for the time it took an incense stick to burn. Seeing no sign of Gu Qingfeng, it was confident he had moved on to search another area after all. The forest was vast, and no one would stay in the same spot indefinitely. Sensing the time was right, the shadow demon silently slid away like flowing water. It knew that with Gu Qingfeng's persistent nature, staying any longer could result in the forest being set ablaze. However, just as it moved a few steps, a chilling voice suddenly echoed behind it. Found you. The shadow demon whipped around to see Gu Qingfeng's pale face smiling menacingly at it from the dappled shadows. In that instant, the demon felt as if it had fallen into an icy abyss, its mind going blank. A ridiculous thought flashed through. Oh no, I'm going to be eaten by a demon. Wait, I'm the demon? Help, someone's trying to eat a demon. Gu Qingfeng looked at the panicked shadow demon and chuckled inwardly. With years of experience from watching films and reading novels, he saw through the cliché of a villain using a small animal to distract the hero. But then he wondered why he seemed like the villain here. It was all the shadow demon's fault for spiking the fake wine. The shadow demon snapped back to reality and immediately used its shadow-shifting ability to flee. This time, Gu Qingfeng learned from his mistakes and pursued relentlessly. The chase turned into a stalemate each time Gu Qingfeng was about to catch the demon. It would teleport away. During the pursuit, the shadow demon shouted, Gu Qingfeng, both of us can shadow shift. As long as I keep moving, you'll never catch me. Why not just give up? Gu Qingfeng knew that continuing like this wouldn't end well for him, as his shadow powers were not as abundant as the demon's. But he had already boasted that if he couldn't catch the shadow demon, he wouldn't bear the surname Gu. As a man, he was determined to keep his word. Today, we must take down the shadow demon. Gu Qingfeng thought rapidly while using teleportation to dodge attacks. Suddenly, a concept from his 9 years of compulsory education about shadows struck him without light. There is no shadow. This simple physics fact illuminated his mind. The key to countering the shadow demon is to eliminate the shadows, Gu Qingfeng said, his eyes fixed intently on the shadow demon, a slight smile on his lips. Do you believe in the power of light? Before the shadow demon could grasp the meaning of these words, Gu Qingfeng sprang into action. With a wave of his hands, the ghostly white flames within him burst forth, enveloping his entire body. But that wasn't all. He simultaneously activated his indestructible body, causing a dazzling golden light to radiate from within. The two forces intertwined and merged on Gu Qingfeng's body, transforming the white flames into a pure golden hue, illuminating the area for dozens of meters around. At that moment, he resembled a deity descended from the sun, or a warrior in Super Saiyan mode, as the golden light dispelled the surrounding darkness and stripped the shadow demon of its ability to teleport. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the shadow demon dashed towards the nearby tree. Shadow's light travels in a straight line, and there were still shadows behind the trees, its last hope. But Gu Qingfeng wasn't about to give it that chance. With a sweep of his hand, multiple bursts of ghostly white flame fanned out, setting the surrounding forest ablaze. The towering flames completely cut off the shadow demon's escape route. Even if you've blocked my escape, so what? The shadow demon said with a grim expression. I am a being of shadows, indestructible and eternal. Besides, your own shadow power is nearly depleted. You can't kill me. Gu Qingfeng simply shook his head with a smile. Who said I'm trying to kill you? Then you want information about the blood demon cult? Dream on. I'm not interested in the blood demon cult. The shadow demon paused, then shouted angrily. Then what on earth do you want? I told you. The poison is gone. There was only one bottle. A vein popped on Gu Qingfeng's forehead. I know it's gone, and I'm not after the poison. Then what do you want? Hit me. What? The shadow demon thought it had misheard. Hit me hard. If you can satisfy me, I'll let you go. How about it? The shadow demon stared at Gu Qingfeng in shock. Are you out of your mind? Why are you either chasing me for poison or asking me to hit you? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? Gu Qingfeng said impatiently. I'm not going to fight. What can you do about it? The shadow demon replied with a sneer. You can't kill me anyway. It looked at the dwindling shadow power within Gu Qingfeng, feeling increasingly smug. Gu Qingfeng chuckled in anger. You really think I can't kill you just because my shadow power is running low? That's right. The shadow demon replied confidently. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingfeng suddenly burst into laughter, a chilling gleam in his eyes. Do you know, I love seeing you so confident. The thought of crushing that smug look on your face brings me immense joy. The laughter sent a shiver down the shadow demon's spine. It was all too familiar with this kind of laughter. Back when the 7 demon generals massacred the human race, it was the same. Only now, the roles were reversed, and this human's methods were proving to be even more brutal than those of the demons. Stop pretending. The shadow demon forced itself to remain calm. Nothing in this world can harm me except the power of shadows like mine. Gu Qingfeng's smile grew more menacing. Is that so? Then why are you feeling guilty? I've always been curious, if you're really just a shadow, why do you have self-awareness? Shifting shadows require soul power for positioning. The fact that you can use this move means you have a soul. Am I right, dear sister? These words hit the shadow demon hard. It was indeed more than just a shadow. It was a life form similar to a shadow, with a soul as its greatest vulnerability. The shadow demon tried to remain composed. So what if I have a soul? All intelligent beings in this world have souls. Having a soul means you can be killed. Gu Qingfeng rapidly analyzed. Your shadow shifting range is shorter than mine, indicating your soul strength is weaker. Your red carp avatar is skilled in illusions but lacks quality, further proving that your soul is your weakness. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the shadow demon had already turned to flee. However, without the protection of shadows, it could not use shadow shifting and its speed drastically decreased. Gu Qingfeng pushed off with his legs, and the powerful gust from his swift boots propelled him to block the shadow demon's path in an instant. The shadow demon cast a glance at Gu Qingfeng and instantly felt a lethal threat. Just as it was about to turn and flee, Gu Qingfeng's illusionary vision took hold. His soul power, comparable to that of a grandmaster, enveloped the panicked and destabilized shadow demon, dragging it into a realm of illusions. Within this illusory world, Gu Qingfeng stood suspended in midair, surrounded by a multitude of soul-forged swords. With a wave of his hand, countless blades rained down like a torrential storm, covering the entire space. The shadow demon frantically dodged, but ultimately could not escape the overwhelming downpour of swords. With each strike, its pitch-black form lost some of its color, gradually fading. Soon, the shadow demon was pinned to the ground by countless long swords, its form nearly transparent and on the verge of death. Gu Qingfeng looked down coldly and said, "Fight me, or die by my hand. Make your choice." The shadow demon let out a wretched laugh. Gu Qingfeng, I admit defeat this time. But this is only a shadow clone. Your soul power may defeat a clone, but not the true form. For 200 years, I've honed my soul to ensure it's no longer a weakness. The true form will soon come for you. It seems you've chosen the latter, Gu Qingfeng interrupted. Raising his right hand and shouting, "Sword, come!" Tens of thousands of long swords rose from the ground, coalescing into a colossal sword in his hand. As he swung his arm down, the giant sword obliterated the shadow demon into dust. The illusion faded, and the shadow in reality vanished without a trace. Gu Qingfeng looked at the empty space and sighed. You'd rather die than fight me. One might think you were a noble demon. He shifted his form and returned to Tianxiang Pavilion, where music and dance continued unabated. The battle had taken place in the Shadow Realm, unknown to the world, and the fact that the Shadow Demon, second among the 7 demon generals, was the Red Carp was still a secret. The private room was now empty of Wang Pengzi and his companions. They had moved to a separate room. Thinking about how he had not only killed his intended company for the night, but also wasted his money, Gu Qingfeng grew increasingly frustrated. He kicked open the door to Wang Pengzi's private room, startling Wang Pengzi, who was enjoying himself. Just as he was about to react, he saw Gu Qingfeng's serious expression and felt a chill. Master Gu, what's happened? Why are you? Get dressed quickly. The Red Carp of Tianxiang Pavilion was the shadow demon of the 7 demon generals, and I've just exposed and killed her. I suspect there are remnants of the blood demon cult inside. Alert everyone and seal off the entire Tianxiang Pavilion. What? Wang Pengzi was dumbfounded. All of Gu Qingfeng's colleagues quickly gathered and began a complete lockdown of Tianxiang Tower, plunging the place into chaos. What do you dogs from the Demon Suppression Department want? I'm a legitimate son of the Li family. How could Hongli, such a gentle girl, be a demon? Who's in charge here? Get them out. Do you even know who owns Tianxiang Tower? The guests' angry shouts echoed throughout. Gu Qingfeng turned to Wang Pongzi and instructed quietly, "Go quickly and inform Lordly that it's confirmed Hongli, the star of Tianxiang Tower, is a doppelganger of the shadow demon. Ask him to bring people to search for remnants of the blood demon cult." "Yes, Master Gu," Wang Pongzi acknowledged and rushed off. Observing the still unruly guests, Gu Qingfeng snorted and strode into the center of the crowd. "Everyone, shut up." His grandmaster-level spiritual power surged with his words, enveloping the scene with an oppressive force akin to a mountain's weight. The crowd felt an intense pressure on their chests, making it hard to breathe, and they fell silent. "I am Gu Qingfeng, a Shin-level demon exorcist from the Demon Suppression Department," he announced, his gaze piercing the crowd. "I came incognito today because of a tip-off suggesting that Hongli might be a demon. Indeed, she is not only a demon but also a doppelganger of the shadow demon, one of the 7 demon generals. The demon has been executed, but there may still be remnants of the blood demon cult hiding within Tianxiang Tower. If you don't want to be considered accomplices, you'd better cooperate with the inspection." His words caused an uproar. The 7 demon generals are still alive? Hongli is really the shadow demon? No wonder they came prepared today. Many guests, who had been holding onto the women, discreetly released them and retreated. Soon, Li Qianren arrived with his team. After hearing Gu Qingfeng's report, he immediately ordered a thorough search. They quickly captured 2 blood demon cult members inside the building, who were the shadow demon's intelligence couriers. These demons were powerless before Li Qianren and were apprehended on the spot, then taken back to the magistrate's office for interrogation. Thus, the Tianxiang Tower incident came to an end. Gu Qingfeng and his team left without spending a dime. "What a joke." Lord Gu snorted. "I am here to investigate the demons, and you, Tianxiang Lu, have already escaped severe punishment for harboring them. Yet you dare ask for silver?" Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Bureau, Li Qianren rewarded him with 10,000 merits for his contribution in identifying and protecting the people from demons. Gu Qingfeng calculated privately that although he didn't get to showcase his writing skills today, he enjoyed free food and drink, got a good feel of the situation, and earned merits. It was indeed worthwhile. Unfortunately, Tianxiang Lu was ordered to rectify due to the demon incident, so visiting it again would not be possible in the short term. Meanwhile, Wang Pongzi looked frustrated, as his superior had interrupted, just when he was about to have an in-depth conversation with a beauty. This frustration would likely require some medicine to heal. Late at night, Gu Qingfeng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Even after gulping down several mouthfuls of cold water, he couldn't quell the heat within. Since he couldn't sleep, he decided to do something productive. Without mobile games to entertain himself, he figured he might as well catch up on his tasks. He mentally listed his todos. He hadn't practiced the pure young infinite technique, his bloodline hadn't awakened, and he hadn't prepared the essential blood for rebirth. It felt like he was a student with unfinished summer assignments. When was the last time I practiced? Gu Qingfeng scratched his head, trying to recall, but couldn't. He took out the pure young infinite technique and began to study it. With his photographic memory, he had mastered the technique in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Coupled with the enhanced comprehension and powerful soul strength brought by his clear mind, he quickly grasped its profound meaning. It wasn't too difficult, considering he had some foundation from practicing pure yang technique before. Next was the medication phase. Gu Qingfeng retrieved a bottle of Peiyuan pills from an alternate space, scoffing, "What rubbish." He casually threw it back and took out a more advanced true essence pill to consume. As the pill's power entered his stomach, a peculiar warmth surged through his body. Unlike the rough power of Peiyuan pills, the effect of the true essence pill was gentle and enduring, like spring rain soaking everything, permeating his entire being. He could feel every muscle rejoicing, with boundless energy continuously emerging. Utilizing his internal vision ability, Gu Qingfeng clearly saw the pill's power flowing through his meridians like a stream. He immediately activated the pure yang infinite technique, guiding this force bit by bit, converting it into infinite primal energy. Time flies when you're immersed in cultivation, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, surrounded by a flow of limitless energy, and the pure yang energy within him had been completely transformed. This was his longest cultivation session since his breakthrough, and finally, he successfully stepped into the 5th level of the Qi gathering stage. This was not an ordinary breakthrough. Because he switched to cultivating the pure yang limitless technique, he did not rush to advance but chose to retemper each level, starting from the 1st level of Qi gathering. It was like tearing down and rebuilding a skyscraper, with the original foundation of the pure yang technique replaced by the more solid foundation of the pure yang limitless technique. Even without considering the abilities granted by the system, Gu Qingfeng, with his current cultivation at the 5th level of Qi gathering, could easily defeat a martial artist at the 6th level. This leap in strength was truly a qualitative transformation. During these 3 days of seclusion, a minor incident occurred. The emperor's decree arrived at the demon suppression division, bestowing upon Gu Qingfeng the hereditary title of baron, along with a chest of gold and jewels. In the hierarchy of titles in the Dian dynasty, although a baron ranks lowest among the 5 titles duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baronet still meant that Gu Qingfeng and his future descendants would join the ranks of the nobility. With the decree's announcement, Gu Qingfeng's reputation quickly spread from the demon suppression division throughout Wudong County. His feat of slaying the 7 demon generals at the 4th level of body refinement became a hot topic. However, the circulated version was a simplified account provided by Li Qianren. Gu Qingfeng was skilled in external techniques, which happened to counter the mirror demon's weakness. As for his soul talent, very few were aware of it. Amidst the swirling rumors, Gu Qingfeng remained focused on his cultivation. At this moment, he was preparing for his bloodline awakening. As an orphan, he knew nothing about the origins of his bloodline and could only uncover this mystery through awakening. With the support of the Demon Suppression Division, he obtained ancient texts and the necessary materials for bloodline awakening. Spending a full hour, he followed ancient methods to concoct a special medicinal bath mint to stimulate the power of his bloodline. With the ample bloodline concentration provided by the blood godchild and the external stimulation from the medicinal bath, all conditions for the bloodline awakening were fully met. The medicinal bath took on a faint blood-red hue, resembling a pool of blood. However, upon closer inspection, it emitted a rich herbal fragrance, with no trace of a bloody scent. Gu Qingfeng quickly shed his clothes and nimbly leaped into the wooden tub. The blood-red liquid instantly enveloped him, and a searing sensation surged through his skin. Following ancient texts, he swiftly formed a peculiar hand seal in front of him, closed his eyes, and concentrated, taking deep breaths as he absorbed the medicinal power to stimulate his bloodline. As time passed, Gu Qingfeng's chest rose and fell gently, his breathing marked by a unique rhythm. The blood-red liquid in the tub began to emit a faintly colored mist, rising like steam and eventually being inhaled into his body. The moment the mist entered, Gu Qingfeng's handsome face took on a jade-like glow. Under the influence of the medicinal power, his bloodline roiled like boiling water, growing more intense over time until it reached a critical point. At this crucial moment, Gu Qingfeng focused his mind and absorbed the medicinal liquid with all his might. The blood-red power seeped through his pores, merging into his bloodline. The liquid visibly faded, eventually turning into clear water. At that moment, his bloodline erupted within him. A deep, majestic dragon's roar echoed from within. His entire bloodline seemed ignited, forming the shape of a 2-clawed black dragon. Gu Qingfeng's eyes snapped open, a sharp light gleaming in his dark pupils. As he moved, the black dragon within him awakened, opening its eyes and traversing his meridians as if surveying its territory. Wherever it passed, his meridians widened, muscles tightened, and blood boiled. Gu Qingfeng could distinctly feel his strength, physique, and cultivation potential enhancing, particularly his power and cultivation aptitude, though his previously impervious body showed only slight improvement due to its high threshold. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the black dragon's energy was exhausted and dissipated within him. Gu Qingfeng stood up, his face alight with joy, feeling the transformative changes and his strength multiplied several times over, secretly pleased with the substantial gain. My bloodline is actually that of such a majestic black dragon. Could it be that my identity as a descendant of dragons is recognized even in another realm? Gu Qingfeng mused excitedly, but then wondered, but why does this black dragon only have 2 claws? Shouldn't it have 4? The system coldly replied, the host has awakened a Jiao dragon bloodline, not a true dragon bloodline. Gu Qingfeng's excitement deflated instantly, realizing he was a tier below a true dragon, which explained the 2 claws and less imposing appearance. He felt a pang of disappointment, lamenting that even his identity had been downgraded after crossing worlds. Suddenly, a serious question arose in his mind. System, does a Jiao dragon count as a demon? It does. The system responded in its usual cold manner. Gu Qingfeng was instantly overjoyed, his eyes shining with excitement as he thought, if the flood dragon is considered a demon, then with my flood dragon bloodline, wouldn't I also be a demon? In that case, could I become stronger by battling myself? The system immediately responded, host, you are a human with a partial flood dragon bloodline. Humans are inherently weak, and so is their bloodline. However, this weakness is actually an advantage. Being less aggressive makes it easier to integrate other bloodlines, offering greater adaptability. Your flood dragon bloodline likely comes from an ancestor of yours who survived after drinking the blood of a flood dragon. Hearing this explanation, Gu Qingfeng's excitement deflated like a balloon, and he became dejected. I was hoping I wouldn't have to be human anymore. This flood dragon bloodline seems useless apart from enhancing my aptitude and strength. Host, your flood dragon bloodline has only partially awakened, granting you some of the flood dragon's power. As the bloodline concentration increases, you will acquire more abilities. the system explained. Gu Qingfeng pondered this, finally understanding the concept of multiple awakenings within a bloodline. However, increasing the bloodline concentration required the help of the blood godchild, meaning he would inevitably confront the blood demon cult. As he mused, he suddenly realized a crucial point. The awakening was of a demon bloodline, not a human one. This discovery led to a series of deductions. Since bloodlines are hereditary, he was not the only one with a demon bloodline. The Jinma division preserved ancient texts on the subject, indicating that bloodline awakenings have a long history. Therefore, within the Great Yin dynasty, there must be a group of people with awakened demon bloodlines, and their existence was tacitly accepted. These individuals, with their extraordinary talents, likely held important positions, perhaps even infiltrating the royal family. This realization struck Gu Qingfeng like a revelation. The blood demon and the seven demon generals, despite their formidable power, were ultimately defeated by the righteous alliance led by the Jinma division, likely owing to these bloodline awakeners. Wasn't this the perfect application of using the demon's strength to subdue the demon? As Gu Qingfeng was lost in these thoughts, a significant event was unfolding in the ancestral shrine of the Gu family, located in the imperial capital of the Great Yin dynasty. Inside the shrine, an old man with a gaunt appearance suddenly opened his clouded eyes. With a flip of his skeletal hand, he revealed a blood-red pearl. The old man gently caressed the pearl with fingers that resembled dry bark, causing a beam of blood-red light to shoot skyward, pointing eastward. After observing for a moment, he waved his hand to disperse the light. "Fetch the clan leader," the old man rasped. Though no one was visible in the room, a voice respectfully responded, "Yes, ancestor." Moments later, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence appeared before the old man. "Ancestor, you called for me?" The old man nodded slightly and tossed the blood-red pearl to the middle-aged man. The bloodline pearl suddenly reacted, indicating a bloodline fluctuation 5,000 miles to the east. After focusing his senses, the elder said, "It seems someone from our family's lost descendants has awakened the dragon god bloodline. Although the awakening level is low, the dragon god bloodline must not remain outside. Go and bring him back." The middle-aged man respectfully acknowledged, contemplating. 5,000 miles east falls within the territory of Wudong County, likely descendants of the Sin blood lineage from back then. After all these years, it's surprising that there's still a bloodline awakening. Being able to awaken on one's own shows some talent, but it's a pity it's just a low-level bloodline. "There's nothing to pity," the elder replied calmly. "As part of the Sin blood lineage, having the chance to return to the family is already a great blessing. Go." Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng had just completed his bloodline awakening. After dressing, he began the final task, refining the essence blood. This was preparation for rebirth from a drop of blood, essentially gaining an extra life, an irresistible temptation. He decided to store the refined essence blood in his unique extra-dimensional space, the safest place. He immediately began to condense the blood energy throughout his body. The process was excruciating, as if his blood was being continuously drawn out. As time passed, Gu Qingfeng's complexion became increasingly pale, and his body lost all its color. If not for his extraordinary constitution, an ordinary cultivator would have died from blood loss long ago. An hour later, the essence blood was finally refined and stored in the extra-dimensional space. At this point, Gu Qingfeng was as pale as paper and extremely weak. He quickly took a few blood-replenishing pills to somewhat recover. "Damn it. One drop of essence blood nearly took half my life. Yet that blood demon has 36 drops, what a beast," he muttered to himself. Just then, there was a knock on the door from Wang Pongzi. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's pale complexion, Wang Pongzi was shocked. Gu Qingfeng casually brushed it off, claiming he was simply exhausted from training. But Wang Pongzi thought to himself, training shouldn't leave him this drained. Could it be he's been overindulging at Tianxiang Tower? Finally, Wang Pongzi stated his purpose. He Fenghua wanted Gu Qingfeng to report to Yinshan County immediately. Gu Qingfeng sneered, knowing it was because the credit for the mirror demon incident had all gone to the three of them, leaving nothing for their superior, He Fenghua. Now, Wang Pongzi and Su Daizi had already exchanged their merits for foundation elixirs, advancing from the 8th to the 9th level of Qi gathering. Wang Pongzi gave an awkward smile, not daring to comment on matters between the two Xian-ranked demon hunters. He cautiously asked, "Master Gu, when do you think we should set off?" "Not now. Let him wait. I'm going to sleep," Gu Qingfeng said, flopping down onto the bed and closing his eyes, clearly showing his refusal to cooperate. Wang Pongzi stood there, looking troubled. "Master Gu, you can get lost too. Don't disturb my sleep. If there's anything, let that old guy come to me." Seeing Gu Qingfeng already resting with his eyes closed, Wang Pongzi had no choice but to leave reluctantly. A day later, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled light on Gu Qingfeng's handsome face. A tickle in his nose made him sneeze, and he slowly woke up. "Ah, that was a good sleep. I feel revived," Gu Qingfeng said, bouncing up from the bed. His previously pale face had regained its usual healthy color. His quick recovery was thanks to two things: the powerful invincibility he possessed, and the elixirs he had exchanged for with a million merits. His stockpile of elixirs rivaled that of a small sect, with a wide variety and considerable quantity, making him a walking treasure trove. If someone were to kill him for his treasures, they'd surely become rich overnight. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to open the door for some fresh air, there was a knock. Without opening it, he already knew who it was. Wang Pengzi, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Wang Pengzi hurriedly pushed the door open. Master Gu, there's trouble. Master, he reported you to the enforcement hall for being away from duty for too long. The enforcement hall? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. Damn it, that old bastard. At his age, and still tattling like that? Despite his anger, he wasn't too worried. He knew that Li Qianren had ulterior motives for him, and until the Yulong secret realm matter was resolved, the enforcement hall wouldn't dare act rashly. What did the enforcement hall say? They didn't come to arrest me, did they? No, they just… Wang Pengzi hesitated. Just what? Spit it out. They just docked you a month's salary. What? Gu Qingfeng exploded with rage. A month's salary? There are only 12 months in a year, and now I'm down by a 12th? Damn that old dog he. I won't rest until I've settled this. Come on, Wang Pengzi. To Yinshan County. Watching the furious Gu Qingfeng, Wang Pengzi sighed inwardly. This master is very protective of his money. He once wiped out the 7 demon generals of Blackwater Village over 2 copper coins, and killed an avatar of a demon general in Tianxiang Tower without spending a penny. Now that master he has cost him a month's salary, he's in for a lot of trouble. Gu Qingfeng immediately took Wang Pengzi and called for Su Daizi, and the three of them set off swiftly for Yinshan County. When Gu Qingfeng arrived at the Zhima Division branch, a meeting was underway in the main hall. He Fenghua sat at the head of the table, flanked by 4 Huang-tier demon slayers, including Wang Shu and Cui Zimo. Despite the anger boiling inside him, Gu Qingfeng put on a cheerful face as soon as he stepped into the Hala survival tactic he learned in Zon. Never let your opponent see your anger. He confidently led Wang Fatty and Su Dull into the hall. The 4 Huang-tier demon slayers immediately fixed their gazes on him, their expressions a mix of emotions. In just a few days, the person with the lowest cultivation level had suddenly become a Shin-tier demon slayer, their superior. He Fenghua attempted to intimidate Gu Qingfeng with a stern gaze, but Gu Qingfeng's opening remark almost made him lose his composure. Hey, Lao He, having a meeting? Gu Qingfeng greeted with a smile, as if chatting with an old friend. The mention of Lao He made the Huang-tier demon slayers glance at He Fenghua, whose face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. How dare you? You should address me as Lord He. He Fenghua shouted angrily. Gu Qingfeng nonchalantly scratched his ear. Lord what? We're of equal rank. If I call you Lord He, shouldn't you call me Lord Gu? Suppressing his anger, He Fenghua replied. I am the chief commander of the Yinshan Zhima division, and you are merely a deputy. By all rights, you should address me properly. Oh, come on, Gu Qingfeng scoffed. You're over 40 and just became a Shin-tier slayer, while I'm not even 20 and we're already equals. In a few years, I might reach the tier or Tian-tier, and by then, you calling me Lord might not even be enough. Isn't that right, Lao He? If you don't show me respect today, tomorrow you might not even be able to reach me. Seeing He Fenghua at a loss for words, Gu Qingfeng pressed on. You reported me behind my back, getting the discipline hall to dock a month's salary from me? Do you think I care about that small amount of silver? Let me tell you. I got lucky a few days ago and picked up over 20,000 taels of silver. With that kind of money, a month's salary is nothing. Hey, Lao He, who do you think would be foolish enough to lose that much silver? This remark shattered He Fenghua's psychological defenses. That silver was his entire fortune, accumulated from bribes and gifts after becoming a Shin-tier demon slayer, and it was gone before he could even enjoy it. Recalling the past, He Fenghua felt a wave of darkness before his eyes and a metallic taste in his throat. Thanks to He Fenghua's extensive experience, he quickly circulated his inner energy to suppress the rising reverse blood as soon as he felt it. He was secretly relieved that all the official demon slayers of Yinshan County were present today. If he were to vomit blood in public out of anger, it would be quite embarrassing. Once he calmed himself, He Fenghua realized that engaging in a verbal battle with someone as sharp-tongued as Gu Qingfeng was unwise. He needed a different strategy. He promptly changed the subject and said seriously, Today is the official meeting to discuss the demon-slaying tasks in Yinshan County. Let's not discuss anything else. Please take your seats. Fearing that Gu Qingfeng might speak again, He Fenghua quickly got to the point. I've been in charge of Yinshan County for some time now. Although it's been peaceful, demons are cunning and hidden. We must remain vigilant. I've gathered everyone to discuss specific responsibilities and strategic planning. Gu Qingfeng lost interest when he couldn't provoke He Fenghua into spitting blood. What followed was a long-winded official speech. After what felt like an eternity, He Fenghua finally revealed his true intentions. Gu Qingfeng, now that you've been promoted to a Shin-rank demon slayer, and given that the village of Heshue has been wiped out, your responsibilities need to change, He Fenghua said in an official tone. This immediately piqued Gu Qingfeng's interest. Last time, He Fenghua had saddled him with the Heshue village 7 demon generals package, so what surprise awaited him this time? He Fenghua slowly continued. With greater rank comes greater responsibility. After careful consideration, I've decided to put you in charge of all demon-slaying activities in Yinshan County. What the heck? That's quite the package. Gu Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. The entire demon-slaying responsibility for Yinshan County? Old He, if I'm in charge of all that, what will you be doing? He Fenghua wasn't bothered by the informal address and replied seriously, I will, of course, be responsible for coordination, strategic planning, and overall deployment. Oh, Gu Qingfeng said, suddenly understanding. So basically, you won't be doing anything? You little He Fenghua glared, almost swearing. He cleared his throat and continued. Do you think coordination, strategic planning, and deployment mean doing nothing? What about when facing powerful demons? Don't we need to deploy forces and strategize? Isn't there a need for someone to coordinate the distribution of demon slayers? The necessary supplies like demon-slaying swords and talismans need logistical support, don't they? And in case. All right, Gu Qingfeng interrupted impatiently. When facing demons, just charge at them directly. Why make it so complicated? You think fighting demons is child's play? What will you do when you encounter a powerful demon? Acting impulsively won't get you anywhere. Get promoted? Gu Qingfeng interjected casually. When dealing with the 7 demon generals, it wasn't that difficult. I just charged forward and took them down. Are you saying these demons are stronger than the 7 demon generals? He Fenghua opened his mouth, but chose to stay silent. He realized a simple truth. Arguing with Gu Qingfeng would only raise his blood pressure. He decisively turned away from Gu Qingfeng's infuriatingly calm face and addressed the others. You've all understood my arrangements, right? From now on, report all demon-related incidents in your areas to Gu Qingfeng. He'll be in charge. Yes, Sir He. Everyone responded in unison. All right, that's all for today. You may leave. He Fenghua quickly turned and left, not giving Gu Qingfeng a chance to speak further. The others also dispersed. Gu Qingfeng stood in place, watching everyone leave, a knowing look in his eyes. He Fenghua's move was clever. It seemed like he was granting Gu Qingfeng authority, but it was actually a burden. Being fully in charge meant full responsibility, and if anything went wrong, it would all fall on him. Managing all the demon affairs in Yinshan County was a daunting task, especially if multiple incidents occurred simultaneously. At that point, He Fenghua could step in, offer help, and subtly undermine him, making the difference in their abilities apparent to outsiders. Moreover, He Fenghua had calculated human nature well. By placing 4 yellow-rank demon slayers under Gu Qingfeng, it seemed like reinforcement. But why would they follow the orders of someone who was their peer, promoted to the profound rank merely by luck? Authority is never just granted from above. It comes from the recognition of subordinates. Without their willingness to follow, any power is just an illusion. The 4 yellow rank slayers would likely pretend to comply while actually defying him, leaving Gu Qingfeng with the responsibility for the entire county but no real power. This reminded Gu Qingfeng of a workplace story from his past life. A company manager appointed a high-performing intern as team leader over 2 others, causing dissatisfaction. The manager assigned heavy tasks, and with the lack of cooperation, the intern eventually resigned under pressure. However, He Fenghua couldn't foresee that his seemingly clever plan would actually benefit Gu Qingfeng greatly. Gu Qingfeng wasn't afraid of a large scope of management. He was eager to encounter more demons. As for the lack of cooperation from the other demon slayers, that was fine, as it spared them from witnessing his embarrassing defeats by demons. Nonetheless, Gu Qingfeng was someone who understood gratitude. For the unintended help He Fenghua had given him, he would be sure to repay him in kind. Just you wait, old He. Wang Pengzi, Su Daizi, I need you both to fetch all the recent demon archives of Yinshan County for me, Gu Qingfeng said, sitting at his desk with a stern look at his 2 subordinates. Wang Pengzi scratched his round head looking puzzled. What do you need them for, Sir Gu? I'm planning a surprise for old He. Stop asking questions and hurry up, Gu Qingfeng replied impatiently, waving them off. The 2 quickly returned with a heavy volume, its cover layered with years of dust. Sir Gu, this is this year's demon archive, documenting all anomalies and demon incidents in Yinshan County. All right, leave it there. Go about your duties and don't disturb me, Gu Qingfeng instructed, immediately immersing himself in the documents, searching for cases with obvious clues that remained unsolved. With his sharp senses and photographic memory, he flipped through the pages like a scanner, one after another. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had finished the entire volume. There weren't many cases that fit the criteria, but 2 stood out. One was the mysterious old house appearing and disappearing in the northern outskirts, rumored to have swallowed up those who entered, never to return. The other was the deep, cold pool outside Qingshi town, where tales spoke of a drowned woman turned water ghost, preying on children at play. After a moment's thought, Gu Qingfeng chose the water ghost case in Qingshi town. This target was the most clear-cut, with a fixed location and a definite eerie presence. Although previous demon hunters had given up due to the pool's depth, for someone with his spiritual perception and master-level soul power, it was a trivial matter. All of this was to give He Fenghua a surprise. You want to play mind games with me? Gu Qingfeng mused with a cold smile. Since you pushed all the demons of Yinshan County onto me, I'll let these demons pay you a visit. With his target set, Gu Qingfeng immediately gathered his men and headed straight for the deep pool in Qingshi town. The strategy of using one evil to defeat another, borrowing the knife to kill, was about to unfold. The three of them rode swiftly, taking several hours to reach their destination. As the sun set, dusk enveloped the deep, still pool before Thema time when demons were most active. Master Gu, Wang, the chubby one, stared nervously at the pitch-black water, swallowing hard. If the water ghost doesn't appear, what should we do? The water is so deep, we can't fully use our abilities down there, while the ghost can move freely. Plus, in an underwater fight, we won't last long. Su, the simpleton, quickly agreed. The water will also hinder the effectiveness of our talismans and protective items. I suggest we find a way to lure it onto land. Before he could finish, Su turned and was stunned. Gu Qingfeng had already stripped down to his undergarments, standing by the water's edge. Master Gu, are you going to? Su was dumbfounded. Looking for the water ghost, of course. What else, swim? Gu Qingfeng replied, pushing the two aside, then leaped into the air, plunging into the dark water with a splash, disappearing beneath the surface. Underwater, the world was bone-chillingly cold and pitch black. The sound of swirling currents echoed around him, and slimy objects occasionally brushed against his skin. Such an environment would be terrifying for anyone with a fear of deep water, but for the physically exceptional Gu Qingfeng, it was routine. Using his spiritual senses and soul power, he easily discerned that the things brushing past him were not water plants or fish, but strands of long, black hair like water snakes. The frequent appearance of these hairs made him wonder if the water ghost might be bald. Soon, he sensed a cold, murky presence at the center of the pool. Just as he was about to approach, the presence suddenly moved toward him. Gu Qingfeng realized that these living hairs were likely the water ghost sensors. While contemplating this, the water suddenly churned violently. A ghastly, swollen woman's face appeared unexpectedly right in front of him, their eyes meeting. This sudden encounter startled Gu Qingfeng, not because of the ghost's sudden appearance, but because of her bloated, deathly pale skin. It was whiter than any 3-day-old corpse he'd ever seen. Looking at the pale face of the woman before him, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but silently mock. With that much hair, you could knit a sweater. How can she lose so much hair and not be bald? What would those truly bald people think? The dense black hair twisted like a swarm of snakes, spiraling out from the water ghost's face, forming a massive black net, or perhaps a dark vortex ready to devour everything. With his extensive experience battling demons, Gu Qingfeng knew better than to show too much strength at the start, or he might miss the chance to gain more attributes. He regretted the last time he faced the shadow demon, where his show of strength only earned him a single shadow-shifting skill. Determined not to repeat that mistake, he decided to put on an act this time. Feigning the struggle of a drowning man, Gu Qingfeng began to thrash wildly. The water ghost took the bait. A strand of her hair suddenly animated, slithering towards him like a water snake. Delighted, Gu Qingfeng intensified his struggle, but if one observed closely, they'd notice that the more he struggled, the slower his movements became. Soon, the cold, slimy hair wrapped around his ankle. The system promptly notified him. Ding! Host attacked by water ghost. Water attribute 1. So weak? Gu Qingfeng was secretly surprised and immediately toned down his struggles, fearing he might accidentally break the hair and scare off the ghost. The water ghost seemed patient, slowly dragging him along as if flying a kite, apparently intending to drown him. After half an incense stick's time, even with Gu Qingfeng's robust physique, he began to feel the lack of oxygen. However, whenever this sensation arose, the system would notify him, water attribute 1, and his breathlessness would instantly vanish. This cycle continued for a full incense stick's time. The water ghost seemed puzzled by her prey's resilience, a confused expression crossing her bloated face. Soon, she lost patience, controlling her hair to swing Gu Qingfeng wildly, like a spinning windmill. The system's notification chimed. Ding! You are attacked by the water ghost. Water attribute 5. Congratulations, host's water attribute has reached its limit, acquiring the underwater breathing skill. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng realized he no longer needed to hold his breath. He could breathe freely as if he were on land. Gu Qingfeng felt a remarkable transformation occurring within his body. A warm current flowed through him, seemingly reshaping his form and making him extraordinarily agile in the water. It was as if the water's resistance and pressure vanished, allowing him to swim effortlessly like a fish. This unexpected change delighted Gu Qingfeng, while the water ghost grew increasingly agitated as she struggled to drown him. She stopped flailing her hair and instead directed her dark, snake-like strands to attack Gu Qingfeng's neck. The hair wrapped tightly around his throat, attempting to strangle him. However, Gu Qingfeng, who was always sensitive around his neck, only felt a ticklish sensation from the hair. Instinctively, he twisted his body slightly, slipping out of the hair's grip like a slippery fish. Both were taken aback by this sudden change. Gu Qingfeng realized that the underwater breathing technique not only allowed him to breathe freely, but also granted him fish-like flexibility, using the water as a natural lubricant. The water ghost, meanwhile, stared dumbfounded at this human who defied all expectations. Not wanting to give up halfway, Gu Qingfeng quickly composed himself and pretended to be caught again by extending his feet towards the water ghost's hair, creating the illusion of being entangled. He even let the hair wrap around his neck again. Yet, his poor acting didn't fool the water ghost, who watched him suspiciously. After an awkward stare-off, the water ghost decisively withdrew her hair and turned to leave. This action infuriated Gu Qingfeng. How dare even a mere water ghost dismiss his performance? He resolved to extract every bit of water attribute from her. With a sudden burst of energy, Gu Qingfeng propelled himself towards the water ghost like an arrow. Startled, the water ghost couldn't escape in time before feeling a tight grip around her waist. Looking down, she saw Gu Qingfeng clinging to her like an octopus, his arms wrapped around her waist and his legs locking her in place. The female water ghost seemed insulted, her swollen face twisting instantly as she opened her mouth wide and let out a series of piercing shrieks. The lake water quickly gathered in response to her cries, forming into a dozen sharp water arrows that shot towards Gu Qingfeng's back. Gu Qingfeng had already sensed the abnormal flow of water, but he didn't even turn his head. Instead, he held the water ghost even tighter. The water arrows hit his back precisely, accompanied by a series of system notifications. You are under attack by a water ghost. Water attribute 5555. Congratulations, host. Your water attribute has reached its limit. You have acquired the talent ability, water manipulation. Water manipulation? Gu Qingfeng immediately felt an increased affinity with the surrounding water, as if he could control it with just a thought. Conveniently, the water ghost's second wave of attacks had already formed over 50 water arrows suspended around him. With a single thought, Gu Qingfeng caused the arrows to vanish without a trace. Seeing this unexpected gain, Gu Qingfeng looked at the water ghost with bright eyes, as if he had discovered a goose that laid golden eggs. Such a weak water ghost providing two abilities was indeed a pleasant surprise. The water ghost, however, was frightened by his reaction. Even with limited intelligence, she realized the person before her was extraordinary. She struggled desperately to escape but was held tightly by Gu Qingfeng. Her swollen body twisted in his grip, causing her to let out another series of piercing shrieks. Stop screaming. Even if you scream your lungs out, no ghost is going to come save you. Gu Qingfeng suddenly realized he could speak underwater, evidently an effect of his water manipulation ability. This would certainly facilitate his plan to tame the water ghost. As long as you behave and cooperate, I promise not to hurt you, he continued when the water ghost stopped struggling. Now, use all your strength and attack me with water arrows like you did before. The water ghost nodded, but as she prepared to attack, she shrieked again. Smack! Gu Qingfeng slapped her face. Didn't I tell you not to scream? The water ghost opened her swollen mouth in grievance, letting out a few weak shrieks, as if trying to explain something. You mean you have to scream to shoot water arrows? You can't do it silently? Seeing the water ghost nod in agreement, Gu Qingfeng said without any apology, all right, then go ahead and scream. The female water ghost let out a piercing scream, the sound reverberating through the water. Gu Qingfeng, using his ability to manipulate water, could clearly sense the surrounding pool water gathering into sharp water arrows. Strangely, he found that forming these water arrows seemed effortless, as if he could do it with just a thought. Soon, over 50 water arrows formed around him. Only 50? Gu Qingfeng frowned, showing his dissatisfaction. Seeing this, the female water ghost shuddered. Her hair, black like serpents, suddenly fanned out and thrashed wildly. With all her might, she managed to form just over 10 more water arrows. Gu Qingfeng was about to scold the meager number, but upon seeing the state of the female water ghost, he swallowed his words. At this moment, her face was deathly pale, whiter than his friend who had been dead for 3 days and would be after 10 more. Her body was visibly weak and limp, clearly at her limit. Whoosh! Over 60 water arrows shot through the air, striking Gu Qingfeng with force. However, these attacks were as inconsequential to him as mosquito bites. After enduring this round of attacks, Gu Qingfeng waited silently, hoping the system would grant him a new ability. Yet, seconds passed with no new abilities, or even the anticipated notification sound. Is that it? Gu Qingfeng erupted in anger. Although he understood it might be due to his high water attribute, rendering the female water ghost unable to provide more, it didn't stop him from being furious. Useless. What good are you? Gu Qingfeng suddenly released his hold, grabbed the female water ghost's slippery, cold black hair, and began to swing her wildly. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. His strength stirred up a vortex on the pool's bottom. On the shore, Wang Fatty and Su Dul were startled by the sudden scene. To them, the once calm pool surface was now churning with a strange vortex, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. After hundreds of swings, Gu Qingfeng stopped, not out of pity, but because the female water ghost's hair had been torn off. She lay dazed and motionless at the bottom of the pool, her limbs splayed, with a large bald patch on her head, resembling a Mediterranean monk. Hey, wake up! Gu Qingfeng slapped her awake with 2 sharp slaps. Now you have 2 choices: submit to me or be beaten to death. Make your choice. The female water ghost, lacking any backbone, immediately shrieked her submission. Satisfied, Gu Qingfeng pulled her up, patted her swollen shoulder and said, "From now on, you're my, well, ghost?" The female water ghost nodded repeatedly to show her submission. Gu Qingfeng, feeling somewhat sentimental, remarked, "You know, even though you're a ghost, you're quite tough. You held out for hundreds of swings before agreeing to submit." The female water ghost was bewildered. She cursed inwardly. "You never mentioned submission at the start. If you had said it earlier, I would have agreed right away." After dealing with the female water ghost, Gu Qingfeng stored her in a different dimension and then climbed ashore. On the bank, Wang Fatty and Su Fu were anxiously pacing back and forth. Suddenly, the calm center of the pool began to ripple with an eerie disturbance. Then, with a loud boom, the water surface exploded, and a lithe figure emerged. Under the moonlight, the figure executed 6 backflips with fluid grace, finally landing lightly on the shore. Even though it was late at night and the newcomer's face was obscured, such a flamboyant entrance could only belong to Gu Qingfeng. "Master Gu, are you all right? What about the water ghost?" Wang Fatty hurriedly asked as he approached. Gu Qingfeng casually shook his wet black hair, revealing his handsome and delicate features. He leisurely tidied his hair before speaking. "With me personally taking charge, it was naturally a piece of cake. Let's go to the largest restaurant in the county for a celebration." This suggestion stirred very different reactions in his 2 companions. Su Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to imagine the delicious food, while Wang Fatty was secretly alarmed, quickly calculating the silver coins in his pocket. He knew all too well about Gu Qingfeng's stingy nature since they met. Apart from that one time he spent 2 copper coins, he had never seen him willingly pay for anything. Whenever this master offered to treat, it was never a good sign. The 3 of them, each with their own thoughts, arrived at the largest restaurant in Yinshan County Zhuai Xianlu. Although it was late at night, the restaurant was still bustling with lively chatter and clinking glasses. However, the moment Gu Qingfeng and his companions stepped over the threshold, the entire hall fell silent, creating an eerie vacuum. All eyes instinctively focused on Gu Qingfeng, or more precisely, on his black official uniform that signified his status as a Shin-level exorcist. The guests, all wealthy or noble, recognized the significance of such attire. For a moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant was subtle, with patrons speculating whether Zhuai Xianlu had encountered some kind of monster or ghost. "Waiter, find us a table by the window and bring out some of your signature dishes, along with 10 pounds of Huadia wine." Gu Qingfeng's voice cut through the silence. The waiter was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, putting on a smile 10 times more enthusiastic than usual. "Of course, right this way, esteemed guests." The waiter led Gu Qingfeng and his 2 companions to their seats, quickly pulling out a cloth from his shoulder to wipe the chairs. Noticing that the cloth was dirty, he switched to using his relatively cleaner sleeve to carefully clean the seats before respectfully inviting them to sit. The noise in the tavern resumed, but was noticeably quieter than before. A few drunken patrons who had been causing a scene sobered up instantly upon seeing Gu Qingfeng, hurriedly settling their bills and leaving, fearful of being mistaken for demons and dealt with. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the table was filled with an array of dishes and drinks. As the 3 were enjoying their meal, Gu Qingfeng excused himself to the restroom. Having reached a new level of cultivation and with a deep foundation in pure Yangwuji techniques, his mirror image clone could now last for 2 incense sticks time. The clone nodded to Gu Qingfeng, then used a shadow in the restroom to perform a body-swapping technique, disappearing instantly. Meanwhile, at the Demon Suppression Division's branch in Yinshan County, He Fenghua was preparing to bathe. Ever since Gu Qingfeng became a yellow-rank demon slayer, He Fenghua had developed a strange affliction, feeling uncomfortable after using the toilet, necessitating a hot bath to rid himself of the slimy, nauseating sensation. He Fenghua undressed and sank into the steaming wooden tub. The warm water elicited a sigh of relief, easing his discomfort, but his hatred for Gu Qingfeng deepened. Each bath reminded him of Gu Qingfeng's infuriating face, yet today he couldn't help but smile, pleased with his clever scheme. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qingfeng's mirror image clone was watching intently from a shadowy corner of the room. Through the clone's eyes, Gu Qingfeng found the scene quite disturbing, already planning to seek out Xiao Shimi later for a thorough cleansing of his eyes. With time running short, Gu Qingfeng acted swiftly, discreetly opening a thin rift in the fabric of space within He Fenghua's bath. A martial artist at the level of true qi could not perceive such a subtle spatial fluctuation. Suddenly, He Fenghua felt a chill below. He reached down and pulled out a strand of jet black hair, his expression changing instantly. As he looked down, his heart nearly stopped. Floating in the water was a pale, bloated woman's face with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He Fenghua was bewildered. How could a ghost suddenly appear while he was taking a bath in the tub? This wasn't a river. His moment of shock was brief, and he quickly reacted, channeling his energy and striking fiercely at the bald female ghost in the water. Boom! Water splashed everywhere, and the wooden tub shattered. He Fenghua stood naked, only to find that the ghost had vanished into thin air. It was highly unusual, had sensed that the ghost's power was mediocre and shouldn't have been able to evade his strike. Yet, she disappeared as mysteriously as she had appeared. He Fenghua looked around cautiously but found nothing. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Master He, what happened? A servant called anxiously from outside the door, clearly alarmed by the loud crash of the shattered tub. He Fenghua was about to answer when he suddenly realized he was still naked. He quickly shouted, "I'm fine. Don't come in." Turning to grab his clothes that were set aside, he was shocked to find they were missing. He distinctly remembered placing them there before bathing, but now they were nowhere to be seen. Could the ghost also steal clothes? In truth, his clothes had been stolen by the mirrored doppelganger, which had stealthily teleported outside. He Fenghua frantically searched every corner of the room but found nothing. Master He, are you okay? Should I come in to help? The servant outside grew more anxious, hearing the sounds of frantic searching. Don't come in, He Fenghua shouted irritably, then quickly softened his tone. My clothes got soaked? Go fetch me a clean set. Yes, Master He, please wait a moment, the servant replied and left. The mirrored doppelganger watched the servant leave with a sinister gaze, and then turned to the wooden house, casually setting it on fire. Inside, He Fenghua waited naked, pondering the mysterious and bizarre ghost's origin and purpose. Surely it wasn't just to spy on him bathing? As he was lost in thought, he suddenly smelled something burning. Turning around, he was horrified to see the fire outside the door. Flames were already consuming the wooden window and door frame, and the blaze was growing rapidly. Who the hell did this? He Fenghua cursed, instinctively wanting to escape. But after taking 2 steps, he remembered he was still naked. The timing of the fire was incredibly inconvenient, as if mocking him. The esteemed demon exorcist of the Xin rank, head of the Yinshan County Demon Suppression Division, found himself in a precarious situation. He had to run naked. If anyone discovered this, it would surely become the talk of the division, enough to keep the village grannies gossiping over 10 pounds of sunflower seeds. He Fenghua paused, realizing his true energy shield protected him from ordinary fire, so there was no need to panic. However, as the flames licked the window frame, a more terrifying thought struck him. While the fire couldn't harm him, the house wouldn't withstand the blaze. If the house was destroyed, he'd be left standing bare in the ruins, exposed for all to see. Caught between a rock and a hard place, He Fenghua slapped his forehead, cursing himself for his foolishness. Why not just put out the fire? He quickly gathered his energy and began slapping at the flames, each strike precisely extinguishing a section of the fire. Encouraged by his success, he worked even harder to douse the flames completely. However, his mirror image lurking in the shadows had other plans. The doppelganger took a deep breath, deliberately altered its voice and shouted, "Help! There's a fire!" This cry, louder than a rooster's crow, instantly awakened the entire division. The division housed numerous Huang-rank exorcists and their subordinates, and this shout roused them all. Damn! Who the hell is yelling? He Fenghua was shocked. He had no choice but to abandon his firefighting efforts and dash out of the inferno, beginning his streaking escape. To avoid social death, he burned his energy reserves for speed, even resorting to a secret technique that overdrew his body's strength. His speed was such that he became a fleeting pale blur in the night. Despite his efforts, He Fenghua felt it wasn't safe enough. As he ran, he kept his face covered, fearing recognition. This was his brilliance focusing on hiding his face rather than his body. He chose the darkest paths, planning to hide in a small grove. This played right into Gu Qingfeng's hands. The mirror image suddenly appeared on He Fenghua's path, silently extending a leg. At full sprint, He Fenghua couldn't react in time and tripped, landing face first in a spectacular fall. By then, the exorcists had arrived on the scene. With their keen eyesight, they could see a naked figure sprawled on the ground from a distance, the pale skin glowing under the moonlight. The exorcists exclaimed, "Who goes there? And why so luminous?" Having been tripped while running at full speed and suffering from the secret technique side effects, He Fenghua was dizzy and weak. As he struggled to get up, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Instinctively, he turned to look, and in that moment, the world fell silent. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. He Fenghua felt his mind go blank, his aged face turning crimson as he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. The surrounding demon hunters were equally dumbfounded, as if paralyzed. Despite their professional experience, their training had never covered how to handle a superior suddenly disrobing. The scene was enveloped in an awkward silence. No one dared to speak first, as any comment would seem inappropriate. Should they say, "Master He, your backside is really white?" He Fenghua was stunned for a full 3 seconds before suddenly coming to his senses. He dove to the ground, muttering repeatedly, "You can't see me, you can't see me." The warriors present, with their keen hearing, caught every word of his faint mumbling. Fortunately, these demon hunters were perceptive, well aware of one crucial principle. When a superior is in an embarrassing situation, never try to help, that would only make things worse. The wisest course of action was to pretend not to see and leave quickly. Everyone exchanged knowing glances, and no one asked why He Fenghua was exposing himself in such a manner. Instead, they all began to find excuses to leave. "The moonlight is nice tonight, very bright. Indeed, the moon is so round. Brotherly, I know a good spot. How about we go moon gazing?" "Moon gazing? Count me in. Let's all go together." Just as they were about to make their escape, an ill-timed voice called out, "Master He, why are you lying on the ground? Get up, it's cold down there." At that moment, He Fenghua froze, his throat tightened, and he coughed up blood. The strain of forcibly unleashing his energy, pushing his body to its limits with secret techniques, combined with this mortifying social blow, caused him to pass out. The other demon hunters were momentarily stunned, at a loss for what to do. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. Who was the tactless person who said that? Someone with sharp eyes noticed He Fenghua had already fainted and was bleeding. Unable to keep pretending not to see, they quickly shouted, "Master, he has fainted. Help him." The group had no choice but to gather around to provide aid. They couldn't just stand by and watch their superior lie on the ground. Luckily, He Fenghua was already unconscious, or he might have died of embarrassment from being surrounded like this. In the shadows, a mirrored clone nodded in satisfaction before disappearing without a trace, truly embodying the phrase, "leaving without taking credit." Inside the drunken Immortal Tavern, Gu Qingfeng drank heartily, laughing aloud, which sent shivers down the spines of Wang the Fat and Su the Fool. The astute Wang sensed something was amiss and hurried to settle the bill, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Master Gu, what makes you laugh?" Wang asked cautiously. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Wang Pongzi and laughed so hard he could barely catch his breath, finally uttering a puzzling statement. "The moon tonight is so white and round." The following morning, Gu Qingfeng was unusually eager to rush to the Zenmosi branch in Yinshan County. As soon as he entered, he urgently stopped a colleague to ask, "Where is Lord He? I heard there was a fire here yesterday. Is he all right?" The person gave him a strange look, his mouth twitching as he replied, "Lord He caught a cold last night and left overnight." "Caught a cold?" Gu Qingfeng feigned surprise. "The night was quite chilly. I should have reminded Lord He to wear more layers." Unable to hold back any longer, the person burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, indeed. He should have dressed warmly." Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng quickly excused himself, secretly amused. "He Fenghua is really quite delicate. I was planning to send him a set of burial items and arrange a ghost marriage for him, but he ran off after just a bath." "Well, this works too. Yinshan County is mine to oversee now." In high spirits, Gu Qingfeng decided to skip work and go in search of food. He casually asked a passerby about the most famous breakfast in Yinshan County and learned that Dou's donkey meat sandwiches on the outskirts of the southern city were renowned, often said to be as precious as dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. Gu Qingfeng immediately mounted his mediocre horse and headed for the southern outskirts. After half an hour, he was completely disoriented. Whenever someone mentioned north, he was lost. He could only distinguish east from west by the sun, but north and south left him baffled. By noon, with the sun high in the sky, he couldn't even tell east from west. With no one around, he couldn't even recognize the way back to the city. Helplessly, he patted his horse. They say a mediocre horse knows the way home. "Why don't you take me back?" The horse just snorted and continued munching on wild grass by the roadside. At that moment, a stranger's voice suddenly rang out, "My friend, since we've met by chance, why not sit down and have a cup of tea?" Startled, Gu Qingfeng a master with keen spiritual senses, hadn't detected anyone's presence. He looked towards the voice and saw a figure shrouded in a black robe, sitting on a large rock deep in the woods. The figure was preparing tea, and the fragrant aroma of green tea wafted through the air. Gu Qingfeng squinted his eyes, a mysterious glint within them, as he closely observed the man in the black robe before him. He fully engaged his sensory abilities, only to be surprised that the figure appeared to be an ordinary person. Impossible, Gu Qingfeng thought warily. An ordinary person couldn't have appeared here without a sound. He quickly arrived at two conclusions. Either this person was far more powerful than himself, or he possessed some strange, concealing secret technique. Either scenario suggested that this individual was no ordinary being. Gu Qingfeng was usually fearless when dealing with demons, but the man before him seemed human and possibly a master. A master just happening to drink tea here and inviting him? Such a coincidence was undoubtedly suspicious. Gu Qingfeng concluded that this person was specifically waiting for him. This realization made him even more cautious, ready to make a quick escape if necessary. He didn't accept the tea invitation hastily but stood his ground, carefully choosing his words as he asked, "May I ask who you are, sir?" "You can call me Pooh," the man in the black robe replied calmly while steadily pouring tea. "Pooh." Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, unable to resist a jest. With a name like that, people might feel pressured or misunderstand when they call you. The black-robed man's hand paused slightly before he explained, "Pooh, as in dandelion." "That's a nice name, sir," Gu Qingfeng responded insincerely, internally critiquing the oddity of the name. Suddenly, something struck him, and he froze in place. "Pooh, as in dandelion? Wait, could it be Pu Yao, the leader of the 7 demon generals?" Though 200 years had passed, the reputation of the 7 demon generals, especially their leader, was still widely known. Who would have thought that after 200 years, someone would still remember? The man in the black robe smiled slightly. This revelation seemed to dissolve all of Gu Qingfeng's caution, and he immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, swaggering over to sit opposite Pu Yao, even propping his legs on a rock. He brazenly examined the man. "So you're the infamous Pu Yao." This abrupt change in attitude left Pu Yao momentarily stunned, his centuries of composure nearly faltering, not even noticing the tea spilling over. He became puzzled about how human history had recorded him, causing this man to act so irreverently after learning his identity. "Hey, your tea's spilling," Gu Qingfeng reminded impatiently. Pu Yao snapped back to reality, quickly stopping his pouring. Gu Qingfeng, unbothered, grabbed a teacup and drank it in one gulp, quenching his thirst. After finishing his tea, Gu Qingfeng smacked his lips but didn't hear the expected system notification. He frowned and blurted out, "Why isn't this tea poisoned? Didn't Ning Yao tell you that I like my tea with a bit of poison?" Pu Yao was deeply puzzled and asked, "Hey, what was the first thing you said when you saw me?" "Fate has brought us together, so I invite you for a cup of tea," Pu Yao answered truthfully, suppressing his inner confusion. Bang! Gu Qingfeng slapped the table loudly. "Do you not know how scary it is to speak suddenly from behind someone? Luckily, I don't have a heart condition. Fate, my foot. Let me tell you, meeting you is my fate, but meeting me is your disaster. As they say, whether it's disaster or fate depends on my mood, got it?" This brazen remark completely ignited Pu Yao's long-repressed anger. For centuries, not even enemies had been so audacious. If it weren't for his objective, he would have liked nothing better than to crush Gu Qingfeng on the spot. Disaster or fate depends on your mood. Only if you're invincible, Pu Yao scoffed. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng was taken aback and stared at Pu Yao with a strange look. "Could it be that you listen to Su Song too?" "Who is Su Song?" Pu Yao frowned deeply. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng began to probe. "Odd changes, even remains the same?" Seeing no reaction, he continued, "Moonlight before my bed? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron? 3.1415926. Enough." Pu Yao finally roared in exasperation. Gu Qingfeng shook his head in disappointment. "Seems like you're not from my hometown. So, tell me, why are you here? You're not trying to play the role of Halua, are you? What am I doing?" "I'm going to..." Pu Yao paused mid-sentence, suddenly confused. "Wait, what am I here for?" Calming himself, Pu Yao recalled his original plan. He was supposed to appear silently, exuding an enigmatic aura, sit with Gu Qingfeng over tea, and discuss grand plans amidst laughter. But ever since Gu Qingfeng learned of his identity, everything had gone off track. Despite this, Pu Yao still believed that once he revealed his grand scheme, he could surely win over this peculiar individual. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke calmly, "Gu Qingfeng, did you know? I originally came here to kill you." Before he could finish, a sonic boom suddenly echoed. Gu Qingfeng's palm rapidly enlarged before Pu Yao's eyes, but a blood-red shield fortunately blocked the powerful strike just in time. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Gu Qingfeng?" Pu Yao was utterly furious. "You were going to kill me?" And I'm not allowed to fight back? Gu Qingfeng asked, genuinely surprised. Pu Yao felt his blood boiling, his forehead throbbing. I said originally. Originally, I was going to kill you. Do you not understand what originally means? Can't you comprehend human speech? The problem is, you're not human either, so of course, it's not human speech. Gu Qingfeng replied matter-of-factly. This sentence completely ignited Pu Yao's fury. He erupted with a terrifying aura, blood-red light shot from his eyes, and his chest heaved violently, like a volcano about to erupt. Gu Qingfeng stared at Pu Yao with excitement and anticipation. Since the Mirror Demon and Shadow Demon were so formidable yet not the leaders, just how powerful must the head of the 7 demon generals be? However, Pu Yao ultimately suppressed his impulse to act. He had important plans yet to complete and couldn't act recklessly. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Pu Yao's tone turned icy, laced with a chilling intent to kill. I originally intended to kill you, but the moment I saw you, I changed my mind, fell in love with my handsome face? Can't bear to do it? Gu Qingfeng taunted. Veins bulged on Pu Yao's forehead as he fought back his anger, speaking deliberately. I sense the aura of the blood god child from you, yet I can't feel the remnants of the blood demon. This means you devoured the blood god child, didn't you? None of your business. Damn it. Pu Yao clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. He looked incredulously at this unpredictable guy in front of him. I am the head of the 7 demon generals. We're talking about the blood demon who wreaked havoc 200 years ago. Can you not take this seriously? Gu Qingfeng had no intention of being serious. His goal was to provoke Pu Yao into making a move, so he could quickly gain attribute boosts and grow stronger. Realizing that continuing this back and forth would inevitably lead to an outburst, Pu Yao decided to change tactics. He quickly said, denying it is pointless. The aura of the blood god child doesn't lie. 200 years ago, even the Righteous Alliance led by the Demon Suppression Division couldn't destroy the blood demon's 36 blood god children, but you managed to devour them all. Do you know what that means? Before Gu Qingfeng could interject, Pu Yao continued, it means you can kill the so-called immortal blood demon. I'm here to propose a collaboration to eliminate the blood demon. What do you say? Holy crap. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. I didn't expect you to be a traitor. What does traitor mean? It means a turncoat. You were the blood demon's top henchman, and now not only are you not helping him resurrect, but you also want to kill him. Good on you, young man. Pu Yao was displeased with the label traitor and snorted. The blood demon enslaved me for over 100 years. Do you know what I've been through all these years? I've wanted to kill him every moment, but he's immortal, and I had no way to do it. Isn't the blood demon dead now? Why don't you just run far away? Pu Yao shook his head. It's useless. As long as the 36 blood god children remain, he will eventually return. Moreover, he left a servitude mark on me. I can't disobey his orders and must collect the blood god children as he instructed. Wait, as he instructed? How does he give you orders? He's already resurrected. A few years ago, he gathered 30 blood god children and resurrected prematurely, but his powers haven't returned to their peak. So he's been in slumber, accumulating strength. Really? Where is he? Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, as if he saw a windfall coming his way. Pu Yao gave Gu Qingfeng a peculiar look, unsure of what scheme this person was plotting now. Pu Yao's expression turned unusually serious as he fixed his gaze on Gu Qingfeng and said, you need to understand that because you absorbed the blood godchild, the blood demon will definitely come for your life to reclaim his power. Our only chance for survival now is to join forces against the blood demon. Kill the blood demon? Gu Qingfeng immediately showed displeasure. Whoever messes with my big prize, I'll make them pay. He then raised an eyebrow at Pu Yao, speaking in a flippant tone. TSK, Pu Yao, your idea is quite twisted. The blood demon is your boss. How can a subordinate betray him? Let's pretend I didn't hear anything today. By the way, I've always admired the blood demon's immense power. Could you introduce me? Pu Yao finally concluded that the person in front of him definitely had something wrong with his mind and couldn't help but raise his voice. He's out to kill you, and you're still eager to meet him? Gu Qingfeng, this is no joke. If you want to stay alive, the only way is to team up with me. Gu Qingfeng calculated in his mind that since Pu Yao didn't plan to introduce him to the blood demon, he might as well pretend to cooperate for now. After all, their target was the blood demon, so eventually, he would meet him. He then feigned seriousness and asked, so, how do we join forces? Seeing Gu Qingfeng finally willing to cooperate, Pu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and then explained, your ability to absorb the blood godchild is related to your unique constitution. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a heavenly fate body. Heavenly fate body? Gu Qingfeng heard the term for the first time. Pu Yao explained in detail, a heavenly fate body is someone destined by fate, born with a constitution different from ordinary people. These types of constitutions are varied but extremely rare, and only humans can possess them. It is through heavenly fate bodies that humans have been able to stand their ground amid the surrounding demons and monsters, despite lacking natural advantages. Gu Qingfeng thought about his own Jiao Dragon bloodline and couldn't help but ask, "Are you referring to the Jiao Dragon bloodline in my body?" Pu Yao shook his head in denial. The Jiao Dragon bloodline is merely a demon bloodline obtained by humans through clever means, and such people are called bloodline variants. Although bloodline variants are strong, they do not compare to naturally born heavenly fate bodies. Moreover, bloodline variants can be created after birth, while heavenly fate bodies can only be bestowed by heaven. The founding emperor of the Great Yin dynasty was a human sovereign body, one of the heavenly fate bodies, who established a nation in the land of demons through immense power. You, on the other hand, are likely the legendary devouring heaven body, capable of consuming everything for your own use. This is why you were able to absorb the blood god child and remnants of the blood demon. According to Shadow Yao's report, after your confrontation with him, you quickly mastered shadow shift, clearly having absorbed his shadow power. Am I right? Yes, you're right. Gu Qingfeng pretended to suddenly understand. I've always felt different from others, so this is the devouring heaven body. So, your plan is for me to consume the blood demon? Your devouring heaven body is powerful, but your strength is too weak to deal with the blood demon, Pu Yao warned gravely. Don't be overconfident just because you have strength comparable to a grandmaster. The blood demon has already touched the realm of gods, far beyond any grandmaster. Gu Qingfeng seized the moment to ask, what lies beyond the grandmaster level? That's the dragon transformation realm, Pu Yao explained. It's a leap in the level of life. A complete transformation once achieved. Dragon transformation realm? Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Does that mean I can truly become a dragon? Then I could reclaim the identity of a dragon's descendant? Pu Yao shook his head. Dragon transformation is just a metaphor. Martial artists at this level are like human-shaped dragons, possessing incredible traits. You're too low in your current state. Knowing too much could be detrimental. And what about the realm of gods? That's the legendary divine realm, where one becomes a terrestrial immortal, unfathomable to ghosts and gods, Pu Yao whispered. However, no one has truly reached it throughout history, and even the blood demon is desperately seeking this realm. Hearing about the blood demon's immense power, Gu Qingfeng wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited. Perhaps the blood demon was the key to his path to godhood. What exactly is your plan? I can only tell you the first step now, Pu Yao cautiously replied. Use your devouring heaven body to consume the blood god sons before the blood demon, weakening his power. I will provide you with the whereabouts of the blood god sons and secretly thwart the blood demon cult. The first target is in the demon suppression prison's third layer in Wudong County. In my hometown? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. But it's heavily fortified. Even the heaven-level demon slayer, Li Qianren, can't get in. How can I possibly break through? Pu Yao took a blood-red dandelion from his robe and handed it to him. This dandelion from my body will help you break the barrier. Just an ordinary dandelion? The barrier that even a grandmaster can't break. Pu Yao smiled calmly. Just because a grandmaster can't break it doesn't mean something beyond a grandmaster can't. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the creature in front of him. Are you beyond a grandmaster? In the dragon transformation stage? The creature, Pu Yao, smirked slightly, regaining a hint of his former arrogance. That's right. Then what is your shadow domain? I don't have a shadow domain. This answer left Gu Qingfeng even more astonished. You became the leader without a shadow domain? How did the shadow demon and mirror demon follow you? No matter how strange a shadow domain is, it can be shattered with a single punch, or two at most, Pu Yao replied calmly. True power comes from within. You'll understand once you reach the dragon transformation stage. Enough chatter, I don't have much time out here. Let me explain the details for getting to the third level of the demon suppression prison. As they sipped tea and discussed their plan in detail, an unexpected visitor appeared in the skies over Wudong County. High above, a man in white stood on a magnificent giant eagle. With a simple long sword on his back, his snowy robe fluttered in the fierce wind as he surveyed the county below, like a celestial being observing the mortal world. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his chest. He took out a bloodline orb from his robe, which was glowing intensely, as if pointing a direction. A smile finally appeared on his face. The descendant of the guilty blood, finally found. He then directed the eagle to follow the orb's guidance. This proud man was named Gu Yang, from the Gu family, one of the four great families in the imperial capital. Not even 30 years old, he was already a master of the Qi realm. Despite being only at the first level of the Qi realm, his awakened superior bloodline allowed him to defeat even those at the third level. Among the younger generation in the capital, his reputation was unmatched. If not for the strict orders of the family head, Gu Yang, who considered cultivation his life, would never have left his practice to come to this remote place searching for a descendant of inferior blood. In his view, such people were better left to their own devices. Unfortunately, the family head did not allow the bloodline to be lost. He hoped the person would sensibly return with him, or else he would have to break their legs and take them by force. As Gu Qingfeng and Pu Yao discussed their plan to consume the blood godchild, Pu Yao suddenly frowned, gazing silently into the distance. What's wrong? Gu Qingfeng asked. Someone's coming, and they're after you. After me? Gu Qingfeng focused for a moment, and finally sensed someone approaching on a mount from the sky. There is indeed someone. But how do you know they're after me? Because I can feel the same dragon bloodline in them as you have. They must be from your clan. This revelation intrigued Gu Qingfeng even more. He had thought himself an orphan, yet here was someone from his clan alive. As he pondered this, a loud eagle screech echoed through the sky. A fierce wind arose as a majestic giant eagle, comparable in size to a small plane, descended from the heavens. The aloof man standing atop it gazed down at Gu Qingfeng and Pu Yao with disdain. Which of you is named Gu? Pu Yao and Gu Qingfeng exchanged a glance upon hearing Gu Yang's questioning. There was a flicker of something indecipherable in the eyes of these two formidable figures. One had surpassed the level of a grandmaster, and the other possessed a destined unique physique with power comparable to a grandmaster. They were discussing how to deal with the blood demon, who had encroached upon the divine realm, but were interrupted by a junior at the qi condensation stage. Gu Yang frowned as he noticed their silence. Using his qi condensation perception, he quickly assessed their strength. The man in the black robe emitted no energy, appearing as ordinary as any commoner. The young man opposite him was merely at the 5th level of qi gathering, not even qualified to serve as a servant in the Gu family. Are you too mute? Didn't you hear me speaking? Gu Yang snapped impatiently. Without even glancing at him, Pu Yao calmly said to Gu Qingfeng, do you want to handle this, or should I? You go ahead, but leave him alive. I have some questions for him, Gu Qingfeng replied serenely, sipping his tea. Gu Yang was about to mock these frogs in a well, but before he could speak, Pu Yao suddenly turned to face him. It was just one look. Gu Yang's pupils contracted sharply, his heart raced out of control, and cold sweat soaked through his clothes. To him, the man in the black robe seemed to tower as tall as the heavens and the earth, on par with the sun and the moon, like a deity looking down upon an ant. The terror from the depths of his soul left his mind blank. With a thud, he fell off his eagle, landing heavily at their feet. It was as if an invisible mountain was crushing him, rendering him immobile, his once noble face buried deep in the dirt. How is this possible? Above Grandmaster level. Why in a place like this? Cold sweat continued to seep into the soil. A pair of elegant official boots appeared at the edge of his vision. What is your name? Gu Qingfeng's voice reached him, and the pressure on his head eased slightly. Yet, Gu Yang dared not raise his head. Despite being born into one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, his qi condensation level was no more than that of an ant in the presence of someone beyond Grandmaster level. If it were just an ordinary master, Gu Yang wouldn't be overly concerned, given his backing by the Gu family. However, those beyond the level of a master are a completely different matter. They possess power comparable to the ancestors of the Gu family, representing truly top-tier strength. The man sitting opposite the hooded figure was even more suspicious. Although he appeared to have only reached the 5th level of qi gathering, his ability to converse equally with the hooded figure suggested his true strength was far from what it seemed. Much like the hooded figure's deliberate disguise as an ordinary person, this man, who appeared to be at the 5th level of qi gathering, was likely a formidable master hiding his true capabilities. The more Gu Yang thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He never expected that he had been disrespectful to 2 such powerful beings. If they harbored any intention to kill, even his ancestors might hesitate to offend them. What frightened him even more was the guidance of the bloodline pearl, indicating that one of these 2 was a descendant of the Sin Blood master level, Sin Blood inheritor. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Gu Qingfeng frowned and asked when Gu Yang didn't respond. Startled awake, Gu Yang hurriedly replied, in response to the senior, my name is Gu Yang, and I'm from the Gu family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. Gu Shaoshang is my ancestor. He was eager to mention his family's and ancestors' name, hoping to secure his life in front of these 2 formidable figures. The imperial capital, 4 great families. Gu family? Gu Qingfeng muttered, then turned to Pu Yao and asked, by the way, who is Gu Shaoshang? An ancestor of the Gu family, a warrior of the transforming dragon realm, Pu Yao said, putting down his teacup with an indifferent tone. Just an old man on the brink of death, a mere skeleton in a tomb. These words sent a shock through Gu Yang's heart. To think that even his own ancestor was so lightly dismissed, how terrifying must the origins of these 2 be? Who would have thought my distant relatives were so notable? Gu Qingfeng mused. Gu Yang's eyes lit up, finally confirming that this person was the Sin Blood descendant he was looking for. He quickly tried to ingratiate himself. Senior, you must be the Gu family member I'm looking for. Not long ago, my ancestor sensed through the bloodline pearl that someone awakened the dragon god bloodline in Wudong County. So he specifically sent me to bring you back. Before he could finish, an indescribable terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Gu Yang didn't even have time to react before he was crushed into a cloud of blood mist, instantly reduced to a puddle of flesh. Why did you kill him? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback and questioned Pu Yao, who was sipping tea. Pu Yao set down his teacup, his tone still calm. Our meeting must not be known by a third person. Well, you could have waited until I finished asking him, Gu Qingfeng said, somewhat resigned. He wanted to take you back to the Gu family, and you can't leave. The blood god child in the third layer of the demon suppression prison hasn't been devoured yet. So to eliminate your thoughts of leaving, I killed him. Thank you. But who told you I was going to the capital? Just because he tells me to go, I should? What about my little corpse puppet? Pu Yao shouted angrily, then curiously asked, you have a junior sister? Who is she? She's the most beautiful woman in the world, capable of fulfilling all my fantasies. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, Gu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, a strange glint flashed in Pu Yao's eyes. Human love? That could be useful. Well, whatever. Kill him if you must, but don't let it go to waste. Gu Qingfeng began rummaging through Gu Yang's remains for the Qingkuan ring. As a member of a prominent family, it was impossible not to carry a ring worth tens of thousands of silver. Sure enough, he quickly found a ring covered in blood. With disdain, Gu Qingfeng pinched the ring with his fingertips, intending to wipe it on Pu Yao to provoke him into a punch. But when he turned around, Pu Yao had vanished without a trace. What the hell? He left? No, come back and hit me once before you go. Just one punch. Gu Qingfeng shouted loudly. Pu Yao's voice drifted from afar on the wind. Gu Qingfeng, remember? Stick to the plan? Pu Yao, you. Gu Qingfeng called out passionately to the sky, but received no reply. Frustrated, he realized he had missed the chance to take a punch from the leader of the 7 demon generals, feeling it was a huge loss. Cursing Gu Yang for ruining his plans, Gu Qingfeng eagerly checked the contents of the Qingkuan ring. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. The ring contained thousands of taels of gold, along with numerous pills, talismans, and martial arts manuals. But why was there no spirit weapon? He suddenly recalled Gu Yang arriving with a long sword and began searching through the bloody mess. Soon, a simple long sword appeared in his hand. Clang! As the sword was drawn, a flash of cold light appeared. But when the light faded, Gu Qingfeng was stunned the blade had disappeared, leaving only the hilt. Where did that light come from? He reached out to touch it, feeling a cool sensation and intricate patterns under his fingers, reminiscent of an insect's wings. Holding the sword up to the sunlight, the blade finally became visible. It was almost transparent, thinner than paper, and covered with patterns resembling those on insect wings. Upon closer inspection, Gu Qingfeng suddenly remembered where he had seen these patterns before. They were like the veins on a cicada's wings. In modern times, he had often caught cicadas for fun and was very familiar with these patterns. Could this sword be crafted from the wings of some kind of cicada demon? He gently swung the long sword, and it emitted a high-frequency cicada-like sound. Even without exerting much force, the sound was extremely uncomfortable to the ears. As expected, when wielded with force, the sound waves produced by the cicada's cry are astonishingly powerful. Gu Qingfeng tentatively extended a finger to touch the sword's blade, immediately feeling a high-frequency vibration. The blade danced wildly at his fingertips, cutting the same spot hundreds of times per second. Retracting his finger for a closer look, he was surprised to find fine white marks appearing on his fingertip. This discovery was quite shocking to him, considering that even without activating his indestructible body, his normal defense was already impressive. Yet, this sword could leave marks on his hand, a testament to its sharpness. After some thought, Gu Qingfeng decided to understand the sword in the most direct way by performing a blood recognition ritual. Since its previous owner was dead, the sword was now ownerless, and a drop of blood was all it took to complete the ritual. He swung the long sword forcefully, and the air erupted with a sharp cicada-like cry, piercing like a sonic boom. The blade struck his finger, the metallic clash ringing continuously. Although he felt a bit of force, his finger remained intact, though the white marks deepened. Frustrated, Gu Qingfeng changed his approach, starting to saw back and forth like cutting wood. After a full incense stick's time, a small cut finally appeared on his finger. He quickly squeezed out blood, fearing the wound would heal instantly. Through great effort, the blood recognition was finally complete. Immediately, information about the sword flooded his mind. It was a high-grade Shin-level spiritual weapon called Cicada Wing, possessing 3 main abilities: sonic wave attack, extreme sharpness, and high-frequency cutting. It could emit powerful sound waves, and due to its blade being as thin as a cicada's wing, the contact area was extremely small, making it far sharper than typical weapons. When swung, the blade vibrated at high frequency, with the power of one strike equivalent to 100. Gu Qingfeng was ecstatic. The grade of this sword was even higher than his Wood King sword. Although he hadn't faced Pu Yao's iron fist, this acquisition was already substantial. Inspired by the sword, he began to carefully inventory other items in his Qinkuan ring. Although the elixirs and talismans were top quality, their variety was not as comprehensive as those he exchanged at the Demon Suppression Division. At that moment, a particular book caught his attention. It was displayed separately, with a pale golden hue, yet it didn't appear to be made of gold. The pages were tightly bound, feeling like fine silk. Curious, Gu Qingfeng picked up the unique book, seeing 3 large characters on the cover. Dragon God Technique? Eagerly flipping through it, he quickly understood its origin. This was an exclusive secret of the Gu family, crafted specifically for those with dragon bloodline. For cultivators with dragon blood, this technique not only doubled their efforts with half the work, but also promoted bloodline awakening and enhanced its purity. Why do they call it Dragon God Technique when it clearly involves the bloodline of a flood dragon? Gu Qingfeng pondered over Gu Yang's recent remarks, silently mocking the tendency of the Gu family to glorify their lineage. He carefully considered the differences between the two techniques. While Pure Yang Infinite Technique was not of low quality, it was too generic and lacked specificity. In contrast, Dragon God Technique was tailor-made for the Gu family, not only being more suitable for his training but also of higher quality. This was not surprising, given that the Gu family was one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital, with a heritage far beyond the reach of the Demon Suppression Division in Wudong County. Do I have to switch techniques again? Gu Qingfeng rubbed his temples. He had only been practicing the Pure Yang Infinite Technique for a few days before needing to change. Although the new technique was more suitable for him, the transition was somewhat troublesome. Fortunately, his current level was low, so the switch wouldn't significantly impact his foundation. After taking stock of his Qinkuan ring, Gu Qingfeng's stomach growled at just the right moment. Even after coming into a small fortune, the necessity of eating remained unchanged. The life of a wealthy man is indeed plain and unadorned. He laughed at himself, continuing his quest for donkey meat sandwiches. While Gu Qingfeng was enjoying his meal, in a hidden underground chamber, Pu Yao was kneeling before a blood-colored figure. Lord Blood Demon, Gu Qingfeng has taken the bait, Pu Yao reported with fervor. The blood-colored figure nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Pu, you've done well. Your praise is too generous, my lord. Pu Yao hesitated for a moment. It's just, this person acts unpredictably and is hard to read. Although he agreed to go to the 3rd level of Demon Suppression Prison to devour the Blood God Child, I'm worried he might cause complications. No matter. The Blood Demon interrupted with a wave. You do not understand the devouring heaven demon physique. This supreme celestial physique has a fatal flaw: gluttony. Gluttony? Pu Yao was taken aback. Exactly. Those with the devouring heaven demon physique cannot resist the urge to consume, especially precious things. Having tasted the Blood Godchild, he won't be able to resist going to the 3rd level to find more. At that time, we only need to follow our plan. My lord, your foresight is admirable. Pu Yao gazed more fervently at the imposing figure. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng had returned to his residence and was lying on his bed, contemplating Pu Yao's plan. The plan was set to be executed by the demon spirit 3 days later. It seemed flawless. First, distract Li Qianren, then use a shadow-shifting technique to sneak into the demon suppression prison, and finally, break the barrier with a blood-red dandelion to reach the 3rd level and find the blood god child to devour. The perpetually dark environment of the demon suppression prison was perfect for shadow shifting. As long as Li Qianren was not inside the prison, the plan was foolproof. However, when Gu Qingfeng questioned why the demon spirit didn't simply force its way in, it explained gravely, inside the prison, there's a spiritual weapon called the Demon Revealing Mirror. Although it has no offensive power, it's extremely sensitive to demonic energy. If I barged in recklessly, it would not only alert the blood demon but also attract the human's attention. The demon spirit continued to persuade, with your strength, as long as Li Qianren isn't around, devouring the blood god child is a piece of cake. Whether you believe me or not, the power you gain will be real. It's a win-win situation: you gain power, and I regain my freedom. This argument was reasonable and well-founded, with low risk and high reward, which would certainly convince most people. But after listening, Gu Qingfeng secretly laughed to himself, deciding to stand the demon spirit up. It wasn't due to any personal grudge. He simply saw a greater opportunity. In Gu Qingfeng's view, following the demon spirit's plan would only result in a slight increase in bloodline concentration and soul power. But if the blood demon were allowed to revive, he would be facing a powerful being touching the realm of gods. Even without a drop of the blood god child, the blood demon would still be terrifyingly strong. Once fully restored, the blood demon would undoubtedly come after him to reclaim the devoured blood god child. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng almost burst out laughing. How many top-tier demons like the blood demon could there be in the world? If the blood demon were weakened, wouldn't that be an excellent opportunity on his path to godhood? Even better, if he stood the demon spirit up, This master-level dragon transformation expert would surely be furious and come to beat him up. The more Gu Qingfeng thought about it, the more excited he became. First, he would be beaten by a master. Then he could experience the methods of a demon touching the realm of gods. It was like a double blessing. Now that's what I call a true win-win. Gu Qingfeng laughed to himself, feeling immensely proud of his genius idea. Filled with excitement, Gu Qingfeng leapt out of bed, eager to start practicing the dragon god technique. This was a martial art manual sent all the way from the capital by his family, and he couldn't let their efforts go to waste. He opened the manual, his fingers gently brushing over the yellowed pages. Despite his photographic memory and clear mind, it took Gu Qingfeng a full hour to thoroughly understand it, which spoke to the profoundness of the dragon god technique. However, to his surprise, the manual was incomplete, stopping at the qi refinement stage. What a ripoff, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Gu Yang is at the qi refinement stage, and the manual only goes up to that point. Are they worried he might betray them? This made him resolve to visit the Gu family in the capital someday. However, with the family's ancestor, Gu Shaoshang, being a formidable dragon transformation stage expert, Gu Qingfeng knew he wasn't strong enough yet. He decided to wait until he dealt with the blood demon and Pu Yao before making the trip. Putting aside his distractions, Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged and began to circulate his true energy as outlined in the manual. The pure yang energy within him started to transform, evolving into dragon god energy. As the first strand of dragon god energy formed within him, he felt a distinct resonance between his bloodline and this newfound energy. Utilizing his inner vision, Gu Qingfeng watched the dragon god energy move through his meridians like a swimming fish. Starting from the lower dantian, passing through the qi sea in front of his body, the purple palace in the heart, the throat, the sun point on his head, and finally reaching the baihui at the top. It then traveled down the spine, through the perineum, the yongquan under his feet, and returned to the dantian. After completing this cycle, the dragon god energy had more than doubled in strength. This unprecedented speed of cultivation amazed Gu Qingfeng. While the compatibility with the dragon god technique played a role, it was largely due to the enhancement in his aptitude brought by the flood dragon bloodline. His talent had improved from lower to above average, and in a place like Wudong County, he could indeed be considered a genius. Despite such progress, Gu Qingfeng remained humble. He knew that his achievements were the result of diligent and consistent effort. Although the system provided some assistance, true cultivation relied on his personal, gradual accumulation. His current level of mastery was the fruit of his relentless daily practice. To sustain progress in martial arts practice, one must use diligence as a vessel, effort as oars, and perseverance as a sail, driven forward by sweat to journey further. This principle became increasingly clear to Gu Qingfeng. He set aside the pride that came with his natural talent, took out a Jinyuan pill, and fully committed himself to his cultivation. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, they sparkled like stars. As the light gradually faded, a powerful aura of the 6th level of qi condensation burst forth from within him. 6th level of qi condensation. Gu Qingfeng exhaled deeply, unable to hide his joy. In just 3 days, he had not only fully converted his pure yang infinite energy into dragon god energy, but also broke through to the 6th level of qi condensation. Such a cultivation speed was unmatched in the entire demon suppression division. Checking the time, it was nearly the hour he had arranged to meet with the Pu demon. Gu Qingfeng got up and headed to the abandoned temple at 10 Mile Slope outside the city. When he arrived, the temple was empty and desolate. Just as he began to doubt whether the Pu demon would show up, the sound of flapping wings came from afar. A completely black crow flew into the temple, with a striking tuft of blood-red hair on its head. Upon closer inspection, it was not hair at all but rather a blood-red dandelion. No wonder there was no demonic aura on the crow. It was clearly an ordinary crow controlled by the Pu demon. The crow perched on the windowsill, staring motionlessly at Gu Qingfeng. Suddenly, it spoke with the voice of the Pu demon. Gu Qingfeng, at the hour of evening tonight, I will send someone to lure away Li Qianren. You should act according to plan at that time. After it's done, I will inform you of the next step. Where will I find you after it's done? Gu Qingfeng asked. However, the crow gave no response. The blood-red dandelion on its head instantly vanished, and the bird fell lifelessly from the windowsill. Damn it! Gu Qingfeng cursed. It's just me in this rundown place. Do you really have to be so mysterious? Would it kill you to say one more thing? With behavior like this, no wonder you'll be stood up by me. The hour of Een, right? Just wait. The hour of Een is from 3 to 5 a.m., just before dawn, when the demon suppressors are in their deepest sleep. It was a clever choice of time, given that demon suppressors are used to dealing with demons who prefer to revel at midnight. Feeling frustrated, Gu Qingfeng returned to the demon suppression division. He had come all this way just to hear so little, which was quite dull. He went straight to the demon suppression prison to cleanse his eyes with the help of the little corpse demon, as they still bore the scars from He Fenghua's last attack. and it would take at least an hour to wash them clean. He didn't leave the little corpse demon's room until evening. At night, Gu Qingfeng casually invited Wang Fati and Su Dazi to the newly reopened Tianxiang Tower. After the closure and reorganization caused by the Shadow Demon incident, Tianxiang Tower was finally back in business, and he naturally wanted to show his support. They drank until the hour of evening, at which point Gu Qingfeng politely declined the maidservants' offer to continue drinking until dawn. With the scent of alcohol and rouge still clinging to him, he returned to his quarters and fell asleep immediately. As Gu Qingfeng slept soundly, Pu Yao's plan was set into motion. He glanced at the position of the stars in the night sky and, seeing that the time had come, immediately signaled his subordinates to act. To successfully occupy Li Qianren, he carefully selected a demon of early innate stage strength strong enough to draw Li Qianren out personally, yet not so powerful as to cause hesitation or reluctance to engage. This demon was destined to be a sacrificial pawn, certain to meet its end against the later innate stage Li Qianren. Pu Yao calculated that this arrangement was meticulously thought out. Sending a demon too strong might alert Li Qianren. If too weak, he might only dispatch a lower-level demon hunter to deal with it. Although the blood demon sect was no longer as glorious as it was 200 years ago, and innate stage demons were scarce, this sacrifice was necessary to ensure the success of the blood demon's subsequent plans. At the hour of evening, within the demon suppression division, Li Qianren was deeply engrossed in reading the true explanation of alchemy, savoring each word, when he suddenly furrowed his brow and sharply turned his shadowy eyes westward, sensed a fleeting trace of innate stage demon aura. As he pondered, a demon hunter rushed in anxiously. Masterly, the demon-revealing mirror shows signs of an innate stage demon on the western side of Wudong County. Li Qianren thought to himself that his senses had not deceived him, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Moments later, in the western sky, a chase was unfolding. A demon with wings and an eagle's head on a human body was desperately fleeing, with Li Qianren flying through the air with his energy, in hot pursuit. In a flash, they had crossed out of Wudong County. Li Qianren, I'm just passing through. Why do you insist on chasing me? The eagle-head demon suddenly spoke. Shying, as an elder of the blood demon sect, sneaking into Wudong County at night, and you claim to just be passing through? Li Qianren sneered, suddenly increasing his speed. Since you're here, why not stay? Sha Ying's expression changed drastically. Li Qianren, as a heaven-ranked demon hunter, you leave Wudong County unguarded to chase me here. Aren't you afraid it's a diversion? These words should have alerted Li Qianren, but his deeply ingrained suspicion led him to believe it was a ploy by Sha Ying, fearing death. Having been the sole guardian of the demon suppression division in Wudong County for many years, he had developed a habit of first assuming the other's words were lies before analyzing them. This made him easily conclude Sha Ying's intent. Heh, you want me to go back? I refuse. Besides, he's not the only master in the demon suppression division. Li Qianren sneered, continuing his pursuit of the evil eagle ahead. Seeing this, the evil eagle's expression grew more frantic, yet there was a hint of relief deep in his eyes. Master Pu Yao, I've completed my mission. For the grand plan of Lord Blood Demon, what's a little death? He thought to himself. Half an hour later, the wilderness was in chaos. The ground was riddled with craters, one of which was several meters deep. The surrounding trees were blasted to pieces, and the air was filled with the aftermath of true essence clashes. Li Qianren emerged from the giant crater, holding a bloodied eagle head. His clothes remained pristine, not a speck of dust on them. He stored the eagle head in his spatial ring and turned to head back. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Pu Yao watched the extinguished soul lamp of the evil eagle. Lasting half an hour before dying? That's plenty of time. Gu Qingfeng should have succeeded by now. It's time to report to Lord Blood Demon and prepare the next step. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng was sound asleep, a strange smile on his lips, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream. Upon returning to the demon suppression division, Li Qianren carefully surveyed his surroundings and found all to be normal. Evil eagle, your tricks are nothing special, he scoffed, then returned to his room to continue reading. Deep within the underground palace, Pu Yao reported to Blood Demon with a joyful expression. My lord, the evil eagle delayed Li Qianren for a full half hour. Gu Qingfeng must have succeeded. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden burst of blood-red light filled the palace with a terrifying pressure. Blood Demon's cold voice echoed. Succeeded? I can still sense the blood god child motionless in the demon suppression prison. Pu Yao's face changed drastically. Impossible. With so much time, Gu Qingfeng should have had enough to search the entire prison. How could he not find the blood god child? What on earth is he doing? You ask me, who should I ask? Blood Demon raged. Find out immediately. Neither Gu Qingfeng nor the blood godchild can be lost. They are crucial to my grand plan. Pu Yao hurriedly left, heading straight for Wudong County. He was filled with doubt. With the help of the blood-red dandelions, ample time, and Gu Qingfeng's teleportation technique and master-level strength, obtaining the blood godchild should have been easy. What went wrong? Could Gu Qingfeng have been discovered? The thought sent a shiver through Pu Yao. As a predestined anomaly, Gu Qingfeng was, in some respects, even more important than the blood godchild and must not come to harm. After arriving at the outskirts of Wudong County, Pu Yao stopped in his tracks. Despite his formidable strength at the Hua Long Dragon transformation level, which meant no one in Wudong County could pose a threat to him, he remained highly vigilant. His greatest concern was the demon-revealing mirror within the Sidious spiritual weapon crafted by the headquarters of the Demon Subjugation Division of the Daiyan dynasty. This device was particularly sensitive to powerful demons, distinguishing them as clearly as an elephant would stand out in the darkness compared to an ant. Operated by dedicated personnel, the demon-revealing mirror would sweep across the city each night like a searchlight. This was why even beings like the Shadow Demon only dared to infiltrate the city using human-like avatars. While it was of little consequence if the identities of the Shadow Demon and Mirror Demon were exposed, as they were merely at the Xiantian innate level, an exposure of Pu Yao's Hualong level presence would certainly provoke a response from the Dian dynasty, potentially jeopardizing the plans of the Blood Demon Lord. In this era, a Hualong level expert was akin to a nuclear weapon in modern society, their deterrence far surpassing that of ordinary Xiantian masters. Consequently, while the Dian dynasty might tolerate the Xiantian level demons among the remnants of the Blood Demon cult, the discovery of a Hualong-level entity would prompt immediate action from the Demon Subjugation Division's headquarters. The Blood Demon had not yet regained its peak strength, and any premature alert to the headquarters could render 2 centuries of planning futile. After weighing his options briefly, Pu Yao formed a secret hand seal, releasing an invisible wave of energy. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the Demon Subjugation Division, Gu Qingfeng, who was asleep, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He abruptly opened his eyes and scanned the room, finding no one in sight. Is that Pu Yao's voice? He wondered aloud. Pu Yao? Where are you? Yet, the only response was the continual call of his name. Using his soul power to search, Gu Qingfeng was surprised to discover the voice emanating from his alternate dimension. He quickly opened the space to investigate, only to find a blood-red dandelion emitting a faint glow. It was from this flower that Pu Yao's voice originated. This was the very flower Pu Yao had previously given him to break the 3rd-layer restriction of the demon prison. Hey, is that you, Pu Yao? Gu Qingfeng spoke to the dandelion. However, Pu Yao did not respond and continued speaking as if in a monologue. Gu Qingfeng, I don't know what happened with you tonight. A gentle voice reached Gu Qingfeng's ears. It was a one-way message carried by a dandelion, with a hint of concern in the tone of the speaker, Pu Yao. As Gu Qingfeng listened to the details about the meeting place and time, he couldn't help but smirk. This dandelion was quite useless, not even allowing for a reply. After hearing Pu Yao say they would wait at 10 Mile Slope until dawn, and that if he didn't show up it would mean trouble, Gu Qingfeng felt a warmth in his heart. He stroked his chin, pondering, Pu Yao does seem to care about me. Maybe I should only trick him 10 times. After all, one shouldn't go too far. Under the deep night sky, Gu Qingfeng quickly dressed and used his skills to move swiftly to the ruined temple at 10 Mile Slope. The temple was empty, and just as he was about to call out, a shadowy figure appeared before him. The figure gradually solidified, revealing the form of Pu Yao. Pu Yao's sharp gaze scrutinized Gu Qingfeng's unharmed appearance, frowning slightly. What exactly happened tonight? Why didn't you succeed? There was indeed a situation. Gu Qingfeng nodded seriously with a solemn expression. What situation? Pu Yao's tone became increasingly urgent. My body had an issue. Hearing this, Pu Yao's heart tightened, fearing something had gone wrong with the devouring demon body. However, Gu Qingfeng's next words left him momentarily speechless. I found I can't stay up late anymore. What does that have to do with the mission? Of course, it matters, Gu Qingfeng said confidently. Who set the time so late? I ended up falling asleep. The air was silent for a full 2 seconds. By the 3rd second, Pu Yao exploded. You actually fell asleep. Gu Qingfeng disdainfully cleaned his ears. Don't be so loud. You're the leader of the 7 demon generals. Maintain some dignity. Dignity be damned. Pu Yao roared in fury. Do you know the cost of diverting Li Qianren's attention? A congenital demon died because of it. And you're telling me you couldn't stay up and fell asleep? Yes. Gu Qingfeng responded confidently. This simple reply instantly enraged the demon Pu Yao. His head lowered, his entire body trembling uncontrollably as a terrifying aura erupted from within him, distorting the air around them. Gu Qingfeng's nonchalant, yes, clearly struck a nerve, turning Pu Yao into a character on the brink of a villainous transformation. Gu Qingfeng, however, seemed oblivious, continuing to speak to himself. I know sleeping seems trivial to you. After all, you're not human and don't understand how important sleep is for us. If we don't sleep well, we become irritable, listless, and can't focus at work. In severe cases, it can even lead to balding. Although, with my handsome looks, being bald wouldn't be an issue, but still. Gu Qingfeng. Puyo's roar interrupted Gu Qingfeng's rambling. His chest heaved, eyes bloodshot, as he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Faced with the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Puyo, Gu Qingfeng merely smiled. "I bet you won't." This obvious provocation should have infuriated Puyo further, yet unexpectedly, he fell into silence. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's fearless expression, Puyo suddenly felt uneasy. Could he have already figured out my plan? Why else would a mere mortal act so brazenly in front of a powerful being? Ignoring such a great opportunity just to insist on sleeping must either be a madman or someone who sees through everything. Gu Qingfeng waited for the anticipated beating that never came and instead saw Puyo deep in thought, which surprised him. Seeing this, he decided to push further. "Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Go ahead. Why aren't you doing anything?" "Ha, I've seen your kind before all talk, but when it comes to real action, you're just cowards." "Damn it." Puyo clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking. At that moment, he truly wanted to abandon his plan and kill this infuriating guy. Gu Qingfeng was just too aggravating. Gu Qingfeng noticed that Puyao's fists were clenched tightly, but he still hadn't made a move. So, Gu decided to provoke him further. In a taunting voice, he said, "Oh, got some tough fists, huh? Come on, hit me. Right here. Whoever doesn't hit is a coward today." As he spoke, he forcefully shoved Puyao's shoulder, continuing to provoke him. "Coward. I knew you wouldn't dare." "Huh? Clenching your fists? Who are you trying to scare? If you've got the guts, try touching me." These words completely ignited Puyao's fury. Centuries of cultivated composure crumbled under Gu Qingfeng's pushing and insults. Only one thought remained in his mind. To hell with the plan, to hell with the blood demon, to hell with the devouring heaven demon body. I'm gonna kill you." Puyao roared with a thunderous shout. His fist, imbued with terrifying power, hurled forward, twisting, shattering, and exploding the surrounding air. The dilapidated temple collapsed under this force. In the moment his punch was thrown, Puyao felt an unprecedented sense of relief. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Gu Qingfeng, reason suddenly returned. If he really killed Gu Qingfeng, all his plans would be for naught. In a split second, Puyao pulled back his strength. As a master of the dragon transformation realm, his control over power was impeccable. His fist stopped just a centimeter from Gu Qingfeng's cheek. The smile on Gu Qingfeng's face froze instantly. "Are you messing with me?" Puyao retracted his fist, suppressing his anger, and said, "Gu Qingfeng, I'll give you one last chance." Slap. Before he could finish, a slap was aimed at his face. Although blocked a centimeter away by his protective demon power, the action completely enraged Puyao. "Who do you think you are? Do I need you to give me a chance?" Gu Qingfeng's arrogant words echoed in his ears. Puyao finally understood Gu Qingfeng could never discover his plan because he was a complete madman. The only way to deal with someone like him was with the most brutal methods. "Gu Qingfeng, since you fail to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for making your life a living hell," Puyao said coldly, as he summoned a blood-red dandelion. With a gentle blow, the dandelion transformed into countless needle-like pappus, piercing into Gu Qingfeng's body through his 7 orifices. These pappus, imbued with dragon transformation realm power, will penetrate your flesh, meridians, and even bone marrow. Your vaunted physique is nothing but paper in front of them. Gu Qingfeng lowered his head, seemingly enduring the pain, but in reality, he was hiding the slowly spreading smile on his face, fearing Puyao might notice. Ding. The host has been attacked by the Puyao. Defense increased by 10,000. As soon as the system notification sounded, Gu Qingfeng's body trembled violently. He lowered his head, his entire being shaking with joy. Is this the power of a dragon transformation stage beyond the Grandmaster? Just a minor trick can increase his defense by 10,000. How strong would it be if he exerted his full strength? Puyao stood nearby, watching Gu Qingfeng's trembling figure with satisfaction. To him, this arrogant young man was finally tasting hardship, yet he still managed to suppress any sounds of pain, showing real grit. Since that was the case, he decided to up the ante. With a thought, Puyao manipulated the crown feathers inside Gu Qingfeng, causing a sensation akin to a nurse searching for a vein with a needle, probing back and forth, which was unbearable. Ding. The host has been attacked by the Puyao. Defense increased by 20,000. Ding. Defense has reached its limit. The indestructible body is about to advance. Ding. The system detects that the host possesses flood dragon bloodline and rebirth by blood, which can be fused with the indestructible body for advancement. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The consecutive alerts left Gu Qingfeng stunned. Although he didn't fully understand what this fusion entailed, it sounded significant. Fusion, he thought silently. Fusion initiated. Fusion successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the initial stage of the Black Dragon Immortal Body. With the system's notification, Gu Qingfeng's body began to undergo strange changes. Under the cover of the system's power, Pu Yao remained oblivious. Gu Qingfeng could distinctly feel his physique, defense, and strength rapidly increasing, multiplying several times over in mere moments. An unprecedented sense of power surged through him, giving him the illusion that he could smash a grandmaster with a single punch. The inheritance information of the Black Dragon Immortal Body flowed into his mind, heightening his excitement. This newly acquired ability integrated an advanced version of the indestructible body, rebirth by blood, and flood dragon bloodline, offering comprehensive enhancement beyond mere defense. From now on, speed would no longer be his weakness. The days of being passively beaten and waiting for opportunities to strike against grandmasters were over. Now, he could face grandmasters hidden. Ordinary grandmasters couldn't even break his defense. Only those at the threshold of dragon transformation could stand a chance against him. This advancement was a qualitative leap. If his previous overall strength was equivalent to the early grandmaster stage, now his physical prowess alone could rival a grandmaster just shy of dragon transformation. In an era where the transformation into a dragon seems impossible, a grandmaster indeed represents the pinnacle of power in the Dian dynasty. A single grandmaster has the strength to dominate an entire province, where province refers to a region like Donglin, which governs numerous cities and counties, such as Wudong County. Within this power hierarchy, the demon suppression division of a city or county is led by a heaven-ranked exorcist, wielding master-level strength. At the provincial level, the division is controlled by a grandmaster-ranked exorcist, and it is this disparity in strength that gives rise to the saying, a grandmaster can suppress an entire province. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng, relying solely on his physical strength, can already rival a grandmaster. What's more astonishing is that this is only the initial stage of the Black Dragon's immortal form. If he reaches the intermediate or advanced stage, he might be able to contend with a dragon transformation expert using just his physical prowess. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng was almost on the verge of laughing out loud. He bent over, curling his body like a shrimp, trying to conceal his trembling with suppressed laughter. But the joy surged like a tide, and even though he tightly covered his mouth, laughter still seeped through his fingers. Ah, I can't hold it in anymore. Gu Qingfeng finally shouted in a breakdown, akin to a poor man suddenly winning a $5 million jackpot, unable to contain his euphoria. Hearing Gu Qingfeng's cries, Pu Yao sneered triumphantly, Heh, Gu Qingfeng, if you knew this would happen, why did you act like that before? Do you submit now? This only made Gu Qingfeng struggle harder to suppress his laughter. He laughed internally. If I had known I could gain such power, I would have provoked you, my experience booster, from the first meeting. Ah, ha ha ha, ouch. It hurts. Ah ha ha. Gu Qingfeng quickly faked cries of pain to disguise his amusement. Seeing this, Pu Yao, worried that pushing Gu Qingfeng too hard might backfire, retracted his crown feather. Why stop? Keep going. Gu Qingfeng shouted in his mind. Pu Yao threatened, Gu Qingfeng, if you don't want to experience this excruciating feeling again, you better obey me. I have methods 100, no, 1,000 times more brutal than this. In your dreams. Gu Qingfeng suddenly straightened up, shouting loudly, I, Gu Qingfeng, am a true man, standing tall and unyielding. I would rather die than submit. Even if you torture me 100, no, 1,000 times, I will never yield. Try me if you don't believe it. Fury flared in Puyo's eyes, and his voice became as cold as a blade. Oh, you want me to try? Let's see if your stubbornness can withstand my crown feathers. As he exerted his power, tens of thousands of crown feathers pierced through Gu Qingfeng's body like steel needles. The system alert chimed in timely. Ding! The host is under attack by Puyo. Defense 1000. Gu Qingfeng was secretly surprised. The rate of defense increase was slower than expected. It seemed the Black Dragon's indestructible defense was truly formidable, reducing the power of the dragon transformation realm by tenfold. Gu Qingfeng, do you yield? Puyo questioned coldly. Though curled up on the ground in pain, Gu Qingfeng's eyes still gleamed with defiance. I yield to your. This remark completely infuriated Puyo, whose eyes flashed with even more cold light as he intensified his attack. Countless crown feathers frantically pierced Gu Qingfeng's body, leaving him no room to breathe. After a stick of incense had burned, Gu Qingfeng, exhausted from the act, simply lay on the ground in a comfortable position. Puyo demanded again, do you yield? I yield to your. Time slowly passed, from one stick of incense to two, then to half an hour, and then an hour. Puyo's expression evolved from anger to surprise, to admiration, and finally to numbness. He silently watched Gu Qingfeng, who appeared on the brink of death, and was deeply shocked. Enduring such an internal torture of countless needles would break even the toughest men in less than a stick of incense. Yet Gu Qingfeng not only withstood it for an hour, but never begged for mercy. Instead, he responded with an endless stream of profanities, introducing Puyo to many unheard-of relatives. Puyo, you. Come on. Keep going. Gu Qingfeng weakly taunted. Puyo, now numb, asked, Gu Qingfeng, what do you really want? I want you to keep torturing me, Gu Qingfeng replied bluntly. Ah. Puyo sighed. I know you're angry after all this torment, but I'm forced into this. Clearly, our collaboration would benefit both of us. Why won't you cooperate? Who said I'm not cooperating? Gu Qingfeng suddenly retorted. Puyo was taken aback. Gu Qingfeng continued. You seem to have some major issues. Which ear of yours heard me say I wouldn't cooperate? Did I ever say I was unwilling to devour the blood god's son? Puyo was stunned once more, realizing he hadn't actually heard such words. I promise to carry out your plan, so I will, Gu Qingfeng said in a calm tone. I just happened to fall asleep yesterday, but I never said I wouldn't continue with the plan. But you, hearing I was asleep, wanted to kill me and even tortured me asking if I yielded? He let out a cold laugh. I don't even lean on walls after drinking. Why would I yield to you? Upon hearing this, Puyo was instantly infuriated. If you agreed to execute the plan, why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. Gu Qingfeng retorted. Puyo was utterly speechless. He had never felt such a strong sense of helplessness. Who exactly was this person? So, you are actually willing to execute the plan, then why endure such torment? Gu Qingfeng sneered dismissively. Who told you to ask if I yielded? I've been unable to stand that question since I was a child. Don't ask, because my answer is always no. Puyo stared dumbfounded at the arrogant Gu Qingfeng, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. He couldn't even get angry anymore because the person in front of him was a complete madman, impossible to predict. From their first meeting, it had been like this. He came to kill him, but the other party slapped him without a word. Upon learning that the blood demon wanted to kill him, his first reaction was admiration and a desire to visit. Today was even more absurd. With great benefits laid out before him, he fell asleep and then acted as if it was someone else's fault. The most ridiculous part was that he agreed to the plan, but because of a question about yielding, he endured an hour of torture. After a long silence, Puyo finally spoke. When do you usually rest? Midnight. 3 days from now, at 9 p.m. Execute the plan as originally intended. With that, Puyo's figure vanished instantly. Gu Qingfeng then realized that the schedule had been moved up, obviously because Puyo was worried he might fall asleep again. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed several medicine bottles left where Puyo had stood. Upon inspection, he was astonished to find they contained priceless elixirs, some for healing, some for boosting power, with many varieties that even the Phoenix County Demon Control Division might not possess. The total value of these elixirs was at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. Gu Qingfeng understood the gesture. It was Puyo's way of sweetening the deal to ensure he would go and devour the blood godchild. No wonder he was a strong figure in the dragon transformation realm. He was indeed generous. Today had been quite the windfall. Not only did he gain the black dragon's undying body and a surge in strength, but he also received these precious elixirs. Puyo is quite the generous demon, Gu Qingfeng sincerely remarked. In the depths of the dark underground palace, the blood demon stared at the half-kneeling Puyo and asked in a deep voice, Have you figured out what happened last night? Puyo looked troubled, hesitated for a moment, and then said frankly, Last night, Gu Qingfeng fell asleep. This statement was like a stone thrown into still water, plunging the entire underground palace into an eerie silence. Was he drugged or under some illusion? The blood demon asked, suppressing his voice. Puyo shook his head, a faint bitter smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Neither, he was simply tired. The underground palace fell into an even longer silence. After a while, the blood demon slowly spoke. Tell me in detail, what kind of person is Gu Qingfeng? Yes, blood demon lord. Puyo immediately recounted his 2 encounters with Gu Qingfeng, meticulously describing every detail. After listening, the blood demon fell into a deeper contemplation than before. Could this be the unique personality of someone destined by fate? He murmured, no wonder such people are so rare, since this kind of personality is almost non-existent. Blood demon lord, Puyo said urgently. I tortured Gu Qingfeng for a whole hour, yet he still didn't yield. His resilience is likely related to his eccentric personality. I'm worried that possessing him might be risky, especially in his own spiritual domain. No matter. The blood demon raised his hand to interrupt Puyo. Do you think I've done nothing in these 200 years? After touching the divine realm back then, that life and death battle split me into 36 parts, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Over these 200 years, my understanding of the divine realm has deepened, and now my soul carries a trace of divine intention. Possessing Gu Qingfeng's devouring demon body is a piece of cake for me. Once I obtain the devouring demon body, with my current level, Even if I have to rely on devouring living beings to accumulate power, it will be enough to become a god. Puyo was shocked by these words but quickly raised a question. If Gu Qingfeng is so troublesome, why not choose another human to steal the blood godchild? The blood demon shook his head and explained, only Gu Qingfeng can retrieve the blood godchild. I've gathered 30 drops of the blood godchild. Of the last 6 drops, 1 was consumed by Gu Qingfeng, but that's not an issue. Once I possess him, the power will naturally return. The remaining 5 drops are distributed. 1 is at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, and 4 are scattered in the east, south, west, and north branches. The Wudong County Demon Suppression Division is the eastern storage site. The division deliberately scattered them to prevent me from reclaiming them all at once. Each storage site is not only heavily guarded and protected by prohibitions, but also has 2 defense lines, one of which is an isolation prohibition that completely seals the aura of the blood godchild. The members of the Demon Suppression Division never imagined that the blood demon would comprehend a trace of divine will over the past 200 years. It was this trace of divine will that allowed him to easily break through the barrier of the isolation enchantment. The blood demon looked at the Puyo beside him and continued to explain. The second line of defense of the Demon Suppression Division is the Demon Revealing Mirror. This mirror is extremely sensitive to the aura of the blood shensi. Normally, the blood shensi is sealed by the enchantment, and its aura does not leak, so the mirror remains unresponsive. But if someone forcibly takes away the blood shensi, its aura will inevitably be exposed, immediately triggering an alarm. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. At that point, even if one succeeds in one spot, the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division will become alert and quickly relocate the remaining blood shensi. That is why I must rely on Gu Qingfeng's power. Puyo suddenly understood. I see. Gu Qingfeng possesses the devouring heavenly demon body. As long as he devours the blood shensi on the spot without moving it, the aura of the blood shensi will not be exposed. The demon revealing mirror won't detect anything unusual, and no one will even know the blood shensi has disappeared. Exactly. The blood demon nodded in satisfaction. By having Gu Qingfeng devour each blood shensi in turn, once I seize his body, I will not only regain my strength but also acquire the devouring heavenly demon body. The Demon Suppression Division will remain unaware that I have been resurrected and regained my peak strength. At that point, I only need to remain hidden, continuously devouring living beings to ascend to the divine realm. Once successful, it will be the day I reign supreme over the world. The blood demon's voice suddenly turned cold. So, the key to the plan is Gu Qingfeng. Only he can silently seize the blood shensi, and only by obtaining his devouring heavenly demon body can we achieve the breakthrough from quantitative to qualitative transformation by devouring living beings. In 3 days, Gu Qingfeng must successfully devour the blood shensi. This is the first step of the plan, and it must not fail, understand? Understood. Puyo responded immediately. Good. The blood demon said coldly. In the next few days, make sure to satisfy all of Gu Qingfeng's demands. He must not oversleep again. If anything goes wrong this time, I will hold you accountable. Puyo felt a chill in his heart and quickly bowed. I will not let you down, my lord. It's worth noting that cultivation levels are divided into 1 to 9 heavens from low to high, except for the Grandmaster realm. As a transitional stage between the innate and the dragon transformation realm, the Grandmaster realm does not have hierarchical levels. Gu Qingfeng returned to the Zenmosi headquarters at dawn. Eagerly, he shut the door and immediately began to test the black dragon's indestructible body. Taking out the cicada-winged sword, he swung it forcefully, the blade vibrating intensely with a cutting frequency of at least 1,000 times per second. Without hesitation, he slashed the vibrating blade against his arm. Sparks flew amidst the clangs, yet not even a white mark was left on his skin. What incredible defense! Gu Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Even the sharp Shin-level spiritual weapon couldn't penetrate his defense. Unfortunately, he didn't have a D-level spiritual weapon on hand to test against a higher level of attack. This was only his normal state of defense. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists tightly, tensing his muscles to fully activate the black dragon's indestructible body. Instantly, an ink-black glow emanated from his body, with intricate black patterns appearing on his skin. Upon closer inspection, these patterns resembled faint black dragon scales. Though they appeared thin, only Gu Qingfeng could feel the terrifying defensive power they contained. System, after merging the Blood Rebirth and the Flood Dragon bloodline with the advanced version of the Invincible Body, can they still be used separately? They can be used. They have merged but haven't disappeared. The system responded succinctly. This answer completely reassured Gu Qingfeng, prompting him to burst into laughter. He eagerly anticipated the encounter with the Pu Yao in 3 days, imagining how infuriated that creature would be. If he could have such a release every 3 days, it would be immensely satisfying. The long-held emotions finally found an outlet, and his laughter echoed through the room. Meanwhile, Li Qianren was leading an elderly man with white hair towards Gu Qingfeng's residence. Master Dan, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Thank you for taking the time to guide Gu Qingfeng, Li Qianren said courteously. The elderly man, referred to as Master Dan, quickly replied, Lord Li, you are too kind. If not for your rescue back then, I would have perished. Upon receiving your letter, I set out immediately. If Gu Qingfeng truly possesses extraordinary talent, accepting such an apprentice would be my fortune. As they approached the residence, they heard a burst of maniacal laughter from inside, laughter that seemed to carry a long-suppressed emotion finally being unleashed. Master Dan wore a peculiar expression. Lord Li, is this the Gu Qingfeng you mentioned? Even Li Qianren, usually stoic, couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Yes, I believe so. The two fell into a brief silence as they reached the door. Gu Qingfeng, Li Qianren called out. Knock, knock, knock. The early morning knock shattered the morning's tranquility. Ha ha ha, who's there? So early in the morning, came Gu Qingfeng's cheerful voice from inside. Li Qianren, replied the person outside, their tone icy. Gu Qingfeng jogged to the door, calling out heartily, Oh, I wondered who it was. It's old Li, I'm coming. Since attaining strength comparable to a grandmaster, his manner of addressing Master Li had changed, revealing his pragmatic attitude. Old Li, Li Qianren and Dan Master outside were taken aback. Dan Master shot a peculiar glance at Li Qianren, whose face had darkened. He thought to himself that accepting this disciple might not be straightforward. As the door opened, Gu Qingfeng's sunny and handsome face appeared in the doorway. What's up, old Li? What brings you here so early? And who's this old man? With that one sentence, he successfully offended both people present. What did you call me? Li Qianren's face grew even darker. Old Li, Gu Qingfeng replied naturally, as if he'd been using the nickname for years. Don't be so uptight. You're my boss, but it's not working hours yet. During work hours, we follow the superior-subordinate relationship, but off the clock, we're buddies. That's what makes a good boss. Li Qianren's mouth twitched, struggling to suppress his anger. To avoid embarrassment in front of others, he quickly changed the subject. Gu Qingfeng, this is Master Dan Xiaoxing from the Danhe sect, a grandmaster alchemist. He will be your teacher, and you need to study at the Danhe sect for a year to prepare for the Yulong secret realm in a year. A year at Danhe sect? Gu Qingfeng lost the urge to mock Dan Xiaoxing's name. I won't go. He refused without a second thought. What kind of place is Danhe sect? If he went there, his dear little Sher Mei would be left alone. And what if Pu Yao couldn't find him? Leaving the demon suppression division? Dream on. Li Qianren was stunned. Although this kid dared to call him Old Li now, he didn't expect him to outright refuse an order. He vaguely recalled how just days ago, Gu Qingfeng had respectfully addressed him as Master Li. How had things changed so drastically in just a few days? Dan Xiaoxing was already blowing his beard in anger. As a grandmaster alchemist and the head of Danhe sect, his status was unparalleled. Many sought to become his disciple, only to be refused, and today he was outright rejected. This is an order. You must go, Li Qianren said sternly. Orders don't work on me. I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. Gu Qingfeng, always one to bully the weak and fear the strong, now had the confidence to stand his ground. Li Qianren was taken aback. In all his years leading the demon suppression division, no one had dared to defy him twice. Gu Qingfeng, do you know the consequences of disobeying orders? Gu Qingfeng scoffed. Old Li, don't try to scare me with that official talk. I'm telling you now, I'm definitely not going to Danhe sect. If you force me, you can forget about me being at the Yulong secret realm in a year. Gu Qingfeng's words hit Li Qianren right where it hurt. Li's expression shifted slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. In his plan, Gu Qingfeng, with his master-level soul power yet low cultivation, was the ideal candidate to enter the Yulong secret realm. Seeing Li Qianren's discomfort, a cold smile appeared on Gu Qingfeng's lips. Although he didn't know exactly what Li was plotting, the situation was clear. If you upset me, I'll simply walk away. Let's see what you'll do then. Gu Qingfeng was full of confidence at this moment. First, Li Qianren couldn't defeat him anymore, and second, Li needed his help. Wasn't he in complete control here? Standing nearby, Dan Xiaoxing was dumbfounded. A mere Shin-level demon slayer daring to confront a Tian level one so boldly? Even more baffling was that Li Qianren seemed to be genuinely cautious, not daring to take any action against Gu Qingfeng. Could it be related to the Yulong secret realm? Dan Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, quickly dismissing the thought. Over the years, the Yulong secret realm had dashed the dreams of countless talents. The divine refining method wasn't something mere mortals could comprehend. The only explanation was that Gu Qingfeng must have significant backing, possibly the descendant of a powerful figure. Gu Qingfeng, since you've decided to go to the Yulong secret realm, why not learn the art of alchemy from Master Dan? Li Qianren's tone softened noticeably. Gu Qingfeng chuckled inwardly, recognizing the tactic all too well. He had once manipulated the demon Pu Yao in the same way. Why do I need a master to learn alchemy? Give me a few books, and I'll teach myself. Before Li Qianren could respond, Dan Xiuxing couldn't hold back. As a master who had dedicated his life to alchemy, he couldn't stand such arrogant words. What an impudent child, unaware of the vastness of the world. The mysteries of alchemy are endless. Do you think you can just teach yourself? Hey, old man. Gu Qingfeng was immediately displeased at being called a child. What does my conversation with Li have to do with you? Just because you need a teacher doesn't mean you should be jealous of my self-taught success. Dan Xiuxing was so angry he laughed, casually tossing out a pill recipe. A self-taught genius, huh? Here's a recipe for Peiyuan pill. Let's see you learn it. You think I'll learn just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Afraid to admit defeat? Huh? Old man, dare to make a bet with me? Gu Qingfeng's temper flared. Why wouldn't I dare? If I can make the pill after just one look at the recipe, I win. Otherwise, you lose. How about it? But Dan Xiuxing started, then suddenly realized, wait, what do you mean you win? I lose? That's just me losing either way. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. So, do you want to bet or not? Of course, I'll bet. But what can a mere Shin-level demon slayer like you offer as stakes? Dan Xiuxing sneered. Without a word, Gu Qingfeng took out over 100 bottles of pills from his Qinkuan ring, opening them one by one. Instantly, a rich fragrance filled the air. Dan Xiuxing's eyes widened. Xingyuan pills, Xinyuan pills, Qishue pills, Baijuan pills, all high-grade pills worth a fortune. Where did this brat get so many pills? Did he raid some sect's alchemy room? Is this enough, or do you need more? It's enough, it's enough. Dan Xiuxing increasingly suspected that Gu Qingfeng must be the descendant of someone significant. He asked, and what about you, old man? What are you wagering? Dan Xiuxing took a small cauldron from his robe and gently placed it on the ground. To everyone's amazement, the small cauldron began to expand until it turned into a massive cauldron over a man's height. Its body was entirely bronze, covered with intricate, mysterious patterns, and exuded an ancient aura. This cauldron is called the Seven Mysteries Cauldron, containing the seven mysteries true fire, Dan Xiuxing explained. While this fire can't be used against enemies, it's perfect for alchemy. The Seven Mysteries Cauldron is a low-grade earth-level spiritual weapon, comparable in value to your elixirs. However, while elixirs are easy to come by, earth-level spiritual weapons are priceless. Will you wager against this cauldron? Hearing that it was an earth-level spiritual weapon, Gu Qingfeng's interest was piqued. All right, bring out the elixir formula. Dan Xiuxing smiled slightly. Since the stakes are so high, you naturally can't just refine a basic Peiyuan elixir. You might have already mastered such common elixirs. I have a unique formula here, the corrosive bone elixir, which can easily corrode the bones of the user. Didn't you say you could learn anything at a glance? Then it shouldn't matter what kind of elixir you refine, right? Gu Qingfeng showed no fear. With his photographic memory, master-level soul power, and fire control talent, he was a natural alchemy master. It's like someone with a perfect pitch and a photographic memory being able to sing a song perfectly after hearing it just once, even if they've never heard it before. Sure, but you'll need to provide the materials and tools. Dan Xiuxing smirked to himself. Although the materials for the corrosive bone elixir were common, the refining process was extremely complex, with strict requirements for the heat. Even as the creator, his success rate was only 30 to 40%. With a wave of his hand, a pile of materials appeared on the ground, and he tossed a formula to Gu Qingfeng. Here are the materials and formula. I'll even lend you the Seven Mysteries Cauldron, so you can't make excuses if you lose. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the formula and handed it back. What? Giving up already? Dan Xiuxing sneered. This simple formula only needs a glance, Gu Qingfeng said dismissively, then approached the Seven Mysteries Cauldron. Lifting the lid, a wave of heat hit him. At the bottom of the cauldron, a seven-colored flame was shaped like a lotus flower. So this is the Seven Mysteries true fire? All show and no substance, Gu Qingfeng muttered, provoking Dan Xiuxing's anger. His prized Seven Mysteries true fire was being so belittled. Before Dan Xiuxing could retort, Gu Qingfeng's next move left him dumbfounded. Gu Qingfeng dumped all the ingredients into the cauldron at once. Dan Xiuxing nearly burst out laughing. Even cooking requires a specific sequence, let alone alchemy. A slight mistake in the order of adding ingredients would ruin the elixir. This is common knowledge even for alchemy apprentices. It seemed that Dan Xiuxing was sure to win this bet. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Dan Xiuxing, a hint of disdain flickering at the corners of his mouth. Although he knew the order of adding the ingredients was clearly specified in the recipe, he chose to pour all the ingredients into the alchemy cauldron at once. This seemingly casual act was partly due to his dislike for the hassle and partly to showcase his prowess. As soon as the lid of the cauldron closed, Gu Qingfeng immediately summoned his master-level soul power and fire manipulation talent. Inside the cauldron, unseen by others, a flame resembling a seven-colored lotus swiftly split into a dozen parts, each precisely wrapping around one or two types of ingredients, beginning the simultaneous refinement process. This was akin to conducting multiple alchemical processes within a single cauldron. Each flame acted as an independent mini-furnace, not interfering with one another. Under the refinement of the 7 mystical true flame, the ingredients quickly transformed into a crystalline, translucent liquid, with impurities meticulously removed. Then, under the powerful control of Gu Qingfeng's soul power, these liquid extracts began to combine in pairs in a strict sequence, undergoing complex chemical reactions. Standing nearby, Dan Xiaoxing could only see Gu Qingfeng pouring the ingredients and then standing motionless, seemingly neglecting the process entirely. As an experienced alchemist, he knew that alchemy required constant adjustment of the heat and observation of the ingredients' changes. This free-range approach appeared to him as sheer wastefulness. However, recalling the high-quality pills Gu Qingfeng had previously produced, Dan Xiaoxing unconsciously moved closer to where those pills were placed. He secretly resolved that if the young man refused to honor the wager, he would simply claim the pills for himself. After all, even if Gu Qingfeng had some backing, it was unlikely they'd risk a confrontation with a master alchemist over a mere bet. The time it took for an incense stick to burn was nearly up, and the bone-corroding pill was about to take shape. A confident smile curved on Gu Qingfeng's lips. Done. Gu Qingfeng said calmly as he reached to lift the lid of the alchemy furnace. Standing aside, Dan Xiaoxing sneered, "Even the fastest I've ever refined takes an hour. You managed it in just the time of 1 incense stick? You're not going to blow up the furnace when you open it, are you?" As he spoke, he discreetly took 2 steps back, subtly avoiding the furnace while inching closer to the neatly stacked hundreds of bottles of pills. Taking advantage of Gu Qingfeng's inattention, he began slipping the first bottle into his sleeve. At that moment, a peculiar medicinal fragrance suddenly filled the air. Dan Xiaoxing's movements froze instantly. The familiar scent left him incredulous. He looked up abruptly to see Gu Qingfeng holding 14 perfectly round, glossy, purplish-red pills in his hand, corrosive bone pills. The vibrant color was a hallmark of potent toxins. The deadlier the poison, the more striking its appearance. "What are you doing, old man? Lost the bet and still trying to steal my pills?" Gu Qingfeng's mocking voice rang out. Dan Xiaoxing was so shocked that his limbs went weak, repeatedly shouting, "Impossible!" He darted to Gu Qingfeng's side and snatched the corrosive bone pills to examine them closely. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The scent, the color, it was unmistakably the real thing. But to refine 14 pills in the time of 1 incense stick, and on the first try, was simply unbelievable. Even for a seasoned alchemist like him, it would take an hour to produce 5 pills. Yet this young man had managed 14 in one batch, implying no wastage of ingredients at all. Impossible. It must be an illusion. When did you cast an illusion on me? Dan Xiaoxing shouted, losing his composure. "Biffed." Gu Qingfeng scoffed. "Whether it's an illusion or not, why don't you taste it and see?" It was meant as a joke, but Dan Xiaoxing, convinced it was fake, actually picked up a pill and swallowed it. Moments later, his eyes bulged, his face turned pale, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, collapsing as if he were melting. "It's real!" he exclaimed in shock, blood still dripping from his mouth. Gu Qingfeng was startled. "Hey, old man, don't die on me now. Are you trying to frame me?" Dan Xiaoxing quickly took an antidote and managed to recover. He looked at Gu Qingfeng with a complex expression, utterly baffled. "How on earth did you do it?" As Gu Qingfeng walked over, he retrieved the bottle of stolen pills from Dan Xiaoxing's sleeve. "Isn't it just a matter of skill?" At the same time, he took back his corrosive bone pills. Dan Xiaoxing stared blankly at the scene until Gu Qingfeng was about to take away the 7 mysteries cauldron. "Wait!" he exclaimed urgently. "You have to tell me how you did it, or it's cheating, and this round doesn't count. Old geezer, don't try to bully me with your age." Gu Qingfeng snapped. "A bet is a bet. Got it? You don't get to declare it void just because you want to. You think you're so important? And you want to know my secret alchemy technique? Dream on." Dan Xiaoxing's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and white. But his curiosity overcame his shame, and he persevered. "Mr. Gu, I don't ask you to teach me your secret technique, just to resolve my doubts, and I am willing to exchange a treasure for it." Saying this, he took out a pill. "This is a boundary-breaking pill I obtained from an ancient ruin, which can help martial artists increase their chances of breakthrough. Taking this pill increases the chance of advancing to the inner Qi realm by 80%, the true Qi realm by 50%, the Gang Qi realm by 20%, but it's ineffective for grandmasters. This pill is worth a fortune, and it's yours if you can resolve my confusion." Breaking boundary pill? Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up upon hearing the old man's introduction. Although he didn't need such a pill with his current talent, it was indeed a rare and valuable item. Besides, his unique alchemy technique was talent-based, so he wasn't afraid to share it. "Give me the breaking boundary pill, and I'll tell you," Gu Qingfeng said straightforwardly. Dan Xiaoxing immediately offered the pill with both hands, his eyes fixed on Gu Qingfeng. "It's actually quite simple. Gu Qingfeng began to explain directly. It looks like I'm just throwing all the ingredients in at once, but in reality, I divide the flame into a dozen parts, each responsible for refining a different ingredient, like operating multiple alchemical furnaces simultaneously. Once each is refined, they are combined in a specific sequence to form the final pill. Dan Xiaoxing was dumbfounded, as if he had heard a fairy tale. It was like a top student telling a struggling student to memorize vocabulary by understanding the context, suggesting that memorizing entire sentences is easier. The struggling student could only think, if I could memorize the whole sentence, why would I need to ask you how to memorize words? That's impossible, Dan Xiaoxing exclaimed. How can a dozen flames not interfere with each other in such a confined space? High heat and low gentle flames coexisting completely contradicts basic alchemical principles. Gu Qingfeng didn't say much more. He simply snapped his fingers. In an instant, the 7 mystical flames within the 7 mystical cauldron seemed to come alive, splitting into 2 clusters that leapt onto his index and middle fingers. One was as hot as the sun, the other cold as ice, yet they remained distinctly separate. Gu Qingfeng made a V sign and held his fingers in front of Dan Xiaoxing. The old man stared intently at the 2 flames, just inches apart yet vastly different in temperature, as if witnessing an impossible miracle like seeing ice burn. Soon, with his years of alchemy experience, Dan Xiaoxing discerned the secret. The energy of these flames was perfectly contained by some invisible force, preventing any interference. This near-miraculous control of fire left Dan Xiaoxing completely convinced. Alchemy relies on experience, soul power, and fire control. Although Gu Qingfeng's experience was still growing, his exceptional learning ability meant he could quickly accumulate it. In the other 2 aspects, he had already demonstrated an astonishing talent. Dan Xiaoxing witnessed the scene before him and, for a moment, forgot about the loss of the boundary-breaking pill and the Earth-grade spiritual weapon. His eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together, fawningly saying, "Mr. Gu, you truly are a prodigy in alchemy. I've seen countless alchemy geniuses, but none can compare to you. In the entire Dian dynasty, there may not be another talent like you." Gu Qingfeng smiled, not swayed by the flattery. As someone who didn't care for vanity, he felt genuine joy from acquiring the 7 mystical cauldron and the boundary-breaking pill. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's amicable demeanor, Dan Xiaoxing became even more enthusiastic, praising him for quite some time. Finally, he revealed his true intention. "I sincerely invite Mr. Gu to join our Danha sect. With your talent, if guided by the right mentor, you might reach the level of Alchemy King Qiu Yulong one day. Our Danha sect is—" "Stop right there," Gu Qingfeng interrupted, raising his hand. "You don't mean to suggest that I should become your disciple, do you?" Dan Xiaoxing blushed. "Mr. Gu, you're joking. How could I dare? However, I am willing to accept you as a disciple on behalf of my master. What do you think?" "No way," Gu Qingfeng refused without a second thought. He thought to himself, "What a joke. The sect leader isn't even as powerful as I am. What's the point of joining such a sect? The strongest backing in the Dian dynasty is the demon suppression division. Even the blood demon fell to them. Besides, the demons in the demon suppression prison are all talented, articulate, and can even dance. Only a fool would pass up such a great opportunity." Just as Dan Xiaoxing was about to continue persuading him, Li Qianren spoke up. "Master Dan, Gu Qingfeng is part of our demon suppression division and cannot join another sect." "Let's leave it at that." Dan Xiaoxing opened his mouth, but eventually took out a token from his pocket. "Please accept this. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the Danha sect and enjoy a 50% discount at our alchemy shops." Hearing about the discount, Gu Qingfeng promptly accepted the token. After some more pleasantries, Dan Xiaoxing, picking up on Li Qianren's cue, tactfully took his leave. Once they were alone, Li Qianren looked at Gu Qingfeng with a meaningful gaze. "I didn't expect you to have such talent. Perhaps you are the most likely to inherit the Alchemy King's legacy." With that, he handed over several alchemy manuals. "Study them well. Whether you can become a rank 1 prince in a year depends on you." Gu Qingfeng took the books and assured him cheerfully, "Don't worry, oldly. Once I become a prince, I'll definitely appoint you as the demon suppression envoy." Li Qianren was speechless, thinking, "This kid already calls me oldly. I hope he doesn't start calling me Little Li once he becomes a prince." After seeing off Li Qianren, Gu Qingfeng closed the door and went back to sleep. Being woken up by the Piyu Yao halfway through his sleep was something he couldn't just leave unfinished. He slept until late morning, and when he woke up, he headed straight to a restaurant to enjoy a hearty meal. Back at his place, he picked up the alchemy books that Li Qianren had left behind and began to read. He had only gotten through one book when sleepiness crept back in. The ingrained habit of taking a midday nap was something he couldn't shake, even after traveling through time. So, he went back to sleep again. When he opened his eyes once more, it was already evening, and the lights outside were aglow. Feeling refreshed, he focused on studying the alchemy books. With his photographic memory, he flipped through the pages quickly. Just as he was engrossed, Wang Pengzi's knock echoed at the door. Knock knock, Master Gu. It's time for us to go. Go where? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily confused. Wang Pengzi pushed the door open and explained. You drank too much last night and turned down the invitation from those two beautiful ladies to stay over, saying you would go today instead. Tianxiang Tower just sent someone over to remind you. The ladies are waiting. Gu Qingfeng slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the promise he made after drinking. Looking at the alchemy book in his hand, he suddenly found it uninteresting. Though books may offer beauty, a group of living beauties awaited him at Tianxiang Tower. He knew what he preferred. He tossed the book aside and stood up, ready to leave. Let's go, Wang Pengzi. A man must keep his word. Even if I don't really want to go, a promise is a promise. Such integrity, Master. Wang Pengzi quickly reminded him, Master Gu, you haven't put on your shoes. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly put on his shoes and changed the topic, asking, where's Su Daisy? He's gone ahead to book a private room. Back in bed, Gu Qingfeng found himself unable to sleep. Not wanting to waste his cultivation time, he got up to practice. As was customary, he planned to take a pill, but when he took out a Jinyuan Dan, he frowned. I'm almost at the Grandmaster level. Why am I still taking this low-grade pill? At least in Shengyuan Dan. He switched to a Shengyuan Dan, a pill meant for martial artists at the Gangqi stage, with a potency far surpassing that of Peiyuan Dan and Jinyuan Dan. A typical martial artist at the Juki stage would explode from consuming it, but Gu Qingfeng's unique physique was like comparing an iron ball to a balloon. Such a dose couldn't possibly harm him. Though he couldn't fully absorb the Shengyuan Dan's power, the excess would be absorbed by his black dragon immortal body, ensuring nothing went to waste. As the pill entered his stomach, pure and immense energy filled his body, as if he were immersed in a sea of elemental energy. He began practicing dragon divine skill, focusing his mind and spirit, and delved into a meditative state. At that moment, a demon slayer passing by from the training room noticed that while all the surrounding rooms were dark, Gu Qingfeng's was still lit, catching his attention for a moment. The flickering candlelight cast a mottled silhouette on the window, where a figure sat cross-legged on the bed, deeply engrossed in meditation and cultivation. A passing demon hunter paused to observe, feeling a wave of emotion. He had thought that practicing all day was diligent enough, yet here was someone still training tirelessly in the dead of night. This scene profoundly moved him, and he resolved to forego rest and continue his own cultivation upon returning. However, Gu Qingfeng had no time to consider that he had become an inspiration to others. His entire focus was on the sudden anomaly occurring within him. His vital energy had inexplicably mutated. The change came out of nowhere. Although he was simply practicing the Dragon God technique as usual, the originally faint black vital energy inside him abruptly transformed into a deep, impenetrable black. This newly formed dark energy, like a ravenous beast, voraciously devoured the surrounding faint black dragon god vital energy. Gu Qingfeng's hard-earned 6th level of energy gathering was in jeopardy during this consumption, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, the effects of the Shengyuan pill kicked in just in time, continuously releasing pure vital energy to supplement and stabilize the situation. An intense tug-of-war ensued. The dark energy greedily consumed while the Shengyuan pill supplied more. Over time, the dark energy grew increasingly massive, eventually engulfing all the faint black energy and completely taking over Gu Qingfeng's meridians. Even more astonishing, this dark energy seemed insatiable, emitting a powerful suction to absorb the energy released by the Shengyuan pill, continuously strengthening itself. What on earth is happening? Gu Qingfeng was inwardly alarmed. He had thought the dragon god vital energy was already formidable, but this mutated dark energy was utterly unreasonable, its dominance far surpassing the original. Could this be a case of inner demons? He wondered, but does the demon in inner demons count as a monster? Although he considered halting his cultivation, the rapid ascent of his level, nearing a breakthrough to the 7th energy gathering level, convinced him to take the risk. He believed that with his robust physique, even if the vital energy exploded within him, it wouldn't harm his body. Besides, what was a little setback? At worst, he'd start over with his cultivation, but his strength wouldn't be diminished. As he continued his practice, the vital energy within him grew stronger, spreading a sense of comfort throughout his body. After a while, a faint pop sounded from within, as if a barrier had been breached. Gu Qingfeng's momentum surged, reaching the 7th level of energy gathering. Though this level was the same as others, it felt more solid and profound, exuding a unique sense of depth and weight. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing in them. He could clearly feel the abundant energy within him, signifying that he had reached the 7th level of qi gathering. 7th level of qi gathering? I didn't expect it to be so fast, Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. In the cultivation system, advancing from the 6th to the 7th level of qi gathering is a significant milestone, akin to moving from middle school to high school. Levels 4, 5, and 6 are comparable to the 3 years of middle school, while levels 7, 8, and 9 correspond to the high school stage. This breakthrough was like passing an important exam. However, as he carefully sensed the energy within him, an anomaly caught his attention. The energy was a peculiar dark black. Through repeated internal scans and soul power analysis, he quickly concluded that this mutation was likely related to the black dragon immortal body. This dark black energy bore a striking resemblance to the black dragon immortal body. The same fierce and domineering nature, the same rapid recovery speed. This recovery ability was like standing in a game fountain, continuously replenishing. More importantly, this mutation only appeared after acquiring the black dragon immortal body. Logically, all members of the Gu family who practice the dragon god technique should have the same light black energy, and even with different constitutions, there shouldn't be such a significant difference. Yet, in Gu Qingfeng's case, his physical transformation led to a change in energy attributes, which was clearly beyond the norm. Gu Qingfeng accepted this anomaly calmly. He recalled the story of the bald superhero from his past life. Using the same training method, others only became strong ordinary people, while the bald man, through 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day, ultimately achieved a superhuman physique. This example perfectly illustrates that the same technique can indeed vary greatly depending on the individual. Since he couldn't figure out the reason, Gu Qingfeng stopped worrying about it. After a whole night of cultivation, he now only wanted to have breakfast, still savoring the taste of the donkey meat sandwich he had last time. As he rode his little horse to the outskirts of the city, the voice of Pu Yao suddenly rang in his ears. Unfazed, Gu Qingfeng calmly took out the dandelion-branded phone from the different dimension to answer the call, hearing the other party urge him 3 times to quickly go to Shirley Slope. However, Gu Qingfeng stuck to his original plan to have breakfast first. Nothing is more important than eating. An hour later, well-fed and satisfied, Gu Qingfeng finally arrived leisurely at Shirley Slope. Gu Qingfeng spotted Puyo from a distance and called out, "Hey, Puyo, do you need something?" Before he finished speaking, Puyo had already appeared in front of him, slightly anxious. "What's going on? Why are you so slow?" "Nothing. I just had a donkey meat sandwich," Gu Qingfeng replied casually. "Do you want some?" "Sure," Puyo responded straightforwardly. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, "Puyo has really picked up some bad habits. He knows I was just being polite and didn't actually bring a sandwich, yet he still agreed. Besides, what could a dandelion possibly eat?" Quickly changing the subject, he asked, "What did you want to see me about?" "I've prepared some things for you," Puyo said, taking out 3 items. A silver mask, a pill, and a jade talisman. Gu Qingfeng received them, immediately sensing their powerful aura. He realized these were no ordinary items. "What are these?" Puyo explained each one. The silver mask is called the Phantom Ghost Mask, a lower-grade heavenly item. It allows the wearer to change their appearance, body features, and aura at will, even fooling those in the dragon transformation realm. The pill is a frenzy pill, which has significant side effects but can temporarily unleash your potential, putting you in a bloodthirsty frenzy, a last resort for survival. The Jade Talisman is a minor teleportation talisman that lets you teleport 1,000 miles and can be used 3 times. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. "These are all for me?" "Yes," Puyo nodded. "The Phantom Ghost Mask will help you stay hidden. If discovered, use the Frenzy Pill and the Minor Teleportation Talisman to escape. Your task is to go to the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Prison, consume the Blood Godchild, and weaken the Blood Demon." Gu Qingfeng's first reaction was to think Puyo was crazy. His second was to quickly store the items in his spatial ring. Crazy or not, no one was getting these treasures back. Seeing Puyo showed no sign of regret, he felt relieved. "No wonder you're a dragon transformation realm expert, truly generous." Gu Qingfeng thought happily. He had never heard of these treasures before, especially the legendary heavenly-grade spiritual weapon that even the ethereal god realm experts couldn't see through. This was a real windfall. Suddenly suspicious, Gu Qingfeng asked, "Puyo, why are you suddenly so generous? Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Puyo's face darkened at the question, internally cursing. "You're the one with cultivation issues. If it weren't for Lord Blood Demon worrying you'd mess up, who would want to give you treasures?" Outwardly, he said, "I just want you to complete the task successfully. If there's nothing else you need, go get familiar with these items. This time, there can't be any mistakes." With that, Puyo turned to leave, but Gu Qingfeng stopped him. "Don't go yet. Who said I don't need anything else? How about some divine techniques, pills, talismans, spiritual weapons, formations, and such? Why don't you just ask for my entire spatial ring?" Puyo retorted angrily. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head, looking bashful. "I wouldn't dare, but if you're really insistent, I wouldn't refuse." "Ridiculous." Puyo huffed, disappearing instantly. Gu Qingfeng watched as Puyo walked away without looking back, his expression turning dark. He snorted coldly and began to criticize. "Is this how you ask someone for a favor? No courtesy, can't say a nice word, and just walk away. If I manage to get this done for you, it would be a miracle. Just wait and see." Puyo, on the day of the task, I'll be sure to fall asleep as soon as it gets dark. Before he finished speaking, a shadowy figure suddenly solidified in front of Gu King Finjit was Pu Yao. Gu Qingfeng quickly put on a smile. Oh, isn't this Pu Yao? Why are you back? Pu Yao's face was livid, and he glared at Gu Qingfeng, gritting his teeth. Gu Qingfeng, don't push your luck. The 3 treasures I gave you, each one is priceless. What more do you want? Priceless? Gu Qingfeng scoffed. That celestial weapon has no attack power, it's just an auxiliary tool. The frenzy pill is extremely dangerous, and the small teleportation talisman is barely functional, with only 3 uses. Are you trying to fob me off? Let me be clear, bring me 10 or 8 celestial weapons, or I will definitely be asleep that day. Pu Yao trembled with anger. 10 or 8 celestial weapons. Do you think they're as common as cabbage? He cursed inwardly. Damn humans, despicable, greedy pests. One day, we'll wipe you all out. But remembering Lord Blood Demon's instructions, he had to suppress his anger and said, celestial weapons are exceptionally rare. I only have one. Make another request. Gu Qingfeng immediately changed his tone. All right, no celestial weapons needed. How about this? Open your spatial ring and let me pick something. Gu Qingfeng. Pu Yao growled lowly. Say that again. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat and repeated word for word. Please open your spatial ring so I can pick something. The air froze instantly. Pu Yao exuded a terrifying aura, like a volcano about to erupt. However, Gu Qingfeng seemed oblivious and added, I did say please, so don't be ungrateful. After a few seconds of silence, Pu Yao suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Fine, I agree. But there's a condition if you agree to it. The spatial ring is yours. What condition? Gu Qingfeng was intrigued. Pu Yao silently took out a human skin scroll and tossed it to Gu Qingfeng. This is the scroll of the heavenly demon blood oath. You just need to swear on it, guaranteeing that on the day of the task, you'll go to the 3rd level of the demon suppression prison to devour the blood godchild, then drop your blood on it. Remember, once you break the heavenly demon blood oath, you will suffer backlash from the outer realm demons, and no one can escape it. The scroll of the blood oath of the heavenly demon is a precious treasure obtained by Pu Yao from an ancient relic. This treasure has only one function: to swear an oath under the witness of the supreme celestial demon from beyond the realm. If the oath is broken, not even a god-level powerhouse can withstand the backlash from the celestial demon. If used wisely, its value can surpass even that of a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. Pu Yao originally did not want to use such a precious treasure. This task was not difficult and offered benefits that anyone would gladly accept. However, he didn't expect to encounter someone as insatiably greedy as Gu Qingfeng. Under the threat of the blood demon, Pu Yao had no choice but to play this trump card. He knew all too well that with Gu Qingfeng's character, even if his demands were met this time, the young man might deliberately delay the task and continue to extort him. System, does a celestial demon count as a demon? Gu Qingfeng asked silently in his heart. It does. The system replied coldly. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. This meant that by breaking the oath, not only could he enjoy Pu Yao's punishment, but he could also take advantage of the celestial demon. Pu Yao was essentially handing him a boon. Outwardly, Gu Qingfeng frowned, pretending to be displeased. What is this supposed to mean? You don't trust me? No one dares to break a blood oath of the heavenly demon. If you truly intend to carry out the plan, then you needn't worry about the celestial demon's backlash. As long as you swear the blood oath, this Qinkuan ring is yours, Pu Yao declared with confidence. Gu Qingfeng feigned hesitation for a moment, though he was already overjoyed inside. Then give me the Qinkuan ring first, and I'll swear the oath. Without hesitation, Pu Yao removed the ancient black ring from his hand, erased his own imprint, and tossed it to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng eagerly opened the ring, nearly blinded by the dazzling treasures within. It was filled with a plethora of heavenly materials, elixirs, and spiritual weapons, as well as many legendary treasures thought to be extinct. This was the accumulation of a dragon transformation realm expert over centuries. Stop gawking and swear the oath, Pu Yao urged with heartache. Although this was his entire fortune apart from a few personal treasures, he consoled himself with the thought that once Gu Qingfeng completed all the tasks and lost his usefulness, these items would eventually return to him. For now, he just needed to play along. Reluctantly, Gu Qingfeng closed the Qinkuan ring and began to swear the oath. Ever since obtaining the immortal black dragon body, he no longer needed to cut his finger to draw blood. With his rapid regeneration, limb regrowth, and blood rebirth abilities, he could precisely control his blood to seep through his skin. As a drop of blood fell onto the scroll, it immediately burst into light. The scroll, drawn by some mysterious power, slowly rose into the air and eventually disappeared into the void. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng felt an invisible thread connecting to him, its other end extending into the depths of the void. This intangible thread seemed both like the power of a contract and a curse, promising unimaginable punishment for anyone who broke the oath. Pu Yao watched as the glow of the demon blood oath faded, finally allowing his tense nerves to relax a bit. However, knowing Gu Qingfeng's typically rebellious nature, he couldn't help but worry that the young man might be tempted to test the power of the demon blood oath. He felt compelled to thoroughly explain the terrifying consequences of breaking the demon blood oath, painting a picture of utter devastation. To his surprise, instead of frightening Gu Qingfeng, his words only made the young man's eyes light up with excitement, even more eager than before. Through Pu Yao's explanation, Gu Qingfeng gained a genuine understanding of the terror posed by the extraterrestrial demons. These beings existed beyond the world, far surpassing those self-proclaimed immortals in the realm of gods. After finishing his explanation, Pu Yao didn't say much more. He simply gave Gu Qingfeng a meaningful pat on the shoulder and turned to leave. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly chimed. Ding! The host has been attacked by Pu Yao. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the soul-chasing technique. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what this so-called soul-chasing technique was. It was a secret technique allowing him to track and locate other souls, with the condition being physical contact. So that's why the old fox patted my shoulder to mark me. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Hey, Pu Yao, he called out to the departing Pu Yao, striding forward and patting him on the shoulder in return. You take care too? With that, he turned and walked away. Pu Yao frowned as he watched Gu Qingfeng's retreating figure, feeling there was more to the gesture than met the eye. But he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, the soul-chasing technique was an ancient secret even undetectable to powerful beings, let alone Gu Qingfeng. With this in mind, he assumed the oddball was just acting up again and left. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Gu Qingfeng immediately attempted to use the soul-chasing technique to sense Pu Yao's location. In his perception, Pu Yao was speeding westward at an astonishing pace, covering hundreds of miles in no time. Eventually, Pu Yao stopped deep underground 1,000 miles to the west. After observing for a while and seeing that Pu Yao hadn't moved, Gu Qingfeng was almost certain that the location was the lair of the Blood Demon cult, and the Blood Demon master he had been longing to meet must be there. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind, filling him with such excitement that he trembled all over. The possessions of the demon Pu Yao had been nearly exhausted, and Gu Qingfeng knew he couldn't rely on a single source any longer. After much consideration, he decided to execute a bigger plan. In the days that followed, he continued to indulge in food and drink, dancing in taverns, and enjoying a carefree life. On the agreed day at the hour of high, Pu Yao's voice emanated from the blood-red dandelion right on time. Gu Qingfeng, stop sleeping, it's time to act. Li Qianren has been lured away. Don't forget your blood demon oath. The message repeated 3 times, causing Gu Qingfeng to frown, wishing for a button to silence this annoying alarm. Once Pu Yao's voice faded, Gu Qingfeng donned the phantom spirit mask and began altering his appearance. He was so absorbed in the task that he spent the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, finally creating a face entirely different from his own, yet equally handsome, a perfect blend reminiscent of Yan Zhu, Yu Yan, and Cheng Wu. He then carefully adjusted his aura, concealing it completely before using his shapeshifting skills to head towards the demon suppression prison. In the Blood Demon sect's underground palace, Pu Yao, who had been monitoring through the soul-chasing technique, finally breathed a sigh of relief and reported to the Blood Demon, Master Blood Demon, Gu Qingfeng has finally acted today. He didn't sleep. The Blood Demon nodded with satisfaction. You've done well. Once he fully absorbs the remaining 5 drops of the Blood Godchild and becomes useless, I will ensure he returns your Qinkuan ring. Thank you, Master Blood Demon, Pu Yao replied respectfully. In the 3rd layer of the demon suppression prison, Gu Qingfeng moved unimpeded with the help of the blood-red dandelion. Various formations and restrictions were rendered useless, and the guards, the demon hunters, were easily avoided thanks to his shape-shifting skills and the black dragon's immortal body. The 3rd layer was an incredibly vast space, with only a bronze door inscribed with mysterious symbols. The door exuded a vast sealing power, far beyond what a master could withstand. As Gu Qingfeng approached, the pressure increased, as if each step bore the weight of a mountain. However, with the black dragon's immortal body protecting him, these pressures had no effect. He took out the blood-red dandelion, which floated in the still air and gently landed on the bronze door. Instantly, both the dandelion and the door burst into intense light, with a rich blood-red glow and a deep blue light intertwining. Fortunately, this was a closed space without guards, otherwise, such brilliant light effects would surely have exposed his presence. Moments later, a tide of blood-red light surged forward, gradually consuming the blue glow entirely. The sealing power on the bronze door dissipated without a trace. Gu Qingfeng put away the now dim dandelion and pushed the door open. What met his eyes was a breathtaking sight. Hundreds of iron chains crisscrossed like a giant spider web, filling the entire cell. Each chain was securely anchored to the walls in every direction. Their surfaces were etched with mysterious patterns, with a ghostly blue light flowing through them like electric currents. At the center of this vast network of chains hung a black box made of dark iron. Suddenly, the dandelion floated up again, unhesitatingly rushing toward the chains. In an instant, the cell was awash with alternating flashes of blood red and blue light. After a short while, the lights faded, and the dandelion withered and disappeared. The chains fell away with a clatter, and the black box dropped. Gu Qingfeng swiftly stepped forward and caught it. Although the sealing power on the box had vanished, a key was still needed to open it. However, this was a trivial matter for Gu Qingfeng. With a slight exertion, the box opened with a snap, revealing the vibrant and alluring blood god seed inside. The remnant soul of the blood demon within seemed to be sealed by some force, lying dormant. As Gu Qingfeng examined the blood god seed, he mused that everything had gone surprisingly smoothly. Just as he was recalling how protagonists in online novels usually face challenges before obtaining treasures, a sharp, invisible sword energy suddenly attacked from behind. He remained motionless, allowing the sword energy to strike his back. His heightened senses had already warned him that the assailant's strength was around the third level of a master, an attack that posed no threat to him. In fact, he was curious to test his own defensive capabilities. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Gu Qingfeng felt only a slight push against his back. A system notification promptly echoed. Ding! Host attacked by a fox demon. Defense 100. Gu Qingfeng was startled. Why was it a demon and not a demon hunter? Could it be that the demons in the demon suppression prison had broken free? He quickly turned around, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of his attacker. Standing before him was an alluring woman in tight black clothing, her sword poised defensively. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated by the outfit, and her fox-like face was stunningly beautiful. The woman, upon seeing Gu Qingfeng's face, was equally taken aback. How could such a handsome man exist in this world? His flawless features seemed meticulously crafted by the creator, without a single blemish. Seeing the woman's entranced gaze, Gu Qingfeng felt a sense of pride. Mesmerized by my carefully crafted handsome face, are you? If I took off this mask, she might just fall completely. But suddenly, he realized she looked familiar, and a flash of insight struck him. Damn! Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, immediately recognizing the woman through his spiritual sense. She was the innate master who had hidden in the corner of Li Qianren's room that day. Their auras were identical. Recalling the scene when he was summoned for a talk by Li Qianren after slaying the mirror demon, Gu Qingfeng found it suspicious. As soon as he entered the room, his spiritual sense detected another master concealed in the shadows besides Li Qianren. He had initially thought it was someone from the Dark Division of the Demon Suppression Bureau, but it seemed he was completely mistaken. Li Qianren, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually betrayed the human race by harboring a fox spirit in the Demon Suppression Bureau? Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but mentally ridicule. This is big news, worthy of a novel. The woman, regaining her composure, stared intently at Gu Qingfeng. Who are you to dare trespass into the demon suppression prison? Hey, aren't you a fox spirit getting too into your role? What does my trespassing have to do with you? Do you think you're some demon hunter? The woman's expression changed abruptly. She hadn't expected him to see through her true form at a glance. Considering that he had just withstood her attack unscathed and his aura remained steady, his cultivation was evidently far superior, at least latest-stage master, possibly even a grandmaster. After weighing her options, she suddenly gave a radiant smile, brightening the dim demon suppression prison a bit. Senior, what keen eyes you have, to see through my true form at once. Her voice was sweet and alluring, her smile full of charm. The system suddenly alerted. Ding! Host has been attacked by a fox demon. Charm 69. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, angrily rebuking the system in his mind. I wasn't even affected by her charm technique. Why are you adding attributes? My charm is already maxed out. The system remained silent. At that moment, a flash of cold light illuminated the cell. The woman's long sword was already at Gu Qingfeng's throat. Yet, he casually held the sword tip, lightly brushing it against his throat a few times before releasing it. Seeing the dulled sword tip, the woman turned and fled without a word, disappearing in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that even Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Shaking his head, Gu Qingfeng decided not to pursue further and prepared to continue with his plan for the night. But as he turned, his gaze was drawn to an anomaly in the left corner. The space there appeared visibly distorted. Thanks to the spatial attributes and alternate dimension he gained from the mirror demon's domain, Gu Qingfeng had an exceptionally keen sense of space. This distortion was clearly man-made, now revealed due to the aftermath of their brief clash. Although the woman's two moves seemed casual, even laughable in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, they were nonetheless genuine master-level attacks. Gu Qingfeng approached the corner, scrutinizing the distorted space, pondering, What could possibly be hidden here with the blood godchild? Gu Qingfeng suddenly extended his fair and strong hand into the distorted space. When he withdrew his hand, he held an ancient book with yellowed pages, titled boldly on the cover with the words, Easy Zhuyin Sword. He raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering the connection between the Easy Zhuyin Sword and the Easy Fenyang Sword, and then began to study the ancient book carefully. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the mountains, Li Qianren had just finished a battle. He was holding the head of the blood demon sect's wild dog Taoist, yet his white robe remained unstained by blood. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, and his shadowy eyes fixated in the direction of the demon suppression division. Impossible, Li Qianren murmured under his breath. The spatial restriction I set up has been breached? His face turned grim as he quickly realized the crux of the matter. The third layer of the demon suppression prison had been compromised, and the Easy Zhuyin Sword and blood godchild were likely exposed. Looking at the severed head in his hand, he finally understood the true intention behind the recent unusual actions of the blood demon sect. A clever trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Li Qianren's face darkened, overwhelmed with urgency. He stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit, and used the momentum to leap into the air, rushing towards Wudong County. Compared to the blood godchild, he was more concerned about the safety of the Easy Zhuyin Sword. After all, the blood godchild was bound by hundreds of restrictive chains, and even if several innate masters worked together, it would take days to break them. Yet, the spatial restriction was too fragile. Though the power of space is mysterious and difficult to control, and it was an achievement for him to deploy it, ultimately, there was a flaw. As he sped through the air, Li Qianren recalled the moment on the outskirts of Wudong County when the mysterious innate master of the blood demon sect used white-bone demon fire in conjunction with the Easy Fenyang Sword to destroy a mountain and demonstrate power. At that time, he saw through their intent to covet the Easy Zhuyin Sword and deliberately avoided exposing its hiding place. Yet, they still managed to find it. How did they discover it? He suddenly realized. When every place is searched and there is a forbidden area where no one can enter, even a fool could guess the treasure is there. That forbidden area was the demon suppression prison. Outsmarted myself, he sighed longingly. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng had finished reading the ancient book and finally understood its secrets. The Easy Zhuyin Sword was actually a complementary martial technique to the Easy Fenyang Sword, and together they could form the heavenly level martial technique, Cross Nether Flame Sword. In contrast to the Yang Fire of the Fenyang Sword, the Zhuyin Sword utilized Yin Fire, which could lower temperatures, and was rated at a mid-earth level. Unfortunately, both sword techniques lacked the crucial method for the fusion of yin and yang, preventing the heavenly level technique from being fully realized. When the scorching yang fire combines with the cold yin fire, the fusion of yin and yang generates a tremendous energy reaction. This is the essence of a heavenly level martial technique. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up as a bold idea flashed through his mind. Although there is no specific method for the fusion of yin and yang, since it essentially involves the merging of two flames, perhaps he could forcefully control their fusion using his fire manipulation talent? This thought made his heart race, but its feasibility still required experimentation. The immediate task was to find a source of yin fire. He carefully stored the Yizhu candle yin sword and was about to leave when he heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar. The noise from his earlier fight with the fox spirit had already alerted the patrolling demon hunters. Gu Qingfeng quickly used his shadow-shifting technique to leave the demon suppression prison. Just as he vanished, a blinding pillar of light shot up from the demon suppression department, illuminating the night sky as if it were daytime. This was the demon revealing mirror signaling the presence of the blood god seed. Even more astonishing, similar beams of light simultaneously erupted from the demon suppression departments in the other four directions of the Yin dynasty, resonating with the light from Wudong County's department. Countless awakened demon hunters saw this and immediately realized the gravity of the blood god seed's theft. The headquarters of the demon suppression department promptly issued urgent orders, mobilizing a large number of demon hunters to prevent the revival of the blood demon. Meanwhile, the culprit, Gu Qingfeng, was awaiting a response from the extraterrestrial demons. He had previously sworn to the Poo demon that he would consume the blood god seed on the third level of the demon suppression prison. However, he deliberately broke this vow, choosing instead to take the blood god seed out. This was his plan all along. As the demon revealing mirror's light brightened the night sky, Gu Qingfeng finally understood why the Poo demon had repeatedly emphasized the need to consume the blood god seed within the demon suppression prison. The blood god seed was constantly under the surveillance of the mirror, and the moment it left the prison's isolation array, it would be detected. But there was no time for further contemplation. The celestial blood oath line entwined around him suddenly trembled, as if its other end was connected to an almighty being. This entity was observing Gu Qingfeng with an indifferent gaze, holding the thread of destiny in its hand. It was an indescribable, unfathomable being. Its form seemed to stretch infinitely, covering the entire sky, and even at the limits of one's vision, only a fraction could be glimpsed. Yet, This colossal entity also appeared ethereal, having no impact on its surroundings, unnoticed by all except for Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng gazed up at the immense figure in the void, a mix of awe and excitement surging within him. A vast, overwhelming divine power pierced his eyes, akin to staring directly at the sun, leaving him breathless. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! The host is under attack by the Oath Demon. Congratulations, host has acquired the eyes of truth. In an instant, the blinding divine power vanished, and Gu Qingfeng's eyes became extraordinarily bright, like two radiant stars. With the power of the eyes of truth, he finally saw the true form of the Oath Demon. It was merely a projection of its real self. The projection had no physical form, only endless demonic energy and mysterious laws intertwined into lines that constantly flowed. Where the demonic energy surged, a hellish illusion appeared, with evil spirits and demons roaming, countless souls wailing under cruel punishment. The lines of law wove into symbols vast as a galaxy, bearing all the oaths of the world. This awe-inspiring scene led Gu Qingfeng to a realization. This world was far deeper than he had imagined, and even the legendary divine realm might not be the end. Just this projection of the Oath Demon surpassed the existence of the divine realm. Suddenly, the projection of the Oath Demon moved slightly. The lines connecting to Gu Qingfeng's soul began to contract, and a powerful pulling force emanated from the depths of his soul. He knew this was the price of breaking an oath. His soul would be dragged into hell, to suffer eternal punishment. Though a part of Gu Qingfeng was curiously eager for such a trial, just as the lines began to tighten, the system prompted again. Ding! The host is under attack by the Oath Demon. Congratulations, host has acquired the Oath of Contract. Upon receiving the Oath of Contract, Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. This ability allowed him to enslave demons through oaths. If a demon swore loyalty, it could never betray. Those who broke their oaths would face corresponding punishments based on the oath's content. If the oath was to be cut to pieces and never reincarnate, that would be the fate of the betrayer. The Oath of Contract is indeed a supernatural power far superior to traditional methods of enslavement. Unlike ordinary enslavement techniques that require the caster's cultivation to exceed that of the enslaved, the Oath of Contract is safeguarded by the laws of the oath itself, completely unaffected by the disparity in power between the two parties. This means that even a being at the divine level must adhere to their vow of allegiance, leaving no room for resistance. What's even more astonishing is that the Oath of Contract extends beyond mere enslavement. It can enforce any form of oath. Anyone who makes a vow before Gu Qingfeng must strictly adhere to it. This is true divine-level power. As Gu Qingfeng gazed at the projection of the Supreme Being mechanically pulling the string, he could barely contain his excitement. Yet the projection, like a puppet, repeated the pulling action over and over without being able to extract his soul. If you can't pull me, why don't I try pulling you down? Gu Qingfeng thought of a plan. He immediately harnessed the power of the Oath of Contract's laws and began to pull the string with force. Two opposing forces of oath laws began to clash, but unexpectedly snap. The string broke. For the first time, the projection showed a puzzled expression, staring blankly at the broken string. Then, its body began to disintegrate, dissipating like foam. Through the eye of truth, Gu Qingfeng clearly saw the laws of the heavens rejecting the projection, expelling it from this world. Evidently, the string was the anchor for the Oath Demon in this realm, and without it, it could not remain. Damn! If I knew the string was so fragile, I wouldn't have pulled so hard. Gu Qingfeng immediately regretted his actions. He had hoped the Oath Demon would display more tricks, but now it seemed he would have to wait until he found the Blood Oath Scroll to summon it again. However, even though he couldn't continue to exploit the Oath Demon, there were other targets. With this thought, Gu Qingfeng flashed a sinister smile and retrieved a jade talisman covered in strange runes from his spatial ring, a small teleportation charm gifted by the demon Pu. Meanwhile, in the underground palace of the Blood Demon sect, Pu and the Blood Demon were anxiously awaiting news. Unsettled, the Blood Demon felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, which was never without reason given his level of cultivation. Pu, are you sure this plan is foolproof? That Gu Qingfeng won't cause any more trouble? The Blood Demon asked. Rest assured, Blood Demon Lord, Pu quickly replied. Gu Qingfeng made a blood oath of the demon in front of me. No matter how cunning he is, he wouldn't dare break the oath. Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon felt slightly reassured. But just as he was about to speak further, 5 beams of light shot up into the sky from the 5 directions of east, south, west, north, and center. Although they were far away, for powerful beings like the Blood Demon and Pu Yao, such a distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. The two demons' faces changed drastically upon seeing the light beams. These are the warning lights of the demon reflecting mirror. It only lights up if the Blood Godchild escapes from the demon suppression prison. Could it be that Gu Qingfeng failed and couldn't devour the Blood Godchild? Pu Yao exclaimed in shock. The Blood Demon's expression turned as dark as iron. The appearance of these beams signaled the worst-case scenario. The headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division would surely be aware of his plot to resurrect, and they would send people to investigate. The remaining blood god children would be moved and more heavily guarded, making them hard to capture. Most critically, Gu Qingfeng, who had sworn a heavenly demon blood oath but failed to devour the blood god child, was doomed to die. With Gu Qingfeng's death, the devouring demon body would also vanish. Weren't you certain this would be foolproof? The blood demon lost his composure completely, his blood-red eyes filled with bloodlust and madness, glaring at Pu Yao. Terrified, Pu Yao fell to his knees, kowtowing. Please calm down, blood demon lord. I don't know why this happened. We had already lured away Li Qianren. Devouring the blood godchild should have been easy for Gu Qingfeng. The blood demon roared, conjuring a long whip of blood and lashing it harshly at Pu Yao. The whip not only wounded the flesh but also tormented the soul, inflicting a dual agony. Spare me, blood demon lord. I'll investigate right away. Pu Yao screamed in agony. Investigate? What good is that now? We didn't get the blood godchild. Gu Qingfeng is dead. Everything is lost. My grand plan to become a god has been ruined by you useless. The blood demon suddenly fell silent, his whip frozen in midair. He stared intently eastward and said in a low voice, someone is bringing the blood god child across space. What? Could it be someone from the Demon Suppression Division? Pu Yao exclaimed in horror. Before he could finish his sentence, the space within the underground palace hall suddenly fluctuated. In the next moment, a figure emerged from a spatial rift. It was none other than Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng had used a minor teleportation talisman to traverse space and immediately saw the bizarre scene. A blood-colored figure wielding a long whip, with Pu Yao kneeling and covered in whip marks. He instantly realized that the blood-colored figure must be the blood demon. Gu Qingfeng? You're not dead? Pu Yao exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the man who had seemingly survived breaking the heavenly demon blood oath. The blood demon was also taken aback. Is this Gu Qingfeng? He's actually not dead? Gu Qingfeng stood at the doorway, contemplating whether he might have arrived at an inopportune moment. The blood demon and Pu Yao seemed engrossed in some private game. However, having encountered them, he decided to proceed with his meticulously crafted plan. Pu Yao, you traitor. Gu Qingfeng sneered, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Pu Yao. Surprised to see I'm not dead? Worried that your scheme to frame Lord Blood Demon might be exposed. His words hit like a sledgehammer, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the room. The Blood Demon and Pu Yao exchanged bewildered glances, clearly taken aback. Seizing the moment, Gu Qingfeng turned to the Blood Demon and said, Lord Blood Demon, this Pu Yao is a double-crosser. A few days ago, he approached me, claiming I possessed the Devourer demon physique, urging me to consume the blood god. He even suggested we join forces to weaken you and eventually kill you. According to him, he's had enough of centuries of servitude. Gu Qingfeng's tone then shifted to one of loyalty. But I have long admired you, Lord Blood Demon. How could I conspire with such a scoundrel? So I pretended to agree, secretly removed the blood god, and came to present it to you, along with exposing this vile man's true nature. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Pu Yao and the blood demon stood as if struck by lightning, their minds seemingly unable to process the barrage of shocking revelations. Gu Qingfeng was secretly pleased, believing his plan was unfolding smoothly. He had long decided that rather than slowly exploiting Pu Yao, it would be more rewarding to ally directly with the blood demon. By exposing Pu Yao's plot and gaining the blood demon's trust, then aiding in restoring his peak powers, the eventual rewards would surely be greater. Seeing no response from the two, Gu Qingfeng grew impatient. Lord Blood Demon, why haven't you dealt with this traitor yet? The blood demon finally spoke, looking at Gu Qingfeng with a complex expression. You claim to have admired me for a long time? Absolutely. Gu Qingfeng nodded without hesitation. I grew up hearing tales of your exploits. My greatest wish has always been to follow you. Upon hearing this, the blood demon fell silent again, clearly in a state of inner turmoil. At this moment, Pu Yao suddenly asked, Gu Qingfeng, how are you still alive? No one can survive breaking the heavenly demon blood oath. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Pu Yao disdainfully. You, on the brink of death, still have the mind to worry about that? Very well. I'll let you die knowing your ancient scroll for the heavenly demon blood oath has been around for countless years. It's so worn out that it doesn't have any effect at all. Pu Yao stood frozen, his brow furrowed. Despite his lingering doubts, the undeniable facts forced him to accept the truth under the heavenly demon blood oath. No one could survive. Yet Gu Qingfeng remained unharmed. This could only mean there was something wrong with the scroll itself. Lord Blood Demon, Gu Qingfeng urged impatiently, a hint of urgency in his voice. Stop hesitating. I know you have sentimental ties, but Pu Yao is not worth keeping around. He's inherently rebellious, untrustworthy, and even plots to kill his master. Such a person cannot be spared. The blood demon merely waved his hand gently. Don't speak for now, let me think. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, cursing inwardly. Is this the legendary fearsome blood demon? Pu Yao has already betrayed him. What's there to think about? Why not just act immediately? However, unbeknownst to him, the blood demon was not pondering Pu Yao's betrayal, but rather unraveling the entire sequence of events. Ever since he began plotting against Gu Qingfeng, everything seemed so illogical and puzzling. The blood demon started reviewing his plan step by step. First, he made Gu Qingfeng believe that Pu Yao was going to betray him, prompting the two to join forces. This was a reasonable move since Gu Qingfeng, with the blood god seed inside him, was destined for a life-and-death struggle with the blood demon, making an alliance with Pu Yao an expected choice. But the subsequent developments were baffling. Gu Qingfeng not only refrained from absorbing the blood god seed, but also brought it intact before him. This defied all logic. Could it be true, as he claimed, that having grown up hearing legends of the blood demon, he had become a fervent admirer? This absurd hypothesis turned out to be the only explanation that fit the current situation. Gu Qingfeng had long admired the blood demon, remaining loyal even in the face of death. Upon learning of Pu Yao's betrayal, he feigned cooperation with him, risking violation of the heavenly demon blood oath to deliver the blood god seed to the blood demon while exposing Pu Yao's true nature. The blood demon's gaze shifted between the fervent Gu Qingfeng and the blood god seed in his hands. In nearly 1,000 years of subduing countless followers, he had never encountered such a loyal devotee. This realization led him to question his actions. Since Gu Qingfeng was a devout follower, why go through the trouble of these intricate schemes? Wouldn't it have been simpler to just tell him? Perhaps he would have considered offering the devouring demon body as the highest honor. Now, things had become unnecessarily complicated, and acquiring other blood god seeds also became difficult. This was a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. At this moment, Pu Yao stood frozen, his mind echoing with the conversation he had when he first met Gu Qingfeng. Back then, he proposed teaming up to kill the blood demon, but Gu Qingfeng solemnly replied, TSK, Pu Yao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your thinking is quite twisted. The blood demon is your boss. How can you, as a subordinate, betray him? Let's pretend I didn't hear this today, and don't bring it up again. Besides, I've always admired the blood demon's immense power. Could you introduce me? It turns out he was telling the truth. Pu Yao's eyes widened as everything suddenly became clear. No wonder Gu Qingfeng always hesitated about swallowing the blood godchild, even pretending to sleep to avoid it. He truly admired the blood demon and didn't want to do anything against him. Understanding this, a bitter smile appeared on Pu Yao's face. He instinctively touched his empty fingers, recalling his lost Qiankuan ring and the two master-level demons who had died, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What was all this for? The blood demon cleared his throat, contemplating how to explain to Gu Qingfeng that Pu Yao was actually loyal. After all, it was rare to find such a devoted subordinate, and he still needed him to use his human identity to acquire the remaining blood god children, so he couldn't let him become disheartened. However, just as the blood demon began to speak, Gu Qingfeng, actually Pu Yao isn't a traitor, he was interrupted by Gu Qingfeng. Blood demon lord, Gu Qingfeng exclaimed, exasperated. I know you're sentimental and don't want to face reality, but Pu Yao is a scoundrel. He's deceitful, full of evil schemes. He's simply inhuman. Pu Yao looked bewildered, while Gu Qingfeng rolled up his sleeves, ready to act. Blood demon lord, if you can't bring yourself to do it, let me handle it. The blood demon quickly shouted. Gu Qingfeng, calm down, calm down. Pu Yao, explain to him. Pu Yao immediately revealed the plan he had with the blood demon. After hearing it, Gu Qingfeng was first stunned, then furious. He had been deceived again. He thought he could betray Pu Yao, but it turned out these two were in cahoots. Seeing Gu Qingfeng trembling with anger, Pu Yao earnestly persuaded, Gu Qingfeng, I know it's hard to accept, but our intentions are all for the blood demon lord. Since we're on the same side, I hope you understand. He then added, by the way, remember to return the Qiankuan ring to me? This request completely ignited Gu Qingfeng's fury. He could no longer hold back, internally shouting, I've been tricked, and now that I'm part of your blood demon cult, you still want me to return the Qiankuan ring? To hell with your plan. To hell with the blood demon's peak state. I'm going to end you both right now. The next moment, Gu Qingfeng suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with anger, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. He pointed sharply at the Pu Yao and the blood demon, his voice trembling with rage. I hate being deceived more than anything. You despicable scoundrels of the blood demon cult have played me over and over. The mirror demon swindled 2 coins from me. The shadow demon nearly took my life. And you scoundrel Pu Yao, lie every time you open your mouth. Gu Qingfeng, watch your words, the blood demon said, frowning with obvious displeasure. This only fueled Gu Qingfeng's fury. Watch my words. You wish. I haven't even started on you yet. How do you, the leader of this blood demon cult, run your gang? You've turned it into a band of frauds. 200 years ago, you were beaten like dogs, and now, who doesn't want to beat you scammers when they see you? The blood demon's expression shifted from surprise to a dark, twisted scowl. Gu Qingfeng, he roared, his terrifying aura filling the entire underground palace, as if even the air had frozen. Mentioning events from 200 years ago had clearly hit a sore spot. Don't think that delivering the blood godchild gives you the right to be arrogant. This is your last chance. The blood demon was cut off by Gu Qingfeng. You give me a chance? What a joke. I was in a good mood earlier, but now I want to see what the once arrogant blood demon has become. Just a deceitful old dog hiding in a kennel. Gu Qingfeng, the blood demon's shout shook the entire underground palace, causing stones to fall. Die. He raised his palm, gathering a terrifying energy like thunder, forming a colossal blood hand that descended upon Gu Qingfeng. In that critical moment, a shadow flash at it was Puyo. He shielded Gu Qingfeng, taking the mighty blow Hedon, immediately spewing blood, clearly severely injured. Lord Blood Demon. Puyo, ignoring his own injuries, urgently pleaded, you can't kill Gu Qingfeng. He's the devouring demon body, crucial to your plan to ascend to godhood. The blood demon hesitated momentarily, and the words, swallowing heaven demon body, made him abandon the idea of killing and torturing Gu Qingfeng. After all, he planned to take over Gu Qingfeng's body, and torturing him now would be like torturing his future self. He had to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth as he said, such a perfect swallowing heaven demon body, but unfortunately, it comes with a mouth. If it weren't for the necessity of taking over, I would have ground your bones to dust today. Gu Qingfeng was secretly annoyed that his rare chance of getting beaten had been thwarted. Noticing that the Puyao in front of him was weakened from injury, he seized the moment and harnessed the powerful force of the Black Dragon immortal body, delivering a fierce kick to Puyao's rear. This unexpected kick caught Puyao, a formidable figure in the dragon transformation realm, off guard, causing him to lurch forward. Although he quickly reacted by forming a protective shield with his demonic power to avoid a face-first fall, his undignified position was utterly embarrassing. Puyao sprang back up, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Gu Qingfeng, roaring, Gu Qingfeng, I saved you, and you still kicked me? I'll kill you. Having lost all reason, Puyao raised his fist, ready to strike Gu Qingfeng's face. At that moment, a massive blood-red handprint appeared out of nowhere, slamming Puyao into the wall of the underground palace. The blood demon's voice followed, Pu, calm down. You can't kill him. I still need to take over his body. Puyao struggled to extricate himself from the wall, debris flying everywhere. He coughed up blood and defensively said, Blood Demon Lord, I didn't intend to kill him, just to teach him a lesson. I'm about to take over his body. Soon, his body will be mine. Teaching him a lesson is like teaching me one. Understand? The blood demon was determined not to let Gu Qingfeng live another second longer than necessary, not caring if the blood god's son lost a few drops of blood, as he could make up for it by using the swallowing heaven demon body to absorb more powerful beings. Understood, understood. Puyao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing an awkward smile. Damn it! Gu Qingfeng suddenly burst out. Are you too serious? One moment you're stopping him, the next he's stopping you. Are you playing games? If you're going to act, do it quickly. Stop dithering. Enough with the noise. The blood demon shouted, cutting off Gu Qingfeng's words. He could no longer bear to listen, so he immediately took action. A blood-red soul flew out from his body. Unlike ordinary souls, it was not ethereal but rather as clear and bright as a blood diamond, radiating brilliant light. The blood-red soul seemed to teleport, entering Gu Qingfeng's body in the blink of an eye. The process was so fast that Gu Qingfeng had no time to react. He only saw a flash of red before the entity invaded his body. In the sea of consciousness, a towering figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the soul of the blood demon, so immense it nearly filled the entire space. Surrounded by divine radiance, he glowed brightly, resembling a deity descending to the mortal world. In stark contrast, Gu Qingfeng's soul seemed minuscule, squeezed into a corner like an ant facing an elephant. The blood demon gazed down at Gu Qingfeng with a sinister grin. Although Gu Qingfeng's soul had reached the level of an innate grandmaster, it was insignificant compared to the blood demon, who had grasped a hint of divine intent. The difference between their souls was not only in size but also in essence. While Gu Qingfeng's soul was denser than that of ordinary people, the blood demon's soul was as solid as a physical form, with a halo of divine intent casting a perpetual spotlight on him. Cackling, the blood demon laughed maniacally, Gu Qingfeng, while I cannot torment your body, tormenting your soul is more than enough. Once you howl and beg for mercy, I will slowly devour your soul and seize your devouring heaven demon body. Despite the blood demon's threat, Gu Qingfeng showed no fear. Instead, he curiously asked, I've always wondered, since you've taken over my body, what will you do with your own body at the peak of the transforming dragon stage? Just abandon it? Do you think I tricked you into devouring the blood god child for nothing? The blood demon explained smugly. It's precisely because you possess the devouring heaven demon body. By taking over your body and using it to devour my original body, I can perfectly inherit my former power. Wow, you're really twisted, Gu Qingfeng mocked. Taking over someone else's body and then planning to consume your own? How dare you remain disrespectful in the face of death? The blood demon fumed, instantly conjuring a thick, blood-red whip in his hand, ready to begin his torture. At this critical moment, the blood demon's expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he shouted incredulously, What's happening? My connection to my body has been severed. Who did this? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback by the blood demon's words, momentarily at a loss. A puzzled voice echoed in his mind, Wait, he hasn't attacked me yet, has he? After silently consulting the system, he received a cold no in response. This deepened Gu Qingfeng's confusion, and two equally bewildered souls turned their gaze toward the underground palace beyond his consciousness. In the underground palace, three figures remained locked in a standoff: Gu Qingfeng, the blood demon, and Puyo. However, a startling change had occurred. Puyo had somehow moved beside the blood demon, with a pale hand pressed on the blood demon's head, greedily siphoning the power within him like a ravenous pump. Puyo, what are you doing? The blood demon's soul roared in fury. Puyo slowly turned his head, his gaze calm as he looked at the blood demon's soul within Gu Qingfeng, his tone devoid of the usual respect. As you can see, Lord Blood Demon, I am devouring you. The once obsequious subordinate now exuded a confident aura of victory. You actually dare to betray me? The blood demon's enraged soul surged out of Gu Qingfeng, desperately trying to regain control of his body. Gu Qingfeng watched the dramatic scene unfold, slightly bewildered. Wow, Puyo, this is like a spy within a spy within a spy. Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute, I was supposed to get hit and didn't? You two really know how to play games. Is it that hard for me to get hit just once? But just as the blood demon's soul was about to reconnect with his body, a golden light burst from within, forming a faint golden barrier. With a bang, the blood demon's soul was forcefully repelled. The 36 Heavenly Gang Formation. The blood demon recognized the formation, his expression changing drastically. Oh. Puyo responded nonchalantly, you do have some insight. The blood demon had no time for retorts, watching helplessly as his power continued to flow into Puyo, whose aura grew ever stronger. He frantically searched for the formation's core with his soul power but found nothing. Don't bother, Puyo spoke calmly. The core is inside your body. My body? Impossible. The blood demon was incredulous, but when he probed his body with his soul power, he discovered 30 nodes emitting a faint golden light arranged neatly within. At that moment, he finally realized Puyo's scheme. Puyo chuckled and explained, for 200 years, I personally brought you every blood god child. With my abilities, I couldn't tamper with your body, but it was easy to meddle with the blood god children. I spent 200 years setting up this formation. The blood demon's voice echoed in the space. I planned to wait until you gathered all 36 drops of the blood god's essence, so my formation could align with the 36 celestial forces before making my move. Who would have thought that fate would send Gu Qingfeng to aid me? The moment you attempted to seize another body was when your control over it was weakest, giving me the perfect opportunity. The blood demon's expression was terrifyingly grim as he fixed his gaze on the Puyo in front of him. Puyo, I have not treated you unfairly. Why did you do this? Why? A mocking smile suddenly appeared on Puyo's lips, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Naturally, to become a god. Why do you think I submitted to you all those years ago? Just because of your imposing presence? He scoffed and continued. Back then, you admired my strength and wanted me to submit, not realizing that I was also eyeing your power. Standing nearby, Gu Qingfeng got goosebumps from the conversation and couldn't help but mutter, what kind of freaks are these two? Two grown men with you admire me. I admire you. Ignoring Gu Qingfeng's remark, Puyo continued. I knew that relying solely on my own power to become a god was nearly impossible. So, centuries ago, I set my sights on you, my blood demon lord. The blood demon felt a chilling sensation creep over him. He forced himself to remain calm. Puyo, our powers are fundamentally incompatible. If you forcibly devour me, it will only destabilize your foundation, making it impossible to become a god. Ha ha ha. Puyo suddenly erupted in a sharp, eerie laugh. Blood demon lord, do you naively think my true form is just a dandelion? The blood demon's heart sank as he suddenly realized something. What do you mean by that? He'll tell you the truth. My true form is a blood-sucking dandelion. The legendary earthborn anomaly that feeds on blood. The blood-sucking dandelion? The blood demon's face turned ashen instantly. Exactly. So you need not worry about a power clash, because you, blood demon, are the perfect nourishment for me. Puya's smile grew more sinister. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng interjected, wait a minute, a blood-sucking dandelion is still a dandelion, right? Puya's smile froze on his face. Shut up, Gu Qingfeng. I'll deal with you later. The blood demon suddenly erupted in fury. You despicable scoundrel. You've been plotting against me for 200 years. If it hadn't been for those bastards from the Demon Suppression Division scattering me 200 years ago, how could you have succeeded? Ha ha ha. Puyo let out another cold laugh. Blood Demon Lord, why do you think you were surrounded by the Righteous Alliance led by the Demon Suppression Division 200 years ago? The Blood Demon instantly realized the truth, his voice trembling. Was it you? Were you the one who revealed my location back then? Indeed, it was none other than me, Puyo replied with a slight smile. And a word of advice. Don't try anything sneaky. The blood demon's eyes turned cold, knowing that his hidden reserves of power had been discovered. He decided to drop all pretense. Die, traitor. In the next instant, a sharp spike formed from spiritual energy appeared behind Puyo, aiming straight for his consciousness. As the spike was about to pierce into Pu Yao's mind, a sudden change occurred. Golden Buddhist light burst from Pu Yao's body, and a smooth, radiant orb slowly rose from the back of his head, emitting a dazzling glow. The light formed an invisible barrier, firmly blocking the deadly spike. A mid-tier heavenly spiritual weapon, the Kalen Pearl, the blood demon exclaimed in disbelief. Pu Yao smiled confidently. I wouldn't dare betray you without thorough preparation. Your soul carries a trace of divine will, so I had to rely on the Kalen Pearl, which specializes in defending against soul attacks. He paused and continued. Although the Kalen Pearl is a precious mid-tier heavenly weapon, it can only hold out against that divine will for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. But that is enough time for me to drain your power completely. Blood demon, the choice is yours: escape while I can't move, or stay and fight to the death. The blood demon's face turned grim. Today had been a day of extreme ups and downs for him. First, he thought his plan had failed with Gu Qingfeng's death, leaving him despondent. Then, he was overjoyed when Gu Qingfeng pledged allegiance, only to be filled with unease over Gu Qingfeng's strange behavior. Just as he was about to possess the devouring heaven demon body, Pu Yao's betrayal trapped him in a dire situation. Such intense emotional swings would have exhausted an ordinary person. Logic told the blood demon that it was time to flee. Once Pu Yao completed the devouring and reached the peak of the dragon transformation realm, it would be certain death for him. Yet, the hope of becoming a god was so tantalizingly close. While the blood demon hesitated, Gu Qingfeng suddenly cursed, Pu Yao, you liar, didn't you say you only had one heavenly spiritual weapon? What's with this Kalen Pearl? No wonder you gave me the universe ring so easily. The good stuff wasn't in there. Pu Yao's confident smile froze. Every time he faced Gu Qingfeng, his proud composure was shattered. This person always focused on the most irrelevant points. Is this the time to argue about heavenly weapons? Pu Yao dropped his dignified demeanor and shouted, once I finish devouring, you'll be the first I take down, and I'll take your devouring heaven demon body. Bring it on. If I even flinch, I'll call you father. Gu Qingfeng retorted defiantly. At that moment, the silent blood demon finally acted. He transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Gu Qingfeng. He decided to flee but first planned to possess Gu Qingfeng. The devouring heaven demon body would be his ticket to a comeback. Pu Yao watched the blood demon's move and smirked inwardly. What a greedy fool. Although the blood demon could escape using his soul, he was determined to possess Gu Qingfeng. This choice significantly slowed him down, and in front of the formidable Pu Yao, Gu Qingfeng's physical body was no match. The blood demon knew this well, but was unwilling to give up. Having lost his original body, losing the swallowing demon body he had obtained would be a devastating blow. He firmly believed that if he succeeded in possessing it, with his soul infused with divine intent and the swallowing demon body, he could rise again and take revenge on Pu Yao. The blood demon's soul shot like lightning into Gu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness once more. In this mental space, Gu Qingfeng saw the towering blood demon phantom, shrouded in divine radiance, and couldn't help but smile with anticipation. Is it finally time to take a hit? The blood demon glanced at Gu Qingfeng's soul in the corner, reached out, grabbed it, and swallowed it. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded, and Gu Qingfeng, now inside the blood demon, was moved to tears. Finally, I'm getting hit. This undercover act has made my legs sore. The system notifications were relentless. Host attacked by blood demon. Soul power 10,000. A vast surge of soul power flooded in, rapidly enhancing Gu Qingfeng's soul strength. He broke through from innate Grandmaster to the peak of Grandmaster, then to the first, second, and third levels of the dragon transformation stage. Meanwhile, the blood demon was horrified to find his soul disintegrating. What is this power? How is my soul dispersing? Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng was immersed in the euphoria of his soul's explosive growth, his strength soaring to the 7th, 8th, 9th levels, and finally reaching the pinnacle, breaking through the limits. The system then announced, Host's soul has reached its limit, acquiring soul trait, indestructible by divine sight. The blood demon's soul completely vanished, replaced by Gu Qingfeng's towering, divinity-enveloped soul form. Watching the blood demon disintegrate, Gu Qingfeng finally understood the essence of the system. It was a converter, transforming demonic attacks into power for the host. The blood demon's soul attacks were entirely absorbed by the system and converted to benefit him. When the information about the indestructible by divine sight trait flooded his mind, Gu Qingfeng realized it was the transitional realm between the dragon transformation stage and the divine realm, similar to how a great grandmaster bridges the grandmaster stage to the dragon transformation stage. This trait allowed its possessor to gaze upon divinity without their soul collapsing, a connection not unrelated to the divine intent within the blood demon's soul. Outside, Pu Yao's power was rapidly increasing, his aura nearing the peak of the transformation dragon realm. In contrast, the blood demon's body was shriveling like it was being drained of all its moisture. Pu Yao's gaze remained fixed on the motionless Gu Qingfeng, his brow furrowed. Why hasn't the blood demon completed the possession? This shouldn't be happening, he thought to himself. With the divine strength of the blood demon's soul, Gu Qingfeng should have crumbled instantly. Yet the current situation was unusual, prompting him to be on high alert. Master Blood Demon, why aren't you fleeing? Are you reluctant to leave your body? Pu Yao tentatively asked. As soon as he spoke, Gu Qingfeng abruptly opened his eyes, emitting a brilliant light filled with divine energy. Seeing this, Pu Yao was even more convinced that the blood demon had completed the possession. But why hadn't he left? Was there another plan? The blood demon is dead, Gu Qingfeng suddenly declared. My dear blood demon, what kind of act is this? Pu Yao sneered. You think pretending to be Gu Qingfeng will stop me from killing you? You're full of crap. Gu Qingfeng cursed. The blood demon is dead, and now it's time for us to settle the score. You've deceived me multiple times, and today, I'm going to end you. The familiar vulgarity left Pu Yao momentarily stunned. Once he recovered, he shouted in disbelief, Gu Qingfeng, how are you still alive? I wouldn't die even if you did, Gu Qingfeng retorted disdainfully. How long do you have left to finish devouring? Can you hurry it up? I'm on a schedule. Pu Yao was thrown into turmoil. A human he regarded as insignificant had managed to defeat the blood demon? The unique brazenness was unmistakable. This person could only be Gu Qingfeng. Even more perplexing was that instead of fleeing, Gu Qingfeng stood his ground, waiting for Pu Yao to complete his devouring. Where did he get such confidence? Gu Qingfeng, how dare you not run? Pu Yao said gravely. You're no longer of any use. Aren't you afraid that once I finish devouring, I'll take your devouring demon body? Gu Qingfeng sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I've always said, I despise being deceived more than anything, and you've lied to me over and over. If I don't finish you off today, I might as well not be a Gu. Then why don't you strike while I'm incapacitated? Pu Yao asked coldly. Gu Qingfeng stood straight, exuding righteousness. I'm not like you demons. I, Gu Qingfeng, value martial ethics and will never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. I'll wait right here for you to finish your devouring, and then I'll deal with you. Pu Yao glared at Gu Qingfeng, his brow furrowed. The man's words were always hard to predict. What sounded absurd often turned out to be true, while those that seemed reasonable were usually false. He couldn't quite tell if Gu Qingfeng was genuinely upholding his principles, or if he had another scheme in mind. As Pu Yao pondered, Gu Qingfeng casually settled into the blood demon's throne. He retrieved a chicken leg from his Qinkuan ring, leftovers from Tianxiang Tower, and devoured it heartily. Then, he took out the Ziyang wine given by the shadow demon and drank deeply. What's meat without wine? Gu Qingfeng remarked as he drank. Today, I've gained the blood demon's grand prize. Such a momentous occasion deserves a toast. He suddenly turned to Pu Yao, as if making small talk. By the way, Pu Yao, how many of the 7 demon generals survived? After a long silence, Pu Yao replied, only the top 3 survived. What a pity, Gu Qingfeng clicked his tongue. And what about the shadow demon? It's still alive, isn't it? Call it over. Have it bring some poison. Such a fine Ziyang wine. It'd be a waste not to add some poison. The hall fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sounds of Gu Qingfeng chewing and swallowing. Finally, Pu Yao completed the devouring, and the blood demon's body vanished without a trace. Thus, a generation of formidable power fell, undone by Gu Qingfeng and Pu Yao. You finally finished, Gu Qingfeng took another sip of wine, sighing, I almost grew tired of waiting. Pu Yao continued to stare intently at Gu Qingfeng, surrounded by a blazing aura of demonic energy, his power surging. What intrigues me most is you, Gu Qingfeng. I'm truly curious. What are you thinking? Though I don't know what means you used to kill the blood demon soul, I have now reached the pinnacle of the dragon transformation stage, far surpassing others of the same level. To put it modestly, I am now the strongest below the gods. Do you understand what that means? Puyo's narrowed eyes emitted a dangerous gleam. He enunciated each word carefully. This means, unless you are a god, you stand no chance. So, Gu Qingfeng, are you a god? Puyo wore a confident smile, his eyes fixed on Gu Qingfeng like a hawk. I'm your father, Gu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. This remark instantly ignited Puyo's fury, the veins on his face bulging. You're asking for death. Instead of engaging in close combat, Puyo stood his ground and quickly formed hand seals. A world-destroying aura began to gather in his hands. Wait a minute. Gu Qingfeng suddenly shouted. What? Begging for mercy? Too late. Puyo paused briefly. Beg you? No way. I'm just putting away the Ziyang wine first. Do you have any idea how expensive this wine is? If it weren't for Ying Yao treating me, I wouldn't have bought it, Gu Qingfeng said as he swiftly stored the Ziyang wine into his Qingkuan ring. Watching this, Puyo's anger reached its peak. Die. As he completed the hand seals, an overwhelming force erupted. A blood-red dandelion formed in front of him, and as he pushed forward with his hands, it expanded 100-fold in the wind, transforming into a bloodlight lotus platform, exuding a sinister, bloody aura. The surrounding stone walls and floor were enveloped in the bloodlight, sizzling with corrosion and emitting smoke. The blood-red dandelion crashed heavily towards Gu Qingfeng, unleashing a torrent of energy comparable to an atomic bomb. Under this force, the entire underground palace expanded several times, and everything in contact with the energy vaporized instantly. A system notification sounded. Ding! The host has been attacked by Puyo. Defense 50000 50000 50000. Ding! The host's defense has reached its limit. Congratulations on obtaining the Black Dragon Indestructible Body Intermediate level. The Black Dragon Indestructible Body upgraded? Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. A tremendous power surged through his body, transforming every cell. Once the transformation was complete, his physical strength reached the initial stage of dragon transformation, enough to contend with a strong opponent at the same level. That was just one hit? Truly the number one below the gods, Puyo wasn't lying this time. If I take a few more hits, I'll become a god in no time. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh aloud. Just as Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed, the scattered energy storm dissipated, and the underground palace suddenly began to collapse violently. Countless massive stones and sand cascaded down from above like a waterfall, burying him in an instant. Ugh, ugh. Gu Qingfeng spat out the sand from his mouth, and a surge of unimaginable power erupted from within him. Like a cannonball, he shot upward, his hard head breaking through layers of sand and stone. With a loud bang, he burst out from the ground, much like Sun Wukong escaping from the Five Elements mountain, sending sand flying everywhere. Pu Yao, let's go again. Gu Qingfeng shouted excitedly, but there was no response. Pu Yao. He looked around in confusion, seeing only a scene of devastation with no trace of Pu Yao. Damn, you didn't get buried, did you? Gu Qingfeng stared at the ground in shock. You're at the peak of the transforming dragon stage. Get up here. After waiting a moment with no reply, he was about to start digging when he remembered he had left a soul-tracking spell on Pu Yao. Upon sensing, he was dumbfounded. Pu Yao was already thousands of miles away, and still retreating rapidly. What? What's happening? Why did he just run off? Gu Qingfeng was baffled. Did he think that blow killed me, so he left without looking back? Is this what they call a true man never looking back at an explosion? Who taught him this nonsense? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Pu Yao was still fleeing at high speed. Even though he had reached the peak of the transforming dragon stage, there was no trace of joy on his face, only grave seriousness. Only after confirming that Gu Qingfeng was not pursuing him did he slow down, find a hidden cave to hide in, and set up a formation to feel a bit more at ease. Are there really gods in this world? Good thing I ran fast. Pu Yao muttered to himself after a long silence. I just didn't expect the god to have such a nasty personality and enjoy pretending to be an ordinary person. Recalling that previous strike, Pu Yao still felt a lingering fear. A full-force blow at the peak of the transforming dragon stage hadn't harmed Gu Qingfeng in the slightest. What else could he be but a god? As someone who had endured for hundreds of years, plotting against the blood demon, Pu Yao had long been suspicious of Gu Qingfeng. From their first meeting, Gu Qingfeng's attitude of not taking him seriously, and the way he looked at him with excitement and curiosity, as if viewing prey, seemed off. When the blood demon's soul, tinged with a trace of divine will, was effortlessly destroyed by Gu Qingfeng. Alarm bells rang in Pu Yao's mind. Later, when Gu Qingfeng allowed him to devour the blood demon, his unease and suspicion deepened. Though he had long wanted to escape, his coveting of the heaven-devouring demon body and the worry that Gu Qingfeng might be bluffing led Pu Yao to decide to test him. He deliberately chose long-range attacks over close combat to ensure a chance to flee. When he saw Gu Qingfeng unharmed, he didn't hesitate and fled thousands of miles away immediately. Gu Qingfeng stood still, his brows furrowed. Had the opportunity slipped away just like that? He found himself pondering. Pu Yao had left without even glancing at his corpse, which seemed unusually odd. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, this wasn't an act of Pu Yao's confidence, but rather a hasty retreat. In Pu Yao's eyes, Gu Qingfeng possessed the swallowing heaven demon body, a powerful celestial entity that even the blood demon coveted. Naturally, Pu Yao wouldn't let that slip by easily. Moreover, with his status as the strongest below the gods, how could he not sense Gu Qingfeng's life or death? The truth was becoming clear. Pu Yao must have realized that Gu Qingfeng was unharmed and fled in fright. Pu Yao, oh Pu Yao. Gu Qingfeng sighed helplessly. Why can't you be a bit more reckless? Try a few more times? Fleeing thousands of miles after one failed attempt, is this what the strongest below the gods is about? It's embarrassing. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt, shaking his head repeatedly. Having finally reached a soul realm impervious to harm, he had hoped his physical strength could also break through to the peak of the dragon transformation stage, allowing him to dominate the world in this era where gods do not appear. How exhilarating that would have been. Unfortunately, Pu Yao's escape shattered this beautiful vision. A demon like Pu Yao, possessing strength, cunning, and ambition, was a rare find indeed. After much consideration, Gu Qingfeng made up his mind couldn't let Pu Yao slip away just like that. He would milk this opportunity to the fullest, even aiding him in becoming a god. Sensing that Pu Yao had stopped moving, Gu Qingfeng was about to pursue him but abruptly halted. No, that guy was faster, and he still bore the mark of the soul-chasing technique. If he got too close, Pu Yao would surely escape again. He needed to eliminate this threat first. He immediately channeled his powerful soul force, imbued with a trace of divine intent, to meticulously search his soul body. Soon, he located the tiny mark that even strong dragon transformation stage practitioners would struggle to detect and erased it. Now, Pu Yao could no longer trace him, whereas Pu Yao, as a dragon transformation stage demon, couldn't rid himself of the mark Gu Qingfeng had left on his soul. To be safe, Gu Qingfeng also donned the Phantom Spirit Ghost Mask, a low-grade heavenly spiritual weapon, transforming into a breathtakingly handsome face. With the mask's power, he completely concealed his aura. Finally, he enveloped himself tightly with his soul power infused with divine intent, allowing him to relax completely. Unless one were a god, it would be impossible to detect him now. Gu Qingfeng suddenly pushed off with his feet, causing the ground to shatter into a deep crater. Using the force of this rebound, he shot straight into the sky. In the air, he stepped continuously, each stride accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. This unique running technique increased his speed exponentially, making him cut through the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Suddenly, the world plunged into an eerie silence. Gu Qingfeng realized that his physical body had broken through the sound barrier, leaving sound trailing behind him. This realization startled him. He never expected his body to become this powerful. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, Pu Yao was focused on assimilating the power gained from devouring the blood demon. Suddenly, he frowned, realizing that the soul-chasing seal he left in Gu Qingfeng's body had vanished. Although he quickly convinced himself that it was the work of a divine being, a sliver of unease lingered within him. It was only upon seeing the layers of formations he had set around him that he felt slightly reassured and continued to concentrate on consolidating his realm. When Gu Qingfeng was 1,000 miles away from the cave, he changed his strategy, abandoning the conspicuous speed of breaking the sound barrier, opting instead to glide stealthily close to the ground. With the phantom spirit mask and his impervious soul, his presence was completely hidden as he silently approached the cave entrance. Through his break illusion eye, he clearly saw the dozen or so protective formations laid at the cave's entrance. These formations were intricate, designed for alert, defense, and concealment among other functions. Although Gu Qingfeng knew nothing about formations, his break illusion eye allowed him to easily discern the nodes and weak points of each layer. His soul force seeped in like mercury, silently dismantling all the formations in no time. Just as Pu Yao was deeply immersed in his cultivation, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to be greeted by an astonishingly handsome face with a charming smile. Pu Yao was startled, his muscles tensing up instantly. He couldn't believe that someone had managed to approach him silently, despite his peak-level cultivation in the Hualong realm. Could this person possibly have reached the divine realm like Gu Qingfeng? He sprang to his feet, eyeing the extraordinary-looking man in front of him with full alertness, his voice trembling slightly. Who are you? Gu Qingfeng's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke, his words like thunder. Pu Yao, don't you recognize me? The familiar voice pierced through Pu Yao's heart like a sharp sword, freezing his blood in an instant. Gu Qingfeng relished the impact of his words, thinking it must be a rare occurrence to frighten someone of such a high standing. But before he could say more, Pu Yao abruptly turned and crashed into the cave wall with astonishing speed. With a thunderous noise, the cave, originally tens of meters long, was forced open to several hundred meters, the mountain completely penetrated. Without looking back, Pu Yao vanished from the cave entrance. Gu Qingfeng stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the newly formed tunnel. What the heck? Is he made of iron? He ran off before I even finished talking. With a sudden exertion, the ground beneath him cracked as he disappeared from sight, chasing after Pu Yao. As he covered several miles, the mountain's interior became riddled with cracks, collapsing into ruins within moments. Despite Gu Qingfeng's relentless pursuit, his physical strength was only at the initial stage of Hualong, and with it being daylight, he couldn't use his shadow-shifting technique, watching as the distance between him and Pu Yao increased. However, he was not one to give up easily, using his soul-tracking technique to continue the chase. Interestingly, Pu Yao's escape route was quite peculiar. After an initial straight-line escape, he began to change directions rapidly, sometimes over 100 times in a second. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng maintained a straight-line pursuit, gradually closing the gap. An hour later, they had left Wudong County, unsure of their whereabouts. At this point, Pu Yao suddenly changed tactics, diving into a forest instead of flying, clearly intending to use the terrain to hide his movements. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Qingfeng's lips curled into a smile. The forest was his domain, and the shaded areas were perfect for employing his shape-shifting technique. Without hesitation, he followed into the woods, his figure flickering and appearing instantaneously in front of the Pu Yao. Hehehe, found you. Gu Qingfeng blocked Pu Yao's path, his face displaying an excited and menacing grin. Pu Yao's expression changed dramatically at the sight, and, without a word, he turned to flee. But Gu Qingfeng's shape-shifting technique activated once more, blocking his path again. Pu Yao, you can't escape. Before he could finish, Pu Yao had already changed direction. Gu Qingfeng cursed under his breath, choosing to focus on the chase. Though his teleportation was incredibly fast, each time he reached to grab, Pu Yao managed to change direction at the last possible moment. Thus, this chase turned into a bizarre game of hide and seek. Gu Qingfeng, what do you want? Pu Yao's voice came in broken intervals, each word spoken from a location several miles away. I mean, no harm, just want to help you become a god, Gu Qingfeng replied while pursuing. Hearing this, Pu Yao fell silent. He knew this game of toying with prey all too well, had done it often himself in the past. Clearly, this deity had the power to capture him immediately, but chose to toy with him, driving him into despair. Realizing he couldn't continue like this, Pu Yao rapidly thought of a strategy. He knew that once Gu Qingfeng lost patience, he would be doomed. Since the opponent could sense his presence, his only option was to head towards a populated area and use the mixed auras to mask his own. With this in mind, Pu Yao suddenly unleashed the peak aura of his dragon transformation stage, bursting out of the forest and heading straight for the human townships and provinces. Though infiltrating human territory as a demon was risky, it was insignificant compared to facing a deity. Gu Qingfeng followed closely, without a moment of hesitation. Meanwhile, in Wuling Prefecture, the Jinwu sect, ranked in the top 10 of the Diyin dynasty, remained as peaceful as ever. This powerful sect, with a legacy of nearly 500 years, boasted nearly 100,000 disciples, dozens of masters, a grandmaster sect leader, and a supreme elder who had lived for centuries, reaching the second level of the dragon transformation stage. Such strength made it renowned throughout the Diyin dynasty. Suddenly, from 1,000 miles away, an overwhelming aura swept in like a violent storm, casting an invisible shadow over the Jinwu sect. This force was so powerful that it surpassed the perception of ordinary cultivators, and even the average disciples were completely unaware. On this day, the disciples of Jinwu sect finally witnessed the appearance of the revered elder in the dragon transformation realm who had been in seclusion for many years. This esteemed elder stood majestically in the air, exuding authority. Countless disciples gazed up at the figure standing against the sky, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. The sect master of Jinwu sect and numerous innate masters rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. The sect master flew to the elder's side, respectfully lowering himself slightly and asked, "Elder, what is happening?" The elder's expression was grave, his gaze fixed on the distance. A peak dragon transformation realm expert is rushing towards our Jinwu sect. Peak dragon transformation? Could it be the imperial advisor? The sect master's expression changed dramatically. The elder shook his head. The one coming is not human, but a demon. Before he finished speaking, he flew towards the mountain gate. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the air pressure dropped suddenly. Everyone in Zhenwu sect, from the lowliest disciple to the powerful elders, felt a deep sense of unease. They looked up at the sky to see the clouds being torn apart by a terrifying force, and a figure in black robes breaking through the void. It was the fleeing demon, Pu Yao. The elder steadied himself and stepped forward. Esteemed demon friend. What brings you to Zhenwu? Get out of my way. Pu Yao's roar thundered like a storm, followed by a massive blood-red handprint forming before him and slamming down towards the elder. The disciples of Zhenwu sect witnessed this horrifying scene. Their revered elder, whom they regarded as a divine figure, was swatted away like an ant, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep, human-shaped crater. The figure in black robes did not even glance back and disappeared into the sky. The entire Zhenwu sect fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, the elder emerged from the ground, pale and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his clothing in tatters. The sect master and the innate masters hurriedly approached to inquire about his condition. The elder shook his head, still shaken. There exists such a powerful demon in the world, with strength comparable to the imperial advisor. Yet, that creature seemed terrified, as if fleeing for its life. Who could possibly make a peak dragon transformation realm being so desperate? Even the imperial advisor might not. Before he could finish, a deafening sonic boom echoed from the horizon. The elder instinctively turned his head to see a figure rapidly approaching, and he was directly in its path. His pupils contracted in shock. He couldn't sense the other's presence at all. Out of the way. Bang. The elder was struck as if by an ancient beast, once again plummeting to the ground like a meteor. This time, severely injured, he could no longer hold on, and his consciousness began to fade. In his last moment before falling unconscious, a fleeting image crossed his mind. Such a handsome man exists in the world. As Gu Qingfeng was running, he felt he had bumped into an old man, but upon sensing the aura of a master in the Hualong realm, he dismissed it. After all, for someone of that level, such a collision was inconsequential. He continued to chase the demon Pu Yao, and as they drew closer to the human territory of the prefecture state, the commotion grew more intense. The full-speed flight of a peak Hualong master traced a terrifying path across the sky. Countless powerful beings looked up, witnessing a peak Hualong demon fleeing frantically, pursued by an extraordinarily handsome man. Their speed was so extreme that even master-level powerhouses could barely catch a glimpse of them. This scene astonished many onlookers in an era where gods only existed in legends. A peak Hualong being was the strongest existence, yet was being chased so desperately. Soon, their chase moved from Wuling Prefecture to a vast, undulating mountain range. Hundreds of towering, precipitous peaks stood there, and Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up at the sight. He changed his strategy, no longer merely stepping through the air, but using the mountains to gain momentum. With each step, a mountain peak shattered, and using this recoil, his speed increased significantly. Deep within the mountains, at the foot of a green mountain, a man clad in golden armor and holding a Fangtian halberd suddenly opened his tiger-like eyes. He sensed a peak Hualong aura rapidly approaching and immediately became alert. This Hualong six-stage powerhouse soared into the air, blocking the path before the green mountain, about to declare a prohibition. By the Emperor's decree, this is a forbidden area. Passage is prohibited. Any who dare trespass. Before he could finish, a massive blood-red handprint descended from the sky, slamming him into the ground, creating a deep pit. Pu Yao continued fleeing without looking back, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The man in golden armor, although heavily injured, did not lose consciousness. He struggled out of the pit, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Realizing that Pu Yao was merely passing by and not targeting the forbidden area, he breathed a sigh of relief, only for the earth to start shaking violently. A series of thunderous crashes echoed from afar as mountain peaks collapsed, with an earth-shaking force as if the earth dragon itself was turning over. The man in golden armor quickly turned his head to see a strikingly handsome man with an overwhelming presence. With each step, this man shattered a mountain peak, causing the earth to quake as if an ancient beast had descended upon the world. The man in golden armor was stunned and tried to stand up, only to find his movements severely hindered. Although the strike from the peak of the dragon transformation hadn't severely injured him, it had significantly impaired his ability to move. Helplessly, he watched as the newcomer stepped onto the green mountain. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the mountains. The semi-transparent barrier covering the entire mountain shattered like an eggshell, with cracks spreading rapidly. The man in golden armor's eyes widened in despair as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. No! He desperately rushed towards the mountain, glaring resentfully at Gu Qingfeng's departing figure. Yet, he dared not pursue. He could only channel his energy into the barrier to prevent further collapse. After all, who would dare provoke someone capable of chasing a peak dragon transformation master into a miserable retreat? As Gu Qingfeng ran, he frowned slightly. That mountain peak felt somewhat unusual, exceptionally hard. Shaking his head, he continued to pursue the fleeing Pu Yao, who had disappeared into the distance. Thanks to his soul-chasing technique, he hadn't lost track yet. Although he couldn't catch up immediately, Gu Qingfeng wasn't worried. By nightfall, his shadow-shifting technique would prove its worth. Meanwhile, Pu Yao, though having temporarily shaken off his pursuer, remained vigilant. He carefully concealed his presence and slipped into a human town, hoping to use the bustling crowds as cover. But this tactic only made Gu Qingfeng chuckle to himself. He was more concerned about Pu Yao's constant flight, as hiding made him easier to handle. However, just as Gu Qingfeng was about to quietly enter the town, Pu Yao sensed his arrival and took to the sky to continue his escape. The aura of the peak dragon transformation shook the entire city. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned until he noticed the countless dandelions scattered outside the city, realizing that Pu Yao was using the simplest method, employing dandelions as eyes to monitor the surroundings. As Pu Yao fled, he cursed under his breath, bewildered as to how he was discovered even while hiding among people. Is this the power of a god? In this vast world, is there no place for me? Just as despair began to set in, a sudden idea struck him: the Gu family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital. Though his opponent was a god, he was not without allies. Pu Yao recalled the scene of his first meeting with Gu Qingfeng. At that time, someone claiming to be from the Gu family came to visit, only to be killed by Pu Yao with just a look. This detail suddenly sparked a series of connections in his mind. The Gu family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital, and Gu Qingfeng had personally admitted that the person was his cheap relative. A bold idea took shape in Pu Yao's mind. As a god, Gu Qingfeng's true age must far exceed his youthful appearance. Considering his attitude towards the Gu family, it's very likely he is the ancestor of the Gu family. If so, he must have feelings for his kin. A glint of madness flashed in Pu Yao's eyes. Since he couldn't escape the god's pursuit, why not use the Gu family to make Gu Qingfeng hesitate? Having endured for centuries for the blood demon, he had long proven himself to be a ruthless creature. To survive, he would even dare to threaten a god. With this thought, Pu Yao immediately changed direction, heading straight for the imperial capital of the Great Yin dynasty. Although it was a place teeming with powerful individuals, including the nation's top expert at the peak of the dragon transformation realm, these were insignificant compared to the threat of a god. As long as he could escape the god's pursuit, he was willing to risk being hunted by a group of dragon transformation realm warriors. Gu Qingfeng noticed Pu Yao's change in direction but didn't think much of it, continuing the relentless chase. As someone with no sense of direction, he didn't recognize the road leading to the imperial capital. Several hours later, a magnificent city appeared before Pu Yao's imperial capital of the Great Yin dynasty. The entire city was enveloped in a faint golden barrier, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Although the defensive array covered a vast area, its strength could only withstand attacks from grandmasters. Pu Yao's face lit up with joy, and without hesitation, he struck out with his palm. With a loud boom, the golden barrier was blasted open, creating a large hole through which he swiftly slipped inside. As a peak powerhouse, entering the imperial capital was effortless for him. At the moment the barrier shattered, alarm bells rang throughout the city. The resonant dong 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 of the bells alerted the entire capital as several beams of light shot into the sky. The city's guardians were mobilized, and countless armored soldiers gathered. Upon recognizing the intruder's formidable power, the guardians' expressions changed drastically. This is bad. It's a peak dragon transformation demon. Quickly, summon the national preceptor. We cannot let him near the palace. Countless grandmasters and reclusive dragon transformation experts converged towards the palace to intercept Pu Yao. However, to everyone's surprise, Pu Yao did not head towards the palace but turned in the opposite direction. Where is he going? A voice filled with surprise and suspicion rang out. Everyone's eyes followed the figure, noticing that he was heading in the direction of the Gu family. The Gu family? Someone exclaimed. When did the Gu family offend such a formidable figure that he would storm into the capital seeking revenge? Quickly, send a message to the Gu family. A commander immediately ordered. You guard the palace, and the rest of you, follow me to the Gu family. We must not let this villain run rampant in the capital, or the reputation of our Dian dynasty will be tarnished. Several streaks of light shot into the sky, closely pursuing the demon. While everyone's attention was drawn to the demon, Gu Qingfeng quietly slipped into the capital. With his strength comparable to the early stage of the dragon transformation realm and his ability to completely conceal his presence, the city guards were oblivious to his entry. Standing in the city, Gu Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings. The grandeur and scale of the capital far exceeded his imagination, making Wudong County seem insignificant in comparison. But he had no time for admiration. His priority was to track the demon. Meanwhile, the Gu family was in turmoil. Bad news, Master. The alarm on the city wall has sounded. Someone has broken into the capital. A panicked Gu family member reported. The head of the Gu family snorted. I'm not deaf. But you, running around in a panic, is disgraceful. We are one of the 4 great families. But Master, the intruder is a peak dragon transformation demon. The Master's expression changed slightly, but he maintained his composure. A peak dragon transformation demon? So what? This is the capital, where strong individuals abound, and the nation's top advisor is here. Master, the family member interrupted. The city guard has sent word that the demon is targeting our Gu family. What? Quickly, summon the ancestor. Before the words were finished, a low voice resonated. An elder with white hair and eyebrows, exuding an aura of immortality, emerged. It was the Gu family ancestor. Under the ancestor's command, the Gu family swiftly activated their defensive formation. Moments later, a dark shadow loomed over the Gu family, like an oppressive storm cloud, suffocating in its presence. The Gu family ancestor, feeling the oppressive power comparable to the nation's top advisor, felt a heaviness in his heart. His own strength was only at the 3rd level of the dragon transformation realm, a vast chasm compared to the intruder. He could only hope to hold out until the advisor arrived. Honored demon friend, may I ask why you have come to the Gu family? Our family has always behaved dutifully and should not have offended you. However, the demon paid him no attention, looking around anxiously as if searching for something. After confirming that his target was not present, he relaxed slightly. Gu Xiaoshang observed the demon's guilty demeanor with curiosity. What could make a peak dragon transformation demon so fearful? Could he be afraid of the advisor? Just as the Gu family's patriarch was about to speak again, Pu Yao finally made his move. His figure appeared particularly eerie beneath the black robe, and a deep, thunderous shout echoed in all directions. Dark domain, blood slaughter realm. Before his words had fully settled, a crimson light burst forth from within him and spread out like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the entire area occupied by the Gu family was engulfed by this terrifying blood-red hue. The once vivid and colorful world was instantly transformed into a blood-soaked purgatory, with a thick, nauseating scent of blood filling the air. The Gu family's proud defensive formations crumbled in the face of this power, destroyed in an instant. Every member of the Gu family, including Gu Xiaoshang, felt a suffocating aura of death enveloping them, as if they were sinking into an endless sea of blood. As Pu Yao entered the blood slaughter realm, the entire space seemed to welcome its master, with violent energy surging through the blood-red heavens and earth. He raised his hand slightly and grasped at the air toward the Gu family members. In that moment, everyone in the Gu family felt their blood flowing in reverse, veins bulging, and hearts pounding violently, as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing them. Except for Gu Xiaoshang, who was barely able to resist due to his dragon transformation level, everyone else, be they masters or grandmasters, found themselves unable to move. Any attempt to resist could result in a bloody end. Facing this peak dragon transformation level foe, Gu Xiaoshang was filled with profound despair. He struggled to suppress the turmoil in his blood and spoke with difficulty. Esteemed demon clan friend, what grievance does my Gu family have with you? Please tell us, and I will surely provide a satisfactory answer. However, Pu Yao, hidden beneath his black robe, ignored him and instead gazed madly at the sky, clearly awaiting someone's arrival. It wasn't long before several streaks of light cut through the sky, revealing the imperial capital's powerful figures who had been pursuing Pu Yao. These early-stage dragon transformation experts were elite guards under the emperor, tasked with protecting the capital's safety. When they arrived at the scene, the sight before them was shocking. A blood-red, translucent dome covered the entire Gu family estate, resembling a massive, overturned glass cover. Inside the dome, the members of the Gu family seemed to be under a spell, with bulging veins and contorted faces, frozen in place without moving. Several experts at the Hualong level immediately recognized that this was no ordinary barrier, but a true in-domena separate small world space. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they couldn't help but gasp at the presence of an in-domain at the peak Hualong level. One of the Hualong cultivators bravely stepped forward. Who are you? And what is your purpose? However, the Pu Yao seemed not to hear, his gaze locked on a certain spot in the sky. The Hualong experts exchanged puzzled glances, sensing that this great demon was waiting for someone. No matter who you are, this is the capital of the Dian dynasty, under the emperor's protection. If you dare harm the Gu family before the Hualong expert could finish his sentence, the previously silent Pu Yao suddenly spoke. Shangshun, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. The term Shangshun was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They couldn't believe their ears, exchanging looks to confirm they hadn't misheard it. really be that Shang Shen? Everyone followed Pu Yao's gaze and was instantly struck by the sight. It was a man of such extraordinary beauty that one would doubt if he was truly a creation of the gods. A tall figure approached slowly, yet strangely without any aura, as if he didn't exist at all unless seen with one's own eyes. It was Gu Qingfeng, wearing the phantom ghost mask. Gu Qingfeng stood before the blood-kill realm, gazing at the maddened Pu Yao, and spoke words that left everyone present, including Pu Yao, dumbfounded. Pu Yao, didn't you say you didn't have a yin domain? You lied to me again. As Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, the room fell into a silence so profound that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone present stared at Gu Qingfeng, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this the legendary god? A murmured conversation broke out among the crowd. Why does he feel so down to earth? Indeed, contrary to the imagined image of a lofty deity looking down on mortals with indifference, the figure before them seemed extraordinarily approachable, exuding a humble aura. The previously aggressive powerhouses of the Hualong realm now subdued their presence and quietly stepped aside, as if willingly ceding the stage to the main character. They exchanged glances, clearly still trying to make sense of the situation. Although there was still a trace of doubt about Gu Qingfeng's divine identity, seeing the peak-level demon of the Hualong realm show such respect, coupled with their inability to discern anything about Gu Qingfeng, they were mostly convinced. From the conversation among the Hualong realm figures, Gu Qingfeng had gathered that they were on the territory of the Gu family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital. Yet he was puzzled. Why was the demon here at the Gu family? The demon didn't directly answer Gu Qingfeng's question but instead looked at him with a mix of desperation and madness. Great God, what must I do for you to spare me? This statement was like a bombshell, shocking everyone present. A peak-level demon of the Hualong realm was actually begging for mercy? The demon continued, I indeed offended you before, but at the time, I was unaware of your identity. Ignorance is no excuse. I hope you can be merciful. If you insist on my demise, then don't blame me for dragging the entire Gu family down with me. This declaration sent waves of shock through the Gu family. Confusion was evident on their faces. When did the Gu family offend this demon? Why must they suffer such undeserved calamity? Gu Qingfeng was equally baffled. Do you have some deep grudge against the Gu family? Why must you drag them down with you? The demon sneered, Great God, there's no need to pretend. Your identity as the ancestor of the Gu family cannot escape my discerning eyes. What? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. I'm the ancestor of the Gu family? How is that possible? Hearing this, the Gu family erupted into chaos, voices overlapping in disbelief. The deity is our ancestor? Are we descendants of a god? No wonder the god's surname is Gu. As the legitimate patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Shaoshang was the most shocked at the moment. His eyes wandered between Gu Qingfeng's handsome face and the appearance of his own descendants, but he couldn't recall any such exceptionally handsome ancestor in his lineage. Clearly, none of these striking features had been passed down. The demon Puyo saw the shock on Gu Qingfeng's face and assumed he had hit a nerve, so he pressed his advantage. Actually, it's just a simple deduction. Not only is your surname Gu, but you also possess the dragon god bloodline of the Gu family. These 2 points explain everything. Rest assured, as long as you agree to spare my life, I promise not to harm a single member of your clan. Gu Qingfeng's lips twitched, and he thought to himself. Suddenly, I've been assigned 2 identities, one as a god and the other as an ancestor of the Gu family. He sneered, Puyo, are you in the business of selling false identities? Threatening me with the Gu family? You'd be better off trying to scare me with a minor corpse demon. He recalled the last time the Gu family sent someone, their condescending attitude, and the look of charity in their eyes. Gu Qingfeng remembered it vividly. Moreover, although he wasn't directly responsible for Gu Yang's death, he was still involved. With Gu Yang's personality, even if Puyo didn't kill him, he would have acted sooner or later, so the enmity was inevitable. So, you're trying to threaten me with my enemy? Are you trying to do charity work? Sparing you is out of the question. As for the Gu family, do as you please, Gu Qingfeng said nonchalantly. These words sent the emotions of the Gu family members on a roller coaster. They had just learned they were descendants of a god, only to be abandoned by that god in the next moment. Puyo stared at Gu Qingfeng's indifferent demeanor, his pupils contracting sharply, his tension reaching its peak. He frantically tried to discern the truth in Gu Qingfeng's words, but based on this person's usual conduct, he couldn't make a judgment. I don't believe you don't care about your descendants, Puyo shouted hysterically. With a sudden wave of his hand, he conjured a massive blood handprint out of thin air, grabbing Gu Shaoshang, who was utterly powerless to resist. Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll kill Gu Shaoshang first. Puyo chose to threaten Gu Shaoshang, the most powerful and oldest, believing him to be closest in blood to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng merely chuckled, shaking his head as he continued toward the blood-killing realm. With this level of skill, you sent Gu Yang to capture me for the Gu family? As Gu Qingfeng approached step by step, Puyo's heartbeat quickened. He increased the pressure of the blood handprint, causing Gu Xiaoshang immense pain, his eyes bulging, veins protruding, and his bones emitting a chilling sound. The longer one lives, the more they fear death. High and mighty as Gu Xiaoshang was, he couldn't care less about verifying Gu Qingfeng's identity right now. He only knew that this person was the only one who could save him. Ancestor! Ancestor! Save me! Gu Xiaoshang's cry served as the final seal on Gu Qingfeng's identity. Yet Gu Qingfeng remained unmoved, walking straight to the boundary of the blood-killing realm. Puyo watched his every step intently, his tension reaching its zenith. Puyo stood within the blood-kill realm, calculating a sinister plan. As soon as Gu Qingfeng forced his way in, he would immediately kill Gu Xiaoshang. But as this thought emerged, a shiver ran down his spine like those kidnappers in TV dramas who threaten to kill the hostage, yet are more afraid of the hostage's death than anyone else, knowing it would spell their own end. Every step Gu Qingfeng took heightened the tension for everyone present. The lives of the Gu family hinged on his every move. When his footsteps finally halted in front of the boundary of the blood-kill realm, seconds passed, yet he didn't step inside. Seeing this, Pu Yao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this deity indeed cared for his descendants. The Gu family members also relaxed, believing that their unseen ancestor was merely using a tactical lie to deceive the demon. However, only Gu Qingfeng knew the real reason he stopped simply couldn't enter. The Bloodkill realm, as the shadow domain of a peak transforming dragon realm expert, was far stronger than imagined. With Pu Yao refusing entry, the only way in was to forcefully break through, which meant shattering the shadow domain. The problem was, Gu Qingfeng's current power was only at the early transforming dragon realm, far from enough to challenge a peak shadow domain. Even with the Eye of Truth, it was feudal shadow domains, unlike ordinary formations, are rule-based realms. The Eye of Truth could unveil hidden rules, but breaking through required real strength. It was a truly awkward situation. Just moments ago, he was regarded as a deity, and now he couldn't even breach a shadow domain, left standing outside. Wasn't this a social death on the spot? Seeing Gu Qingfeng hesitate, Pu Yao assumed he was deliberating and quickly spoke. Great deity, this is merely a minor conflict between us. There's no need for a deadly confrontation. If you're willing to spare me, I offer all my possessions as an apology. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. This was the perfect way out. However, he needed to play the part convincingly, ensuring no one thought a deity was greedy. Most importantly, he couldn't let this godly facade fall. This opportunity was heaven-sent. With Pu Yao's cooperation, he had become a deity, a status that allowed him to roam the world freely. Although his current strength was formidable, as an early transforming dragon, he wasn't invincible. Many could still kill him. But with the identity of a deity, who would dare provoke him? He could even claim that Gu Qingfeng, the Shin-level demon slayer of the Wudong County Demon Suppression Division, was a disciple of the deity, granting him unparalleled freedom. With this in mind, Gu Qingfeng pretended to deliberate before saying, "Very well, for the sake of my family, I'll spare your life today." Pu Yao was overjoyed, thinking he had made the right move. The Gu family was deeply moved, convinced that the deity valued blood relations. However, Gu Qingfeng's tone shifted suddenly with a "but," instantly bringing Pu Yao's heart back to his throat. "You must swear before me that you will never again harm the people of this world or slaughter the humans. Otherwise, no matter where you flee, I will find you and tear you to pieces." Gu Qingfeng declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze piercing. This resolute proclamation sent ripples through the crowd, prompting everyone to straighten their backs with a newfound respect in their eyes. Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. His words not only crafted an image of him as a protector of the people, but also provided a perfect excuse to release the Puyo, letting him go for the sake of his people, yet binding him with an oath. It was an ideal solution. As a disciple of the gods, this positive image was far more beneficial for his future endeavors than the notorious title of an evil deity. The Puyo exhaled with relief. As a spirit born from plants, he was not naturally bloodthirsty, and such a vow was not difficult for him. Moreover, he had once sworn countless oaths in service of the blood demon, only to witness the demon's downfall in the end. "Is this true, Lord?" the Puyo cautiously asked, knowing Gu Qingfeng's reputation for having no limits. "A god does not speak in jest," Gu Qingfeng replied coolly, fully embracing his role as a divine being. By now, a large number of powerful individuals had gathered around the Gu family residence, encompassing more than half of the capital's elite. Even the nation's strongest, the Grandmaster at the peak of the dragon transformation realm, had arrived. Yet under the pressure of the god, no one dared to act rashly. Though some questioned Gu Qingfeng's identity, his unperceivable and mysterious aura, coupled with the respectful demeanor of the dragon transformation realm monster towards him, left them convinced. The Puyo glanced around, feeling somewhat at ease. In front of such a crowd, even a god had to maintain appearances and would likely not go back on his word. He took a deep breath and began to swear. Today, I, the Puyo, vow before the god that from this day forward, I will never commit any act that endangers the people of the world, nor will I harm humans. Should I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning, my soul scattered, my path extinguished, and my life ended. As soon as he finished speaking, the Puyo suddenly sensed something unusual. A line of oath materialized out of thin air, visible only to him, penetrating his body and soul. His pupils contracted in disbelief as he traced the line to its source, discovering it connected to Gu Qingfeng. This is the blood oath of the heavenly demon. The Puyo was overwhelmed with shock, his entire being chilled. A terrifying thought emerged. Gu Qingfeng was not a god but something far more dreadful, a demon from beyond this realm. This realization plunged the Puyo into despair. No wonder the previous blood oath of the heavenly demon had failed. No wonder Gu Qingfeng wanted him to swear an oath hit was to use the line of the oath to forever track his position. If he was a demon from beyond, then the Gu family were clearly not his kin. What was his true agenda? And what about the Puyo himself was worth such elaborate efforts? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.